Chapter 1. Surely, one wouldn't enter simply because of the cover, would they? Could be. In this day and age, who would traverse realms and specifically hire a truck driver? These truck drivers are quite busy with their own work, I assure you, and insurance does not cover such endeavors. Sue D, a typical 18-year-old lad with both parents alive and well, found himself a victim of unforeseen circumstances while watching a video on a certain platform. This guy is utterly pathetic. If it were me, I would undoubtedly outperform him, oh dear, if I may be so bold. Anyone who is trained in a camp could execute such maneuvers. Seeking likes? Merely a white vote, a mere observer, poor content creator. Let's show some support with a like. Everyone in his youthful ignorance, he felt compelled to comment online to assert his presence. Such behavior is quite commonplace. Yet what was unusual was the video he had clicked on. A pure homage to the sea, a heartfelt masterpiece spanning 7,200 minutes. Please do like. What do a mere 72,000 minutes have to do with me? Sue D dismissed it entirely. Yet he could not resist clicking on the video. The video was rather simplistic, a straightforward pirate montage. However, it featured not only the main characters, but also exhilarating edits of the supporting cast. Upon finishing, Sue D felt invigorated and immediately clicked the like button, followed by another that was careless. I almost squandered valuable engagement. Do likes consume data? In truth, it was rather mediocre. In his opinion, he glanced at the view count, 421, and the likes, 420. Suddenly, he felt validated in his actions. Opening the comment section, he found only a handful of individuals, with one adorable user pleading for attention, rather brazenly vying for engagement. Having watched the video, I felt no stir. Pulling up my pants, I shall set my sights on the next. Satisfied with his comment, Sue D reclined on his bed, ready to peruse more videos. After a brief interval, a notification chimed. Candy Cutie. Is this really appropriate? Sue D typed, huh? Who is this? Candy Cutie. I dedicated a considerable amount of time to create this video, and not only do you refrain from liking it, but you also mock me? Sue D typed. Moral coercion? Huh. You are but a child, feeble and powerless, yet the weight of a like is not to be taken lightly. Let us await a better creation to merit your reward, Candy Cutie. Am genuinely upset. Sue D typed. Are you able to reach through the internet to strike me? Suddenly, his phone screen flickered. Ah? What? Sue D attempted to interact with his phone, but he found himself immobile. His body halted. Fortunately, he held his phone securely, otherwise it would have crashed onto his handsome visage. Thud. The phone fell straight down, striking his nose, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Stars. Indeed, quite so. Civility tip. Viewing your phone from bed is both comfortable and exhilarating. You find joy. But what of your face or eyes? My face hurts terribly. Where am I? Sue D rose and surveyed his surroundings. The surroundings resembled a luxurious mansion. Moments ago, he had merely flinched from the pain of his phone striking him, instinctively closing his eyes. Meow, meow, meow. Where am I? He attempted to regain control of his body. Realizing he had not transformed into any peculiar entity, his physique remained unchanged. Ah, I feel relieved. The moon was already full outside. Sue D did not rush. Approaching the vanity in the room, did a boy's room truly have a vanity? He gazed in astonishment at the mirror. Oh, thankfully my handsome face remains unaltered. Otherwise, it would be quite the loss. Although his attire had changed, his hair seemed to have morphed into long, golden curls. Isn't this beauty remarkable? Who is this handsome fellow? Sue D swiftly adjusted his appearance, confirming it was indeed his striking visage, albeit not his own. It seemed he had not experienced an AI face swap, but rather resembled an alternate version of himself from a parallel universe. There are no peculiar changes to my body, save for a twinge in my face. Yet this mansion, along with the enormous snailer, should I call it a phone bug, is a clear indication that I have traversed dimensions. Unfortunate, as it appears I have done so in a most inexplicable manner. Even more regrettable, I have no peculiar companions. Do not underestimate me. I'm a black belt in Taekwondo, a rank of. In any case, I should be able to cope with this predicament. Sue D wandered about the room, observing his surroundings, ensuring he was neither clad in Moutai nor Baileys, draped instead in a white shirt, exuding a distinct European Gothic style. Undoubtedly, he radiated an air of nobility. However, Sue D was not one for such elegance. He lounged in a chair, contemplating whether to venture outside. After all, he needed to ascertain his identity. Though his appearance hinted at certain truths, they remained elusive, mere illusions. Why have I traversed dimensions? I have neither encountered a truck driver nor offended the king of hell. It truly baffled him. Surely, it must be due to that adorably sweet Candy? After all, the last notable incident where I offended someone was indeed that occasion. Upon reflection, this did not seem to be a perilous place. So Sue D relaxed, reclining to await the dawn for further exploration. However, the passage of time while waiting was invariably tedious. The absence of electronic devices was profoundly impactful. Cavendish, 18 years old faction level. Nameless pirate underling physical strength. 1742 supernova. Speed. 3245 supernova. Power. 1124 supernova. Stamina. 974. Island overlord. Armament hockey. 1 new world bystander. Observation hockey. 145 somewhat renowned, yet incomplete. Conqueror's hockey. 0 no hope in this lifetime. Devil fruit. 0 financially challenged. Universal language translation activated. This sudden influx of information left Su D momentarily stunned indeed. Those who were as handsome as the commoners are all equipped with systems. Su D directly inquired in his mind about the functions, abilities, and enhancements he could acquire. However, there was no response to his queries. Moses, Sister Candy, show me some mercy. Ugh, disgusting, utterly revolting. I feel embarrassed. Su D expressed his displeasure. He then fell asleep, grumbling. The next day, regarding the fact that upon my recent arrival in this world, a maid was attending to me as I awoke. Lord Cavendish, please awaken. Su D, still groggy, looked at the young girl with some confusion. Cosplay? That's not allowed. She blushed. Fortunately, I understand a bit of foreign language, otherwise I would truly be lost in your word system. Not only did you grant me a peculiar ability, but you also provided a translation. Yet, there remained silence. Su D's proficiency in foreign languages was limited to the realm of anime. When it came to precise daily conversation, he faltered. For instance, he had just attempted to disable the translation feature blah blah Cavendish, blah blah. Observing her lips, he comprehended nothing. The only word I can grasp is Cavendish. Good. Very good, at least I can still understand some of what you say, otherwise I would truly be at a loss. Su D scratched his head, feeling a surge of confidence. Lord Cavendish, what are you saying? The maid appeared, quite perplexed. Have I committed any offense? Please, punish me. This. The maid's cheeks flushed deeply. No harm done. Su D had assumed they were both in an equal state of misunderstanding, but it seemed the system's translation feature had activated, allowing them to comprehend each other's words. Please follow me to breakfast. Yes, better to remain silent than to risk saying too much. He was now certain he had transmigrated into the persona of Cavendish. However, this character appeared to be a powerful supporting role, and he was completely unaware of how much information he possessed about him. This was quite troublesome and perilous. Let me think. Cavendish, apart from his dreaming Buddha sword, I know very little about him. He seems to be a supernova as well. Bring me my bounty notice to take a look. When were you ever wanted? Fool. I was referring to the bounty notice I'd seen before. Su D coldly and stiffly redirected the conversation. There was no choice in order to maintain his disguise. It seemed Cavendish was indeed like this. It was uncertain how similar he truly was without that feathered hat. Cavendish was merely a strikingly handsome man with golden, curly hair. Aside from his looks, there were no distinctive traits to align with this aspect. Su D prepared to retrieve the hat from his bedroom later. By the way, my former name must seem quite out of place here. Alas, I shall henceforth refer to myself as Cavendish. Not related to water at all. The restaurant was expansive, adorned with a sumptuous array of dishes, yet he dined alone, a bouquet of roses placed beside his plate. Su D calmly savored his meal, contemplating ways to swiftly acquire intelligence. The troubles of the exceptional are universally shared thus. Perhaps donning a mask is requisite in the pursuit of truth. Alas, it is unavoidable. Upon finishing his breakfast, he promptly returned to his room, retrieving his rapier and feathered hat. A glance in the mirror confirmed his impeccable imitation. That Cavendish fellow. His background remains shrouded in mystery. Is he a prince? Hardly seems so yet. It appears he became a wanted criminal after his second persona wreaked havoc, which led him piracy. In that case, I suppose my actions yesterday had no repercussions. I want suddenly awakened to find an inexplicable second persona surfacing. Will I? Su D examined his body, finding no abnormalities. To be safe, I shall conduct a test tonight. He fashioned a scarf, originally intended as a neck wrap, into a mask to obscure his face. Next, he bound his hair into a single ponytail. How ostentatious to have a vanity in one's own room. Even a dog wouldn't bother. As a product of the new age online commentators, Su D had yet to fully embrace his identity. However, to avoid being perceived as someone whose thoughts were influenced by the devil fruit, he resolved to speak less and indulge in a bit of self-admiration. After all, Cavendish's vanity was undoubtedly a truth, of course. All this was merely a fa until he could ascertain the intricacies of his identity. At that point, he would no longer need to concern himself with the opinions of others. With his face and eyes concealed, Su D felt confident that no one could recognize him. He then shed his disguise and boldly stepped out of his room. The maids, upon seeing him, did not impede his progress, a fact he had anticipated. Once outside the estate, he swiftly evaded the crowd, retreating to a secluded corner. Disguise complete this technique, I doubt even the devil fruit could discern its Su D brimmed with confidence, for it was well known that appearances in the world of pirates could be exceedingly deceptive. If Luffy did not wear his straw hat, who would ever identify him as Luffy? Were Usopp to remove his elongated nose, he would seamlessly blend into the throngs of ordinary folk. Concealing his face, eyes, and hair, he walked down the street. Indeed, attracting no attention, only a few passers-by regarded him as eccentric after traversing a distance. He casually seized a common street thug, presenting him with 100 berries. Inform me about Cavendish, you reside nearby. You must know something, Who are you? The thug seemed to regard Su D as somewhat simple-minded. Yet upon glimpsing the money in his hand, he deemed it worth a few words. Cavendish, huh? I know him, humph. That bastard possesses a devilish visage, seducing women nationwide. The thug exclaimed, his face a mask of resentment. Ahem, it appears our country's oversight of pirates is rather lacking. Su D coughed a few times, the ruffian furrowed his brow. Lost in thought, my lord, I am but a mere insignificant being. The esteemed Prince Cavendish is far beyond my reach. How could someone of my lowly status ever aspire to such heights? Fearful of offending those close to Cavendish, the ruffian spoke cautiously, glancing at Su D, who unfortunately wore sunglasses. I see. In any case, it seems that Prince Cavendish may have the opportunity to ascend to the throne, yes? That? I do not know what is the full name of this country. The ruffian was perplexed as to why such a simple question was posed. Spare me the frivolities, and answer quickly. Bubarujoa, Alliance Kingdom, Alliance Kingdom. What does that mean? Yes, it refers to a member nation of the world government. The young ruffian's confusion deepened. Well, I suppose that is some understanding. By the way, who are the recent supernovas? Supernovas? You mean the pirate supernovas? Would I inquire otherwise? I have no knowledge of them at all. They're simply not important. Goodness, well, never mind. Have you heard of a newcomer named Roger? Are you referring to the pirate King Roger? Not him then. Who are the current warlords of the sea? Well, I think it would be more appropriate to ask these questions at a black market bar. A person of my standing wouldn't have access to such information. Besides, those pertain to other seas. Su D decided not to press him further. Honestly, you can't even answer a few questions clearly. Forget it. They'll deduct half. What do you mean, deduct half? Before the ruffian could react, Su D took 50 berries from his hand. Hey, you already gave that to me. After acquiring more information from a particularly accommodating information dealer in the black market, Su D returned, quite satisfied, completely oblivious to the dealers. Lingering apprehension. Did Prince Cavendish come here incognito merely to gather some intelligence? The dealer began to tidy up a stack of bounty notices, pondering the implications. Meanwhile, Su D remained unaware that his identity was no longer concealed behind him. A large royal insignia on his clothing was merely an ornamental decoration to him. Without a second thought, however, few within the country would fail to recognize it. I truly am a genius of information. Chapter 2. The Prince's Charisma. TSK. Currently, the warlords of the sea consist of Crocodile, Moria, the Empress, Hawkeye, Doflamingo, Jinbe, and Kuma. It seems no different from a few years hence, Su D mused. Finding it rather convenient, though there were no definitive markers of time, it appeared he had yet to embark on his journey as a pirate. The system defines my age as 18. So how much longer until the official narrative commences? The Sea Circle calendar holds no significance for me, as I am utterly unaware of the specific years of events. You could only strive to recall the dual repository of memories associated with the pirate anime and manga. Indeed, the sea train was somewhat reliable. By correlating the timeline of Tom's execution, it appeared that Frankie had been incapacitated for 4 years before arriving on Luffy's timeline. That leaves an additional 6 years wait. Does that mean I will already be 24 in 2 years, and 26 thereafter? With this realization, Su D's steps towards home felt considerably heavier. By the way, this world seems quite chaotic. There are even people selling slaves in the black market. Su D pondered, what difference does it make if he encounters them? Can he really spend money to save others? No amount of money would suffice. However, if one wishes to acquire them without expenditure, their sale is deemed lawful, while seizing them oneself is illegal. Thus, it was ultimately disregarded. Upon returning to his residence, Su D had yet to comprehend the darker facets of this world when individuals arrived outside. A squad of soldiers, all armed, announced, Prince Cavendish, please step out of your chamber. Su D, perplexed by this unexpected summons, remained within his room. Why have you come here? Yet, it seems he cannot leave. For escape is not an option. As Su D stepped out of the room, he was met with a multitude of spears aimed at him. Apologies, but we are under the king's orders to escort His Highness, Prince Cavendish. Why is this happening? Su D was utterly bewildered. The commander approached from the rear of the ranks. Prince Cavendish, you are the notorious assassin who has taken the lives of 500 individuals this year. What Wait a moment. Sudi quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Could this be the consequence of Cavendish's second personality? Yet, after his transmigration, could he truly shed such blame? Please, allow me a moment. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. No, it cannot be that simple. At that moment, a soldier shouted at him, "My sister was murdered by you, you monster. Is there any evidence for this?" Sudi couldn't help but touch the western sword sheathed at his waist, a wave of panic washing over him. Honestly, it is hard to believe that the usually bright and sunny prince could commit such acts. Succession to the throne was supposed to be a straightforward matter. Yet, the evidence is irrefutable. We have proof of your murder from 3 days ago. In fact, someone even witnessed your face through a telescope from a distance. The commander's expression remained cold. Thus, under the orders of His Majesty, I am compelled to banish you from the kingdom. From this day forth, the kingdom of Brajoya shall no longer permit your entry. This is already the greatest concession His Majesty has made to quell public discontent. Please do not put us in a difficult position. Sudi furrowed his brows. In such an opening, does one truly encounter such misfortune? Did Cavendish not wish to develop in a more prudent manner? Being exiled right from the start, only to become a fugitive of the world government due to the incessant provocations of his alter ego, was this truly the essence of Cavendish's original experience? With a bounty of 200 million, his second persona accounted for 500 million, no less. Under extreme dissatisfaction, Sudi chose to acquiesce. "Might I meet my royal father?" he inquired. Alas, an audience with His Highness, the king, seems implausible. Not being executed is already the greatest mercy afforded to you. However, we shall provide you with sufficient vessels and funds for your maritime endeavors. The rest is at your discretion. Yet, might you not offer a navigational compass? Moreover, without crew or sailors, I possess no knowledge of sailing. Sudi fervently implored for leniency. Nevertheless, the commanding officer, accompanied by his contingent, escorted him to the harbor, patiently awaiting his departure to report back. Sigh, is this world truly so inhospitable to those who traverse realms? Are there encounters more lamentable than mine? I scarcely expect to travel a few kilometers before meeting my demise at sea. Sudi lamented in despair, silently seated upon the modest sailboat, a mere 50 meters in height and 70 meters in width, gifted to him in friendship. At this moment, several merchant ships and pirate vessels anchored along the shore took notice of Sudi. One individual, after contemplating for a moment, approached to extend a greeting. "Ah, Your Highness. How may I be of assistance?" Sudi cast a scornful glance at him. This man had disembarked from one of the nearby pirate ships. Typically, pirates would not dare to brazenly plunder in vital national ports. Thus, the kingdom would generally overlook such occurrences unless the pirates possessed a notorious reputation, in which case the navy would be informed. This is evidently a small pirate crew. If I may, I would like to indulge in the exquisite Alforn roasted chicken, the meticulously crafted soul cuisine cake by Big Mom, and the all-blue seafood platter. Of course, a fine red wine from the Lafayette estate is indispensable. After all, I am a prince. Without these luxuries, how could I possibly be satisfied with what is merely an ordinary breakfast? Cavendish remarked disdainfully. Well, even he was nearly convinced by the performance of Sudi. It appears that venturing out to sea is an absolute necessity. The troops patrolling the shore are not merely observing the movements of the pirates. They are, in fact, watching him. However, how could he possibly board a pirate ship? That would be rather implausible. What a peculiar situation this is. The small pirates are woefully ignorant of the true value of such opulence. Sudi calmly drew his rapier and pointed it at Cavendish's throat. Enough with the jesting. You'd best flee quickly. I grant you a chance at mercy. Otherwise, I could easily have the troops obliterate your pirate crew. I am Cavendish, a prince. Sudi gradually began to sense the differences. His current strength, endurance, and speed were indeed incomparable to his former physical state. It seemed to be a unique mechanism of the pirate world. If the formidable power and speed he possessed were indeed at the level of a supernova, then he had nothing to fear from these ordinary pirates. Upon his initial arrival, he hadn't felt any physical changes, perhaps because he had naturally adapted to this newfound power. His instinctive control over his strength posed no problems. Although his body was indeed robust, he still needed time to acclimate. Presently, Cavendish should have no trouble dispatching a supernova. After all, he had once been one himself. As memories flooded back, his recollection of Cavendish became clearer. Meanwhile, the troops still monitoring Cavendish were engaged in conversation, with the vice-captain inquiring, "Captain Amor, are we to simply observe His Highness Cavendish here? Should we not actively drive him away?" "There is no need to rush. After all, venturing out to sea indeed equates to seeking death. It is only natural for him to seek another ship to depart. However, you must remember, he is no longer a prince, merely an exile now. Perhaps Cavendish was always a madman. Once, it seemed he had severely injured his own swordsmanship instructor. A soldier chuckled. You lot, refrain from speaking so freely. Amor scolded, furrowing his brow. He harbored no ill will towards this prince, nor did he feel any affection. His loyalty lay solely with the king. Chapter 3. The voyage begins, yet it has not truly commenced. However, Amor had indeed heard of Cavendish's misdeeds. Upon confirming the truth of the prince's actions, the king promptly sealed off the news and ordered Cavendish's expulsion from the kingdom, stripping him of the bourgeois royal surname. What could have compelled a prince to commit such acts of violence? This may be considered an unsolved mystery. However, following the suppression of information, the impact on Cavendish has significantly diminished. Moreover, many remain oblivious to the fact that he is the true perpetrator. Controlling the narrative is a simple task. As long as Cavendish remains absent, the truth remains hidden. Thus, the vast ocean, you hold only water. Sudi sat upon the vessel, feeling quite helpless, even beginning to ponder how to navigate through the night ahead. At that moment, a white horse came galloping from the direction of the army, neighing towards Sudi at the shore. Sudi gestured, and remarkably, the horse came to a halt, quietly observing him below. Is this not the steed of Cavendish? What loyalty it shows in searching for its master. However, how can I, alone, bring you aboard? Sudi sighed in resignation but nonetheless leapt from the boat to pat the horse, not on its rear, but on its head. By the way, what is your name? The horse, which had previously displayed a joyful demeanor, suddenly deflated, exhibiting a remarkably human-like expression of shock. Can you comprehend my words? Moo, is that me? As for the reason a horse might be forced to sound like a cow, Cavendish could only walk toward the army. Ahem, everyone. Please lend a hand and summon a few sailors for me. Moreover, my beloved steed must also come aboard. Rest assured, arrangements will be made shortly, replied Amor indifferently. So you are not in a hurry to let me go? No. Amor replied resolutely. It is precisely because we wish to see you depart that we are taking the time to prepare. I sense your loyalty, Sudi said, patting his chest in deep lament. Alas, regarding my mount, since you shall accompany me on this voyage, it seems rather inappropriate to retain its former name. How about I bestow upon you a new name to commemorate our journey together? At this moment, the white horse could no longer contain itself, reaching out with its front hoof to tap Sudi on the shoulder. Then, it scratched the ground, inscribing the name Farelo. Subsequently, it pointed to itself. Master, you must have merely forgotten my name. Farelo internally grumbled, though it could not voice its thoughts. Yet, Sudi understood its writing. This horse can also write. Sudi scrutinized the inscription and swiftly deciphered its meaning. Farelo, is that your name? Such an intelligent horse would truly shine as a performer. Naturally, Sudi maintained a facade of composure, smiling as he awaited the king's arrangements. Upon reflection, considering that Cavendish had slain 500 men in his homeland, even if the king dotes on him, it would be beyond his tolerance. As Sudi pondered, fatigue overtook him, and he fell asleep on the deck of the sailboat. When he awoke abruptly, he realized he was still on the deck. This was no dream. This journey through time was indeed real. Suddenly, he found himself surrounded by numerous individuals. What? Sudi quickly sat up, noticing many sailors busily transporting supplies aboard the ship, while others inspected the hull's condition. Upon seeing Sudi awake, someone hurried over to greet him. Lord Cavendish, I am the chief of staff aboard the White Horse of Dreaming Forest, Zeiss. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Oh, I understand. Sudi nodded calmly in response, observing the man's honest demeanor. Sith handed over a newspaper. Upon glancing at it, Sudi was taken aback. Headline: The idol of countless young girls. Prince Cavendish has been sentenced by the king for the crime of being excessively popular and exiled abroad, accompanied by only 74 attendants and a mere 500 million for sustenance. Is this a distortion of the king's will, or a reflection of the people's decline? His Highness Cavendish may be facing a great fall from grace. What is this? I am condemned for being too popular? It is rather unavoidable. After all, Your Highness, you are truly too beloved, came Sith's smiling reply. Suddenly, Sudi recalled something. He had read about this in the prologue of a comic, which seemed to have provided some insight. Thus, the real charge that led to his departure from the kingdom was murder, and this news, published for public consumption, served as a justification to assuage the masses? What a father! Unfortunately, I have no need for such a thing. With that, Shooty casually tossed the newspaper aside. Sith inquired, might I ask, where shall we sail next? My lord? Well, Shooty pondered as he strolled across the deck, surveying the surrounding crew. Are these all my subordinates? Then becoming pirates at sea is out of the question. Military service is also not an option. Wouldn't that reduce me to begging on my knees? Perhaps I shall embrace the life of an adventurer instead. Traveling around seems appealing. I still possess 500 million berries. I should focus on enjoying myself. With this thought, Shooty felt a sense of self-satisfaction. Traveling through dimensions, isn't so dreadful after all. Let us first seek out the nearest island as our destination. By the way, do we have a navigational compass that leads directly to the New World? Your Highness, we do not possess one, but we can procure it at the next island. Very well, let us proceed towards the island we can accurately reach. Cavendish, no. It should be the Dream Forest's White Horse. This white horse, if memory serves, was named after his second persona. Shooty felt a spark of curiosity. Seeing the bustling crowd aboard, Shooty cheerfully greeted them. From now on, you shall all be exemplary workers. Do be considerate to your great boss. In his lifetime, Shooty felt a twinge of embarrassment at having never set foot on a traditional sailing ship, let alone a large vessel capable of carrying 100 souls. Naturally, he intended to inspect every room to satisfy his curiosity first. He needed to ensure he understood the 500 million left to him by the king. Alas, I discarded it too early. That night, feeling utterly bored in bed, Shooty got up to check the deck for the newspaper he had carelessly discarded in the morning. It was already gone. What? Who cleaned up so diligently? Shooty couldn't help but exclaim. Reporting, Your Highness, it was I. At that moment, an excited young man wearing goggles exclaimed. And you are? I am Smatey. Your Highness. All right, splendid. Are you on night duty today? Yes, Your Highness. Excellent. A diligent young man indeed. I shall impose a penalty upon you. No breakfast tomorrow. Working in the morning, and then taking the night shift with so little rest, how can one ensure the quality of night duty? Sudi maintained a calm demeanor as he turned to leave. This? Your Highness, Smite expressed a hint of tears, feeling somewhat wronged. Sudi, however, was quite pleased. Is this punishment too cruel? Skipping breakfast for an extended period could lead to gallstones. TSK, how wicked. Chapter 4. The story of the title page, a fine thing indeed. Well, fortunately, there is still a newspaper at Sith's place. During the monotonous hours at sea, one can only peruse the newspaper to alleviate boredom. Sudi glanced at the article featuring his own news, the photograph appearing somewhat familiar. Wait, is that not my sleeping posture on the deck? They actually captured me in a candid shot for the news. How despicable. Next news item. The princess of the Alabasta Kingdom has been kidnapped by pirates. And the valiant warlord Crocodile has come to her rescue. Oh, Old Sand has just begun to unfold his plans. I wonder if I could intervene? Crocodile's plot to usurp the country would likely not have failed had it not been for the Straw Hat Crew's interference. The only variable is how to persuade Robin to divulge the accurate historical information. Well, I shall go and take a look, after all. We are all traversing the Grand Line. It shall be like visiting a neighbor. However, my observation hockey seems rather limited at the moment. Some are born ordinary, while others are destined to conquer challenges. Some are born in Rome, starting their journey not from the Red Land, but directly upon the Grand Line. As for whether to prevent Crocodile, Sudi is in no rush to make a decision. Nevertheless, it remains feasible to go and observe, especially since he is not a pirate at present. This renders it so that, even if he indulges himself, as long as he does not commit any transgressions, the Navy would not pursue him. Your Highness Cavendish, may I enter the room? Sudi, lying on the bed, heard a woman's voice and could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Surely, it must be a woman drawn by his beauty. However, would a gentleman or a wealthy man ever refuse a lady's invitation? Sudi promptly moved to open the door. Your late-night snack has arrived, said the maid. Her face flushed with shyness, presenting fresh roses, freshly plucked from a potted rose plant. Cavendish accepted the tray containing a single rose, coolly shutting the door behind him. How outrageous. To find a crew member resembling this? If only she were a touch more attractive, he would not be so discontented. Yet, is this not a tad superficial? He had once been a prominent advocate against discrimination online. But then again, he was inherently a superficial person, thus it mattered not. Indeed, there were no beauties aboard the ship. How vexing. What a waste of my youth. Sudi tossed the rose aside and resumed reading the newspaper. The Iron Barrel Nation temporarily halts participation in world conferences. What could be the king's secret reasons? So, Is this merely sensationalism? Are you but an albatross feasting on sensationalist fruit? What was it called again? It is quite normal for the Navy to recruit on a limited scale along the Grand Route. The next day, upon awakening, Sudi inquired with a few sailors nearby about the location of the dining hall. This breakfast feels hardly inferior to that in a royal palace. Your Highness, this is the cuisine crafted by your favorite chef Orlando. Oh, I see. Gazing at the white horse leisurely savoring from a red wine glass, Sudi was momentarily taken aback. How can this horse be so refined? Farrelou calmly set down his glass. To expect a horse to perform such a feat is indeed quite a challenge. Though I am not short of funds, this situation seems rather extravagant. Haha. Does Farrelou also enjoy this particular red wine? It is from the king's private collection. Sudi took a sip of the red wine. Its flavor was indeed delightful. It lacked the typical sharpness of alcohol, instead presenting a gentle palate. As it flowed down his throat and into his belly, warmth enveloped him. Quite good, indeed. Your Highness, your specially prepared roses have arrived, freshly harvested. At that moment, a burly man in a chef's outfit wheeled over a cart. On the cart lay an iron tray covered with a lid. What dish could this be? Sudi opened it with eager anticipation. To his astonishment, the tray revealed roses drizzled with honey. What is this? Sudi did not expect this dish to be palatable. Yet, summoning his courage, he pierced a petal with his knife and fork and placed it in his mouth. Wow. The texture was silky smooth, soft yet resilient, sweet with a fragrant undertone. There are two types of fragrance. One is floral, and the other is the sweet allure that tantalizes the palate. The addition of honey enhances this flavor tremendously, perhaps serving as a crowning touch. I wonder if my bias, as a lover of sweets, is overly selfish. Sudi elegantly savored each delicate bite. Is it true that Cavendish's favorite treat is rose petals? Not unappealing, indeed. Wait, what are you doing? You are a time traveler? In an instant, Sudi regained his composure. Surveying his surroundings, he found that apart from the chef, who wore a beaming smile, everyone else had left. Fortunately, it was embarrassing, but not entirely humiliating. How could I be so ignorant as to indulge in flowers? I am, after all, a renowned figure in this realm. When the chef presented the second dish, a steak, Sudi could no longer contain himself and began to devour it with abandon. Though his mouth was full, he still maintained a certain grace. No wonder Cavendish has such a significant weakness. Those who adore sweets are often so unabashedly indulgent. Thankfully, as a prince, he dined alone in this restaurant, with only the serving chef having the chance to witness him in this moment. Very good. Thank you, Sudi remarked to the chef. The prince would utter such words? The chef appeared quite astonished. Well, is that so strange? Sudi felt he might have compromised part of his persona. Yet it was essential to uphold another. At the very least, he could not reveal his true nature immediately after departing the novice village. Indeed, His Highness has truly matured, the chef said, deeply moved, and proceeded to prepare 2 additional dishes. That should suffice. How many more dishes are there? I will prepare the next one once you have finished the previous. Ensuring the satisfaction of the diners is my duty as a chef, he declared confidently, raising his head. From now on, let us abolish this rule, Sudi replied calmly. If one must eat their fill before more dishes are served, is that not wasteful? A true chef should never waste food. Sanji interjected, that makes sense, but why do you steal my words? My apologies, Your Highness, that was my mistake. Well, let us cease breakfast here for now. Sudi finally managed to finish his meal before stepping aside to digest a little. Speaking of which, it seems we have no books to read aboard this ship. This could prove rather dull on the high seas. During the day, Chen Yu casually found an unobstructed space on the deck, wielding his western sword to train and acclimate to his body's speed and strength. While it is called a western sword, it is not entirely so. Nonetheless, it is undoubtedly a fine blade. Is it a quick blade? Sudi swung it a few times, finding it quite manageable, though he possessed no skill in swordsmanship. Should a confrontation arise, the likelihood of erratic slashing would be far greater. One sword style, demon slash. Ouch, my teeth. He had intended to mimic Zoro's S3 sword style, biting down on the sword in that iconic pose. However, it is utterly impossible. This does not constitute a part of the human evolutionary narrative. Darwin, indeed. Here we are, Robinho Island. Anchor down. The sailors began to busily prepare, for this was no mere small sailboat. As they approached the shore, Sudi jumped down with enthusiasm. The invigorating scent of fresh soil. By the way, why do you not disembark? Sudi turned to glance at the sailors who were still occupied with laying the planks to connect to the dock, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Well, I had previously advanced a small sum, consider it pocket money, he concluded cheerfully before striding off. It seemed that His Highness the Prince had undergone considerable change. Shishi was quite curious about this. Overall, it appeared he had become more amiable. Well then, we also need to procure some supplies and ingredients. With money in his pocket, Shudi walked with an air of confidence. Each leap he took reached nearly 20 meters in height. His physique was rather extraordinary, wasn't it? Fortunately, he had not fully exerted himself on the ship. Otherwise, this pirate vessel would surely have suffered damage. Wait, I am not a pirate. I am merely an exiled prince. Shudi reaffirmed his identity. The port was composed of ordinary muddy earth, and with a powerful stomp, he created a small crater. Yet, the thrill of leaping from such a height was exhilarating. With my jumping ability, reaching the top of a 5-story building would be a trivial feat. Is this the life of a genius? Shudi quickly acclimated to his newfound strength. This person seems remarkably radiant. Unbelievable. He must undoubtedly be of noble birth. TSK. It is just SOSO. At the port, there were not many women. Hence the lack of commotion was indeed true. Shudi had not fully grasped the impact of his presence. Next, he sought to purchase a map from the locals, as he wished to locate a bookstore. Of course, if he could also find a reputable knife shop and acquire a fine blade, he would not object. Even the pirate king, Luffy, could not resist the allure of a renowned sword. He was no different. Upon arriving in the town, he had already attracted considerable attention. Shudi felt somewhat uncomfortable under such gazes. His charm was merely second in the world. Surely, these people could not be so captivated. He then observed a variety of peculiar faces, some with bald heads, large noses, and small eyes, others with pockmarked faces, missing teeth, and scarred lips, and even a person with a panda head. No wonder unmarried women across the nation refused to wed. It became clear that without comparison, there can be no pain. In the pirate world, even the average attractiveness was remarkable. However, at my level, most users from a certain platform surpassed me. If they were to come here, would it not lead to chaos? Fortunately, in this new place, there were not many who truly recognized him. Several women attempted to engage him in conversation, yet he resolutely declined their advances. Was it a jest? Though many young women in this world possess commendable beauty, his aspirations soared far beyond the mundane. Excuse me, big brother, could you help me retrieve that balloon? At that moment, a naive little girl tugged at Sudi's pants. Certainly. Sudi had just stepped into the threshold of a weapon shop when he encountered this child, who appeared to be no older than 10, with little apprehension. Raising his gaze, he noticed that the balloon was precariously lodged against the ceiling. It seemed the gas within had been generously filled. Standing at an impressive height of 2 meters, his outstretched arm reached approximately 2 meters and 50 centimeters, yet he still fell short of grasping it. However, undeterred, he knew his robust physique allowed for a simple leap, enabling him to retrieve the balloon effortlessly. With confidence, Sudi sprang up, his hand lightly encircling the balloon-S body. Then, with a sudden pop, the balloon burst unexpectedly. Eh? Ah? The little girl maintained an innocent and puzzled expression. Sudi took a closer look and realized that a chandelier nearby housed a protruding spike that had pierced the balloon. Of course, the primary cause was his own forceful attempt to grasp it. My apologies, dear, your balloon has been claimed by this shop's chandelier. What transpired, Shaomona? The shopkeeper peered over the counter, scrutinizing Sudi with a disapproving gaze, his expression decidedly unfriendly. This was undoubtedly due to the fact that the proprietor was a man. Alas, his appearance had become a detriment to his impression. Sudi, contemplating a hasty retreat, found himself trapped in the situation. The little girl, looking somewhat aggrieved, began to collect the remnants of the balloon. It was this big brother who helped me get the balloon, and it ended up crashing into the chandelier. This is not merely a table lamp. Indeed, not a mischievous child, Sudi mused internally, maintaining a smile while feeling quite embarrassed. It was quite careless of me. How about this? I shall give you 50 belly to procure another balloon. No, the little girl replied, retreating into the main hall of the shop. Sudi found himself in a predicament. Leaving felt inappropriate, yet staying felt equally awkward. Ultimately, he decided to step further inside. Sir, do you have any fine blades available? Oh, your current weaponry does not seem to be of inferior quality, the shopkeeper remarked, recognizing the renowned sword known as Durandal at a glance. The large gemstone embedded in it was particularly conspicuous. That does not affect my inquiry. I am simply interested in whether you possess any superior weaponry. Well, allow me to show you. I happen to have a commendable blade here. While it may not rank among the finest, its material is certainly not lacking in quality. Thus, it became clear that this was not a legendary weapon. Su Di frowned and remarked, not even on the level of a good blade. If you want to compare materials, why not pit white paper against the Bailey? After all, they are both merely paper. Young nobleman, your words reveal a profound ignorance. The shopkeeper's expression darkened. Such renowned blades are rare and coveted. Each one is sought after by the world's greatest swordsmen. Do you think they are as common as cabbages? Anyone can possess one. Apologies, but I possess a blade, Su Di retorted, wishing to maintain a low profile, yet finding it impossible. He casually drew Durandal, the blade gleaming brilliantly. Is this perhaps too ostentatious? He pondered, showcasing it momentarily before sheathing it again. Regardless of the sword's former classification, it was, in his grasp, undeniably a sword, perhaps a touch more elegant than a knife. The shopkeeper had only glanced at it briefly, yet he had already gauged the sword's quality. Indeed, it was a fine weapon, meeting the standards of a good blade, though he had never heard of it before. Naturally, one would not have heard of it, as it was an exclusive weapon for nobles. Su Di surveyed the shop further but found nothing of interest and turned to leave. As he departed, a young girl in the hall observed his retreating figure and the black sword displayed prominently on the wall. Hey, Dad, does that guy have a problem with his eyesight? A fine blade is right here, and he didn't even recognize it? It's positioned so prominently, it can't be an ordinary item. The shopkeeper lit a cigarette and chuckled. Ah, and he even brandished a Durandal. I recall that it's a royal heirloom from a certain dynasty. He truly believes I am not discerning. Young masters like him are rarely true swordsmen, unworthy of the fine blades in my collection. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the shop. The shopkeeper glanced at the door, which was clearly ajar. Huh. Su Di stood calmly at the entrance, his hand still poised as if to knock. Oh, my apologies. I forgot to bring this little girl a balloon, he smiled, though he held no balloon. The sword does appear impressive. Yes, I shall take it for 1,000,000 Bailey. Su Di stepped forward to retrieve the blade he had previously examined, drawing it from the wall. The blade was not as dark as its sheath. Instead, it gleamed with a brilliant white, reflecting light as if polished to perfection. It was undoubtedly a fine sword, sharp enough to warrant admiration, though it could merely be the result of a mirror finish. Hey, that is not for sale, the shopkeeper protested. Very well, I understand. Su Di replied, affixing the sword to his waist beside Durandal and placing 5,000,000 Bailey on the counter. With such actions, I could report you to the authorities. The shopkeeper exclaimed. Fair trade. What grounds do you have for reporting? Su Di lightly retorted as he exited the shop. Alas, what a significant loss, the shopkeeper lamented. The shopkeeper pondered for a moment but chose not to pursue the matter. Father, if this is indeed the treasure of the store, why would you sell it for just 5,000,000 berries? The little girl inquired. If you truly did not wish to sell, you could have easily stopped that person. The reason is that our family's business has recently faced some hardships. Moreover, the value of the Liangkuai Dao is indeed less than that price, he explained. Once, while I possessed this blade, my heart swelled with dreams of becoming a swordsman. Yet now, with age, my spirit has waned. The shopkeeper could only smile in response. Oh, so you are rather naive, father, the little girl remarked with a calm expression. Su Di, standing nearby, had discreetly listened to the shopkeeper's lament before departing. Naturally, he could not allow them to notice him. After all, he too feared encountering counterfeit goods. By the way, does this blade have a name? Cavendish, age 18. Rank, nameless pirate underling. Physical strength, 1649, supernova. Speed, 4245, warlord. Power, 1120, supernova. Stamina, 978, island overlord. Armament hockey, 1 beginner. Observation hockey, 147, amused. Conqueror's hockey, 0, hope is lost. Devil fruit, 0, economic difficulties. World map preview. Identification function activated for living beings. Has the functionality increased? Is this truly a system? It seems there are no further reactions, Su Di mused. Furthermore, my physical data appears to have undergone some subtle changes, has it not? It must have changed. Considering I have hardly exercised aboard the ship, such alterations are quite normal. Su Di touched the blade, sensing that the reminder to identify the life form was merely a ruse. His observation hockey seemed somewhat adequate, but why was his armament hockey already at its limit? How was one supposed to train this skill? Su Di attempted to utilize hockey. However, observation hockey typically activates passively in response to incoming threats. Even the strongest had seldom been seen using it as a form of perception. As for armament hockey, it was a matter of enchantment. Those who understood knew. Enchant me. Sudi glared at his left index finger, striving to infuse it with armament hockey, yet it felt as if his efforts were utterly in vain. This method of discernment seems to hold little utility. Perhaps I should attempt identification? In a moment of contemplation, Sudi focused on a random passerby. Age, 34. Faction level, Navy, Lieutenant. Physical strength, 88. Speed, 91. Power, 112. Stamina, 154. Armament hockey, 0. Observation hockey, 0. Conqueror's hockey, 0. Devil fruit, 0. Can it be that my ability to assess talents is so profound? Merely selecting a random individual reveals a Navy officer? Yet, I am not a pirate. Thus, why am I being assigned to a pirate faction? The significance of this faction, it appears, cannot be entirely dismissed as futile. After all, discerning the true allegiances of others indeed holds some merit. Sudi was profoundly intrigued upon encountering Kazuru. He glanced around, and in a short span, drew the attention of several women nearby. A sense of impending trouble began to loom. Seizing an opportunity, Sudi procured a mask from a roadside stall and swiftly altered his position. The medieval architectural style of this world possesses a unique charm. Yet, the lives of ordinary people seem far from mundane. Each individual appears to be brimming with vitality. Could this be related to the energy provided by the food in this realm, or perhaps the capacity of humans to store such energy? However, within this world, the absence of reference points leaves Sudi uncertain. After purchasing a few fried snacks from the street vendor, he set off in search of a bookstore. Excuse me, what is the best-selling adventure book you have? Oh, are you buying it for a child at home? I would recommend this volume, The Adventures of the King of Swindlers. Is this a book suitable for teaching children? Well, never mind. Just give me a few storybooks with a variety of genres. Do you read them yourself? Yes. So please hurry and select them. Just don't grab a nursery rhyme to fill the quota. Hee, you saw right through me. What? You genuinely intend to do that? Of course not, in business. Integrity is paramount, the bookstore owner declared with righteous conviction. Subsequently, in Sudi's thorough inspection, he discovered many other types of books. Perhaps I misjudged. It accidentally ended up in there. The tale of this bookstore reveals that nearly all the storybooks have been packed away by Sudi. Naturally, as a collection of stories, how could there possibly be only one? That would render it a rarity. Understanding the art of scarcity marketing is the key to prosperity. The shopkeeper, seemingly indifferent, retrieved several older editions of storybooks from the storeroom to display at the front. The books Sudi packed amounted to 50,000 Baileys. Yet, despite this sum, it remains a modest investment. With a paltry expenditure, one can acquire a wealth of historical narratives and a plethora of intriguing legends from the Great Sea Route. Furthermore, one can delve into the unique local folklore of various maritime regions, yielding substantial returns. Is the tale of the king of scammers, Roland, known here by another name in these waters? Yet, it seems he was whisked away by merely a land of gold. How could there be so many stories? The book is so thick. Curiosity piqued, Sudi hoisted a massive parcel on one shoulder while clutching a book in the other hand. As he strolled through the streets, passers-by sidestepped him. Would a respectable individual carry such heavy baggage in public? Yet, all this represents the power of knowledge. With the most rudimentary awareness of his surroundings, Sudi was unconcerned about colliding with anyone as he made his way back to the harbor. Your Highness, what is all this you have brought? He was asked. Clearing his throat, he replied, I believe we require a measure of the power of knowledge, hence I purchased some books. At this moment, the white horse, Faraloo, grinned broadly by the ship's side. This smile carries a hint of youthful exuberance. The intellect is remarkably high. Fortunately, there are no laws here, otherwise, one might find themselves imprisoned. Animals have transcended their nature, no longer confined to mere existence. At this moment, Sudi has begun to gauge his own strength. Leaping effortlessly with his backpack from a height of over 20 meters to grasp the climbing rope at the side of the ship. However, the rope was severed. Nonetheless, he managed to toss his luggage upwards, sustaining little impact himself. He hooked his feet onto the rope below and ascended with ease. Your Highness, why do you not board the ship via the gangplank? Zeiss inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Simply because I am in good spirits. This is Lieutenant Bylas. Have you made any progress in investigating the damage to the streets of Mr. District? Have you identified the suspect? Report, Lieutenant. there are no shattered streets. It appears that the damage is consistent with the weight of footsteps. Some of the force seems quite uneven, a somewhat timid ensign reported. He had just traversed that street and had failed to notice any irregularities, a clear dereliction of duty. Very well, it seems this shall remain an unsolved mystery. The Dreaming Forest is indeed a fine vessel, and adapting to this newfound power is quite commendable. The strength of a supernova has reached such heights. Thankfully, mastery has been achieved. Otherwise, stability aboard the ship would be compromised, potentially leading to the deck being shattered beneath one's feet. Sudi mused while stretching his body. Only Farrelou observed him with a look of bewilderment. Do not doubt. As your companion, I am obliged to inform you that my second personality has undergone a transformation. It has absorbed the first, emerging as a new identity. Indeed, that is the case. Sudi chuckled lightly, patting Farrelou on the head. The passage of time aboard the vessel has, at last, become less monotonous. Sudi, engrossed in a storybook, soon found that evening had arrived. Having read but a single volume. It's time to stretch my legs, he mused as he exited his quarters. Treading lightly onto the deck to inhale the fresh sea air. Suddenly, he was met with an unexpected gust that nearly blinded him as he opened the hatch to the cabin. The sailors were already engaged in unfurling the sails, while the navigator directed their efforts at the helm. It appeared that everyone on deck was preoccupied with their tasks. Yet, within the cabin, Sudi had been oblivious to the ship's vigorous swaying, which had persisted since the moment he had arrived. Your Highness, you should return to rest. We are merely experiencing minor weather fluctuations that necessitate a course adjustment, Sis remarked, noticing Sudi standing at the cabin door, seemingly lost in thought. However, who was Sudi? Despite the fierce winds, his stride remained unaffected. I am merely getting some exercise, he replied, closing the cabin door behind him. Just then, a towering wave crashed against the deck, drenching him in seawater and abruptly ending his cheerful disposition. Your Highness, what brings you up here? The navigator inquired, finally noticing Sudi, who stood alone at the railing, gazing out at the sea. Nothing of consequence, just enjoying the breeze and the fresh air, Sudi replied calmly. Though soaked to the skin, his demeanor remained unperturbed. What island lies ahead? He inquired. According to your instructions, we are currently heading towards Alabasta. We initially planned to take advantage of the accelerating current for a quicker arrival, but I misjudged the seasonal conditions. At this time, the current has reached its peak velocity, coinciding with the most intense winds, rendering prolonged navigation inadvisable. Thus, I have opted to alter our course, estimating that we will reach Alabasta in 5 days. Such a lengthy voyage? Sudi queried, twirling a lock of his golden curls. No matter, let us proceed as planned. We shall likely pass several islands along the way. Indeed, long voyages necessitate comprehensive resupply, the navigator acknowledged, glancing at the permanent compass. Chapter 6. An encounter in the wild following the discharge of nuclear waste. The fish in the ocean underwent mutations, leading to the emergence of what the populace now refers to as sea kings, while the fruits of the sea transformed into what are known as devil fruits. Anyone consuming a devil fruit experiences a metamorphosis. Some may find their arms elongated. Others sprout additional limbs, and even animals have been known to articulate human speech. Among these mutated beings, a group set forth into the ocean in search of the elusive truths of 100 years of history. They stumbled upon a small island and discovered the source of the nuclear waste, which they dubbed One Piece. My treasure? If you desire it, take it all. Go forth and seek it. Everything I possess is there. Borrow, borrow, borrow. Sudi, feeling a sense of ennui, observed the two telephone insects engaged in their peculiar communion, a smile gracing his visage. Ultimately, these creatures are, after all, living beings. But what lies at the heart of their operation? He lifted the receiver of one telephone insect, and instantly, the other seemed to receive a signal, emitting a sound. Although, I am truly sorry. Watching the sluggish movements of the telephone insect, Sudi interposed a piece of cardboard between them. They soon encountered an obstacle, coming to a halt upon touching the cardboard, evidently lacking the capacity to turn. Telephone insects come in various types, the most common being the dial telephone insect, the listening telephone insect, the anti-eavesdropping telephone insect, the camera telephone insect, and the projection telephone insect. Their functionality is diverse, and they are quite affordable, merely a matter of 100,000 berries. The value of berries is neither excessively high nor particularly low. For instance, a bag of 100 gene of flour costs approximately 5,000 berries. Foodstuffs have always been the most suitable commodities for gauging currency value. As a measure, Sudi had also procured several multifunctional telephone insects, believing that their versatility rendered them excellent companions, useful and entertaining. When held, they remained docile, only reacting when engaged. Of course, these telephone insects require specialized care, for they are indeed living organisms. Even after undergoing modifications for the sake of convenience and communication, they remain biological entities, unquestionably fitting as human pets. Upon answering a call from the other end, Sudi's expressions shifted, the nuances of which were perceptibly communicated. However, once Chunyu obscured his face, the telephone insect fell silent. So, what is the underlying principle? Must the individual on this side be visible for expressions to be elicited? Intriguingly, a certain Kira narrowly escaped an encounter. He terminated the connection with the telephone insect, although he found the peculiar traits of this world refreshingly novel. Once he grasped the mechanics in his hand, he became indifferent. After all, there would be ample opportunities for amusement in the future. It must be some form of biological electromagnetic wave that facilitates this unique interaction. After all, the science of this world operates within its own framework. One need only observe how the mighty lightning of the East can strike the straw hat, yet leave it unscathed. Is this scientific? I am uncertain, yet it elicits a sense of dread. We have arrived at our next destination. Sudi refrained from jumping ship this time, considering their grand vessel rises over 30 meters above the water's surface. Engaging in such thrilling endeavors consistently is unwise. Faralu, let us proceed and stretch our legs. Each voyage lasts but a day. However, in the absence of electronic devices, he finds himself limited to physical exercise and observing the novel wonders of this world. Moo. As the sailors secured the gangway to the shore, Sudi descended from the ship with poise. Each island possesses its own unique charm. Logically, the seas of this new world ought to be far more intriguing. A smile graced Sudi's face as he anticipated the exploration ahead. Has my tone gradually become more whimsical? By the way, could you please keep an eye out for a set of dumbbells or similar items for physical training? I feel my swordsmanship has significantly deteriorated. Sudi communicated this to the steward, along with various minor domestic concerns. This location is yet another territory of a franchise nation, albeit merely a subsidiary island, incorporated as an ordinary transit point. Adequate, I suppose. After familiarizing himself with the island's background, Sudi felt no further anxiety. Ho ho ho. How does one sing the song of Bink Sake? He hummed this peculiar melody while strolling through the streets. Concealed by a jester's mask, his appearance remained well hidden, consequently attracting little attention this time. As per routine, he decided to visit a weapon shop, hoping to stumble upon a fine blade. Approaching a storefront adorned with the sign of swords, Sudi entered with a confident stride. Welcome, esteemed guest. May I inquire what type of weapon you seek? A renowned sword, a swift blade, or perhaps a large saber. Do you have any? Regrettably, we do not possess such items. Sudi surveyed the exquisite blades in the shop, genuinely lamenting that the proprietor did not pursue a career as an artist. Sir, your artistic sensibility is commendable. Dear customer, your expectations are quite lofty. A resounding failure. Not every establishment can boast exceptional gear. Even the Pirate King would find such luck elusive. As he wandered the streets, he sought the location of a bookstore. It was not his intention to confront the bookstore, but rather, every region's tales were distinct. He required numerous stories to pass the time, especially since there were no recreational activities aboard the ship. Moreover, he intended to purchase a few decks of cards. He absolutely could not afford to remain in such a despondent state. It was essential to provide the crew with something to occupy their leisure hours. Oh, Your Highness, where are you headed? A group of sailors approached to greet him. After walking for a while, he had encountered familiar faces. However, Sudi genuinely could not recall the names of these ordinary sailors. Alternatively, one might say it is entirely unclear. Well, no matter. Let us explore whether there are any intriguing places nearby. Your Highness. We are just about to head to the casino. Would you care to join us? The sailors, observing the demeanor of the exiled prince they have been following, felt emboldened to act with a modicum of audacity due to his approachable nature. Had they been in the company of other nobility, they would have faced severe reprimands by now. Gambling is a grave sin against the frugality required for sustenance. It becomes exceedingly difficult for me to dispense your wages under such circumstances. Your Highness, we were merely jesting. In truth, we are preparing to procure supplies. One of them replied. I too was jesting. You are free to go wherever you wish. I shall not interfere, Su Di said, waving his hand. He joined them. For the time spent aboard the ship was indeed dreadfully dull. Oh, is it number 05? I have lost again, an unremarkable elderly gentleman lamented at the gambling table. Although the marble had come to rest on black 34, those who had placed their bets alongside him expressed their discontent, eager to voice their grievances, yet were restrained by those around them. This is evidently a well-orchestrated arrangement to maintain order. They are merely ordinary gamblers and should refrain from getting entangled in the turmoil. It seems there is quite an intriguing game unfolding, as several individuals from the dreamland forest draw closer to observe the gambling table. The deceived individual, with an air of indifference, gradually rises, grasping his cane, and slowly departs from the casino. Goodness, is that not Fujitora? As Su Di steps through the entrance, he is met with the sight of a naval admiral engaged in gambling. Did he not claim to lack the ability to cheat with observation hockey? What has transpired here? Alas, the casino owner cannot afford to lose. This blind man has only won a mere 5 rounds, yet they brazenly deceive in this establishment. However, one might assume that even a blind man could deduce certain circumstances. How is it that he does not contest this? If you were blind, would you dare to refute? One must consider the consequences, after all. Su Di is also quite intrigued by Fujitora. Moreover, if time serves correctly, Fujitora has not yet joined the navy. He approaches the gambling table, leaning in, yet refrains from hastily engaging Fujitora in conversation. Instead, he points to the betting board and exclaims, "There is something amiss with this round." The dealer, upon hearing this, twitches at the corners of his mouth but responds, "We are a casino. How could there possibly be an issue? We operate with absolute fairness, free from deception." Yet, before he can finish his sentence, Su Di produces a magnet from beneath the betting wheel. Behold, a magnet. My friend, are you deliberately seeking trouble? This directly incites the ire of the casino's enforcers. No wonder I have rarely won a game here before. Such a large magnet. However, how did that blind man manage to win? A smile graces Su Di's face, as he was initially prepared to leave, but with someone stirring up trouble, he turns back to observe the spectacle. If you didn't have a magnet, I would certainly believe you. You dare to seek conflict without even gambling? Several burly men gather around. Yet, this is merely an ordinary island within the Grand Line. A small casino is not likely to refresh elite monsters with such high probability. Thus, Su Di remains entirely composed. He merely intended to enjoy a bit of diversion. Yet a certain metallic ring on his trousers has been drawn towards the magnet. This is indeed rather exaggerated. It is the first time Su Di has encountered such a large magnet at a gambling table. TSK, their establishment's reputation is bound to be tarnished. A bystander jeered. The despicable boss arrived late, and as soon as he spoke, he witnessed Su Di effortlessly knocking out the small fry. Gambling is dull, fighting is exhilarating. Especially in such a dominating manner, it is truly entertaining. Su Di unleashed several punches and kicks, feeling invigorated. This young man might be courting trouble. Yishao murmured softly at this moment. No worries, no worries. After all, my status is undoubtedly superior to theirs. If anyone seeks to trouble me, they can easily be apprehended. Su Di confidently feigned bravado. To strike hard online while cowering in reality? That was the behavior of those who lacked strength in the past. He possesses both power and status. Although he had been openly exiled, he was still not someone who would be hunted for trifles. At this instant, Yishao opened his eyes, his pale pupils gazing at Su Di. Though he could not see, he had begun to gauge Su Di's capabilities. May I inquire your esteemed name? No need for formality, it's Cavendish. By the way, when asking others, you should also introduce yourself. Hee. I am merely an old blind man. The swordsman chuckled. Yishao is it? Identification. Yishao, age 46. Rank, unknown. Physical strength, 8457. Vice Emperor, speed, 9451. Vice Emperor, strength, 9175. Vice Emperor, stamina, 6744. Warlord, armament hockey, 5494. Vice Emperor, observation hockey, 7544. Emperor level, conqueror's hockey, 0. No hope in this life. Devil fruit, 693. On the brink of awakening, what? These attributes are so much higher than mine. But then again, I am only 18. And Yishao has already reached his peak, with his strength unlikely to increase further. However, how is this combat power assessment determined? The thoughts that lingered in his mind could not be voiced. Yet, Su Di's expression had grown noticeably serious. Removing his mask, he revealed an extraordinarily handsome face, instantly capturing the attention of the majority in the casino. Although the crowd consisted mostly of men, Yishao remained oblivious. His fundamental judgment of a person's identity still relied on aura or voice. The times are regressing, Yishao remarked. Su Di calmly rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, gazing up at the ceiling. Upon uttering these words, Yishao found himself at a loss. Even if you lose the eyes that can see the filth of the world, you can still hear the dark whispers and sense the essence of darkness. This is the lament of our era, as well as a shared sorrow between you and me. What precisely do you wish to convey? A faint smile betrays confusion, as this young man appears to be somewhat lacking in clarity of thought. Countless commoners, ravaged by the onslaught of pirates, suffer the destruction of their homes and the fracturing of their families. They struggle to find sustenance and rest. Is this the fault of the Navy or the government? No, it is the fault of the times, the blight of this great age of piracy. However, for individuals of our standing, I propose we converse in private. I have matters to attend to, so let us proceed. With an air of familiarity, Su Di placed his hand on Yi Zhao's shoulder. Come, let us make our departure. The casino staff, bewildered and battered, were left in a state of confusion. After all that talk, if you merely intend to lead him away, what was the point of attacking us? Surely, they do not seek wealth? This is a disruption to their establishment. Nevertheless, it is indeed difficult to provoke a confrontation. They can only report to their superior powers. For a moment, the casino fell silent, as the world of pirates found itself in an awkward predicament. Just moments ago, many had recognized Cavendish, the wandering prince who had captured the attention of numerous islands. The situation was ambiguous. While it was said he had been exiled, he was accompanied by a considerable entourage and substantial resources, all of which had been documented in the newspapers. It was hard not to suspect ulterior motives. Moreover, how infuriating. This scoundrel possesses a beauty that slightly surpasses my own. Nearby sailors exchanged glances, feeling somewhat embarrassed. They had initially intended to bring their lord down for a gamble. Yet it had all come to an unexpected halt. And who, pray tell, is that elderly gentleman? Perhaps it is best not to speak recklessly. It seems that elder exudes an aura of strength. They found a modest eatery, as tea houses were conspicuously absent. Tea houses, by definition, are places for tea. Yet in this locale of diminished productivity, their numbers are so scant they are nearly negligible. After all, the impoverished are too preoccupied with selling their labor to indulge in leisurely tea time. Might you have matters to discuss with me? No. I inquire about the recent pursuits of Mr. Yishao. Oh, merely a bit of casual gambling. There is not much work to speak of. Ahem, are you aware, Mr. Yishao, of the current tumult in the world? Yishao regarded him, awaiting further elaboration, while Su Di smiled mysteriously, as if he were waiting for him to speak. How can one even begin to discuss the chaos? Yishao could only provide a lead. Well, this turmoil, its roots lie with the pirate king, Roger, as is well known. However, the most imminent disorder stems from the 7 warlords of the sea. Aside from the first swordsman, Mihawk, the remaining warlords are but feckless rogues unworthy of their titles. Recently, there has been news concerning the warlords. I wonder if Mr. Yishao has heard of it? This, I must admit, is news to me. In Alabasta, the sand crocodile, has been thwarted in his villainous endeavors, leading to the rescue of Princess Vivi. True pirates would never engage in endeavors devoid of benefit. Merely glancing through the newspaper, I stumbled upon a news item that raised my suspicion. The 7 warlords would not dare to meddle with the nations allied to the world government. Certainly, someone of crocodile stature, having ascended to the rank of warlord, would not casually entangle himself with royalty, particularly that of a former celestial dragon lineage. Is it possible that there are hidden motives at play? Indeed, upon conducting my investigation, I uncovered the underlying issues. The abduction incident was a premeditated act, as you defeigned indifference. Hence, would you be interested in delving into the truth behind this affair? Although the existence of the 7 warlords is undeniably an irrational system, seeking trouble with them might not be prudent. I wonder, do you harbor a sense of justice within you, Yishao? Yishao has already surmised some of Yudi's intentions. Even amidst this chaotic era, the plight of the oppressed weighs heavily on my conscience. Therefore, do share your thoughts, Cavendish. My intention is to eliminate all 7 warlords, starting with Crocodile, who seems poised to cause further turmoil. Then, we shall form a formidable alliance, shall we? I have other matters to attend to. Very well. It seems you have conveyed your answer through your gaze, Yishao. I knew I had not misjudged you. You are indeed a steadfast warrior, embodying true justice. Worthy of the title of a great swordsman. Well, without further ado, we can set sail to Alabasta the day after tomorrow, to witness the vile countenance of the 7 warlords. Nearby, the crew began to whisper among themselves. Could His Highness be losing his mind? Why invite an old man to join the crew? Moreover, this tactic seems rather unscrupulous. Indeed. But perhaps this old man is a hidden sage. Exactly. It seems unlikely that mere chance would lead us here. Thus, you are merely a sailor. That makes sense. The crew turned their gazes towards the one who merely echoed their sentiments. You should all remain silent, UD said with a furrowed brow. I am willing to accompany you, my lord. I too wish to witness the extent of the government's decay. Oh, your agreement is most welcome. However, once the matter is resolved, I kindly ask to be returned here. UD rose to settle the bill. You all will ensure my return, won't you? UD haggled with the proprietor. Yixiao was drawn back onto the ship by UD's arm around his shoulders. There's no need to be so eager. It's fine. Remember, punishing evil knows no time. Have you not yet confirmed? Farrella was disgruntled that an old man had taken his place, while Shisi wore a perplexed expression. The sudden invitation to board the ship seemed to have caught the guest off guard, as if he had not received any prior notice. Onward to Alabasta. Proceed straight ahead, shouted Shudi from the bow of the ship. But my old friend remains on the island. I wonder if I might borrow a phone bug. Yixiao inquired with a smile. Of course, no problem. I'll dial for you. Moshi, this is Yixiao. Oh, where have you been? Why didn't you return to the inn? Oh, I accepted an invitation from a young man to eliminate one of the warlords of the sea. Did I not mention we were merely going to observe? To see if that warlord is truly a nefarious villain? Shudi expressed his unease. Well then, be careful. Although, I don't expect you to encounter much danger in the first half of the Grand Line. The phone bug quickly disconnected. Who is your esteemed friend? Would you care to join forces for a grand endeavor? Shudi pondered, recalling that Yixiao's acquaintance was likely the Green Bull. Perhaps not, Yixiao quietly savored the exquisite wines and delicacies aboard the ship. By the way, I feel as though a power within me is about to awaken. Unbeknownst to me, it seems to be attaching itself to my sword, enhancing its might. I wonder if Brother Yixiao could offer some guidance? Shudi suddenly remembered his haki, which appeared to be in an unawakened state. If one could consider it an awakening, then it was indeed a rather feeble one. This may be haki, a power that humans can harness. You might still be in a state of incomplete awakening. I can certainly assist you. After dinner, Yixiao led Shudi to the training room aboard the ship and immediately imposed a weight of 15 times gravity. 15 times. In an instant, his body tensed. 1.5 times? Is this really just 1.5? Nevertheless, he managed to adapt and move with some difficulty. Shudi took a few steps, drawing his sword without significant hindrance. Please, gradually increase the pressure. It was only when the gravity was suddenly released that he felt some discomfort. Were it to increase to double, he feared he might struggle once more. This is likely the ability of my devil fruit. The gravity fruit allows me to manipulate a portion of gravitational force, Yixiao explained calmly. Shudi had previously shown no awareness of his fruit ability. 16 times. 17 times. Shudi was entirely capable of enduring it. Gravity is not merely about doubling one's weight. Rather, it involves subjecting every part of one's body to this heightened pressure. With the gravity set to double, Shudi drew his treasured sword and practiced a few moves. Since they were in the ship's training room, the release of gravity affected only a small area, with iron plates beneath serving as a cushion, causing minimal impact elsewhere on the vessel. Do you not know swordsmanship? I do. Shudi replied confidently, then executed a flourish with his sword. Almost causing the sword to slip from his grasp, he hurriedly caught it, his expression somewhat awkward. A fine blade is not wielded in such a manner. Chapter 8. Garden Baby Ha. Rising Dragon Sword. Sudi swung his weapon casually, but Yixiao effortlessly evaded the strike. Subsequently, a blade was pressed against his weak point, causing the sword to slip from his hand and clatter to the ground. If you approach the 7 warlords in this manner, it may prove to be quite challenging, Yixiao remarked. Strength cannot dictate everything. Power is equally significant. However, I possess an unwavering spirit that refuses to concede, Su Di stated calmly. He acknowledged that when facing opponents of such pinnacle caliber, his inability to prevail was entirely acceptable. In terms of technique, he was inevitably outmatched, and he understood this well. After all, growth requires time. Achieving maximum capability from the outset is merely a fairy tale. Nevertheless, In terms of speed, you possess a tremendous advantage, one that surpasses even your strength. In other words, your power does not align with the velocity of your strikes. Even under twice the gravitational force, the speed Su Di exhibited was nothing short of remarkable. Haha, I suppose I do have a bit of talent, Su Di remarked, playfully tousling his golden curls. Yi Xiao chuckled in response. Although your techniques may be somewhat lacking, you have indeed grasped the essence of armament hockey. This compensates for much. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, you have awakened observation hockey as well. What are these two forms of hockey? Su Di feigned ignorance. Hockey is divided into three types: armament hockey, observation hockey, and the rare conqueror's hockey, which some individuals are born possessing. Armament hockey grants one's body an additional layer of strength, enabling one to effortlessly shatter rock and withstand ordinary blades. Furthermore, it can be infused into weapons, resulting in what is known as a black blade. Yi Xiao enthusiastically demonstrated by channeling armament hockey into his staff sword. Although armament hockey is invisible, Su Di could distinctly sense an overwhelming power emanating from it. Cavendish, 18 years old. Affiliation level, nameless pirate underling. Physical strength, 1645 supernova. Speed, 4,250, 7 warlords. Strength, 1123 supernova. Stamina, 975, island overlord. Armament hockey, 45, Bo Jun Yi Xiao. Observation hockey, 147, wishing to laugh. Conqueror's hockey, 0, no hope in this lifetime. Devil fruit, 0, financial hardship. World map preview. Identification function activated, biological entities. Observing another's armament hockey, Su Di indeed felt a spark of enlightenment. He extended his left hand and closed his eyes in contemplation. Soon, a faint aura of armament hockey enveloped his fingertips. Is this output sufficient to cover merely 2 fingers? Truly, he could be considered a genius, and moreover, he is still quite young. A smile offered a reasonable assessment. Indeed, the voyage time is limited. It is estimated that in 2 days, they shall arrive at Alabaston. What is the situation? Can you elucidate it for me? Your Highness, I deeply apologize. Such a storm is utterly unpredictable. Occurrences like this are exceedingly rare on the Grand Sea route. The navigator was gripped by Zutala's garment, his countenance reflecting sheer terror. Alas, have I inadvertently hired a counterfeit navigator? Truly, my father is a commendable king, Zutala murmured to himself. However, since they have already succumbed to the tempest, their immediate concern should be the colossal waves surrounding them. I had anticipated that this crew would support my journey to the New World. Instead, the navigator nearly capsized in this wretched place. It appears I truly need to seek out a proficient navigator. This is a matter of taking responsibility for one's own life. Su Di, too preoccupied to concern himself with the navigator's plight, instructed the sailors to hasten the lowering of the sails and adjust the helm to follow the currents. Beside him, Yi Xiao employed the powers of his gravity fruit, suppressing the towering waves to prevent the ship from being engulfed by the monstrous swells. Although their vessel, the Dream Forest's White Horse, was classified as a large sailing ship, it stood no chance against such a natural disaster. Exhausted, Su Di leaned back against the mast on the deck. Some sailors even reclined on the deck to rest. Fortunately, they found themselves on the periphery of the storm, with a chance to escape its grasp. Even more fortuitously, they had a commander-level warrior aboard, safeguarding the ship from severe damage. The weather of the Grand Line is indeed capricious and unpredictable, Su Di mused. Yi Xiao, too, bore the brunt of the seawater splashing upon him. This was undoubtedly a rare storm, striking without warning. I have read in books that such storms are impossible to predict. Most ships, if they do not escape in time, would face utter destruction from the ensuing whirlwinds. It seems that even notorious pirates of the New World have met their doom in such maritime disasters, which is quite understandable. Su Di chuckled at the thought of the Golden Lion. It was undoubtedly wise to have brought Fujitora aboard. So, where exactly are we now? Su Di rose and kicked the navigator, contemplating replacing him with a more renowned sailor once they found one. Of course, he kept this thought to himself, as he still required the navigator's services. In terms of climate, they had indeed reached. The navigator, gazing at Su Di with a nervous smile, replied, "Summer island climate. Based on our sailing time and the changes in temperature and humidity, we should be nearing an island known as Little Garden. It is exceedingly perilous." Little Garden? Very well, let us proceed there and take a respite. Your Highness, most of our food and supplies have been washed away by the seawater. Aside from the fresh water and wine that were sealed, Everything else is severely dampened. I understand. We shall head to Little Garden to procure provisions and fresh water. Sudi's expression settled into calmness. But that place is from the prehistoric era. Just a few small creatures. What could possibly go wrong? Sudi replied with unshaken composure. Though he might struggle against a commander-level warrior and find it challenging against a warlord, he was confident in facing a few dinosaurs. As for the two giants on the island, they were not known to be man-eaters. It is said that to fully charge the magnetic pointer in that location could take a year. Living on this primitive island for a year would surely drive one mad. Moreover, I have heard whispers of terrifying monsters that exist here, unlike any found elsewhere. The sailors' discussions ignited Sudi's enthusiasm. Very well, let us disembark and embark on an adventure. Please wait a moment, Your Highness. The danger here is uncertain. Yet it is said that in recent years, no ships have managed to escape these waters. No worries, if you wish to know why, I am here. Sudi replied calmly. The sounds here are quite rich, Yishao whispered with a smile. This is due to the abundance of wildlife. I shall hunt a few animals for our food reserves. Speaking of which, all the seasonings on the ship have been washed away by seawater. But the salt has been well preserved. How about we make some cured meat? Sudi suggested with a grin. Gracefully leaping off the ship and landing upon the forest floor. A small, unappealing dinosaur watched him from behind the trees for a moment before turning to leave. Yishao, could you please guard the ship for a while? Leave it to me. You need not worry, Yishao assured, calmly taking a seat on a deck chair. Attuned to the surrounding dangers. Hey, is that flying creature a dinosaur? It seems to be a pterosaur, if I recall correctly. I have read about it in books. To be fair, we are quite familiar with such creatures. Silence. Sudi ventured deeper into the forest, but remained unlost, leaving markers along his path. Not everyone is a Zoro, nor is everyone a Sanji, who once got lost in Mr. Three's candle house. This dinosaur is rather large, perfect for testing my full strength. Sudi fixed his gaze on a herbivorous dinosaur and swiftly severed its head. The blood flowed slowly, yet Sudi felt no difficulty in his actions. Is ordinary strength this formidable? However, I must not become complacent, he pondered, deciding to approach certain seemingly powerful creatures with reverence. It is wise to assess before engaging. In the distance, Yishao noticed a tremor akin to an earthquake. What is happening? This island seems quite unusual. Who knows? Perhaps even dinosaurs are present, along with some ancient behemoths yet to reveal themselves. Don't scare us like that. Suddenly, the trees before them snapped, and a massive hand reached towards the ship. Gravity's light. Sudi drew half of his staff sword. The giant before them seemed to sense some pressure, its arm becoming heavy and crashing down onto the ground. Ha ha! What amusing little beings. The giant bellowed, startling the crew, who instinctively recoiled. Why do you wish to attack us? Yishao asked, composed. Oh, I am not attacking. I merely wish to inquire if you have any fine wine. It has been ages since I last enjoyed a drink. I sincerely apologize. But the person in charge of this ship has yet to return. I cannot make any decisions on this matter. How stingy. It is merely a barrel of wine. Very well. I shall wait for your captain to return. So this is what a giant looks like? I have never seen one before. Nonsense. How could you have witnessed it? Many sailors have come to the deck to behold this giant. My apologies, Mr. Yishao, said Shishi as he approached Yishao. Thankfully, you are here. Otherwise, confronting this giant would undoubtedly have been perilous. This task was entrusted to me by Cavendish, and I shall fulfill it diligently. Yishao stood at the bow of the ship, exuding a sense of security. Meanwhile, Shudi had employed a scanner to assess several dinosaurs towering over 30 meters. Assessment: Thunder Dragon, 146 years old, camp level, undistinguished beast, physical strength, 857, bullets ineffective, speed, 451, sprinting in 100 meters, power, 954, dominant force of the mountain, stamina, 1744, sovereign of the mountainous realm, armament hockey, 0, purely fanciful, observation hockey, 0, purely fanciful, conqueror's hockey, 0, hopeless in this lifetime, devil fruit, 0, a waste of resources. The system can indeed measure animals. Suggesting it possesses some utility, perhaps it would be more aptly named a combat power detector. Chapter 9. My justice arises from the heart. One sword style, a casual slash. Shudi charged forward with utmost confidence, delivering a strike to the neck of the Thunder Dragon. Yet, it penetrated only halfway. After a few seconds, the Thunder Dragon let out a mighty roar, shaking its head violently. Shudi, having withdrawn his sword, easily evaded the attack, though his expression betrayed his concern. Is my strength insufficient to vanquish this creature in a single strike? Just as Shudi prepared to strike again, the Thunder Dragon collapsed, its vitality considerably diminished. Is that all? Certainly. After all, this creature is not a centipede. With its neck severed halfway, it could hardly rise again. Shudi sheathed his sword. Yet he felt his own strength was undeniably lacking, merely at the level of a supernova. To be frank, I cannot move it. Although he attempted to drag its head, it proved exceedingly strenuous. The Thunder Dragon had only moved in areas where the vegetation was less dense, allowing for some ease in dragging. However, upon reaching the shore, the surroundings were thick with trees. Never mind, let us cut it into pieces. Otherwise, seeking assistance from ordinary crew members would only place them in danger. Shudi spent some time fashioning a sled from tree trunks and managed to haul back several chunks of dinosaur meat. Where's the giant? After waiting for half an hour, the crew finally spotted Shudi returning with provisions. Your Highness, your clothing. Shisi immediately prepared to disembark, but there was no port at the shore, and they had not laid down any boarding planks beforehand. It is nothing, merely stained with blood. I shall change later. You all come and load this dinosaur meat onto the ship. Shudi also caught sight of the giant. Judging by its appearance, it was the giant wielding a colossal sword, appearing somewhat better equipped. Ah, are you the captain? I wonder if I might borrow a barrel of wine to drink. I can capture some wild beasts for you. Upon witnessing the multitude of dinosaur meat chunks being pulled back on the board behind Shudi, his naive thoughts were no longer so innocent. It seems you are indeed one of the stronger humans. No, I am but an unknown pawn. As for the wine, I have plenty aboard my ship. What is your name? Dongli. Ah, the notorious green ghost Dongli. I recall. You are a pirate, are you not? Shudi remarked calmly, then glanced at Yixiao, signaling him with a knowing look, although Yixiao could not see it. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you had heard of me. Indeed. I am the captain of the giant soldier pirate crew, but I have heard that the red ghost seems even stronger than you. Utter nonsense. Of course. I am the stronger one, Dongli declared loudly, his voice resonating thunderously for the ordinary folk. Since you are a pirate, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. Yixiao said with a serious expression. Brother Yixiao, let us join forces to swiftly defeat him, and we can capture that red ghost as well. That is a bounty of 200 million. Hee. Although I seek not wealth, punishing evil is certainly not a bad pursuit. Speaking of which, I have heard stories about the giant soldier pirate crew. Indeed, they are infamous for burning and pillaging ordinary villages. They are irredeemable scoundrels. Shudi also drew his weapon. Identification. Dongli. Age 153. Faction level. Pirate. Captain of the giant soldier pirate crew. Physical strength. 6545. Warlord. Speed. 1451. Supernova. Power. 6175. Warlord. Stamina. 8744. Vice Admiral. Armament hockey. 0. Racial talent. Observation hockey. 41. Barely adequate. Conqueror's hockey. 0. Hope is lost in this life. Devil fruit. 0. Economic hardship. Dongli frowned, quickly realizing something was amiss. Why did these two wish to engage him after just a few words? However, it mattered not. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a volcanic eruption. Now, it seemed he could finally engage in battle. Then, he was forcefully suppressed to the ground by Yixiao's gravity fruit ability. Shudi leapt high, thrusting his sword into Dong Li's temple. Although it did not deliver a fatal blow, it certainly elicited a painful wail from him. Do not blame me for my deceit. You are a pirate. What is so despicable about punishing evil? Yixiao interjected. Naturally, suppressing a formidable member of the giant race requires considerable strength. Gravity Blade, utilizing his staff to apply pressure across Dong Li's body, rendering him unable to rise. He lacked even the strength to lift his weapon. Bastard. He struggled incessantly, but the massive sword in his hands was utterly immovable. The joints of his body were also targeted by the overwhelming gravity. Total suppression of the entire body was unnecessary. That would merely deplete vast amounts of stamina. If gravity could be concentrated and controlled at the joints of the human body, the effect would undoubtedly be enhanced. This is because a uniform pressure throughout the body facilitates a more harmonious application of force. However, localized stress on the joints can hinder the cohesive exertion of strength across the entire body. Suddenly, the weight on Dong Li's head vanished, causing his head to sway, and Su Di seized the opportunity to thrust deeper within. Moreover, he astonishingly infused the scant amount of his armed color into the space between the swords. This time, Dong Li was utterly defeated. He is not a pirate like Monkey D. Luffy. There is no need for him to engage in a fair duel with others. In this world, the prevailing tradition of confronting challenges head-on is certainly not obligatory. With each strike, one simply needs to aim for the fatal spot. It seems we share a remarkable synergy, Su Di remarked with a smile. Indeed, the two of them were somewhat willing to resort to any means necessary to eradicate evil. However, Fujitori's realm still fell somewhat short. He merely manipulated gravity to disrupt his foes. This, too, is a testament to his capabilities. Su Di had just harnessed the potential energy of gravity to swiftly defeat Dong Li. His strength is truly commendable. However, the gravitational force he exerted upon the giant was indeed suffocating. Su Di moved his body slightly to acclimatize. Remarkable. The blind swordsman can even triumph over giants. The prince is formidable as well, for he has slain a giant. Cici felt considerably relieved upon witnessing this, at the very least. The prince's prowess was sufficient to safeguard them. Wait a moment, aren't they merely attendants? Shouldn't they be the ones protecting the prince? Alas, your majesty. Forgive us for our inadequacies. We are compelled to rely on the prince's protection. Cici, what are you pondering? Su Di inquired, leaping beside him. Oh, it's nothing. Just a tad awkward. The cooks and sailors were busily preparing the enormous dinosaur meat for transport onto the ship. A simple marination would suffice, considering that it was merely a 2-day journey to Alabasta. There's also a red demon. I refuse to let it escape. Su Di conferred with Yi Xiao, deciding to have the ship wait just offshore. After they vanquished the other giant, they would return to retrieve them, lest the numerous dinosaurs on the shore seek trouble. Speaking of which, these giants possess certain formidable techniques that must not be allowed to manifest. Fear not. It's merely a matter of interrupting their incantations. With a sword in hand, Su Di aimed precisely at the joints, 2 inches deep. The giant's lair was relatively easy to locate. The island boasted 2 massive mountains, or rather, the skeletal remains of 2 colossal sea kings. They simply needed to find the more distant Bone Mountain. Hey, Red Demon, whoever you are, come forth for a duel. A giant emerged from the cave, striding towards the 2 diminutive figures on the ground. Oh, are you humans who have sailed here? I advise you to leave at once. I, an ordinary human, Cavendish, have come to challenge you to a duel. As a warrior of the giant clan, you wouldn't refuse, would you? Su Di proclaimed with righteous fervor. Ha ha ha. You wish to duel me? Certainly. As the mightiest warrior of the giant clan, I, Brokey, accept your challenge. Just wait while I fetch my weapon. Prepare yourself. How could one wait for the enemy to arm themselves before striking? Hey, what a stubborn little brat. Before Brokey could utter more, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him. The arm he intended to swing to defend suddenly halted and plummeted towards the ground. Is this the power of the devil fruit? One sword style, strike while the enemy is unprepared. This time, Yi Xiao did not exert his full strength to overpower the adversary. Perhaps he deemed it unnecessary. Damn it. The giant picked up a common stone, already larger than Su Di himself. Baku Koku. He hurled the stone towards Su Di. What the? He can even employ a special technique with a mere stone. Although the power was far from sufficient to vanquish the goldfish monster, it certainly surpassed that of a cannonball. However, I could perceive the trajectory of the colossal stone's movement. This is the power of observation hockey. The gravity diminished the stone's force. Su Di positioned himself and delivered a decisive slash at the center of the attack. With armed hockey, the stone shattered in 2. The might of the bogwood dissipated, and Su Di retreated a few steps, barely enduring the impact. Truly, it was a technique employed by even the formidable Big Mom. Su Di remarked indifferently. His hockey was accelerating at an astonishing pace during the battle, and he could even manage to imbue part of his blade with it. Ah, commendable comprehension. Yi Xiao, who listened intently from the side, noted that if Cavendish truly struggled to withstand the assault, he would have been able to intervene in time. However, allowing him to overcome the enemy's attack would be a more reliable means of enhancing his strength. Very well, next is the gravity blade. Yi Xiao stepped forward and delivered a powerful cut. In an instant, Brokey felt an overwhelming pressure, collapsing to the ground, only to be met with Su Di's sword striking at his temple. A classic refrain. To ensure the enemy's demise, one must strike swiftly and lethally, devoid of ambiguity. It was utterly unacceptable for a classic boss like Lao Sha to repeatedly squander his chances. Well done. Likewise, 200 million berries cannot be disregarded. Hence, the head was dragged back to the ship. Due to its massive size, it hung at the stern, not dipping into the sea. lest the Sea Kings attempt to steal a bite. In the past, there existed a violent group known as the Giant Soldier Pirates, formed by the union of two pirate crews. The leaders of this crew were named Red Demon Brokey and Blue Demon Dongley. Their strength was astonishing. It is said that even ordinary giants could not withstand their might. They pillaged villages and islands, wreaking havoc upon innocent civilians. The government adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards these marauding pirates. What eventually curtailed their rampant aggression was a young girl. They each killed a sea monster. Even among our Elbaf giants, to slay such colossal beasts, only the heads could achieve it. So, which of the two monsters is larger? A young farmer girl inquired. Which one? Which is bigger? Brokey is clearly larger than my giant. Nonsense. Mine is 3 sizes bigger than yours. What? Unhappy? Want to fight? Chapter 10. Tales of Alabasta, such immense size. Yet, they could only be tied to the ship's stern. This was the best solution to avoid disrupting navigation and prevent incursions by Sea Kings. Sudi gazed at the 2 giant heads hanging from the ship's rear. Feeling quite helpless, he had never engaged in such bloody deeds before. As the sailboat ventured beyond this expanse of ocean, a smile seemed to resonate with an unspoken awareness. While Sudi took a moment to grasp the situation, over there, what lay upon the water's surface? It was swelling. How could this be? Sudi recognized the creature, a goldfish monster? No, it must be the island-eating beast I had read about in storybooks. It is said to be a terrifying creature that feeds on islands. Sudi adjusted the hilt of his sword. Huh. A monster of this caliber is far too formidable for you to confront. Allow me to handle it. Yixiao unsheathed his staff blade. The gravity blade fell like a meteor. Tinghu leapt into the sky, creating a gravitational field with his body. Although invisible, a fierce wind rushed forth. Is this the Earth exploding star? No, no. It must be the heavenly obstructing star. Sudi raised his right hand defensively, observing Tinghu's ultimate technique. We must quickly alter our course. We should still be able to evade its jaws. Hurry, turn the helm. Damn, stop dawdling. If we do not flee, we shall perish at once. With the sound of something tearing through the sky, silence enveloped the crew aboard the ship. A colossal meteor, blazing with fiery light, plummeted toward the sea's surface. Surely, this cannot be true. Is that really a meteor? How could this be? The island-eating monster noticed the meteor above, but it was far too late to escape. For its target was overwhelmingly vast. The meteor, in comparison to its size, was even somewhat diminutive. Boom! The meteor struck the beast directly, creating a massive void upon impact. Beneath the undulating surface of the sea, they were fortunate that their vessel remained largely unaffected. This goldfish is all show and no substance. Sudi, initially intrigued, had yet to procure his popcorn to witness the duel between Yixiao and the creature when the island-eating beast succumbed. Huh. It barely managed to defend itself. The sounds from the ship gradually faded into silence. The island-eating monster was crushed to death by the meteor. Of course. As a being from beyond the stars, this meteor possessed remarkable material, shattering not outright, but instead sinking alongside the goldfish to the ocean floor. In just one more day, we shall arrive at Arabastan. I hope that the 7 warlords are not as dreadful as they say, Yixiao murmured. Indeed. As long as we are willing to investigate in this direction, we are bound to uncover some clues. First, let us exchange these 2 for a bounty. 200 million berries ought to suffice for a fine blade, no? The price of a great sword typically exceeds tens of millions. I have a bit of knowledge on the matter, but they are rare. Ah, indeed quite impressive. By the way, I have also acquired an additional blade, Yixiao. Can you recognize what kind of sword this is? Sudi produced the exquisite sword he had unearthed. This is not a renowned blade, yet it is undoubtedly a fine one. The smith who forged it likely inscribed its name upon the scabbard. At this moment, Sudi began to examine it closely. The scabbard bears no markings, yet the blade itself does. The name Jiku possesses an air of abstraction, not one commonly encountered. I beseech you, dear brother, to assist me in further honing my skills. With enhanced strength, I shall be better equipped to confront adversaries. Sir Crocodile of the 7 warlords. He wields the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, does he not? Insufficient haki would indeed be a grave disadvantage. Indeed, it is true. Yushi has managed to endure thrice the force of gravity. This gradual progression, albeit accompanied by immense suffering during the brief period of training, has allowed Sudi to adapt. Witnessing the rise of his numerical values, contrary to the days prior when even exercise seemed to diminish his abilities, instilled a sense of worth in his efforts. Cavendish, age 18. Faction level, nameless pirate minion. Physical strength, 1670, supernova. Speed, 4262, warlord. Power, 1131, supernova. Stamina, 985, island overlord. Armament hockey, 177, slightly accomplished. Observation hockey, 245, amusing to behold. Conqueror's hockey, 0, no hope in this lifetime. Devil fruit, 0, financial difficulties. World map preview. Identification function activated for living beings. Steady and unwavering, strength is on the rise. It is indeed curious why Cavendish remains so fervently dedicated to his training at such a tender age, displaying remarkable perseverance. Training itself is not daunting. What is truly fearsome is the lack of results. Yet, Su Di can clearly discern his modest growth, providing ample motivation. Remaining humble, he remarked, "My capabilities are merely the result of casual practice. Flattery has made you rather lofty, hasn't he it? Ah, I see. This Noland, or was it Rolando, had quite the adventures before the Sky Island, encountering such extraordinary creatures, though they ultimately met their demise. What tale are you referring to? The great deceiver, Noland. Oh, I have not heard of this story. Haha, do you believe in Sky Islands? Sky Islands? It is said that there exists an island floating high above, at an altitude of 10,000 meters. If it were true, it would indeed be a marvel of the world. Perhaps we could visit one day. Though the means of ascent are perilous. Not everyone is Monkey D. Luffy. The more likely scenario is that of Blackbeard. Referring to the incident where Shanks was inadvertently injured by the aftermath of a sea current while pursuing Luffy, resulting in the destruction of his wooden vessel. That night was spent upon the sea, and by the dawn of the following day, we would arrive at Alabaston. The sound of a gentle chime heralded the arrival of Shooty's late-night snack. As one who often burns the midnight oil, I find it perplexing that I have developed an affinity for early slumber. With an air of nonchalance, Shooty plucked a rose and took a bite from its delicate petals. Perhaps it is the simplicity of this world, where entertainment is rather limited. Opening a storybook and sitting at the bow of the ship, I gazed serenely into the night, relishing the moment. Have we arrived? Upon regaining consciousness, I noticed a significant change in the surrounding temperature and climate. It indeed felt somewhat warmer. Could this be classified as a summer island climate? I have heard that much of this nation is comprised of desert. However, it is not entirely desert. There are oases interspersed throughout. Moreover, monsoons also make their presence known here. It is along the coast, sustained by these seasonal winds, that such a vast nation persists, remarked the knowledgeable navigator. Shooty had yet to learn the name of this erudite mariner, but that was of little consequence. Soon enough, he would find a reliable navigator and make his own exit, bring the ship closer to shore. Shooty commanded with confidence. Naturally, as they were a legitimate fleet, the harbor guards would not engage in unnecessary trouble. I beg your pardon, Your Highness, but this may not be entirely appropriate. The town here is rather small, and some luxuries may not be fully available, the navigator added with a few more words. Then, do we still require any luxuries aboard our vessel? Shooty inquired with indifference. Well, it seems our paper berry has been waterlogged and has suffered a loss of 10 million berry. Only the gold coins remain intact, came the response. I understand. Shooty replied calmly. In this world, transactions predominantly revolve around paper currency and trade, while gold coins primarily serve as a reserve of wealth. At least they retain their value even in the event of maritime disasters. Even if they sink to the ocean floor, they can still be retrieved and used as currency. Your Highness, with such considerations, it may be challenging to supply the premium steaks you are accustomed to at every meal, the head chef remarked. Such matters are trivial. They merely cater to one's appetite. Is it not possible for me to share the same meals as everyone else? Su Di chuckled, casting a glance toward the shore, reflecting somewhat on the local inhabitants. By the way, our vessel has also sustained some damage. For safety's sake, it would be prudent for you to arrange for repairs and inspections, he advised. Understood, Your Highness. This place seems relatively peaceful, so I shall venture out for some leisure. Su Di calmly declared, lifting the bag of gold coins he had prepared earlier and leaping off the ship once more. Alas, does His Highness truly despise traversing the gangplank so much? Sighed Sis in exasperation. Yet immediately after, Ishao also leapt from the ship, landing gracefully at the port. They appear quite at ease. I feel I could manage it too. Indeed, indeed. Is that so? I don't believe it. Dare you to jump? Exactly. All right then. I shall leap, retorted the individual, playfully punching a nearby heckler. By the way, do you have any notion of where our next destination might be, Your Highness? Sis inquired. retrieving a previously purchased directional pointer that had originally indicated a different route but now pointed towards Alabaston. It is indeed sweltering here. Given our need for intelligence gathering, let us procure some equipment suitable for our desert expedition. The desert, you say? The locals seem to wear clothing that protects against sand and heat. Sudi observed as he surveyed the streets before locating a restaurant. After a day of consuming dinosaur meat, albeit prepared skillfully by the chef, I find I crave something different. I must not miss out on Alabaston's signature fried sauce noodles, made with local spices. By the way, sir, is there a place here that sells maps? And where might I find a clothing store? Oh, the clothing store. The residents here remain cheerful, as if they have never endured the ravages of war or the pangs of suffering. Had he not arrived, this place might well have transformed into a battlefield for rebel forces. This king is inadequate, merely awaiting the inevitable force of natural selection. The nation has gone 3 years without rain, yet it fails to ponder the reasons behind this plight. However, given that the timeline of the original narrative unfolds in such a manner, it indicates that Crocodile's plans have yet to be meticulously arranged. Yudi mused to himself, taking a bite of the noodles. The flavor was indeed exquisite, not in a derogatory sense. We ought to gather intelligence regarding the position of the 7 warlords, he inquired with a smile. As for that, I have already conducted my inquiries. Have you not been here all along? Oh, I had already gathered the information beforehand. Crocodile's stronghold is located in a small oasis known as Rainland. Though this place is small, it is situated in a low-lying area where subterranean waters emerge, creating a modestly habitable locale. However, it is rumored that a casino has recently been established there, owned by him. Chapter 11. The World Map. Is this how it is utilized? What Sudi mentioned is indeed true. He earnestly sought intelligence by perusing the news in the newspapers. After acquiring a detailed map of Alabasta, Cavendish returned to the ship. They still had a matter to address, namely, the 2 giant heads aboard that had already drawn considerable attention at the port. The naval base is not far from here, yet many aboard the ship had yet to return. Thus, it would be prudent to claim their bounty first before returning to retrieve them. Sudi examined the map and resolved this course of action. Coincidentally, the supply team in that direction also possessed a transponder snail, allowing for communication at the appropriate time. There was a time when I aspired to be a naval officer, fighting for justice. The justice of the Navy is admirable, but not necessarily worthy of imitation. If one were to inquire why, the 7 warlords of the sea would be the answer. Such matters are best contemplated after further observation. Currently, the naval base is under the command of a rear admiral, a figure entirely unfamiliar to Sudi. Does one need to await funding to exchange a bounty? Sudi expressed his dissatisfaction. My sincerest apologies. A colonel received Sudi and, to be frank, their ship, bearing the heads of 2 giants, was indeed quite a terrifying sight. Many had never seen a giant, let alone a deceased one. As for confirming their identities, that proved to be a trivial matter. Upon Sudi explaining that they had slain the 2 pirates at Little Garden, understanding dawned upon them. The Navy was certainly aware of the movements of these 2 giants. The island's name, Little Garden, suggests that for its inhabitants, that ordinary isle truly resembles a garden. However, due to the inconvenient maritime conditions, dispatching the Navy there had long been postponed. Let us expedite the bounty exchange. Sudi waited briefly in the reception room of the naval base until the transponder snail he carried began to ring. Moshi Moshi, this is Baruto. How are things progressing? We have procured the supplies, but it seems the ship has already set sail? Indeed, I had to attend to matters elsewhere, but I shall return shortly. You all should find a place to rest for the time being. Exchanging such a substantial bounty is quite rare in the first half of the Grand Line. Naturally, the rear admiral would be stirred and come to ascertain the situation. Ahem, may I inquire, were you the one who killed these 2 giants? Yes, indeed. Sudi replied calmly. They possess considerable strength. He completely took all the credit for himself. Naturally, he couldn't let the Navy know that he had deceived such a formidable figure as Xiao. I wonder, do you have any interest in joining the Navy, my lord? Oh, why would one aspire to be a member of the Navy? The admiral appeared somewhat bewildered. Shouldn't the Navy be an object of aspiration? The Navy was established to punish pirates. Here, one can effectively exact justice upon pirates and earn the admiration of all. So, why aspire to join the Navy? Well, if it is about punishing pirates, what then of the 7 warlords? And if it is about earning respect, do you think I require it, given my intellect? The 7 warlords exist to maintain the balance of the world. Balance, you say? Are the 4 emperors not enough to achieve that? Moreover, in recent years, have the 7 warlords accomplished anything of genuine benefit? If you are referring to the elimination of minor pirates challenging the status of the 7 warlords, then let us disregard that. Such insignificant pirates seem easily vanquished by anyone with a modicum of strength. Furthermore, the cost incurred is far less than the legal plunder conducted by the 7 warlords. The admiral remained silent, contemplating the justice he upheld. His convictions would not easily waver. Yet he found himself unable to refute Sudi's words. In this day and age, who isn't a compromiser for the sake of justice? How can you say such a thing? At the very least, that warlord Crocodile did save a princess, remarked a disgruntled naval lieutenant. Crocodile, indeed, is one of the few warlords I can hold in esteem, Hushi casually mused. Those so-called internet trolls are adept at fabricating nonsense with their eyes wide open. It's likely that he might eventually clash with the likes of Crocodile, though he could never betray an overt animosity towards the warlords. Here, take this 200 million berries, he stated as he prepared to disperse funds. Once the money had gathered sufficiently, this not-so-young vice admiral began to usher people away. If you're not joining our navy, what purpose do you serve here? If they were to remain within the navy, then the 2 individuals would likely be converted into military merit, rendering them utterly worthless. Though the navy is said to be for justice, justice devoid of funds is a difficult ideal to uphold. Hushi returned to the ship with the money. Alas, I am but a meager 680 million berries. How utterly destitute. Next came the journey through the desert with Yixiao, as they contemplated the impossibility of reaching their destination smoothly by ship. The river, which traversed the entirety of Alabasta, was far too shallow to support a large sailing vessel against the current. The ships could only dock at the coast of Aloma. The others opted to guard the ship, as they truly had no other choice. A desert expedition could not accommodate dozens, especially not those lacking in combat prowess. The desert journey was sweltering. Although Hushi was fully armed, cloaked in light fabric and even donning sunglasses, the intense heat was still unbearable. Oh, Yixiao, are you secretly drinking water? What? How could that be? Yixiao calmly replied, shoving the water bottle into his clothing. In the desert, for someone like him, who was blind, it was indeed challenging to discern direction. Yet, with Hushi by his side, he at least had a point of reference. Where are we? Hushi murmured. I believe we ought to follow the riverbank. That way we're less likely to get lost. So, we are currently unaware of our position? Yixiao exclaimed in surprise. No, it's not that we're unaware. It's just that we're uncertain about the river's location, Hushi replied, maintaining composure. Ahem. It should be time for a water break. Didn't you just drink? Ultimately, Hushi resigned himself to reality, allowing Yixiao to manipulate a stone to lessen its gravity, lifting him into the sky for a better view of the map. Oh, there's the river over there. The city on the other side appears to be in our direction. We are indeed near a city, Hushi remarked, pointing towards that direction. That's a relief. Reaching the nearby city did not consume much time. Excuse me, sir, is this Rainy-land? Huh? You were asking about this place? No. Have I truly taken a wrong turn? Sudi's expression darkened as he retrieved a drink from his backpack. The Rainy-land lies further north. You didn't traverse the desert, did you? We are in Yorba. No thanks. Sudi glanced at the map and realized they had not erred. Yorba is indeed along this route. This revelation greatly boosted Sudi's confidence. They found a shop selling water to replenish their supplies and set off once more. In this world, their energy was naturally abundant. Previously, it took them 2 hours to reach Yorba, which marked nearly half of their journey. Now, they felt increasingly at ease. All right, let us proceed at full speed. Sudi smiled and continued along the path without any hesitation. Suddenly, a series of thuds startled him. He narrowly dodged a few stabs and spotted a large scorpion with a protruding stinger emerging from the sand. Are you kidding me? Such a size? However, he quickly recalled that there were indeed larger scorpions in this desert, and thus he dismissed his concerns regarding this little creature. Its hiding skills were truly remarkable. Fortunately, my observation skills are somewhat developed. Sudi drew his sword and struck the scorpion's head. Identification. It is rare to encounter a creature. I must examine it. Alabastan spike-tailed scorpion. Age, 8 years. Camp level, nameless beast. Body strength, 49, extremely fragile. Speed, 245, average. Strength, 112, average. Stamina, 151, average. Armament hockey, 0, racial talent. Observation hockey, 0, racial talent. Conqueror's hockey, 0, hopeless in this life. Devil fruit. 0, financial difficulties. A mere little monster dares to challenge me? With a kick, he sent the scorpion flying. The panel barely had time to adjust and inexplicably displayed his own stats as well. Cavendish. Age, 18 years. Camp level, nameless pirate crew member. Body strength, 1671, supernova. Speed, 4264, warlord. Strength, 1133, supernova. Stamina, 986, island sovereign. Armament hockey, 177, somewhat developed. Observation hockey, 248, amusing to observe. Conqueror's hockey, 0, hopeless in this life. Devil fruit, 0, financial difficulties. World map preview. Identification function activated for living beings. Decent values. Gaining a point or two each day, I am not far from the peak of the world. So have I overlooked something? Since the second update of the panel, I had not noticed it before. What is this world map preview? In contemplation, Sudi seemed to suddenly envision a digital map, a map that clearly delineates locations, place names, and directions. So this is the world map? Can it be enlarged? Reduced? Following his own thoughts, he imagined enlarging it, and indeed, it expanded. He envisioned reducing it, and it shrank. So, can one search for place names? Rainy Land. The map instantly transitioned to Rainy Land, and remarkably, it displayed Sudi's direction. The zooming function could indeed be utilized alongside the search function. Incredible. Henceforth, even without a recording pointer, I need not fear navigational issues. Wait, can I search for Lazaroff? Chapter 12, Laughter's Courtesy. Are you there? No such place found. What is going on? Is it truly impossible to find such basic information? Similar names suggested. Rabbit, Larnalette, Laughter. Lazaroff, take you home? Apologies, he had mistakenly remembered it in broad daylight. Gazing at the map, he identified the direction of Rainy Land. They had already crossed Rainy Land and were about to traverse the desert region. Laughter. Please disregard the name discrepancies due to translation variations. However, I will strive to select the most credible name, at least one that can be found with a search. The map shifted to that final island, a great distance away from him, even revealing the scaled view of the planet. Laughter was still far off. Why am I going to that place? Sudi observed the map's guidance, a smile unfaltering as he pivoted 198 degrees towards Rainy Land. Is it my perception that is mistaken? Why do I feel we have deviated significantly from our course? No, it must be a mirage of the desert, a desert illusion. Is such a thing even possible? The significance of this system in Sudi's heart has been elevated, albeit slightly. At the very least, although it may not directly enhance his prowess, its functionalities are undeniably powerful. Subsequently, upon reaching the Rainy Land, there were no further obstacles. It appears that the abundance of fresh water has given rise to fountains along the roadside. Though water is wasted, it is not entirely squandered, for the vapor does return to the earth in the form of precipitation. Moreover, the water utilized for the fountains is certainly not the pristine drinking water one would expect. In the vicinity of the sand crocodile, Sudi need not make a deliberate search. It is right here, at the spider bar. With a smile, Sudi confidently pushed the door open. Good day, esteemed guest. How may I assist you? Inquired the proprietor with a warm smile. Oh, I would like a glass of milk with sugar, and also a rose. Make sure it is fresh. Roses, such a water-intensive plant, are indeed difficult to procure in this arid region. The owner maintained his cheerful demeanor. As for me, I shall have a pot of clear rice wine. Please, do allow me a moment. The quaint establishment appeared to have been recently constructed. Sudi remained unhurried, for he had already discerned that the proprietor was none other than Miss Doublefinger, the wielder of the hedgehog thorn fruit ability. The name seemed to imply either New Year's Day or perhaps Double Fingers. Fortunately, if Crocodile had yet to orchestrate any plans at this juncture, my summons to Fujitora would merely lead to an encounter with the adversary at their stronghold, resulting in a waste of time and loss of resources. Cavendish. How shall we proceed in our pursuit of the 7 warlords? Yi Xiao, perplexed, sipped his drink. The tavern owner, who had previously maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly stiffened. It is rather inconvenient to converse here, Sudi replied with a hint of exasperation, observing Miss Doublefinger's composed stance. Unable to restrain himself, he slammed the table. Hey, my esteemed elder brother is inquiring here. Do you possess any valuable intelligence? Do not squander this opportunity. Our methods can be far more ruthless than those of the pirates. Though he was not adept at assuming a menacing visage. Oh dear, what brings you here? I am quite in the dark and have no desire to know. However, if you seek that 7 warlord, the largest casino in UD is run by him. If you are interested, do visit, she stated calmly. Su Di surmised that she likely remained unaware of the true identity of the Baroque works mastermind. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Very well, he replied, opting for silence. After finishing his milk, he and Yi Xiao proceeded to the casino to stir up some trouble. Even in the absence of any initial cause, one could always find a reason to provoke, especially in a place like a casino where opportunities for conflict were plentiful. Yi Xiao, I believe it is time for you to leverage your former expertise. I have 5 million berries on me. I hope you can multiply our capital with great success. However, I enjoy minor gambling, but it is all a matter of luck, isn't it? Yi Xiao remarked, beads of sweat forming on his brow. No worries, I understand. With Su Di observing the proceedings, he felt reassured and settled down to engage in the game with the others. Of course, gambling was an endeavor that was highly inadvisable, as ordinary individuals lack the ability of observation hockey. Well, I suppose this is manageable. Now, let us reveal the outcome. 113 small. The dealer unveiled the bet. Many were curious as to how the blindfolded individual had discerned the result. Yet, this round was not conducted by the house. They were delighted to have a fortunate gambler appear, showcasing the odds to others. Others would not openly scrutinize the situation. Bang! Someone began to strike the table as the dice were shaken, believing that the blind man was judging by sound. Yet, it was utterly ineffectual. Yi Xiao guessed perfectly each time. Is this fellow cheating? Is he truly blind or merely pretending? Wait, perhaps that is inconsequential. After all, our vision is not restricted. I, an old man, am simply fortunate. With a genuine smile, he remarked, the rise and fall of the dice is entirely dependent on gravity. It must surely be luck. Oh no, this fellow has won again? He thought, noting the presence of companions around him, making it impossible to exploit the situation. Beside him, Su Di observed the results being reported with a contorted expression. If one were to inquire why, it was evident he had wagered 100,000 berries on this game. By now, night had fallen. Though the changes outside the casino were imperceptible, Su Di still caught sight of the clock on the casino wall. Damn it! How can this old man have such good luck? Someone seethed. Initially, he merely intended to challenge the old man's fortune, but how was it still holding out? Instead, he found himself at a loss, losing his initial stake. That should suffice, Su Di murmured. It must be evening by now. I recall that when we arrived in Rain Base, the sun was not as fierce. With composure, he continued, having thought there might be a chance to encounter Sand Crocodile at his stronghold. Yet, it seemed far more complex than anticipated. Without some commotion, it was improbable that the old sand would emerge easily, Su Di pondered, feeling a twinge of regret for his lack of planning. He had simply sought a worthy ally, whimsically concocting a reason to enlist the smile of his companion, without giving due consideration to how he would provide a justifiable rationale for his involvement. After all, the others joined the Navy for justice. Was it merely his charisma that would draw them to his side? Yet, this companion had followed him around, never asking too many questions, revealing his own narrow-mindedness. Su Di glanced around, suggesting, shall we grab a meal first? That sounds fine, came the reply. Wait, I was just habitually glancing around, he exclaimed, only to spot Miss All Sunday, Nico Robin. At this time, Robin still possessed a fair complexion, perhaps due to spending 6 years under the desert sun later on. Su Di envisioned this in his mind before approaching her. Hello, he greeted calmly, extending his hand. And you are? I am but a historian with a heart for justice. He replied. A historian, you say? I wonder what business you have with me, Robin responded, showing no inclination to shake his hand. Su Di took a seat beside her instead. Oh, judging by your appearance, you seem to be a wanted criminal from O'Hara. Am I mistaken? You may have mistaken me, she replied. To be honest, I too am an inquisitive historian. Robin maintained a smile as she regarded him. I can interpret a fragment of the text, Su Di whispered, leaning closer to her ear. Is that so? Nico Robin appeared unimpressed. She removed her white hat, rising from her seat to ascend the stairs to the upper levels of the casino. Ahem, brother, we should go. Su Di decided to follow suit, for Robin seemed well acquainted with the surroundings, to inquire as to why Crocodile resolutely decided to implement his plan in Alabasta. One must consider the historical significance of Nico Robin as a translator. Without such a foundational assurance, it would be inconceivable for him to risk embarking on a grand scheme of treachery in this land. The security personnel made no attempt to impede his passage, for it was Nico Robin who guided them. However, They duly informed their superior, as instructed. This woman serves as my deputy, nonetheless. Every movement she makes must be reported to me. Upon reaching a VIP room, Robin finally halted her steps. If you truly have matters to discuss with me, please step inside. Of course, I would be most delighted, Su Di replied with a smile. A sense of presence was felt as he entered. Though it did not seem particularly formidable, he felt assured as he crossed the threshold. What is your origin as a historian? Or are you merely seeking an excuse? Robin maintained a calm demeanor. What I am called is of little consequence, nor is my location of any importance. Su Di removed his disingenuous mask, both metaphorically and literally, shedding the golden-haired shroud that enveloped his head. This was originally intended to shield against the swirling sands. The historical texts are not my true objective. This is indeed a mere pretext. Oh, what then do you propose? We seek to comprehend the nature of this casino owner, Crocodile. That Seven Warlord? How could I possibly know? To my knowledge, Crocodile, one of the warlords of the sea, originally operated far from this region, yet has suddenly relocated to the nation of Alabasta, now seeking to maintain a semblance of peace. This is quite unreasonable. Yudi also found his actions perplexing, particularly since he had not yet deployed his forces, yet was already obstructing his own water source. To attain the status of a warlord, one must possess considerable skill. Yet he seems content to dwell in silence, even risking his reputation. What exactly are you trying to convey? I have come here to investigate whether he harbors ulterior motives. It appears you are now significantly entangled with this warlord, Nico Robin. I advise you to divulge everything you know. Which faction do you belong to? Robin inquired, leaning on her chin. To pursue justice with fervor, does it require a certain status to validate it? A smile graced her lips. Very well. Robin cast a glance at Cavendish. Thus, Mr. Cabbage, I hope you possess some self-awareness. Chapter 13. The conspiracy to usurp the nation begins its first month. Cabbage? Yudi's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon her. How could he resemble a cabbage? Oh, is that so, Mr. Curly Locks? Do not divert the topic. Crocodile did indeed entrust me with certain matters. I am merely a common collaborator. So, what does your collaboration entail? Is it concerning the historical texts? You must be an ambitious individual to seek such knowledge, Robin remarked with a smile. No, I have no interest in that. However, Nico Robin, your actions may very well influence the fate of this nation. The historical texts are treasures for which even the world government would contend. Alabasta is a unique nation. Your presence here indicates that there must indeed be historical texts hidden within. My understanding of history surpasses what you might imagine. For instance, in ancient times, Yudi suddenly felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. At that moment, a swift strike from a smile shattered a glass ornament in the room. Amidst the shards, a phone bug was rendered unconscious by the force of gravity. It had barely activated before being detected by the keen senses of a smile. Such is the terror of the royal observation hockey. It seems your partner is rather distrustful of you. Nevertheless, that is of no concern. What does Yudi have to fear? He almost welcomes the old sand to come and face him. Did you just mention ancient times? Ancient weapons, they say, can obliterate an entire nation with ease. In Alabasta, there should indeed be clues regarding such weaponry. Therefore, do you intend for him to execute his plan, thereby destroying this nation to acquire information on the historical texts? Or should he confess to Crocodile's scheme? Such inquiries are permissible to share. He is currently amassing funds while simultaneously cultivating a favorable public image within Alabasta. This serves a dual purpose: to extricate himself from the suspicions of the world government and the Navy, and to incite turmoil within the nation in the coming years. Or perhaps even longer, with the aim of extorting the royal family of Alabasta for information regarding ancient weaponry. I see. It appears that Cavendish summoned me here because he has indeed uncovered certain issues, many of which he had previously withheld. Was it due to my lack of understanding? Hiki. A smile from the side, no longer restrained. Let it be clear, we will await Crocodile's arrival before interrogating him. If his claims prove true, he may find it difficult to leave this place. Such a naive notion, Robin remarked with a shake of her head. Crocodile possesses the powers of the Sansan fruit, a Logia-type devil fruit. As of now, I have yet to identify his weaknesses. Should he utilize his elemental form, he becomes immune to any form of attack. So, is this all he is capable of? Su Di inquired. This is the extent of a warlord's abilities? Merely a Logia-type fruit, Su Di replied calmly. At that moment, there was a knock at the door of their VIP room. I shall answer it, Su Di said calmly. stepping forward and striking the door with a swift slice of his sword. The blade struck with a resounding clang, meeting the edge of the sword. Outside the door stood none other than the formidable warlord, Crocodile, his countenance dark as he blocked the attack. However, even his golden hook of a left hand bore the mark of the strike. "Who are you?" Crocodile inquired. "Since you have asked so earnestly, allow me to bestow upon you my mercy," Cavendish declared, embodying the very essence of justice, as the world's vigilant observer. "I shall not permit your reckless actions to devastate a nation that ought to thrive in peace." Crocodile, dismissing Cavendish, turned his gaze towards Robin. "Did you reveal our plans to them?" A mocking laughter escaped him. "Indeed, a woman such as you, who is prone to betrayal, cannot be trusted." In an instant, he conjured a small whirlwind of sand and dust with his other hand. Sandstorm. Yet, before he could fully utter the command, he felt an immense weight bearing down on him, forcing him to the ground. The very floor of the room began to buckle under the pressure, and the tiny whirlwind dissipated into mere grains of sand. "What is the purpose behind your treasonous plot, Crocodile?" Cavendish stepped forward to inquire, taking note of the situation. Crocodile's profile read: age, 38, rank, unknown, physical strength, 2457, bounty, 80 million, speed, 2451, bounty, 80 million, power, 3175, warlord, stamina, 3454, warlord, armament hockey, 1, barely existent. Observation hockey, 24, barely existent. Conqueror's hockey, 0, hopeless. Devil fruit, 593, extremely high level. Crocodile struggled against the weight, yet even his elemental form was crushed into sand. He could only relinquish his transformation, but the pressure remained unyielding. He glanced at Cavendish with great difficulty. "A user of abilities?" "No. This is merely a fragment of my overwhelming presence," Cavendish replied. In many respects, his base statistics paled in comparison to Crocodile's. However, he wielded hockey. "Now, recount your plans in their entirety." If this woman has already divulged the information, why must you inquire further? What she has stated is untrustworthy. Your words, however, I shall believe. Am I to be the subject of your mockery?" Crocodile seethed, incensed at being so thoroughly bested upon his entrance. Anyone would feel fury in such a situation. Yet, he found himself facing not the radiant protagonist, the pirate King Luffy, but rather a newcomer amidst the ranks of powerful allies. "What is wrong with me jesting with a pirate of your kind? Furthermore, answer my question." Crocodile chose silence, his dignity preventing him from bowing in submission. "If memory serves, you are a pirate who has returned from the New World. You must have heard of the power of hockey. Although it appears you have not trained in it, my sword is imbued with hockey. Even striking your elemental form will inflict genuine harm." Su-Di brandished his sword, aware that he was currently restrained by gravity, rendering any escape impossible for a duel. This gravity was formidable enough to suppress even giants and the likes of Zoro from the New World. Crocodile remained impassive, his resolve unwavering. "So what if you know? My objective is the most significant secret hidden within this nation. That is, the ancient weapon, Pluton." Beneath a facade of confusion, Su-Di's expression remained unchanged. He swiftly turned, slicing through the golden hook controlled by sand. "I have long been aware of your little ploys. After all, you are one of the 7 warlords. Resorting to such underhanded tactics, is it a testament to your insufficient strength, or merely a reflection of your inadequacy?" Su-Di noted that the ground beneath them was gradually turning to sand. Yet, none of this could deceive him. The reason was simple. He comprehended Crocodile's various techniques, and the likelihood of concealed moves was nearly non-existent. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated by Luffy. He remained vigilant, attuned to the surroundings, prepared for any counterattack from the sand fruit. Even in the pursuit of a rabbit, one must exert their utmost effort. With a resounding crash, the floor crumbled into sand. And in that fleeting moment, Crocodile seized the opportunity to escape into the grains, yet he did not vanish entirely. From a distance, he found himself once again ensnared by gravity. Su-Di and his companion remained steady, landing safely. They even had the time to shield their faces with their garments. While Nico Robin stumbled, nearly falling face first to the ground. Is it acceptable to let him escape? It's of no concern. If he can flee, then he possesses skill. Su-Di replied calmly as he advanced towards Crocodile, donning a mask. What began as a mere jest among friends about slaying a warlord might indeed turn into a reality. His companion also approached with composure. The Logia-type fruit was undeniably powerful, and Crocodile's mastery was formidable. yet it had yet to reach a level where it could disregard the disparities in strength or rival true invulnerable beings. What transpired? A few onlookers from the casino emerged to witness the spectacle, while many others had already retreated to safety. The building has collapsed, yet they did not flee immediately. This speaks volumes about their psychological resilience. The primary concern lay at the exit, where dust was swirling chaotically. As an experienced veteran, it was inconceivable for him to exert gravitational control even over the dust. Moreover, it was beyond Crocodile's physical reach. Suddenly, a blade of sand surged from the ground, aiming at Sudi, who merely sidestepped to evade the attack. I have been anticipating your ambush. However, the techniques at my disposal have become rather limited. Out of respect for you, I have chosen to conclude this from a distance, Sudi stated calmly, retrieving a bullet from his pocket. Sea stone. These three characters are sufficient to attest to the extraordinary potency of this sea stone bullet. For the average individual, the exceedingly rare sea stone is equally elusive for pirates. Otherwise, when confronted with a wielder of abilities, there would be no fear. One could simply unleash a barrage of sea stone bullets upon them. The atmosphere shifts dramatically, yet remains unchanged in essence. The black market enforces stringent regulations regarding this material. For an ordinary pirate, acquiring sea stone is akin to chasing a dream. However, he is different. His lineage is noble, albeit once. Should he desire, procuring a few potent devil fruits would pose no challenge, let alone a mere handful of sea stone bullets. This, indeed, is the power of capital. Sudi fixated on Crocodile with an innocent determination. Unable to evade due to his physical constraints, naturally, utilizing a firearm was out of the question. What formidable warrior resorts to such trivialities? Would it not be more convenient to launch a bullet with a mere flick of a finger? Farewell, Sand Crocodile. Though masked, Sudi could hardly suppress a chuckle. Bang! The bullet was discharged, striking Crocodile squarely in the chest. What? I aimed for his head. How could it deviate so drastically? Sudi stared incredulously at his left hand. It became evident that he had underestimated the proficiency of his opponent. Crocodile possessed an expertise in projectiles, embodying a merciless machine of destruction. Sudi had never even fired a gun. How could he expect accuracy in tossing a bullet? After all, Crocodile was one of the 7 warlords. I sense that this incident will make headlines. Those with a quick wit have already produced their transponder snails for recording. It would not bode well for you to disseminate this, Sudi remarked, as a formidable force of gravity bore down upon those holding the transponder snails. Nico Robin swiftly reacted, approaching to assist in disabling their surreptitious recording devices. Chapter 14. No one recognizes me. No one. Hey, what are you doing with my transponder snail? The man began, yet before he could finish, Robin employed her abilities to clasp her hands around his throat. You would not wish to know the reason, Robin stated calmly. Still, Sudi approached Crocodile. Ahem, I did not anticipate that my plan would falter before it even commenced, Justice Messenger. If you are to enact justice, you should first confront the world government. They are the true architects of the term justice. Before Crocodile could utter another word, Sudi pierced his neck with a sword. This matter is one for my future self to contemplate, he said, sheathing his sword with composure. Brother, it seems we cannot linger here any longer. Indeed, they all wrapped their faces tightly and proceeded to exit slowly. Alas, Crocodile was not worth a bounty. Next, the world government will likely seek another warlord. Cavendish, it appears you are indeed fighting for justice, he remarked with a smile as they departed. Oh, it's rather mediocre. If this nation truly allows a warlord to scheme, it would be perilous. My strength is somewhat insufficient to contend with such a natural type foe. There exists a disparity between merely injuring and decisively defeating them. Nico Robin followed closely behind them. What are you doing trailing after us? I chose to align myself with Crocodile's faction solely for the sake of historical authenticity. Now that you have slain him, my quest for that historical truth has dissipated. If you truly seek it, you might explore the royal tomb, after all. Such treasures could never reside in ordinary places without drawing attention. Ah, your reasoning is indeed a logical conjecture, a clandestine realm that few have observed. May I extend an invitation for you to witness it? No need. Nico Robin, I recall you are also a wanted individual. While being a fugitive does not necessarily equate to being a pirate, it is said that you have destroyed several warships. You must pose a significant threat to the world government. Heh, if danger is your concern, you need not worry. After all, my fruit ability holds little significance for you. So what exactly is the true history? It is a stone that records a history the world government wishes to conceal, reputed to be indestructible. Is that so? Moreover, it is said that I may be the only one in the world capable of deciphering the inscriptions upon it, Robin replied. The world government, you say? A somewhat grave expression crossed Yi Xiao's face. By the way, Crocodile has recently been preparing something, namely, the Baroque works. I have never heard of it. Su Di remarked nonchalantly. After all, an organization still in the preparatory stages should at least recruit some basic members. So, are all the members of this organization Crocodile's subordinates? To some extent, yes. However, it is not entirely so, for this organization was originally intended by Crocodile to serve as a bounty hunter group. Among them, male members are referred to as Mr. followed by a numerical designation, while female members are called Miss followed by a festive title. My codename is Miss All Sunday. Apart from myself, none of the members are aware of the true identity of the boss, as dictated by Crocodile's rules. Anyone who attempts to investigate the boss's identity will be the first to be eliminated. In other words, this organization is currently a clean slate without any criminal record. One could indeed say that. If I were to take over this organization as its boss, there would be nothing amiss, would there? Wait. Your clarity in this matter suggests you harbor such intentions? Ah, you've seen through me, Mr. Cabbage. If you possess any basic judgment regarding my appearance, you should realize how foolish your nickname is, akin to Nolan leading an army in search of the Golden Island. This folly is not in the desire for gold, but in Nolan's own foolishness. Had the island of Jaya not been split, the primitive nation burdened with gold would have been obliterated by the ambitions of the kingdom. I apologize. I had thought you would appreciate it. They had unknowingly departed from the rainy area. Yi Xiao carried the belly won from the wager, while Su Di possessed little beyond 2 snail phones, 20 sea stone bullets, Durandal, 500,000 belly in cash, and a small water container. Of course, this sandproof garb is commonly understood to be invaluable. Seeking the true history within the royal tomb of the nation may not be the wisest course of action. With a faint smile, he weakly inquired, No. There is nothing amiss. If the world government were to discover that a nation possesses such perilous items, it would undoubtedly take action. Su Di casually elucidated. This is merely his superficial judgment. After all, the Alabaster royal family was once a founding entity of the world government. He does not ascertain whether the world government's lack of action is related to this. However, it seems rather absurd that such a crucial historical document, the Poneglyph, was entrusted to a mere handful of minor agents for theft, and they have yet to succeed. The world government's indifference in this matter is quite remarkable. Perhaps they do not pay much attention to this historical text. Oh, have they recruited so many prodigies now? Shudi carefully examined the roster of the Baroque works. Indeed, they had recruited Mr. 5. Many of them possessed the powers of devil fruits, and there were several formidable female members as well. Just how powerful can one be in the Grand Line? Regardless, it is what it is. Well, in that case, let us take you to see that historical text. Then, you shall assist me in overseeing the entirety of Baroque works. After all, there are some strong individuals within. Let them operate as bounty hunters according to the original plan. Of course, without engaging in any malevolent deeds. You truly are a kind-hearted person. Both commendations and criticisms? Indeed, there are both. Fortunately, Shudi harbored no interest in tomb raiding. Otherwise, the royal tomb would be missing quite a few bricks. Since it was already deep in the night, their intrusion did not attract the attention of others, including the guards. The internal architectural structure of the royal tomb was not particularly complex. After a short while, they found the location of the historical text. Is this what Crocodile sought? Nico Robin was not seeing a historical text for the first time. She had encountered one previously in her hometown, O'Hara. This one detailed how Cassandra conquered Alabasta in the year 239 of the celestial calendar, and in 260, Tama conquered the Bid-In dynasty. Enough of this meaningless narrative, Shudi remarked, astonished as he beheld the authentic historical document. Of course, this was not merely an excuse to dismiss Robin's fanciful tales. In the year 239 of the celestial calendar, Cassandra buried the Poneglyph at the water's edge. The key to accessing it must be opened by the name of D. If there are no descendants of the D clan left in this world, do not let the Poneglyph resurface. The gods of the sea shall extinguish the wicked fruits. As long as the celestial king does not emerge, the Poneglyph shall remain hidden. Goodness, you have translated it, yet you cannot provide a detailed explanation? Shudi observed with keen clarity. Indeed, he had never truly considered that a complete language translation could even reflect this historical text. Then why is it impossible to comprehend the language of animals? Could it be that they have not developed their own written system? Their calls cannot fully convey their thoughts. Can they? Alas, I have become a mere substitute. Naturally, if he did not speak up, how could anyone know that he could also understand the historical text? I have no interest in this historical document. You may finish reading it. For the next 6 years, it is likely that. First, establish a bounty hunter agency in Alabasta. Of course, if you stray too far, there is a high likelihood of being used as a pawn by other formidable forces. That, I cannot concern myself with. Rest assured, I shall exercise ample caution. The cabbage boss, Nico Robin, maintained a smile. Her words laced with a hint of malice as she sought to discern the character of the one who had slain Crocodile. Well, as long as you are aware. The sun in Alabasta is quite fierce. Just be careful not to turn into a black pearl. The journey back will be considerably more convenient. I did not anticipate that the boss you eliminated would so swiftly have you take his place. I thought there would be a longer transition period. We have already exchanged much conversation during our travels. Is it not sufficient? It is already deep into the night. Securing us a lodging should be paramount. So, why not seek accommodation while in the royal city? My spirits were low, and the conditions there were exceedingly rudimentary. Ultimately, I found myself back on the ship. Nico Robin did not rush to depart, but accompanied me aboard, taking a brief respite. There were already 10 crew cabins on the ship, each capable of housing 10 individuals. Thus, reserving a cabin for Robin to rest for the night posed no issue, even though it was past midnight. Oh, boss, do you not wish for my company this evening? No need for that. Would that not be an undue advantage for you? Sudi replied, knowing well that this cunning lady would not allow him to benefit at her expense. It was likely nothing more than playful banter. Let it be clear, any of your future actions must remain untainted. Should I discover otherwise, I shall return to exact vengeance. Very well, noble emissary of justice. Do not address me as sir. Call me the noble prince of the seas. It is a more fitting title. Sudi bit into a petal. Do noble princes enjoy consuming roses? Moderately, as long as I desire it. If I wish to eat, then I shall. Such is the privilege of a boss, Sudi remarked calmly. The following day, he encountered a naval warship at the port. Cough, cough, cough. I hope they have not spotted me. No, 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 they certainly have not detected my presence. One must remember that the slayer of Crocodile is merely an enthusiastic bounty hunter obscured by a mask. For safety's sake, he decided to stow away that sand-resistant outfit in the wardrobe for permanent preservation, even though it was merely a local costume, with multiple styles available from the cellar. Sudi sat at the bow of the ship, somewhat apprehensive. A normal person would never aspire to become a fugitive. Any righteous deeds performed would then transform into cautionary tales. Furthermore, various bounty hunters would relentlessly pursue him. As for the Navy's pursuit, that is another matter entirely. The world's pinnacle of combat prowess converges there. No faction can contend with them at such a high level of power. Oh, the disparity between this ordinary red wine and the Royal Reserve is indeed vast. Sudi even recalled the subpar wines he had once tasted. Royal Reserve? Ah, indeed. Prince Cavendish. I found you in the newspaper. This news is quite recent, indeed. Nico Robin smiled as she presented a newspaper from 5 days ago. Due to the route issues, the previous news only recently reached Alabasta. Chapter 15, The Mysterious Bounty Notice. The transponder snail rang, but Sudi had no desire to answer. I must reiterate, do not reveal my identity. If the Navy comes to apprehend you, even if captured, you must steadfastly uphold the secret. Sudi tapped on the table. Very well. Assisting you, my relatively amiable employer, is acceptable to me. What do you mean by relatively amiable? Sudi continued, by the way, regarding the Baroque works. I am rather intrigued by the list you provided. There are a few individuals you could summon. Having them act as bounty hunters seems a bit beneath their talents. Understood. However, gathering them will require at least 3 days. Please do your utmost to gather them. Coincidentally, I also need to gather intelligence about the various routes over the next few days. Miss Golden Week, although only 10 years old, remains a child. Yet her abilities do not diminish with time. They are inherently formidable. Even Luffy and Sanji can be influenced by her powers, which are indeed extraordinary. Sudi is likewise curious about this ability. It is somewhat inappropriate for a child to risk herself as a bounty hunter. Miss Valentine Este, a user of the float fruit, is sought not for her skills, but for her beauty. Is it reasonable for a ship to lack a single enchanting woman? As a renowned warlord of the sea, surely she possesses considerable wealth. I shall retain half for organizational operational costs. The rest, bring to me. Sudi declared with a sweeping gesture. Understood. Robin departed swiftly. Shudi and his companions rested at the port for 3 days. With the assistance of Yijiao, he significantly bolstered his strength. The world is so tainted, allowing me only to remain in one place and listen intently. Indeed, I find it unbearable. Oh, so, Brother Yijiao, you agree to join our ship? I nearly uttered another word. No, I wish to join the Navy and make use of my remaining strength. Cavendish, I sense you harbor a sense of justice within you. However, the path to executing justice demands much sacrifice and experience. I hope you can hone your skills alone in the future, Yijiao stated calmly. Oh, I see, I truly see. I shall strive to become the strongest adventurer on the seas, punishing the wicked and eradicating formidable pirates. After all, those small fry, even if defeated, cannot be eliminated entirely. They will continue to emerge. Only by eradicating the upper-tier pirates can we deal with the smaller ones. Your theory is indeed something I have never encountered before. However, it seems quite reasonable. It's akin to surrounding the city to protect the countryside. No, that is not what I meant at all. Shudi sighed deeply. Since you do not wish to accompany us on our adventures, I cannot compel you to stay. Upon reaching the next island, I shall escort you to the naval division. At that juncture, your decision to enlist in the Navy shall rest solely upon your own volition. Cavendish, your potential is extraordinary. With diligent practice, you could indeed become a figure renowned across the globe. As for the cabbage merchant, the 300 million berries have been duly transferred. You mentioned that I could manage the remaining funds at my discretion, which may only be utilized for organizational development. Naturally, I shall also provide you with a monthly salary of 10,000 berries, which hardly constitutes mistreatment of employees. I am truly grateful for your generosity. Here are the members you requested, Marianu and Machida. Could you clarify who is who? Although Su Di could discern their identities from their appearances, he could only recall their code names. Oh, I am Marianu, announced a 10-year-old girl, raising her hand. She had 2 braided pigtails and boarded the ship with a bag of snacks, her auburn hair shining in the sunlight. All right, showcase your abilities, said Su Di, who, of course, was not wearing a mask aboard the ship. Thus, the effectiveness of her appearance on the young girl was utterly negligible. This is yellow, this is red, this is green, and this is yellow-green. That is my ability. As for the effects, you may experiment, Golden Week stated calmly, seemingly unfazed by Su Di. To her, the snacks in hand were far more enticing than the colors she had just whimsically conjured. Very well, young lad, I trust you. So, you must be Machida? Su Di turned to the other girl. Indeed, the boss is quite young and handsome, exclaimed Miss Valentine with a smile. However, regardless of how one looked at it, she appeared somewhat comical. Oh, then why not test the power of this color? Me? Though she was indeed pleasant to behold, her incessant laughter was somewhat off-putting. By the way, none of you possess bounty orders, do you? I do not. As I was captured at a young age, Marianu replied with an unperturbed expression. Is that so? Alas, a pitiable child who was abducted. Should you wish to return home, we shall not impede you. No. There is no longer any need to go back. Why, you ask? It dates back to my early childhood. Golden Week found a modest wooden barrel to sit upon. To think that such a child could be one of our members, truly a lapse in the intelligence organization, joked Valentine. Then, upon her touching the yellow, what is happening? I cannot contain myself. This is the laughter-inducing yellow. Oh, that is quite an impressive technique, Su Di noted, taking mental note of her reaction. Are there no limitations? For instance, regarding time or the shade of color. The color will lose most of its efficacy once the pigment thoroughly dries into powder. Of course, it will be rendered ineffective if wiped away. It is merely an ability I discovered by chance when I was 6 years old. However, I myself am immune to such negative emotions. Is it truly the case that a smile is considered a negative emotion? For you, it is indeed true. Do not touch the paint, for its effects will swiftly vanish. Mariana maintained an unwavering expression. Su Di turned to Robin. Have you ever tested her abilities? Indeed. The power of the sorrowful blue is exceedingly formidable. Beside them, Yixiao, filled with curiosity, leaned in to touch the green hue. However, no sensation was felt. I seem to perceive nothing extraordinary. Is that so? Let us engage in a friendly spar. Very well. Hold on a moment. It appears to be utterly ineffective. Su Di was somewhat reluctant to experiment. Yet, touching a harmless paint should pose no risk. He too ventured to touch the green paint, the leisurely green. Oh, how delightful it is to sip afternoon tea, accompanied by a few snacks. If there is nothing pressing, dear proprietor, It seems it's time for your voyage. Mariano, exceedingly displeased, reclaimed the snack bag Sudi had previously taken, now devoid of contents. As an adult, you truly are a failure. Interestingly, it seems even the blind are immune to my color effects, though I remain indifferent to this. Golden Week diligently noted this information in her notebook. Haha. It appears I can no longer perceive these marvelous effects. Yishao departed the deck to rest, descending to the lower cabin to gamble with the sailors. If there is nothing urgent, I too feel it's time for a respite. Unless there are tasks assigned, please do not seek me. Golden Week took a bottle of juice and, under the guidance of the ship's steward, Sis, found her cabin. Sudi wiped away the green paint from his hands. Merely a slight touch yields an effect. This ability has indeed reached a considerable level. Moreover, it is not a devil fruit. Quite impressive. Although the limitations are significant, the benefits make her presence aboard worthwhile. Sudi began to contemplate. After cleaning off the paint with a rag, he arranged for Machida's cabin. You are considered newcomers on my ship. Just remember one thing. Do not engage in misdeeds. Be honest. Stick with me, and I assure your safety. Sudi offered a few words of advice before dismissing them. Alas, the disparity between ideals and reality is vast, fatal even. He had hoped that by finding a beautiful maiden, he could rid himself of his unblemished state. Yet, every enchanting woman he encountered was far from normal. Regarding the navigator's words, could I venture to the East Blue to bring Nami back? Eradicating the Fishman gang would not be too challenging for me. Sudi's aspirations were splendid. Yet the reality is that his ship could never navigate upstream against the currents of the upside-down mountain. Returning to the East Blue was an impossibility. No one could accomplish such a feat. Those who returned to the other four seas generally did so by directly traversing the upside-down mountain. Only a scant few managed to pass through the doldrums. But the doldrums? Is that a route navigable by the average person? Not to mention the perilous nature of the journey. In this world where wind serves as the primary driving force, how do mainstream sailing vessels navigate? Just a few thousand meters of the sea can induce a sense of unease. Not everyone possesses the fortitude of a seasoned sailor, and the perilous waters pose a significant threat. Many have already succumbed to the treacherous waves stirred by the whims of the ocean. The risks are monumental. The next destination is Gaia Island, while the empty island is best left to those with the audacity to venture there. Lacking the necessary prowess, I am not inclined to take such risks. Sudi has chosen a prudent course. Regarding this route, the upcoming islands should present no substantial challenges. The recorded time will be kept within 2 months. Your Highness, we can expect to reach the Shambadi archipelago in approximately 3 months. Is that so? Very well then. Upon arrival at Shambadi, we shall seek a new navigator. Bidding farewell to Nico Robin, they prepared to embark on the next leg of their journey. Meanwhile, at the port, someone was observing the departure of their ship. Nico Robin, have you found new companions? However, if only there could be a brief lull. I would not need to be so vigilant. At least, these individuals seem more benevolent than those from before. A long-faced gentleman perused the day's newspaper. Although the events in Alabasta have had a significant impact, the identity of the murderer who dispatched the warlords remains shrouded in mystery. The warlord Crocodile stationed in Alabasta was slain by an unidentified assailant. The global situation may be on the brink of a new crisis. The Navy has issued a new bounty notice. The enigmatic figure known as Edward the Hidden Blade, suspected of possessing a devil fruit ability, has a bounty of 160 million berries. Life or death, it matters not. The bounty poster, however, features a hand-drawn image of a figure entirely shrouded in protective garb, with a blade that is indistinct. Many bounty hunters found this perplexing. Is this a bounty notice worthy of reference? Coincidentally, Sudi shared the same sentiment. Chapter 16. The unquestionably reliable navigator justice shall prevail. Please, do not be so naive. Do you not believe in justice? Child, there is no light in your eyes. But what does reading the newspaper amount to in terms of justice? It merely reports the eradication of a notorious pirate. A mere ordinary pirate with a bounty of 30 million, who likely scraped by through nefarious deeds. Indeed, such pirates deserve to be extinguished. My uncle's fishing business was ruined due to their interference. Precisely, not all pirates are malevolent. Sudi remarked while holding a glass of fine red wine. That makes sense. Away with you. Indeed, the distinction between ordinary wine and red wine is substantial. Before departing from Alabaston, it is indeed preferable to procure some fine red wine. In this desert nation of Alabaston, where sunlight is abundant, the grape industry flourishes. However, it is not as prosperous as one might expect. There exists a disparity in both the craftsmanship and the quality of the raw materials used. Isn't it a waste of splendid grapes? Shudi could only reluctantly alleviate the farmer's burden by purchasing a substantial amount of raisins as snacks. Are we not yet at Gaia Island, uncle? During the Golden Week, a discarded nutshell struck the navigator's head. Hey, you little rascal. Apologies, came the insincere reply, as the child continued munching on snacks. Yet, who could blame her for being a child? Children indeed enjoy certain privileges, though boys are an exception. We are merely half a day's journey from Gaia Island. Suddenly, the weather took a turn for the worse, with a torrential downpour descending without warning. Shudi promptly gathered the items on deck and gazed at the sky. Strange. What type of cloud is this? The navigator pondered, sensing its unusual density. If you read more, you would know this is called cumulonimbus. It is said to be the origin of the legend of the Sky Island, for it resembles an ocean floating in the heavens. Vast and boundless, Shudi remarked. Huh, how could that be? Such a logical phenomena as a sky island cannot exist. How could the sea possibly float in the air? People cannot stand upon the sea. Think what you will. For now, focus on the course, Shudi replied, closing his eyes while gazing at the sky. Although he did indeed yearn for the sanctity of such ethereal islands, he could not ignore the current limitations of their capabilities. Inaru was not a concern. The primary issue was the safety of the vessel. He could not guarantee that the power of the smile fruit could stabilize such a large ship, even if he had previously summoned meteors. However, controlling the stable descent of a ship required consideration of its overall structure, which was not particularly robust. In the future, I shall travel in a small boat. Yes, just a small one, straight to the Sky Island, Shudi mused. Hiding beneath a Valentine's umbrella, Golden Week overheard his murmurs. Oh, you immature adult, still harboring fantasies about the Sky Island? Is this what they call a boy's romance? Can't you be a bit more agreeable at your young age? If I were agreeable, I wouldn't be here. I once loved to paint, but due to this ability, no one appreciates my art. Well, artists are often like that. No, it's just that you haven't added a layer of glass. As long as you don't touch it, the influence will diminish significantly. Indeed, Golden Week nodded. You may paint as you wish. I can provide paint and canvases. Create whatever you desire. To be honest, you are not yet at a level where you can utilize them. It seemed he had just spoken something quite peculiar. Yes, in the context of work. Thus, nurturing your hobbies is quite important. As they spoke, the rain had ceased. However, Shudi felt a tremor in the ship. What is happening? He immediately rose and dashed to the side of the vessel to investigate. The ship was suddenly rocked by the surging waves. Sailors and everyone aboard, grasp onto any nearby objects to steady yourselves. Su Di shouted urgently. What is happening? Yi Xiao was the first to sense something amiss. Although he did not fully comprehend the situation, as he was in the midst of triumphing over his opponents at the gambling table. Everyone, please stabilize yourselves quickly. The ship is encountering an unexpected crisis. Yi Xiao called out to those within the cabin. The magnificent sailboat, towering 30 meters in height and 70 meters in width, soared into the sky in an instant. More accurately, it was propelled heavenward by a powerful ocean current. The immense inertia severed the entire sail. Navigator, you must keep a vigilant eye on the current. Sail in its direction. Soon, their vessel was thrust sideways by the incredible force of the current, with the hull nearly vertical to the ascending waters. The navigator, flustered, could barely discern the planned course, directing the crew with urgency. However, it was indeed challenging for the sailors to maneuver the helm amidst the chaos. Fortunately, no one had fallen overboard. Su Di managed to steady himself, grasping a young sailor who lacked any secure hold and tossing him toward the cabin door. Frightened, the young man immediately retreated below deck. Yi Xiao had already emerged from the cabin, assisting others inside to stabilize themselves. What is happening? The question could wait. For now, Su Di shouted, in a moment, we might float in midair. If possible, let this ship lose its gravity for a brief interval. I need to locate the direction of that floating island and land upon it. Unfortunately, they had just missed the surge of the ascending current, resulting in a failed ascent. Without a landing on the floating island, their outcome would be dire. Death awaited them at 10,000 meters above ground. Even with Yi Xiao's best efforts, Su Di estimated that their endurance would not last long, for the exertion of controlling gravity was immense. Maintaining a gradual descent from such heights was a formidable challenge. Oh, the distance to the floating island is not far at all. It is feasible. At that moment, the current began to lose its momentum, plummeting like a puddle of water. Meanwhile, their vessel slowly adjusted its bow, hovering in midair. The wind is coming from that direction, Sudi exclaimed. Oh, it lacks that feature? No matter. He ran to Yi Zhao's side, adjusting his head's orientation with his arm. Shall we proceed in this direction? Understood, Yi Zhao replied indifferently. Suddenly, the ship surged toward that course. Yes, yes. Slow down. The child is still small. Apply the brakes. Sudi felt the speed surpass even that of the previous current. The vessel experienced minimal disturbance. As it gradually decelerated, it landed atop the floating island, more accurately described as resting upon the sea of clouds. Have we truly succeeded? We are alive. This is clouds. The sea. Perhaps it should be called the White Sea. Sudi gazed at the pristine, cloud-like waters. Is this truly seawater, surrounded by clouds? Ah, this was unforeseen. It was indeed a marvel. Worth painting, Yi Zhao remarked, her face flushed from the earlier fright. It was only because it was Valentine's Day that she had clung to him, preventing her from being thrown overboard. You little rascal. You certainly do not appear to be frightened at all. Makita observed that the situation with the vessels had stabilized, allowing her to exhale with a hint of relief. Navigator? Did you not notice the peculiarities of the currents here? Yudi inquired with a smile as he approached the navigator, who was still clinging to a mast in a state of disarray. This is an utterly chaotic scenario. Moreover, the sea and the clouds are simply unimaginable. Just moments ago, I failed to detect any anomalies. The currents here are exceedingly elusive. Oh, is that so? When trouble arises, should we blame the persistent raging currents? Even the esteemed family of Yuanmo from Jaya Island can accurately discern the direction and location of such tumultuous waters. The navigator actually claimed to have noticed nothing at all. At the next stop, the moment we disembark, a new navigator shall take his place. Of course, for now he is still of use. Though Sudi refrained from voicing this thought. An aerial island, you say? I never imagined such a fantastical realm truly existed. Yi Zhao stood at the edge of the ship, heart filled with yearning despite the obscured view. Let us sail towards that direction for now. Navigator, keep a vigilant watch on the surrounding sea currents, Sudi commanded, gesturing towards the horizon. Outside the Grand Line. Discerning direction upon this expanse of white sea proves to be no arduous task, as the enigmatic magnetic forces that disturb one's physiological instincts are absent here. Furthermore, the recorded compass serves as a reliable guide. It was only after consulting the compass and his world map, both indicating the same direction, that Sudi felt emboldened to command the ship. The ensuing voyage was markedly tranquil. The sailors were awestruck by their sudden elevation into this celestial isle, propelled by an inexplicable surge of oceanic currents. Some even expressed a desire to capture the moment with photographs. Photography is permitted, but each individual is limited to 3 shots. I can lend you the photography bug, but please understand we have not yet reached the aerial island, Sudi announced loudly. By the way, do not attempt to plunge into the ocean above the clouds, for beneath those clouds lies a dizzying altitude of several thousand meters, and none could offer salvation should one fall. After addressing the crucial matters pertaining to the aerial island, Sudi relaxed slightly, sinking into a chair. The tea had been drenched by the rain, and he had no inclination to partake. An aerial island. I must immortalize this scene. During the Golden Week, he glanced at the semi-reclined Cavendish and the still Yi Zhao standing by the ship's edge. Picking up his brush, he gestured with swift strokes. Oh, this angle is absolutely splendid. Thus, he commenced his artistic endeavor. Some individuals still fretted over how they would descend from the clouds. However, recalling how their ship had hovered in midair for several seconds previously alleviated much of their trepidation. After some playful banter, they began to feel the effects of oxygen deprivation and fatigue, a consequence of the altered air pressure and diminished oxygen levels, compounded by their rapid ascent. As land dwellers, they were inherently unaccustomed to the thin air, especially after being thrust to this altitude by the currents. Ordinary folk require time to acclimatize to such conditions. Those who had captured their 3 photographs were immensely satisfied. Once they returned to the sea, this would serve as a splendid tale to regale in the future. In this day and age, if one has not ventured to the Sky Island, are they truly a pirate or an adventurer? What nonsense are you asking me? I jest. For there are photographs. Chapter 17, The Sacred Land of the Skies. The not-so-mysterious children of the Sky Island. Here, in this lofty expanse, the absence of wind is palpable. Their voyage relies solely on the waves and manual rowing. The pace can be described as profoundly touching. After approximately half a day's journey, they beheld a sea of clouds ascending toward the heavens. What was it called again? Sudi found it momentarily difficult to articulate. The sea descends with the clouds. ultimately leading to this vast white ocean. Before us appears a colossal cloud, resembling cotton candy, obstructing our view. Yet it does not completely block the way. There lies a passage wide enough for a grand sailing vessel. Ahead stands a grand gateway. Could it be that we need to navigate that current? How is that possible? To sail against the flow with such an incline? Moreover, there is no wind to aid us. Su Di, however, remained unperturbed, advancing towards the direction of the gate. Upon reaching it, a figure emerged from a nearby small dwelling, scrutinizing the large ship with keen interest. "Oh, a magnificent sailing vessel," exclaimed the old woman, chuckling. "Allow me to introduce myself. This is the Gate of Heaven. Beyond this passage lies the route to the Sky Islands. However, to pass through this gate, you must first pay 500 billion ek. After all, your numbers are quite substantial." "What? 500 billion? Why don't you simply rob us?" came the incredulous response. "It would be fine if you choose not to pay," the old woman remarked, climbing over the railing to reveal her diminutive form. She had to elevate herself with a few objects beneath her feet, for she was quite short. "Well, I must say, it is surprising to see such a large ship reach this place from the highest heavens. It has been quite some time since I have witnessed such a sight." She continued, "By the way, what is the exchange rate between ik and Bailey?" 10,000 to 1. "If you wish to avoid payment, you may leave," she stated nonchalantly. "There's no trouble. We can afford this sum. However, how shall we navigate the Cloud Sea route?" Su Di called to his subordinates, who handed him a wad of banknotes. "Ah, we will have a special fast crab for that," the old woman replied. At that moment, the vessel trembled slightly, lifting into the air. To be more precise, it was being hoisted by an enormous crab. "All right then, this crab is indeed quite large," Su Di remarked, glancing down to see its impressive size, surely delectable. After all, our ship had grown significantly as well. "Let it be so. Farewell for now," Su Di said indifferently. The fast crab began to swiftly carry them away. "What a pity. They did not refuse to pay," the old woman muttered flatly. Indeed, the crab was remarkably swift. Golden Week leaned over the side of the ship to observe, capturing the giant crab in his sketches. "And why is it called a fast crab?" Su Di pondered. "Perhaps it is because its eyes are blind." Despite carrying a grand sailing vessel, their speed remained astonishingly swift, causing Su Di to feel a rush of excitement. Yet, fatigue soon crept in, and he found himself yearning for a moment of rest, feeling an unusual discomfort in his body from the lack of movement. The Cloud Sea route, soaring nearly 3,000 meters high, reached its destination in a mere half-hour. It was the island of the gods. The sailboat leapt into the air before gracefully descending onto the sea. Upon entering this route, they found themselves separated from the ocean above by a veil of clouds. It is worth noting that a cloud sea also exists above. What a splendid environment. With islands in sight, they steered their course toward them. The sailors exerted themselves in unison, rowing toward the shore. Su Di observed the trees lining the coast and felt reassured. Without hesitation, he leapt from the boat, stepping onto the island's clouds. They were soft and elastic beneath his feet. Alas, this enchanting place could only be preserved in the sky. By the way, where should the anchor be cast? Indeed, since the depths below were merely the sea, it could be discarded anywhere. There was not even a breeze here. Quite right. The anchor was tossed onto the island-esque clouds. The gangplank was swiftly laid, and others eagerly disembarked to indulge in the cotton-like clouds. So soft, so comforting, a perfect remedy for the stresses of sailing. If possible, please lay me to rest here. It could be done right away. Someone seized a handful of the island clouds, which indeed felt as fluffy as cotton. With a swift tear, he tossed it onto the shoulders of a sailor preparing for a funeral. "Ah, you scoundrel. Nonetheless, it's incredibly soft." Others noticed the fruits on the trees by the shore, their curiosity piqued. "How heavy. And it won't open? Fool. You must pry it open with a knife." "But can this thing be eaten?" "Give it a shake. It's filled with water, just like your head," Su Di kindly advised the crew member. He fashioned a beach chair from the island clouds and reclined upon it, basking in utter bliss. "Now, without my command, no one is permitted to wander." "Yes, just like that. Do not damage anything here." Su Di relayed his orders through Shisi. These individuals have become rather cautious. Some have already begun to experience regret, for the capabilities of the camera phone insect are limited. Alas, they have exhausted their quota of photographs. "Oh, please grant me just one more opportunity to capture an image. Just once." Foolishness. They squandered their chances upon arriving at the Sky Island, and now it is too late for remorse. Within half an hour, Su Di sensed the approach of someone. However, he kept his eyes closed, unwilling to open them. "Hello, miss, are you a resident here?" Machida greeted. After all, allowing that group of burly men to engage in conversation would tarnish their reputation. "Yes, also, I am Cornus, a resident here," Cornus replied with a smile, appearing merely as a child at that moment. The wings behind her were strikingly noticeable. "Oh, can your wings enable you to fly?" "No, such a feat is unattainable. They are merely a part of my anatomy, perhaps somewhat superfluous." "No, they are truly beautiful. May I touch them?" If a man had asked, Cornus would have firmly declined. But since it was a woman, she nodded in agreement. "So soft, so comfortable. May I take them with me?" "No, that is utterly impossible," Cornus exclaimed, breaking into a cold sweat. Oh, what a pity. On Valentine's Day, she was inquiring about the conditions of the Sky Island. "If you are interested, you are welcome to visit our home, guest from Qinghai." "Qinghai? We came from the sea beneath the clouds." "Ah, we are aware of that. The sea in your region is referred to as Qinghai by us. Here, we call our sea the White Sea." "I see. White as clouds, indeed quite fitting. However, our sea is also a shade of azure. Perhaps blue sea would be more appropriate." Their conversation flowed pleasantly, revealing much about the unique laws of the Sky Island. Sudi was already familiar with some of them. As long as he avoided conflict with the indigenous people, he could evade 99% of the legalities. Thus, he paid no mind to it. After a half-hour nap, he awoke to find the surroundings devoid of any presence. "Hey, is this how you treat your captain? Deduct my wages, all of you." Then, he noticed a note beside him. "Boss, we went to Cornus's house as guests. If you are looking for us, ascend the cloud ladder to the first town. The house displaying the Weiba flag is the one. Please avoid any conflicts with the natives. The laws here are exceedingly stringent." Machida had left the message. Sudi glanced over towards the ship. There were indeed others watching over it. "Oh, in that case, I can hardly feel at ease. They have wandered off to some unknown location." Sudi rose, stretching lazily before departing from his spot. The island's cloud beach chairs were soon re-established upon the shore, melding seamlessly with the other cloud islands. If possible, he saw no necessity to engage in conflict with Inalu. Of course, that was only for now. The Sky Island was, after all, a complete and cohesive realm. If he possesses sufficient capability, he certainly would not wish for Inal to bring about its destruction. There are still many individuals above. Such matters should be discussed with a smile, perhaps. Alas, I am not acquainted with the laws of the Sky Island, nor do I comprehend this deity, leaving me unable to broach the subject proactively. I can only observe the strength of these indigenous inhabitants. Heiso noticed the unfriendly expressions of the surrounding male inhabitants of the Sky Island, while every female he encountered greeted him warmly, causing Yudi to feel somewhat embarrassed. Sigh, what a predicament. However, is it not a bit impolite to ignore their greetings? Ascending the cloud ladder, the path was utterly uncomplicated. After passing through a cloud-cutting area, they arrived at the small town in which they resided. The surroundings were filled with cloud-constructed homes. For those who do not favor the color white, it would be quite challenging to survive here, for as far as the eye could see, there were only white clouds. Fortunately, these thoroughly solidified island clouds do not leak moisture, and above the Sky Island, their solidity rivals that of stone. What a fascinating culture. I find myself somewhat eager for the journey that lies ahead. Finding Cornus's residence was not difficult. She is among the Sky Islanders who warmly welcome those from Qinghai. Her curiosity about Qinghai is boundless, with its seemingly inexhaustible soil and countless rare treasures. In general, she seems to possess a penchant for adventure. A flag hangs in front of her home, the design vividly representing the most commonly used mode of transportation on the Sky Island. The formidable wind shell, powered by wind, can sail without it, yet is exceedingly difficult to control, requiring extensive practice. Her family likely sells these vessels, and they could purchase several to keep on board. Naturally, since they have arrived here, there are various types of shells: wind shells, cloud shells, sound shells, water shells, fire-spitting shells, impact shells, repelling shells, wind-spouting shells, flying shells, slashing shells, flash shells, laser shells, lamp shells, heat shells, and image shells. Here I come. Of course, taste shell, you can roll away. Taste shell, so love can transfer. Can it not? According to the route, they should have arrived at Gaia Island, yet they suddenly vanished. Nevertheless, there is no time to dwell on this. I still have the tasks above to attend to. Without making an appearance, I have already elevated myself to a bounty of 100 million. This Cavendish indeed possesses some prowess. Let me see what kind of legend you can create. On the final day of Akiji's stay in Alabasta, he received news regarding Crocodile, with certain clues that might lead to that mysterious individual. From this moment onward, abandon the pursuit of this matter. It is a waste of time. Why seek someone who has eradicated pirates? Moreover, headquarters has summoned me back, stating they need to select candidates for the new 7 warlords. We cannot afford to delay any longer. At last, work beckons once more. Chapter 18. The Deity of the Sky Island. Knock, knock. Hello, this is Cavendish. Shooty announced as he rapped upon the door. The Golden Week opened it. Ah, you certainly know how to arrive right on time, boss. Cornus has just prepared lunch. Is there anything delectable on the Sky Island? He inquired. Such as a lavish lobster and fruit feast, along with the famed sky fish. However, without tasting, I cannot ascertain its flavor, Shooty replied, stepping into the modest abode. Not all the crew had returned. Most were still scouring the Sky Island for supplies. While the ship was presently well stocked, the unique souvenirs of the Sky Island were rare treasures that one could scarcely find in Qinghai. To miss out on such items could lead to a lifetime of regret. Very well, as long as they ensure safety, Shooty stated calmly as he strolled further inside. Also, I am their captain, Cavendish. Also, you are quite the handsome one, Cornus exclaimed, her eyes sparkling upon seeing him. Ah, it's merely SOSO. I can barely be considered unattractive, Shooty replied, taking a seat without any pretense. Perhaps it was due to their excessive politeness. Are you also from Qinghai? Indeed. Uncle, I heard your family is in the Weiba business. I just learned that this contraption is quite fascinating as it operates without wind. I wish to purchase a few vessels. Do you know the price? Shooty casually picked up a drink and took a sip. Hey, that is my drink. Golden Week protested, frowning. Oh, but for a novice, it is quite challenging to master. Purchasing it may not be cost-effective, he replied. Not a problem. I shall buy it to practice myself. That would be approximately 3 billionic. Very well, Shooty instructed someone to retrieve the funds. I shall start with 5 vessels as a trial. By the way, where might I find someone who deals in shell wholesale? Oh, you can contact shell merchants in this town. However, if you acquire too many shells, will you be able to utilize them? Absolutely not an issue. Moreover, we possess ample funds, Shooty asserted confidently. As the brief afternoon tea came to a close, Shooty, having taken a refreshing nap, expressed his desire to stroll through the streets, as he too harbored a yearning for shopping. Golden Week glanced around. Valentine's Day was engaged in conversation with Cornus, while the others had largely dispersed. A typical 10-year-old child should not venture out alone. But the allure of shopping overcame her reluctance, and she chose to accompany Shooty. Is it true that the deity of this Sky Island was just recently replaced a few months ago? She inquired, sitting on a chair with a smile. Indeed. It is so. Ahem, regarding discussions about deities, please refrain from speaking too loudly. I have become quite familiar with your Sky Island laws. Many aspects are rather unreasonable. Furthermore, does a deity that occupies all land truly represent peace? Perhaps he is merely a controller of power, speaking without restraint. The words sent chills down the spine of Cornus's father. Please, do not speak so. The divine is sacrosanct. Many who have dared to challenge the deity's majesty have been eradicated by his divine retribution. Divine retribution? It is a force potent enough to command thunder and lightning. To be struck by such a calamity is to court certain death. Moreover, the Lord God possesses a discerning eye, a capability to uncover all truths, even omniscience. Anyone who dares to gossip about the Lord God will inevitably be known to him. Our conversation, too, is under the deity's surveillance. Is that so? What a hypocritical deity, replied Yixiao with a calm demeanor. Please, refrain. The divine retribution for grave offenses. How dare you, foolish people from Qinghai, speak so audaciously in my domain? At that moment, within the central palace of God's Island, a figure coldly gathered power. Are there still such individuals present? It would be unfortunate to unintentionally harm civilians. Yixiao remained unperturbed, sauntering to the window. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Yixiao. A devil fruit, perhaps? I believe I have heard of it. Yixiao drew forth his staff sword. Ah, it must be the rumble fruit. With a gentle swing of his weapon, a gravitational field emanated from his body, causing the massive lightning bolt to dissipate in an instant. Enel's previously composed expression shifted abruptly. What power is this? Is the divine's grandeur so limited? Unable to withstand even the critique of an ordinary person, he resorts to punishment. Yishi was clearly displeased. Shooty, observing from a distance, recognized the lightning unleashed by Enel. Although its power was not particularly overwhelming, The sheer girth of the lightning column was undeniable. Old man, can't you ever be still? Shooty patted the head of Golden Week. Shopping time is temporarily over. The surrounding inhabitants of Sky Island gazed in terror towards that direction. Who has provoked the Lord God? It must be the newcomers from Qinghai. Shooty listened to their cries, their naivety apparent, and chose not to further disillusion them. Well, it's fortunate that the recording pointer can only register magnetic forces in the vicinity of Gaia Island. He estimated his own strength. It seems unlikely that I could defeat Enel, unless I were to catch him off guard without his knowledge of hockey. The chances of that are slim. Considering Enel's conqueror's hockey is likely the strongest. Let us proceed. Shooty urged Golden Week to hasten, while he himself began to sprint. Meanwhile, Yixiao had already discerned Enel's location through the latter's attack, realizing that Enel's conqueror's hockey was indeed formidable. However, Yixiao now finds himself utterly reliant on the perception of color and sound. A chunk of floating stone ascends under the influence of gravity, and Yixiao swiftly steps onto it, soaring towards the realm known by the inhabitants of the Sky Island as the Island of the Gods. The incident unfolds unexpectedly. Uncle, may I borrow a vehicle? Su Di calmly appropriates a powerful ride. Observing his confidence, Huang Jinzhou also positions himself behind the seat. Yet, for a novice, it is quite manageable. Rest assured. Do you not know who I am? With a firm press on the accelerator, he vows not to relent until the destination is reached. The advantage of this contraption lies in its ability to traverse even the most level of terrains. Of course, it is not designed for the streets of Sky Island, which are paved with the peculiar island cloud bricks. A sense of foreboding washes over me as I watch the wobbling vehicle navigating the stairs during the Golden Week. Concern etches itself onto my face, turning it crimson with fright. I can only cling tightly to Su Di, contemplating that if an accident were to occur, at least I would have someone to cushion my fall. Yet, unexpectedly, this vehicle did not topple over. How absurd. After all, Su Di possesses a motorcycle license of the 9th degree, so it stands to reason that operating a vehicle like this should be well within his capabilities. However, the skateboard model is undoubtedly the easiest to control, as maintaining balance is key to preventing a crash no matter the location. Oh, a local from Qinghai. Are you approaching me instead of retreating? Annie Lu rises, ready to personally mete out justice upon this blasphemer. His former homeland has been ravaged by this divine power. In this world, it seems impossible for anyone to defeat him. Does the opponent possess advanced observation skills? It is indeed plausible for lightning to strike with such precision from this distance. A smile crosses his face as he analyzes the situation while on the road. He fears not his adversary, yet he does not underestimate them either. Although the affairs of Sky Island may not directly concern him, the news of this deity slaughtering numerous innocent lives, including children, within a mere 2 months ignites an indescribable fury within him. Experienced driver, take us soaring. Su Di confidently applies the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt by the shore. Finding Gaia Island is hardly a challenge, as he has a map in hand. This map distinctly outlines the location of Sky Island, even tracking the movement of landmarks with clarity. Finally, they have arrived. What? Are you afraid? Not at all. Golden Week replies, albeit slightly trembling as he disembarks and begins to survey the primordial forest. The trees here are of an unfamiliar variety, likely species that have not been seen for over a century. Su Di responds calmly. After all, in this isolated environment, all seeds are fixed, making it quite difficult to cultivate new species in a short span of time. The biological system that originally existed on Sky Island evolved to adapt to its unique environment. Besides the flora on this half of Gaia Island, the stable land on Sky Island naturally fosters a more robust ecological cycle. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume that there is a water cycle present on Sky Island. Is it raining? Although it seems hard to fathom rain falling from 10,000 meters above, the cloud sea routes descending from the heavens consistently maintain the accumulation of water vapor. It is indeed a possibility. As for the source of the rainwater, there are numerous pathways for it to arrive. After all, it is rain. The sky, as a necessary condition for cloud formation, makes the accumulation of water vapor quite effortless. Brolo, do you seek me for something? Cavendish inquires. Isn't that an obvious question? You suddenly provoke the ruling class of Sky Island, which is one matter. You prepare to raid their homeland, which is another, but you fail to notify me in advance. Allow me to accompany you, but your actions are indeed misguided. Oh, I apologize for my earlier outburst. I neglected to consult everyone thoroughly. The opponent is likely a user of a devil fruit ability, so do exercise caution. Su Di examined the map, relinquishing Weiba and carrying the burden of Golden Week as they made their way forward. Regrettably, the Divine Palace was not marked on the map. Although Su Di is a true aficionado of manga and anime, he still struggled to grasp the finer details. Su Di suddenly sensed an intense gaze upon him, though he could not fully ascertain its nature. A trial, perhaps? I have no time for such endeavors. That gaze seemed to grow stronger. Could it be Enel? A formidable mind's net, capable of perceiving anyone's movements, does not equate to the omnipotent power of a deity. If one possessed the same observation haki, would they be able to discern it? Su Di directed his gaze toward a particular direction. Certain things indeed evoke emotions when one encounters them. The golden treasure lies within the right eye of the skeleton. Chapter 19. Could you refrain from leaping so high? Yet, the trees here can only be described as primeval forests, each towering over 70 meters. Without jumping, reaching our destination swiftly would be quite challenging. It's perfectly acceptable to proceed at a slower pace, Golden Week calmly remarked, though her body trembled incessantly. If you are frightened, I can assure you I will not drop you. There is no need for fear. They are merely ordinary gods. Meanwhile, Yixiao had already arrived at the temple. Gazing upon the high priest at the entrance of the shrine, Yixiao slightly opened his murky eyes. Are you the intruder? Such audacity is commendable. I'm curious to witness the consequences of provoking the gods. With a cold demeanor, Yixiao swung his blade, unleashing a colossal gravitational halo from the hilt that overwhelmed the high priest. What is this power? Enough. You cannot contend with him. A devil fruit user from Qinghai. Is it? Haha. Oh, and there are 2 little pests accompanying you. However, I have already dispatched my 4 high priests to deal with them. It should be resolved shortly. Yixiao remained unperturbed, drawing forth his staff and blade. A god that manipulates the thoughts of the people and slaughters the innocent. Such tyranny shall not be tolerated. But before that, Qinghai, for your blasphemy, you shall perish. Enel remarked coldly. Su Di was fortunate. Following that direction, he swiftly arrived at a vast plain, not far from the location of the gold. Wait, why am I seeking gold? Am I truly that kind of person? Upon reflection, gods are insatiable. It is likely that this god is no different, Golden Week remarked from his back. Suddenly, I turned to see 4 furious Supasea, or rather, for priests. Even though you are merely a young girl, you dare to profane the majesty of the divine. In the name of God Enel, I shall execute you, shouted a man from Sky Island with a distinctive mustache. Who are you? Su Di inquired, bewildered. You insolent fool, I am one of the 4 priests. The master of the trial of ropes, Shura. Why can't I recall his combat prowess? Su Di pondered in confusion. You dare to underestimate me. Rope Cloud. On the other side, a wide-eyed individual biting his lower lip looked at Su Di with excitement. Ah, Lord Nirvana, if you wish to speak, please refrain from biting your lip. Nirvana suddenly realized, letting out a startled cry. How infuriating. I cannot allow this Qinghai person to be so indulgently treated. Swamp Cloud. Su Di calmly observed as a rope cloud drifted past him, only to be ensnared by the swamp cloud thrown by Nirvana, engulfing his feet. This construct is rather peculiar. However, the cloud that cannot be taken from the Sky Island is utterly useless. With a slight effort, he freed his foot. A damp cloud. Meanwhile, the rope cloud was engulfed in flames, prompting Su Di to deduce that the rope cloud likely contained oily substances. However, the disparity in strength cannot be overcome by such trifling toys. Multi-slash. The bald man behind unleashed his slashing attack. Su Di effortlessly swung his sword to block all the assaults. Is this fellow truly that formidable? The enlightenment of the trial of the sphere exclaimed in astonishment. No, it's merely that he is fast, responded Wu Qium from the trial of iron. Why not resolve them swiftly? To protect you, of course. Su Di directly assessed the strongest among the priests, Omu. Omu, 38 years old. Faction level, Angel of the Sky Island, Priest of the Trial of Iron. Body strength, 648. Bounty, 60 million. Speed, 818. Bounty, 80 million. Power, 454. Bounty, 40 million. Stamina, 545. Bounty, 50 million. Armament Haki, 177. Slightly developed. Observation Haki, 145. Slightly developed. Conqueror's Haki, 0. Hope is lost in this life. Devil Fruit, 0. Economic hardship. No wonder his strength is thus. Su Di felt his body in motion. While the exertion had significantly diminished, dealing with them was still entirely manageable. Why then is his strength calculated directly by bounty? Furthermore, I wonder if their strength accounts for shells. Such a powerful adversary is indeed rare. However, it is this very caliber that grants us the privilege to strike together. OM proclaimed loudly. Su Di surged forward, engaging him in direct combat. Seizing the opportunity, OM conjured a long blade from his iron cloud. Su Di, showing no mercy, severed the iron cloud blade with a single stroke, without the need for any sword aura. What? OM barely had time to react before he was struck. The authority of the armed color was indisputable. This is bad, that guy. Shura, noticing the shift in the situation, swiftly thrust a spear. Upon contact with Su Di's sword, the spear shattered. Yet, in the blink of an eye, flames erupted from the shattered weapon. Oh, it came back to him. Su Di quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the attack. So, it was you who was knocked against the background wall by the Sandia people's barrage. What a despicable fellow. Shura attempted to leverage the cloud shell to seize an opportunity. At that moment, a cloud sphere approached Su Di's back, targeting the golden weak. Enough. Let me show you the limits of speed. Su Di effortlessly dodged the murky cloud thrown by Nirvana while also leaping to evade the sphere. Picking on the weak is the way to go. Therefore, the big sphere, you're my target. Crack. Dagger had no means to withstand Su Di's slashing strike, and was struck in the abdomen, instantly sent sprawling to the ground. Moreover, judging by his blood loss, it seemed impossible for him to rise again. Such speed. How is this possible? Everyone gasped in astonishment, except for Nirvana. If one were to inquire why, he was biting his lip in sheer excitement. That Nirvana is unable to speak while biting his lower lip. Nirvana immediately activated the shell propulsion beneath his feet, charging towards Su Di, but was easily sidestepped. Enough. The remaining ones, your tricks are limited. Surrender without bloodshed. Su Di declared, extending his hand. You bastard, what do you take us for? Shura shouted in rage. They represented the majesty and authority of the gods. How could it be possible? Boom. From the direction of the shrine, an exceedingly thunderous bolt of lightning erupted. The nearly 100-meter-wide lightning column resembled divine punishment bestowed upon mortals. Su Di was somewhat curious. This old man must have used armed color to annihilate his opponent, right? Alas, he was overly confident. Although, he should still be able to dominate. Ha 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 ha. This is the fate that befalls those who defy divine will. Qinghai people, your demise is at hand. Shura boasted. Did you not heed my earlier words? Su Di responded indifferently. I surrender. Nirvana eagerly produced all the shells he had on him and tossed them onto the ground. Hey, you bastard Nirvana. What are you doing? Shura could hardly believe it. It is known that Nirvana is the most honest among them. I thought you were merely being modest. So, you truly are honest? Suddenly, you wish to surrender? Nirvana mumbled while scratching the back of his head. Su Di nodded, glancing at the others. They hesitated to act rashly. So, are you not surrendering? What a jest! Who would concede? Su Di delivered a decisive strike without uttering a word. The heart network was utterly ineffective. Even among those of the same caliber, the observation hockey struggled to manifest its potential. Not to mention that priest, whose observation hockey was even inferior to his. With a thud, Ashura collapsed onto the ground, motionless. Hey, Nirvana, what is the matter with you? Exclaimed loudly, attempting to pull him back. Indeed. Perhaps surrender is the only option, Nirvana continued to murmur. At this moment, noticed that his clothes were stained with a small patch of paint. Oh, I've been discovered. He thought. Hurry up and resolve this, said Golden Weak. The timid wight. Doesn't that name roll off the tongue a bit more easily? No, rather. It is quite peculiar, he mused. Ultimately, Su Di swiftly dealt with As for Nirvana, it was challenging for Su Di to extinguish someone so honest. Perhaps it was due to his lack of physical coordination that the survival rate in the swamp trial was merely 50%. Anyone with a decent intellect could vanquish him. He gathered the shells from the priests, many of which were species already extinct from the Sky Island. Moreover, their effects were remarkably practical. For instance, the flying shell. Alas, my shoes are difficult to fit it into. Otherwise, I could soar. Why would one still wish to fly? Golden Weak had already developed a fear of Su Di's sailing skills. I want to fly even higher. Su Di attempted to affix it to the sole of his shoe. A powerful gust of wind suddenly lifted his body, causing him to ascend. However, due to the inadequate strength of the binding, one of the flying shells detached, and he found himself propelled awkwardly to the ground. Fortunately, I didn't follow him into the air, Golden Weak remarked as she picked up a wind shell. Curious about its effect. Naturally, for safety, she did not aim the release port at herself, but rather at Cavendish. Whoosh. Huh? Is that all there is to it? Golden Week questioned, shaking her head in confusion. Then, a tremendous gale erupted, violently knocking her back and causing her to tumble onto a cloud. Ah, what a fierce wind. Sudi was not significantly affected, as he had already fallen to the ground. Now this is manageable. Sudi successfully utilized Nirvana's shoes, which had a mechanism that could be detached and placed on any footwear. As the saying goes, in aerial combat, how could one succeed without the ability to fly? Aha! Once Sudi had successfully installed it, he witnessed Golden Week being blown away by the wind shell. Children ought not to play with such dangerous items. Come. This time there will be no issues. I will take you flying. However, her words fell on deaf ears. Sudi hoisted her onto his back and took off into the air. I am Superman. Sudi struck a pose, though he was aware it was rather childish. Do not sway about. It's easy to fall that way. Isn't it you who is swaying even more? Sudi chuckled. Chapter 20. The Power of Confidence. Whoosh. The speed of flight was astonishing, and those lacking coordination had already tumbled to the ground. Yet, Sudi managed to maintain his balance. As he was the runner-up in the Shared Bicycle City League, his sense of balance had always been impeccable. He even dared to use the wind shell to accelerate. Whoa. Don't go so fast, you foolish boss. If you speak kindly, I might just consider listening to your opinions. Sudi was entirely unprepared to decelerate. Had it not been for the fear of losing grip during the Golden Week, he would have employed the wind shell without hesitation. Speaking of the wind shell, it reminded him that Enel had seemingly taken away 200 of them from his former homeland. Even the Ark could sustain its operation in the air for a considerable duration. If all of them were taken, could he not install some on his own vessel? From this moment forth, could I not also relish the privileges of a flying ship? Isn't it the essence of a man's dreams? Alas, there are too many to count. Hey, watch the road. Golden Week patted Sudi on the shoulder, effortlessly dodging a tree stump. It's all right. I've been quite attentive on this journey. I'd be surprised if you were. After 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the shrine's location. After all, this could be considered a traverse across half an island. Towering vines were visible, reaching into the clouds. Indeed, they had traversed through layers of island mist. Sudi could not see the end in sight. Yet, therein lies the allure of adventure. Lift off. Can't we ascend using the vines? The wind shell emitted a few bursts of air, then fell silent, ceasing its operation. What? Has it run out of energy already? It was evident that it had reached its maximum operational time. Moreover, it had likely been in use for nearly 20 minutes. That was quite commendable, wouldn't you agree? I find it rather mediocre. Those still on Angel Island gazed in astonishment, even fear, at the companions of the Qinghai people. It seemed they had inadvertently touched upon the laws of their nation. It would be prudent not to stir trouble outside. They communicated via phone bugs and promptly returned to their ship. Along the way, they dared not engage in conversation with the Sky Island inhabitants. Only Valentine's Day continued to chat with Cornus. However, that flash of lightning had startled her as well. Hey, I had never heard that your deity was of such a nature. Please refrain from discussing the divine. You must flee. Those who anger the gods shall meet their doom. Yet, they needed to wait for the boss to return first. Her expression was far from pleasant. A user of a natural type fruit ability, even if the user were weak, would become a formidable nuisance upon acquiring the fruit. But if it truly were the strongest natural type that had gone unclaimed for many years, this journey would undoubtedly not end well. Clearly, her judgment was gravely flawed. For upon Sudi's arrival at the shrine, he beheld Enel, gravely injured and lying on the ground. The members of the original team looked on in astonishment at his smile. Ah, truly. I haven't even had the chance to spar with him yet, Sudi lamented. However, lacking a fruit ability, it was inevitable that his movements were sluggish. My apologies. I acted impulsively. A smile preceded an apology, acknowledging that he had failed to inform anyone and had acted alone, even going so far as to eliminate the ruler of the Sky Island. No need for apologies. After all, I too have dealt with several priests, Sudi remarked. Well, they were merely devoted subordinates of the divine, weren't they? However, I implore you to consider the consequences before taking action. The world does not achieve peace merely by vanquishing every foe. When a ruler is overthrown, one cannot guarantee that the next ruler will be benevolent toward the Sky Island. Therefore, we must now attend to the aftermath. Sudi cast a glance toward the members of the divine team. Surely, there were remnants of the former deity, Enel, still lingering. What had become of them? They had merely been occupied by Enel for a few months. It couldn't be that they had all perished. The former deity was a most admirable figure, one we all held in great esteem, yet he had been defeated by Enel. He should now reside on the fringes of the Sky Island. Let us seek him out. No, there's no need for that. Let us simply wait here for a moment. By the way, some of you can go to Angel Island to relay the news. After all, the deity's defeat is a significant matter. Su Di concluded before finding a seat to rest. Huang Jinzhou surveyed the surroundings of the shrine. So, this massive vine can even intertwine with the Cloud Island? I wonder how sturdy it is, she mused, pulling out her brush to capture the scenery. What are we waiting for here, my lord? I've seen enough in the blue sea. Conversing with you mere extras seems pointless. By the way, is your land truly devoid of conflict? Are there no races clashing with you? Upon hearing this, some individuals shifted uncomfortably. There was indeed a tribe known as the Sandia, a group of savages that frequently invaded our territory, leading us into war. One of the divine team members boldly confessed. This is quite unfortunate. Before long, the sounds of cannon fire erupted from below, sending many into a panic. Yet, Su Di remained unperturbed. When some approached the shrine, they witnessed the members of the divine team hoisting a cannon. Boom. A smile swiftly blocked the shot. Are these the Sandia? Su Di scrutinized them closely, by mere appearance. They could easily be mistaken for primitives. Are you from the Blue Sea? With the priest fallen, where has that scoundrel Enel gone? The individual gazed at Su Di with an emotionless expression, entirely oblivious to the ordinary little girl and the even more commonplace older man beside her. Such proclamations must not be made lightly. A discerning mind could see the truth. Su Di calmly regarded him and the growing throng behind him, who wore expressions of confusion and caution, all aiming their cannons at Su Di and the members of the divine team. What a farce. I have no interest in conversing with you Blue Sea folk. At that moment, a fearsome-looking individual ascended the sacred island of the shrine. Could it be that Enel has been defeated? The expression of the leader grew serious. According to Aisha's faint perception, several priests had inexplicably vanished, and they seized the opportunity to assault the island of the gods. Now, Enel lay there, his fate uncertain. The new deity, Enel, elicited no concern from them. He was merely perceived as slightly stronger than the previous god. Ahem, troublesome, gravity, lend your support. Shudi waved his hand. The Sandians were perplexed. But soon, a force of gravity descended upon them, overpowering all, forcing them to lie upon the clouds. Some attempted to raise their weapons and pull the triggers, but found themselves unable. What are you anxious about? We may not necessarily be your foes. How infuriating. Is this another manifestation of that cursed devil fruit's power? You must be the leader, then. State your name. Shudi calmly approached him and removed the weapon from his grasp. The power of this entity is indeed remarkable, and it is said to be extinct. I came across your tale in a book during my time in Qinghai. Legend speaks of a golden city named Zhengdora, said to house a colossal golden bell, whose chimes are akin to celestial music. An intrepid adventurer, after a protracted journey, discovered this island, which is tentatively designated as Gaia Island. On this island, he encountered an isolated tribe and aided them in overcoming the catastrophic tree fever, which had claimed countless lives among them. Following their heartfelt farewell, an annual tradition was established wherein the golden bell would summon friends as an invitation. However, upon returning to his homeland, Nolan could not locate the fabled golden realm again and was subsequently condemned to death by the king. The title of this book is The Great Deceiver, Norland. Shudi briefly elaborated on the narrative. This stirred the emotions of the Shandians. I, in fact, have been entrusted by the descendants of Nolan to journey to the Sky Island in search of the Shandians. Shudi waved his hand once more, and the gravitational suppression vanished. However, the Shandians did not contemplate an attack. Instead, they stood frozen in place. Are you the envoy from Qinghai? Weber, the commander of the Shandian warriors, was utterly astonished. Indeed. Alas, how the world has changed. We never imagined that the legendary Gaia Island would be carried to the heavens by the soaring currents. Is this the mockery of divine fate, or merely an opportunity for the Sandia? The golden bell has lost its significance. What truly matters is the friendship we have cultivated over centuries. No, the golden bell is of utmost importance. It serves as the totem of our Sandia people and must not be lost. At this moment, a knight riding a celestial bird gracefully descends from the clouds. He has been eavesdropping all along. The members of the divine team wish to speak, but he gestures for silence. I sincerely apologize, but over the years, we have never encountered the legendary golden bell. Gonfawur, you wretched failure, how dare you return to the shrine? Do you wish to reignite the conflict? Weber gazes at him with indifference. Although he is the only one among the Angel Island residents who has expressed a desire for reconciliation with the Sandia over the years. You two factions should cease hostilities for now. Do you Sandia not relish duels? Then allow me to be your opponent. Furthermore, I shall also challenge this eavesdropping knight. Should you both be defeated, I implore you to resolve your disputes. Sudi calmly states. In his estimation, both individuals are within his capacity to defeat. The vast difference in speed allows him to handle them with ease. Is that so? I have no objections. However, please refrain from utilizing the powers of the devil's fruit. Such external force tarnishes the honor of the duel. Do you not use shells in aerial combat? A shell is merely a weapon. Is that so? Then I may also employ a shell. Sudi replies with a smile. Of course, you may. However, do not underestimate aerial combat. Qinghai person, Ganfuer cautions. Thank you for your words, old man. Yet, in the face of a disparity in strength, certain advantages can be disregarded. Sudi confidently activates the clumsy walking yet smoothly flying shoes he possesses. It is his first time using this apparatus in combat. Rather than attacking with a sword, he swipes a barrage shell from Weber. This forces Weber to borrow a shock shell from his teammate. Author's note. The author's words are simply the author's musings. A mere excuse to indulge in verbosity. Chapter 21. The aerial duel ceremony. Though you are the envoy of the lineage of Norland, I shall show no mercy in this duel. Let us commence. Sudi adjusts the outlet of the barrage shell. In the name of the Sandia deity, Phew. Weber, unprepared, is sent flying by Sudi's impact. I apologize. Does this device possess such considerable recoil upon detonation? Sudi expresses a hint of embarrassment as he observes Weber, who lies on the ground, clutching his abdomen. He had been calibrating the wind shell, but the difference between the wind shell and the barrage shell is not substantial. Both are violet. However, the barrage shell is significantly larger. Sudi sought to accelerate the thrill, yet the excitement exceeded his expectations, and he lost control. The atmosphere grew awkward in an instant. Weber struggles to rise, gazing in astonishment at Sudi's flying shell and the barrage shell. The Qinghai individual can indeed command such speed? Indeed, this is not a blunder. Rather, it is a testament to his remarkable skill. However, the decision to employ the impact shell has left him in a quandary. After all, even Enel has fallen victim to it. With such a slight physique, can he truly withstand it? Thus, let us summon the representative from Angel Island. Sudi calmly turned to face Ganfuer, expressing his utmost gratitude for his willingness to mediate our reconciliation. Ganfuer assumed his stance, though he was not mounted on his steed, the Pegasus. Bang! The impact shell was unleashed, striking Sudi's palm directly. Remarkably, Sudi, having absorbed the blow, remained unscathed and even managed to kick Ganfuer away. The impact shell possesses an additional function, the ability to absorb shock. Subsequently, he hurled an impact shell. Why throw it back? This time, I shall hone my shuriken throwing skills. He aimed at the impact shell and tossed a sound shell, which struck the switch of the impact shell perfectly. Ding! Bang! A localized shockwave shattered the armor of the Sky Knight, sending him tumbling to the ground. Not everyone can withstand such a formidable impact shell. After all, it is capable of penetrating flesh and striking bone. The principle seems to lie in explosive air shockwaves. To think that a mere shell could achieve such a feat is indeed a marvel of science. Weber, observing the expressions around him, felt a twinge of discontent. Yet, the undeniable truth remained. He had been defeated in this duel. Since both of you, as representatives of your respective factions, have failed, I must impose a penalty. Henceforth, you are forbidden from waging war against one another. I do not expect you to completely resolve your enmity within this generation. However, it is imperative that the next generation does not continue to harbor animosity. Sudi reflected carefully on the ethnic tensions between them and spoke. The Sky Island arc represents, on one hand, the conflict between Enel and others, and on the other, the strife between the Shandians and the inhabitants of Angel Island. A discord that has persisted for centuries. This enmity, when one reflects upon it, would not have been so easily resolved had Enel not ultimately unleashed the thunderous explosion upon Angel Island, compelling them to coexist upon a single landmass. The Golden Bell serves not merely as a totem, but also as the clarion call for the cessation of hostilities. Admittedly, such a notion may seem somewhat mystical. The Sky Islanders, swept away by the celestial currents, seized the lands of the Shandians. Therefore, do you concur? To persist in your warfare is nothing more than a futile sacrifice, declared Sudi emphatically. The Shandian warriors fell into silence, yearning to fulfill the words of the envoy Norland. Yet, the price of doing so would render centuries of struggle utterly meaningless, albeit it was meaningless to begin with. I accept your perspective. Yet it does not imply that all Shandians will embrace it. Ultimately, Weber vowed to return to his kin to elucidate these matters and endeavor to persuade his people. I too shall do the same, should the inhabitants of Angel Island be willing to accept my identity as a failure, added Gonfor. And indeed, it shall be essential for both the Shandians and the Angel Islanders to establish a shared dwelling upon the island of Jaya, with each tribe designating one leader to guide them. How does this sound? Of course, dissent is not an option. I find it exceedingly reasonable. Weber cast a glance at Ganfoer and summoned the warriors to retreat. Once a deity, I hope you can persuade your subordinates. As for the Golden Bell, it is, after all, the treasure of your Sandia. I shall assist you in locating it. If my assumptions are correct, it should be situated higher among the vines, perhaps even in the lofty clouds above. Otherwise, after all these years, the inhabitants of Angel Island should have discovered it by now. Sudi briefly elaborated. Cavendish, your approach is indeed comprehensive, remarked with a hint of admiration. Such ethnic conflicts have likely persisted for centuries. They cannot be resolved through mere words, but can be softened. In turn, this would afford the next generation an opportunity for reconciliation when they reside in the same vicinity. This would lead to significant changes, though there remains much unsaid. Such as, for instance, if the Golden Bell is found, their animosity should diminish somewhat. It is said that the sound of the Golden Bell is truly magnificent. Yet, we are entirely oblivious to its location. How shall we search for it? Golden Week inquired. I have already mentioned, it is in the heavens. This is where I must implore you, Brother Yixiao, to utilize your mastery of stone manipulation to elevate us higher. Sudi chuckled, for his flying shell had run out of power. A stone platform, influenced by intricate gravitational forces, propelled the three swiftly into the clouds, even surpassing the colossal vines. Reaching nearly the highest layers of the clouds. Suddenly feeling the heat, Golden Week shielded his face with a drawing board. It must be the direct rays of ultraviolet light. From this perspective, one can behold that singular cloud resembling an island, a truly discernible, floating isle in the sky. The Golden Bell rests above it. First, we must carry this treasure away. If sold, it could fetch at least 1 billion berries. Oh, that should afford a considerable amount of snacks, right? No, it is unlikely to procure you any treats. Therefore, we should first transport it down. What was that sound? Such a delightful resonance, is it not? It feels as if the very soul is enveloped in comfort. The echo of the bell tolling has transcended for centuries, reverberating far and wide. At this moment, whether they be the people of Sandia, the denizens of Angel Island, or even those from the distant shores of Kaya Island, all have heard that clear chime. Is this truly the Golden Bell? The emissary of Nolan's descendants has indeed discovered it. Weber is utterly astonished. However, they must return to inform their kin of the ensuing events. Yet that bell's sound fills their hearts with joy. Aisha, still frolicking, bursts into laughter upon hearing it. Aisha, do you sense something? Have Weber and the others triumphed? Cavendish has underestimated the two races. The Golden Bell has been transported to the shrine on Kaya Island, as its weight is quite extraordinary. The members of the divine team assisted in moving it to a spacious clearing. By the way, may I inquire how you distinguish between these shells? The varieties we utilize in battle are rather limited. Each individual typically employs no more than 3 to 5 types. Thus, remembering the shell types poses no challenge. We can assist you in differentiating the shells. Indeed, splendid. Furthermore, could you also retrieve the shells treasured by Enel? We lack such rare items on our side. Shudi's demeanor turned serious. For scientific research. Is that so? Scientific research, I see. Hey, do you truly comprehend? Golden Week produced several wind shells from Shudi's pocket. Ordinary wind shells possess negligible lethality, thus even children can wield them without concern. A gust of wind blew through, scattering her braided hair. At that moment, a colossal serpent slowly approached her, stealthily gliding behind and opening its massive jaws. Hey, from the divine team. What is this snake called? Shudi pointed to the blue-striped, silky-haired serpent. Ah, that is the Lord of the Skies. Its fangs are highly venomous, so exercise caution. Nonetheless, under normal circumstances, it does not attack humans. So, you mean to say? Oh, it is a snake. Golden Week turned around and gazed at the massive serpent, its tongue flicking out repeatedly. Hiss. There was no sign of fear upon her face. Rather, it flushed red as she retreated behind Shudi. Is this creature here to listen to music? Sudi picked up a cloud column from the ground and struck the Golden Bell. The resonant chimes elicited a joyful expression from the colossal serpent, which swayed its body in rhythm with the sound. It simply relished the bell's tone. Well, it seems this object is coveted by many. Can you comprehend my words? The serpent nodded in an almost human manner. Very well, henceforth. You shall be the guardian of this golden bell. The inhabitants of the Sky Island are permitted to send only 2 individuals each day to ring the bell. Thus, much trouble is alleviated, preventing disputes over the ownership of the clock. Do not let me down, great serpent. Keep a vigilant watch over this clock. The great serpent may not speak, yet it acknowledges with a nod. Is it truly possible for the Lord of the Skies to heed the commands of mortals? It appears you are indeed an extraordinary individual, a veritable deity. No, let us not delve into superstition. While deities may exist in this world, one must not rely on them for everything, for they owe us nothing, nor do I. Assisting the Sky Island was merely a fleeting whim of mine. If one were to inquire why, it is because, at least in the endeavors I have undertaken, I still stand for justice. Shall we linger here for a few more days? Golden Week inquired, as there are still many places left unrecorded. Should we miss this opportunity, it is unlikely we shall ever return to the Sky Island. After all, the rapid ascension currents are an experience she would rather avoid. Within a single day, the news of God Enel's defeat and capture spread throughout Angel Island and Cloud Hidden Village, the village of the Shandians. Along with the messages conveyed by the former gods Gonfall and Weber, leaving both peoples in astonishment. The inhabitants of Angel Island were somewhat more composed, as they had always cherished peace. Before the tumult of conflict reached the Sky Island, if the Shandians could ensure the cessation of hostilities, they might reluctantly accept sharing the land, considering their relatively small numbers. The population of this floating island is merely a few 100,000. After all, there are already several hundred members of the Divine Team. Chapter 22, The Third Sword. Your efforts are truly commendable. Following a day of information dissemination, the islanders' attitude towards their fleet has improved significantly. Speaking of which, it is time for us to depart. Please, do take some gold with you. This commodity is abundant for us and hardly precious. However, it is said that it can be exchanged for some currency in Shanghai. Gonfuer even summoned dozens of individuals to assist in transporting the gold. Oh dear, this feels rather embarrassing. We are merely acting for the sake of justice. Sudi hastily declined. The gold, maintaining a stoic demeanor, remarked, if these funds can aid more people, that would indeed be a wonderful outcome. Ah, that is certainly true. Sudi pondered. Please accept it. Our gratitude is beyond words. The fear and pain caused by Enel cannot be quantified by gold. In that case, I shall accept it on behalf of the captain, said Zhou, his expression devoid of any semblance of coercion. Very well, thank you, Gonfuer smiled. Currently, half of the Sandians and half of the Angel Islanders have begun to construct their abodes on Gaia Island. The reason the Earth has become the aspiration of the Islanders is fundamentally due to its ability to nurture life. The island clouds possess a remarkable catalytic effect on plants. What was originally destined to be an ordinary primitive forest, Gaia Island, has been transformed into towering forests under the influence of the island clouds. However, the island clouds cannot nurture life. Green plants, in essence, should not exist on the floating islands. Thus, this is the foundational reason for their reverence towards the great totem, revealing a richer perspective to the islanders and bestowing the miracle of life. At this moment, Su Di sat at the bow of the ship, cradling a juice unique to the floating islands. It turns out this lad has hidden such treasures. Enel, along with the quantities previously acquired on Angel Island, has collected an impressive array of shells, 204 spray shells, 55 strike shells, 218 impact shells, 1549 light shells, 754 wind shells, 154 slash shells, 545 sound shells, 487 cloud shells, 154 water shells, 245 fire spray shells, 64 flight shells, 50 flash shells, 17 laser shells, 37 heat shells, and 25 image shells. Indeed, that is an abundance of shells. However, before storage, it is prudent to release the energy from those perilous shells to avoid any potential damage to the vessel. With such a plethora of shells at our disposal, there is no need to procure more from the natives. It is said that the clouds here promote crop growth. Thus, let us take a few cloud shells to enhance our return. Even if we descend to the surface and they liquefy, they will serve as excellent growth liquid. Truly, a resourceful endeavor. During the Golden Week, a hushed whisper emerged. Little ghost, this is a strategic reserve of resources. The experiences here are truly thrilling, remarked Valentine's Day. No, you have hardly experienced any excitement. Ah, Your Highness, departing so soon? How unfortunate. Will you not stay a few more days? Indeed, indeed. Alas, I have just made a lifelong commitment to a married woman. Is that so? Everyone turned their gaze towards the scoundrel, even overlooking the ever-interjecting individual. Well then, my esteemed guests, I bid you farewell. Su Di waved to those seeing him off. Please take care. Before I depart, allow me to utter a final word. Su Di gazed at the people of Sandia and the inhabitants of Angel Island, slowly beginning to speak. In truth, the Sandians and the Sky Islanders are of the same lineage. The conflicts instigated by foolish rulers have obscured this fact. Have you not noticed that you all possess these innate wings? Qinghai represents the entirety of the world. It is vast and boundless. Yet no race possesses these non-flying white wings. I once perused a historical text that depicted a certain image, one showing individuals with upward-pointing wing tips alongside those with downward-pointing ones. Their hands were tightly clasped together. Such a depiction can only be recorded for two reasons. They are friends, or they are kin. Upon concluding his words, Su Di waved goodbye to everyone. The Sandians and the Sky Islanders exchanged contemplative glances, lost in thought. While they may not yet be able to hold hands and erase their grievances, time may indeed allow them to dissolve their hatred, just as the image described by Cavendish illustrated, hand in hand, no longer divided. For safety, he procured 3 octopuses from the Sky Island, using 1 for landing and keeping 2 as spares. Preparedness is the essence of security. However, they did not sail directly downwards, for the maps rendered below the cloud's edge meaningless. Instead, they chose to traverse the White Sea route directly to a new Sky Island. After all, there is more than one Sky Island, and Luffy and his companions merely passed through the most legendary one, rich with the ancient mysteries of Shandora, the Golden Bell, and historical texts. Angel Island is destined to be unlike any other. Yet, it seems that other islands are not part of the shipping routes. The navigational pointers do not indicate that direction, the sailor described anxiously. Yes, you speak well, but do not say another word, Su Di replied with an expressionless demeanor, his gaze fixed on the next island on the world map. I am well acquainted with this area and know where the islands lie. Moreover, our supplies are ample. If we do not indulge in the unique delicacies of the Sky Islands soon, they shall be gone. In recent days, Su Di has been indulging in the exquisite delicacies brought from the previous Sky Island. His vessel has noticeably gained weight, and the reason is evident. It is laden with a plethora of golden artifacts. Some treasures from the Sky Island have indeed been unearthed. It seems to carry a hint of piratical allure. Oddly enough, that colossal serpent has consumed quite a bit. Valentine's Day, along with other maidservants, remarked, I can hardly bear to look. That serpent must measure several thousand meters in length. Indeed, they agreed. It is truly astonishing that His Highness could command such a creature. Yes. Sisters, I have captured numerous splendid vistas. Once we return to solid ground, let us print the photographs and share them amongst ourselves. The White Sea remained as tranquil as ever. After a day of sailing, they arrived at the next Sky Island in the dead of night. The routes across the White Sea are established as a straight passageway by the cloud shell, leaving no room for them to stray off course. Normally, without a map, they would be unable to ascertain the destination of the island they were heading towards. However, Su Di's world map, though lacking the names of locations along the route, allows him to discern the path. By adhering to the fixed course, they would reach the designated Sky Island accurately. The decision to take this particular route was primarily due to its proximity to the Xiangbao archipelago beneath. Regrettably, they have been unable to access the latest news while in the skies. That evening, although they docked, they refrained from disembarking hastily, choosing instead to anchor by the shore for the night. The following day dawned bright and sunny, revealing the beauty of white clouds against verdant grass. There must be plenty of delightful experiences to be had here, Su Di eagerly anticipated. As they were about to disembark, it was clear that jumping down was the only option. Faralu, this time, the island is quite safe. Come along, let us explore the streets together. Su Di patted Faralu on the mane. Typically, he would not ride a horse, which made Faralu feel somewhat uneasy. In recent days, his physical attributes had surged remarkably. It seemed that in order to acclimate to the aerial island, his physical prowess had naturally enhanced. Su Di felt a surge of joy. Another new island? It appeared quite similar to Angel Island. No, the distinction lies in its name, though I remain unaware of what it might be. At that moment, a regular inhabitant of the aerial island, adorned with wings and horns, took notice of Su Di. A person from Qinghai? Heiso. Greetings, Heiso. May I inquire what this aerial island is called? Have you just arrived? No, we have traversed one island, though not entirely, as we forgot to request a map. They assumed we would leave the aerial island directly. Golden Week bluntly revealed Su Di's oversight, though this was merely her interpretation. For Su Di felt confident venturing forth with a world map. Oh, what a significant oversight. It is essential to know that not all White Sea routes lead to aerial islands. Some may lead to terrifying turbulent clouds. The individual made a ghastly face to frighten Golden Week. Please, do not be so childish, Heiso. Yahaha. Surely, the captain must have been well prepared, Valentine remarked, though her laughter was somewhat grating. Well then, as we commemorate the conclusion of our second week in this world, I shall seek out some amusement. Su Di bid farewell to the early rising inhabitant of the aerial island. With a smile, he borrowed some money from Sis, intending to gather information about this place. He sought out a casino. The ship was filled with familiar faces, and the stakes were not particularly high, lacking the thrill he craved. Who is this brat? A reckless fool, I presume. Seems like he has some issues upstairs. Ha. To dare appear before our Qinghai eagles, wearing such an odious expression, and accompanied by a lovely lady, no less. Su Di frowned as he overheard the tavern patron's chatter. However, he noticed a wanted poster on the wall. Is piracy also rampant here? Or rather, is there only one notorious route, the soaring sea current, while others allow for a smooth journey to the aerial island? Captain, may I eliminate them all? Valentine's expression darkened upon hearing the shameless raucous. Do not engage. You cannot defeat them. Su Di caught sight of the name they had casually mentioned. Qinghai Eagle? A mere bounty of 50 million. He remained utterly indifferent. Boss, may I inquire if Urki has set sail? Oh, Urki. How could that be? He explicitly stated that he would not leave Qinghai until he achieved 10,000 victories in the arena. Ha, young one, what is this? Are you interested in participating in the arena? Chapter 23. Defeat whether or not one participates is a different matter. You could enlighten me first. Su Di sipped his beer, while simultaneously trampling a few pirates beneath his feet. Can news even reach the Sky Island? Golden Week pointed to the wall, where a wanted poster for Nico Robin was displayed. Ah, well, the newsbirds certainly do not traverse great distances to deliver newspapers here. In truth, we inhabitants of the Sky Island are rather uninformed about the happenings below. Why? The shopkeeper had intended to express disdain, but upon witnessing Su Di already rummaging through the treasures of the chattering pirates, he felt a chill run down his spine. The intelligence of the Sky Island relies entirely on those daring pirates who risk their lives to ascend to it. Pirate ships typically carry the latest intelligence newspapers. Of course, the bounty notices are included within those papers. But who would be foolish enough to seek the latest news in such an isolated place? In a certain sense, the Sky Island is even more secluded than Wano country. You must have realized this upon arriving at the Sky Island. Indeed, the ascent was somewhat swift, yet entirely devoid of danger, as she was under constant protection. You must have been too frightened to think clearly at that time. Su Di drew their cutlasses, finding none of them to be of quality. A group of destitute souls likely did not come to the Sky Island with noble intentions. He tossed the money onto the shopkeeper's table. We are not pirates. Therefore, after we deal with these pirates, do not take offense. Are you not the Navy then? The shopkeeper queried, puzzled. It seems that only this organization pursues pirates in Qinghai. No, we are a tad more righteous than the Navy. Since you wish to inquire about the arena, I can share information with you. However, I advise you to exercise caution. Very well. Su Di swiftly pierced the enemy's temples with their blades. Indeed, this position ensured the swiftest demise. Su Di was not merely inquiring about Urki without reason, rather. A promotional poster for the arena hosted by Urki adorned the wall. Perhaps due to the tavern's bustling clientele, it was displayed prominently here. The peculiar monk Urki, I recall, was also a fellow supernova alongside Luffy. He even reduced Big Mom's crew of 4 commanders to 3. Defeated by courage, that was quite normal. One who remains unaware of the detailed weaknesses of the biscuit fruit could easily succumb to Courage's endurance. His strategy of utilizing the rotating biscuit as a defensive measure is undeniably beyond the scope of expectations. Only Luffy in his 4th gear could hope to shatter such formidable defenses. The ability to escape under such circumstances truly befits the title of a supernova. What of the likes of Shanks, the one-armed man, the ever-smiling Brook, the boastful Chopper, the fated son-in-law, the undercover soy sauce dragon, the fortune-telling charlatan, and the gluttonous woman? As for Law, let us grant him a reprieve from further commentary. Ah, I see now, Hazel. Indeed, that is precisely the case, Hazel. Might you refrain from employing such peculiar interjections? Hazel. A Hazel without the essence of Hazel is insufficiently Hazel. Hazel. Shooty earnestly lectured Golden Week. Indeed. How could Hazel possibly exist without embodying Hazel? The shopkeeper concurred with a serious demeanor. I utterly fail to comprehend your discourse, strange adults. Golden Week opted for milk. However, speaking of which, our supply of milk aboard the ship is dwindling, as we have been sailing for many days. The preservation of milk during our voyage poses quite a challenge. I wish to disembark. Just 2 more islands until we arrive. Hazel, where to? To Raftel. You should seek treatment from Swift, the ship's doctor. You might have been struck by lightning, but it wasn't me who was hit. I haven't even felt the residual effects. Shooty shook his head. What was struck was your soul. Leaving the tavern, the 3 of them positioned themselves and proceeded towards the arena. Although it was outdoors, it did not detract from the arena's appeal. The ground was composed of hard stone blocks, allowing for convenient repairs should any damage occur. Generally, typical battles would not culminate in shattering the ground. The foot traffic on the streets was increasing, yet few paid attention to the arena. Shooty arrived just as noon approached. A burly man, grinning broadly, ascended the arena and placed a sign beside him. 2,467 consecutive victories. Defeat the defending champion and receive a reward of 100 billionik. Oh, are you seeking to be undefeated in solitude? Then I shall engage you, as I have little else to occupy my time. I'm coming. Urki. Hazel. A robust islander leapt onto the arena, his confidence outshining even that of the defending Urki. Well, Hazel Braze, have you just recovered from your injuries only to challenge me to a duel? Urki chuckled. Shooty approached, inquiring boldly, May I ask, Hazel, what are the rules of this arena? A Qinghai man? Precisely so, Hazel. Braze let out a hearty laugh upon seeing him. After all, at 3 meters tall. Shooty appeared almost frail in comparison. Cavendish, age 18. Rank, nameless pirate underling. Physical strength, 1690, supernova. Speed, 4275. The 7 warlords, strength, 1146. Supernova, stamina, 1004. Supernova, armament hockey, 244. Somewhat accomplished, observation hockey, 315. Emperor level, conqueror's hockey, 0. No hope in this lifetime, devil fruit, 0. Economic hardship, world map preview. Identification function activated for living beings, Urki, 39 years old. Faction level, guardian of Ball Island. Physical strength, 2757. Supernova, speed, 1124. Supernova, strength, 1545. Supernova, stamina, 1334. Supernova, armament hockey, 88. Beginner, observation hockey, 1. Utterly clueless, conqueror's hockey, 0. No hope in this lifetime, devil fruit, 398. Proficient usage, defeating me head-on in the arena will earn you 100 billionik, which translates to 10 million berries in your Qinghai currency. So, shall you give it a try? Urki eagerly awaits. Qinghai, rumored to be an ocean of formidable warriors. Then, why do you keep track of your victories? When I reach 10,000 wins, I shall depart from here and venture to Qinghai. I have heard that piracy is quite a free-spirited endeavor. No. You wouldn't say that if you were wanted. Su Di ruffled his hair. So, may I employ weapons? Of course. However, I shall also wield one. Urki pointed to the enormous pencil on the ground, or perhaps a stone pillar. That's acceptable. After all, I too am a swordsman also. Su Di ascended the stage with his sword. The one who initially intended to challenge Blazer was left bewildered, soon followed by irritation. Hey, I haven't even started the contest yet. Oh, but I prefer not to fight an Urki who is not at his peak, Su Di calmly stated. The longsword Durandal was enveloped in a layer of armament hockey. Urki distinctly sensed the formidable presence of his adversary. Intriguing. Urki swiftly seized the pencil and swung it towards Su Di. Unfazed, Su Di ensured his armament hockey would protect his blade from damage during the intense clash. And he too swung his longsword, resulting in a resounding collision. Clang. The material of this pencil remains a mystery. It shows no signs of damage. Urki's expression remains unchanged as he vigorously brandishes the pencil, attempting to hurl Shooty away with sheer force, yet he fails to succeed. The disparity in strength between them is considerable, but the use of hockey also constitutes a formidable enchantment. For a moment, they find themselves locked in a stalemate. Captain, what incredible strength! Miss Valentine's Day observes, feeling the powerful shockwave from their clash even from the sidelines. In a realm devoid of hockey, a seemingly robust physique becomes merely a testament to the judgment of strength. However, Shooty has already transcended the initial phase and has entered the rapid development of hockey in the mid-stage. Although he lacks sword techniques, he finds them entirely unnecessary. Shooty swings his long sword with casual ease, seamlessly integrating martial arts into his strikes. Every swing of the blade is accompanied by a flurry of kicks and punches. A finishing blow. This fellow's fruit proves challenging to handle, thus, a palm strike to repel him shall suffice. Utilizing his remarkable speed, Shooty reaches a strategic position behind Urki and unleashes a gust of wind from the shell, sending Urki staggering. Before he can regain his footing, Shooty deploys a second shell. With no time for a reaction, Urki tumbles to the edge of the arena, crashing out of bounds. Ah, truly formidable! Urki is astonished by Shooty's exceptional control over his body. Though he may lack strength in comparison, he has decisively defeated Urki through the combination of hockey and speed. Even without a direct attack landing, Urki's defeat has become inevitable, as he lags far behind Cavendish in terms of speed. However, had it not been a battle on the arena, Urki is well aware that the outcome would be uncertain. So, does this mean your winning streak has ended? Indeed. That is correct. 10 million? Oh, hey, Urki, are you still able to fight? Blaze shouts. Urki first glances at Shooty. It's fine. I can wait, Shooty replies calmly. Then shifts his attention to the shell's propulsion. The wind shell is no ordinary shell. This high-intensity localized wind power does not pale in comparison to a standard impact shell in overall potency. However, its force is dispersed rather than possessing the penetrating effect of an impact shell. It seems this shell is running low on wind, Shooty observes, but on Sky Island. The wind is inherently scarce. He entrusts it to Golden Week. Good child, fill this up, and I'll buy you some extra snacks, he chuckles. Refilling a regular wind shell is quite laborious, yet this shell appears to be an advanced version. Golden Week remains unfilled. In fact, it could be positioned by the ship's side. Although the wind is weaker at high altitudes, any sailing would generate wind. Accumulating wind through manual effort is too slow. Miss Valentine's Day explains. But Shooty, as a titan in the realm of physics, is adept at leveraging techniques to harness the wind. How could he not be aware of this? Chapter 24. Is Ching Hai vast? He is merely too indolent to gather the wind. This physically demanding task could simply be delegated to the crew aboard the ship. After all, he is the captain. If each person rows for just a minute, they would soon complete one wind shell, yet there remain 203 wind shells requiring energy. The capitalist would surely shed tears upon hearing this. Bang! Urki, despite not exhausting much of his stamina, was knocked off the stage by Su Di. However, this does not imply his weakness. His fruit ability has yet to trigger even once. Since Blazer was unarmed, he engaged in a hand-to-hand combat with Urki. Each punch and kick resonated with raw power. Su Di, of course, held no interest in this one-on-one male brawl. Furthermore, having assessed Blazer's data, it was evident he ranked below Urki. It would not be long before he succumbed to defeat. In truth, Su Di challenged Urki earlier. Believing the disparity in their data was not insurmountable, an effortless way to earn $1 million. Perhaps due to being on the Sky Island. Urki was still oblivious to the methods employed by those from the Blue Sea to grow stronger. His physical prowess was rather lacking. After Blazer endured for half an hour before his defeat, Su Di returned from lunch. Oh, are they still fighting? The Golden Week was rather uninteresting. Surely, the battle must have concluded by now. Urki emerged victorious. Su Di, filled with empathy, approached to comfort Blazer. It's all right. Your defeat does not stem from a lack of ability. Rather, it is because we are simply too strong. Huh. Blazer looked utterly bewildered, soon followed by a twinge of heartbreak. If he could not even best Urki, how could he possibly contend with this man from the Blue Sea? What is your fruit ability? It seems quite formidable. Ah, well, everything has its cause and effect. I merely borrowed from the principles inherent within, Urki replied with a smile, rendering his words almost indistinguishable from silence. I hear you plan to set sail after achieving 10,000 consecutive victories? Now that you have been defeated by me, do you intend to continue amassing those victories or focus on honing your skills to grow stronger first? Su Di counted the money Urki had brought from his residence as he inquired. Well, perhaps my understanding and cultivation are indeed lacking. However, my desire to set sail stems solely from a quest for inner tranquility, an exploration of the meaning of all living things. Do the Sky Islanders still believe in the Buddha of the Blue Sea? The Buddha is omnipresent, Urki declared, raising one hand in a solemn gesture. His expression grew more serious. No, the Buddha resides at the Navy headquarters. Huh? What I mean is, if you don't mind. You need not adhere to this feeble banner of yours anymore. Sudi grasped the banner and discarded it. The Buddha is everywhere because you must believe in it for it to be so. It is well known that love and hate do not exist without reason. Your belief in the Buddha is merely a quest for psychological solace or a yearning within your heart. Yet, you need not use this as an excuse to set sail. No excuse, no reason, can hinder a man who seeks to pursue freedom. Certainly, while you possess considerable strength, there is a hint of vulnerability in you, especially in Qinghai. Hence, might you be interested in joining our pirate crew? You do not appear to be of ill intent. I fear I cannot make such a decision. Are you not a believer in Buddhism? Perhaps it would be best to leave the decision to the Buddha. Sudi spoke with calmness. As for the Buddha, he truly did not know how to seek guidance from such a source. Faith, after all, can only be that, faith. It is a fragment of your thoughts, yet not the entirety. Do not allow it to sway you. Sudi began to expound upon his unconventional ideas. Ulki, being a devout believer, was indeed susceptible to such reasoning. To be fair, it is likely that his eventual status as the lowest bounty among the supernovas is more a reflection of his strength than any misdeeds he may have committed. Sudi suspected that the old thief W. Tian had orchestrated a twist in the tale, perhaps characterizing Ulki as an unexpected anomaly. Of course, it is widely acknowledged that he is merely a manga artist, wholly unfamiliar with the world of pirates. Allow me some time to ponder. Do you have any family? None. Then what is there to contemplate? A person unburdened by concerns is free to venture out to sea, requiring no preparations. Bringing all your belongings along is no issue. Qinghai is home to many formidable individuals. At this moment, Ulki began to entertain thoughts of setting sail. Not just many, but an overwhelming number. We are merely a small hill among them. Captain, your description reflects a certain self-awareness, Miss Golden Week remarked calmly. However, she sensed that this sentiment was often echoed during conversations between Cavendish and Yichao. Dreams, beliefs, justice. Does anyone truly embark on a maritime journey swayed by such notions? Very well. I have made my decision. I shall set sail with you. What shall we name our pirate crew? Captain. We are not pirates, you see. Huh? Being a pirate cannot be deemed freedom, nor can it be regarded as a dream. Establishing one's happiness upon the suffering of others is not the conduct of a gentleman. By the way, you may call me Cavendish. These two are also my crew members, Golden Week and Valentine's Day. Oh, greetings to you both. Asa. Is it appropriate to introduce crew members solely by their nicknames? Miss Valentine's Day, Michida, appeared bewildered. Also, however, you have yet to learn about our ship, so is it premature to make such a decision? Golden Week was abruptly lifted and carried on Sue D.'s back. My apologies, this child is rather reticent. Put me down, dreadful adult. It seems your ship enjoys a harmonious atmosphere. Indeed, most of the time, it is so, Miss Valentine's Day nodded. The arena, having been ruthlessly exploited, has been dismantled. Ulki brought aboard a large package, towering at 5 meters, but without proper organization, it would scarcely fit in the cabin. Nevertheless, you, being such a large fellow, must be over 3 meters tall yourself, while Sudi stands at 2 meters. Ulki, being quite tall, should align with the standards of his stature. Well, it is nearly so. However, my fruit abilities may cause my physique to expand once more. It truly presents a dilemma as we approach Qinghai. I instructed my subordinates to modify the cabin, crafting a more spacious room for you. For the time being, you might need to endure a bit of inconvenience. Bending down to enter the chamber. On this empty island, Shudi has not made any other discoveries. Although Ulki is familiar with numerous routes over the white seas of the empty islands, Shudi possesses a map, rendering navigation somewhat redundant. So, Captain, do you intend to journey to Hoopa Island and descend from there? After all, it is the closest location to Xiangbedi. Our captain seeks to venture into the New World. Miss Valentine smiled. After packing up, the grand ship prepared to set sail. Yet, the Hoopa Island chosen by Shudi is not merely the nearest empty island to Xiangbedi. Here lies the territory of the 7 warlords, Moria, a truly fortuitous encounter. On the map, this fearsome 3-masted ship has remarkably been marked as a landmark. With such a reference point, it feels akin to a leisurely stroll through a virtual paradise. Certainly, our purpose this time is merely to observe. If Brother Ishao happens to be in a foul mood, it would be an unexpected occurrence. Ulki's experience aboard the White Horse of the Dreaming Forest was exceedingly pleasant. Aside from the slight crampedness upon returning to the cabin, it was simply delightful. While the Sky Island offers its fair share of culinary delights, it is the gastronomic treasures of the Grand Line that truly dazzle with their variety and richness. The chef aboard Sudi's ship is of a royal caliber, having captivated Ulki with merely a few ordinary dishes. What is this dish called? Bluegrass, a commendable choice for shipboard vegetable reserves, as they can last at least 2 weeks and are resilient against seawater. When stir-fried with meat, the flavor is utterly exquisite. Hee. You must have never tasted the cuisine of Qinghai to utter such words. This is merely a commonplace dish. Once we reach the shores of Qinghai, should you have the time, I would be delighted to introduce you to even finer gastronomic experiences, the chef remarked. I would be immensely grateful for that. It is akin to humanity's first venture into the art of barbecuing, a delightful assault on the senses. Of course, he frequently observed Sudi's mastery of hockey. Who would have imagined that at such a young age, he would have attained such a level of proficiency in the heart net? Ulki was somewhat aware that among the inhabitants of Qinghai, some employed a form of observation akin to the heart net. Yet the denizens of the Sky Island habitually referred to it as the heart net. Ulki's innate talent for the heart net was so feeble that it was beyond description. Yet he did not rely on such abilities. He was still inferior to Sudi, who had perfectly mastered the art, capable of evading and anticipating attacks. Indeed, in just a few days, his advancement in armament hockey has been remarkable. It seems that venturing out to sea was truly the right decision for you. Naturally, engaging in combat with formidable foes will inevitably lead to growth, even if his system does not offer assistance. Nevertheless, the experience gained from battling with others would, to some extent, enhance his hockey. Though it may not be as dramatic as Luffy, who levels up with each opponent he defeats, there remains a tangible representation of progress. The hockey cultivated during training differs from that wielded in battle. Very well, let me experience 4 times the gravity. How swiftly one adapts. However, after I depart, you shall be left to practice alone, Cavendish. Yet that will not deter my journey to become stronger. I do hope you remain true to your original intentions. Ishao increased the intensity of the gravitational field, piquing Ulki's curiosity. May I inquire, esteemed senior, can I also attempt to experience this gravity? Certainly. However, let us proceed step by step. Ishao first allowed Ulki to experience 15 times the gravity. This caused his entire body to tense up, yet not completely. The pressure gradually intensified, reaching levels of 16, 17, and 18. The neighboring Dragon Ball sent its congratulatory messages. After 4 hours of training, Sudi collapsed onto the ground. After a brief respite, he excused himself to have a meal. How is it that Luffy can consume so much food without gaining weight? It is, of course, because he expends energy rapidly, darting about and enjoying himself. It is only natural that he feels hungry quickly. Chapter 25. The Devil's Triangle Domain. A delightful day has yet to commence. After Sudi temporarily halted his training, Urki expressed his desire to continue. My abilities seem rather insignificant in this vast sea. Although I am of considerable age, I am not content to remain as I am. Is that so? Ishao expressed deep admiration and increased the gravity. Now, it was a staggering 31 times the normal gravity. Urki, bearing the weight, had significantly enhanced his physique. It appeared he had begun to harness the powers of the causality fruit. Yet Ishao seemed unfazed by the increased burden. Although AM was extremely fatigued, recovery came swiftly. Under such rigorous training, it was no wonder one could become remarkably strong. After his meal, Sudi engaged in a brief set of warm-up exercises reminiscent of a middle school physical education class, feeling considerably more at ease in his body. Sailing across the White Sea, in many ways, proved to be rather tedious, as their routes were merely aerial bridges. Otherwise, how could the Sky Islands connect without a foundation? Splendid indeed. The sketches have been meticulously organized. Golden Week held a stack of dozens of drawings, the fruits of her diligent artistry, which could now be added to her collection of sketches. Oh, how delightful, little one, Sudi remarked calmly, reaching for the sketchbook. Hey, you cannot invade a girl's privacy. That is not the behavior of a gentleman. What privacy does a child possess? Sudi glanced at the first page, which was a self-portrait of Golden Week, drawn from a mirror, depicting her at a younger age with a rounder face. The surrounding environment, lighting, and background were well executed. I look forward to adding more images to this collection in the future. Sudi decided to return the book to her. After all, one can never truly anticipate the trouble that might arise from inciting a child with peculiar abilities. At the next island, I shall purchase a large lock to prevent you from peeking. All right, all right. How do you know we want to dock at the next Sky Island? Sudi chuckled, tapping her forehead lightly. The provisions aboard the ship were sufficient to last a considerable time. Captain, let us not tease Golden Week too much. She is still but a child, Valentine interjected on her behalf. Hey, Machida, I am Marianne. Very well, Golden Week. Sudi was the first to respond. It seems that your title makes it easier for others to recognize your identity. Ha ha ha. Miss Valentine burst into laughter. By the way, Valentine, yours is equally representative. Your fruit ability undoubtedly possesses immense potential for development. One cannot solely rely on augmenting weight. However, the cultivation of such powers is indeed a formidable challenge. And I find myself utterly devoid of ideas. Every endeavor begins with difficulty. Consider the illustrious brother, whose gravity fruit allows him to manipulate all forms of gravitational force. Might you, then, possess the ability to influence the weight of all objects? While it may be arduous to lighten the burden of the heavy, it is not entirely implausible to augment their weight. Furthermore, your physical prowess must also keep pace. The current strength you wield is merely sufficient to contend with ordinary minions, which hardly qualifies you for the role of an agent. This, however, is a training regimen that could potentially tarnish my image, Makita remarked with her eyes slightly narrowed, which perhaps is her natural expression. No, I can no longer perceive your image at all, Sudi retorted while resting his hand on his forehead. Young people ought to devote themselves to reading. Thus, Sudi began perusing a most serious tome, the Encyclopedia of Devil Fruits. The fruits recorded herein are those frequently encountered in the public eye, whose capabilities have been thoroughly comprehended. They seem to pale in comparison to the compendium that Blackbeard has perused. If one were to inquire how Sudi arrived at this conclusion, it is worth noting that the dark fruit is conspicuously absent from this list. The flame fruit, undoubtedly one of the most ubiquitous, has been widely circulated across the seas, followed closely by the clear fruit. These extraordinary abilities invariably occupy the most coveted band positions. The presence of magma and freezing signifies what? It signifies the true prowess of the generals. Interestingly, the shiny fruit did not make the list. Could it be due to Kizaru's lack of prominence? There are several fruit abilities mentioned here that Sudi has not encountered before, such as the cat fruit. Why does this particular fruit warrant a record? It evidently appears to be a rather unremarkable animal fruit. Is it perhaps due to its potential for cuteness? Nevertheless, recognizing the appearance of the fruit remains of utmost importance. Given his financial resources, even eliminating a mythical beast type would be effortlessly achievable. After all, while his funds may not be deemed plentiful, he possesses a modest sum of 800 million. Coupled with the substantial gold acquired from Skypea, one must refrain from overcalculating. Without docking at the next Skypea, Sudi set his sights on the final stretch of this route, directly commanding the ship to soar down from the clouds. Naturally, safety measures are non-negotiable. First and foremost, he employed the most vital safeguard from the blue sea beneath Skypea, the Scipion octopus. It firmly grasped the vessel, while its head accumulated gas, forming a sort of hot air balloon-like apparatus. This, of course, serves merely as a primary layer of security. The secondary layer consists of the wind-blowing shell affixed to the side of the ship. When necessary, it would activate, allowing the vessel to remain suspended in midair for at least 10 minutes. As a final precaution, there is a smile. These ordinary crew members had never encountered such a scene. Many were too frightened to approach the ship's edge. The presence of wind at such heights was undeniable. Out of respect, they promptly lowered the sails. Ah, how distant it seems. Sudi scanned the horizon, noting that after approximately an hour of descent, the shadow of the ground finally became visible. At that moment, the boohoo octopus began to sway. Sudi instructed the crew to pay attention to its movements. Fortunately, no incidents occurred as they descended smoothly onto the ocean's surface. However, what should be done with the remaining octopuses? Sudi found himself in a quandary. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. The octopus that had descended from above joined the others, all standing together and waving their arms. Surely you possess the ability to return to the Sky Island? Boo-hoo. They nodded in unison, exhibiting remarkable intelligence. It is truly a pity. I have yet to savor the delicacy of such a large octopus from the Sky Island. The chef approached, scrutinizing the remaining Sky Island octopuses. Boo-hoo. They immediately retreated, diving into the sea, their heads gradually inflating as they soared into the sky. Was it really necessary? I am not a monster, the chef lamented in confusion, letting out a sigh of regret. The expressions of the other crew members shifted noticeably. Ah, The next island has already drifted to an unknown location, the navigator said, gazing helplessly at the recorded pointer. Based on his calculations, they would likely deviate a great distance. Then we shall not follow the recorded course, Su Di replied calmly, maintaining his composure. Your Highness, while I can understand your previous impulsiveness, navigating the Grand Line is far more complex than you realize. If we do not adhere to the recorded route, we may find ourselves adrift at sea. Perhaps even stranded on an island known for its prolonged history. Oh, is that so? Then who is the captain? You are the captain. Then heed my commands and follow my course. You need only to observe the ocean currents and wind direction. Su Di then pointed towards an inexplicable direction. The others felt a profound sense of unease about the journey. For instance, the surrounding waters had mysteriously become shrouded in thick fog, accompanied by faint, unsettling sounds. Hey, something feels off here. Are we sure we are nearing the realm of Xiangbua? We are certain, but not completely. Do not speak such things, Huang Jinzhou exclaimed, shaking Su Di's clothing. Very well, we are fully certain now. With that, you should feel reassured, Su Di smiled. As they approached the ominous three-masted ship, Su Di ordered the sails to be lowered, utilizing the propulsion from the ship's stern wind shell to advance. In truth, raising the sails was of little significance. The feeble winds here are scarcely enough to account for such dense fog. Su Di sensed something amiss. It was not merely their entry into the mist, but rather, the fog moved in tandem with their vessel. The Devil's Triangle is far more complex than portrayed in the original narrative. Moria was merely utilizing this fog temporarily. Upon their arrival, why did the perennial haze suddenly dissipate, revealing the sun? Even Brooke's soul had been ensnared by this mist, taking decades to reclaim his body. If the fog truly dispersed daily, how could this be? Nevertheless, Su Di's purpose was simply to confront a warlord. There was no need for excessive contemplation. The zombies posed little threat. Eliminating Moria would naturally nullify the powers of the zombie fruit and shadow fruit. Furthermore, precautions were necessary to prevent those captured by Moria from revealing his true identity upon their escape. Thus, Su Di deliberately changed his attire and embarked on a small boat, marking the location of the main ship on the world map before venturing into the fog. As long as the main ship remained stationary, locating it would not prove difficult, for it lay on the periphery of the Devil's Triangle. Their so-called entry into the mist was merely a trivial matter, aided by the fog's own movement. Phew, thankfully. I remained aboard the ship, Huang Jinzhou sighed, while tidying her paintbox. The small boat Su Di had taken was now coated in green paint, while the hue adorning Su Di was the calming shade of purple she had recently mastered, known as tranquil purple. This is merely a means to stabilize emotions and resist the allure of the green pigment. Amidst the thick fog, a colossal ship emerges as if conjured from thin air. The vast harbor envelopes the smaller vessels within its confines. Here lies the next of the 7 warlords. The infamous reputation of Moria needs no elaboration. I fear there are even more astonishing revelations awaiting you, not solely regarding his past misdeeds as a pirate. Su Di disembarks from the ship and steps onto the shore, greeted by a small, zombified dog. It is not yet the fearsome Cerberus of the underworld. At this moment, a translucent specter drifts behind the ship's wall, seemingly leaning against it, though it is actually hovering in midair, observing Su Di and Ixia with keen interest. Chapter 26. The peculiar intruder. Su Di thrust his sword, striking the zombie squarely between the eyes. However, it appears to inflict no damage whatsoever. What is this creature? Although Ixia cannot discern the zombie's appearance, he still forms his own judgment. No heartbeat. Indeed, there is no heartbeat, for this is Moria's signature trick. To explain it would be rather intricate. It is best to inquire directly with him. This time, Su Di decisively severed the zombie's limbs. One must learn to adapt their techniques to the environment. After the body has been utterly destroyed, a shadowy figure emerges from within the zombie's remains. Su Di reaches out to grasp it. Brother Xiao, can you perceive the shadow? Yes, I can. But is this the fruit of Moria's powers? One could say so. His shadow fruit allows him to extract the shadows of any individual and then implant them into modified corpses. Thus, the formation of zombies came to be. Such a cruel ability indeed. However, cruelty does not reside in the ability itself, but rather in its wielder. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Yet, Moria is a pirate, and pirates seldom consider the thoughts of ordinary folk. Su Di proclaimed with an air of righteousness, though a smile was not to be seen. There must be many more zombies awaiting them. If my estimations are correct, the compatibility between those shadows and the zombies reflects their combat prowess. This is truly unsettling news. A smile wielded his sword, dispatching numerous zombies. Zombies do not possess the capability of hockey, which provided them with a sense of security. However, it is peculiar that their bold intrusion seemed to elicit no reaction from the enemies. This felt amiss. Sudi surveyed his surroundings. He lacked a heart network. Thus it was impossible for him to sense the thoughts of others. I hear a commotion. A large number of individuals are approaching. A smile remarked as his ears twitched. No, if it is a multitude, they should not be human. The ground trembled ominously. Sure enough, within a mere 10 minutes, as they reached the heart of the terrifying three-masted ship's fortress, they found themselves surrounded by a multitude of zombies. Are these the invaders? One zombie calmly took a sip of drink. Some zombies brandished weapons, foolishly charging towards them. Merely ordinary zombies, it seems. Sudi noticed the absence of any officers from the Moria pirate crew, thus the task should not be overly challenging. Gravity suppression, indeed. Having a formidable ally without weaknesses is truly a delightful experience. Of course, the gravity suppression was invoked by Sudi himself. Bang! All zombies fell to the ground without exception. Strange. What is this power? Why does it feel as though my body is being crushed by stone? No. This is beyond the level of mere stone. It is pressure akin to that of a mountain. As a harbinger of justice, Sudi proceeded to dispatch them one by one, discarding their shadows. After all, he had no intention of absorbing shadows to enhance his own strength. I wonder if Brooke is present here. Sudi scanned the crowd and indeed found Ryuma, who too was subjected to the weight of gravity. However, he did not wield that formidable blade, but rather an ordinary cleaver. Huh? Could I have mistaken him for someone else? Sudi approached for a closer inspection. It appeared that this zombie, although clad in traditional attire with a gaping chest, lacked the distinctive samurai hairstyle. Moreover, the blade he carried was rather commonplace. Whoosh! A knife lying on the ground suddenly soared into the air, slicing towards Sudi. He effortlessly dodged it. Oh, I thought you were truly indifferent to the intruders. Sudi remarked calmly, as the levitating knife fell to the ground. Immediately after, a smile drew forth his staff sword. A blade cleaved through the very air. Yet it seemed to strike a tangible form. With a gasp, Absalom was rendered visible by the blow. How is it possible to capture my body? His face was a canvas of disbelief, yet a profound wound had already manifested upon his frame. This is indeed a living being, with a heartbeat. A grin briefly faltered as he inquired, is this so? Not merely a living soul, but one of the officers of the Moria pirate crew. A user of the transparent fruit. What was your name again? Sudi casually struck the zombie while questioning. Ah, a user of the transparent fruit. This is truly troublesome. Ishao exclaimed in astonishment, nearly falling victim to a surprise attack. I am Absalom. Please, spare me. He looked at Sudi with a face full of grievance. Would it not have been simpler to say so from the start? A true man should know when to yield and when to stand firm. Since you insisted, I suppose I must first teach you a lesson, Sudi sighed. As a person of integrity, he would never harbor resentment towards the transparent fruit as Sanji did. Indeed, that is the case. With that thought, Sudi unleashed a few more forceful kicks to Absalom's face. I detest your leopard-like visage. This is a lion's face. Absalom lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes, yet he could only lower his head and force a smile. Now, divulge the names and abilities of your crew members. Surely you are well aware. The captain possesses the ability to control shadows. By seizing the shadows of the living, he can endow the reanimated corpses with the essence of the deceased, thus creating zombies. The power of a zombie corresponds to the compatibility between the shadow contained within and the original strength of the corpse. Among the officers, there is a woman named Perona. Her ability allows her to control spirits and deploy ghost bombs, though their potency is rather limited. Furthermore, we have a ship's doctor, whose strength is undeniably formidable. He can command all zombies. Beware of a teddy bear zombie known as Kuma, for it is the most powerful subordinate of Lord Moria. Absalom confessed earnestly. Sudi listened with a serious demeanor, absorbing the information. Is that so? Heh. Then we shall first address the seemingly weakest, Perona, before her passive spirits. You shall be utterly dominated. Absalom began to chuckle to himself, turning his back. Yet, Sudi swiftly kicked him on the head. I trust you have provided a clear account. However, you remain no virtuous individual. Having you with us conveniently grants us an additional hostage, a pirate hostage. Cough. Please don't say that. After all, you see my strength. I am merely an ordinary crew member of the Moria pirate crew. If you view me as a threat, Moria would certainly not care. Indeed, that is true. Yet, I wish to proceed in this manner, Sudi cheerfully remarked as he bound Absalom with a long rope. Dragging him behind, he and Ishao continued their journey forward. Although Absalom was dragged along the ground, he dared not utter a word. As wayward bounty hunters, we are only interested in the strongest. Please, guide us to the path of the mightiest in this domain, Sudi said calmly. Of course. Absalom felt the wounds on his body gradually tearing apart. Yet now, escape was utterly impossible. Within the castle courtyard, those ordinary, lowly zombies had even revealed their shadows. While they may not be the most formidable of zombies, they were certainly among the top tier. Halt. A zombie brandishing a wine bottle blocked their path. Captain John? Absalom glanced at Sudi, who seemed to regard this zombie as merely ordinary. Let us proceed this way, Sudi remarked nonchalantly, stepping forward and casually swinging his blade. Preparing to dispatch this unremarkable foe. Clang. The blade collided with another. Sudi had not employed any armed color, nor had he fully unleashed his speed. Yet he effortlessly seized the opening. This zombie bore no resemblance to anyone he recognized. Who could it be? Not even a sharp chin like Ryuma? Someone told me that if I capture an intruder, I would be rewarded with a fine bottle of wine. Though, I suppose a zombie drinking would just leak from its body, the zombie taunted. Who goes there? Sudi turned to glance back with a smile. His expression devoid of emotion, clearly not intending to engage in battle. It seemed he was merely looking to hone his skills. I understand your intent. Sudi tightened his grip on his sword. Adopting a stance of the one-sword style, Sudi then lunged forward with a thrust. The zombie calmly parried the attack. Despite its hollow gaze, as a decayed corpse, it displayed little emotion. When Sudi aimed a kick at it, the zombie swiftly drew another blade to block his foot. Then, the impact from Sudi's shoe shattered the inferior weapon, sending the zombie tumbling to the ground. Sudi, however, stood firm, maintaining his balance. My friend, you haven't introduced yourself yet. I am Rorano Azaro, and I do not slay nameless foes. Rorano Azaro. The zombie suddenly perked up, launching a rapid slash. Sudi barely managed to evade it, but the strike grazed his shoulder. Splat. Blood splattered. What the hell? Sudi was taken aback. Wasn't this subordinate of Moria supposed to be a mere Ryuma? Why did it suddenly unleash the prowess of a supernova? This fellow was indeed extraordinary. This swordsmanship seemed familiar. After executing the strike, the zombie stood in place, sipping from its wine bottle, even as the liquid leaked from beneath it. My bones have decayed. It appears that executing one move is my limit, it chuckled. Young man, greetings. If I recall correctly, I am called John. What a splendid opportunity. At this moment, Absalom struggled to break free from the ropes and instantly became transparent. Sudi, steady and unhurried, supported his shoulder while extracting a fire shell and a wind shell, grasping them in one hand. With a combination technique, a small fireball, enhanced by the mighty wind, swiftly enveloped a vast area before him, catching John within its fiery embrace. His garments ignited, and in the aftermath of the flames, a large, letter-shaped cyborg collapsed, rolling its eyes in defeat. Has even the officer been effortlessly subdued? In that case, it is only natural for me to be vanquished as well, John chuckled, collapsing to the ground while still managing to raise a bottle and drink. Sudi noted that the exposed bones of his decaying arm had begun to rot and fracture, including the long knife that had been clutched tightly in his hand. Chapter 27. The insolent one's Sudi, suppressing his pain, pondered whether this zombie harbored any viruses. He recalled the identity of this minor character, Captain John, rumored to be a member of the Rock's Pirates, his strength unknown. In the original narrative, this fellow was merely a minor zombie character that Sudi had scarcely paid attention to, even when his name was mentioned. It appeared that matters were not so simple. However, the zombie was indeed rendered immobile. The swift strike moments ago had exhausted the full potential of its corpse. Impressive reaction. That maneuver was quite extraordinary, he remarked with a smile, his expression serious as he pressed onward. Sudi gradually acclimated to the pain. Truly, he was unscathed, with no harm to his bones. Yet, the agony was enough to contort his features. Thankfully, Ishii remained oblivious. Normal onlookers could not discern his discomfort either, for Sudi wore a white fox mask. By the way, why did this fellow go berserk? Sudi pondered, unable to grasp the reason. Thus, he mentioned, G.O.L.D. Roger. John merely glanced up at Sudi with a slight lift of his head. Monkey D. Garp, Sudi repeated, bracing himself for a response. John tilted his head at just the right moment before collapsing entirely to the ground. A shadow surged forth from within him. There was no doubt. This individual harbored a grudge against those with the surname D. Am I simply idly chatting? Shooty felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. If the zombie's brain was not pieced together from fragments, it could indeed retain some memories from its life, such as its name and certain experiences. It seemed that this D was more than just an ordinary moniker. Shooty resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. Opting to use the name Sakazuki when introducing himself, such a choice would offer a sense of security. Shooty once again bound to Absalom, employing the impact shell to shatter the joints in his hands and feet, effectively nullifying his ability to move. The Sky Island shells proved to be exceptionally useful. When faced with weapon attacks, one could simply block with a sword, but in genuine combat, this tool surpassed swordsmanship, offering no delay and minimal recoil. With a power surpassing that of firearms and a penetrating assault, it was flawless. As they entered the castle, Shooty was greeted by a thunderous roar. Before long, the infamous Moria himself appeared before them. You dare to intrude upon my territory, Moria shouted with a cruel expression. However, both Yixiao and Shooty were seasoned individuals, unfazed by his threat. What brings you here, warlord? Shooty inquired, adjusting his mask and temporarily concealing his wound with his clothing. Absalom, how dare you treat my subordinate in such a manner? Moria seethed with rage, promptly employing the shadow clone technique to create a shadow doppelganger. The shadow approached Shooty at an astonishing speed. Huh, how ostentatious, Shooty remarked with calmness, even donning sunglasses over his mask. Be careful now. He picked up a glittering golden shell. With a dazzling flash, a blinding white light burst forth, causing the shadow mage to retreat behind Moria. What is this shell? Such peculiar contraption, Moria exclaimed, pointing at Shooty. A shadow spear shot forth from a wall, silent and swift. Shooty sidestepped it effortlessly. Yixiao, too, managed to evade and even delivered a strike against the shadow, but it passed right through. It seemed the shadow was impervious to harm, even against armed attacks. Hee, boy. State your name. Sakazuki D. Roger, Shooty replied. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you too cowardly to reveal your true name? Moria scoffed. It matters not. A presumptuous lad and an old man, mere nameless drifters of the sea, dare to cause me trouble. Shooty grew serious and slashed at the shadow spear, reasoning that the spear would inevitably reveal its true form during an attack. Yet, he too struck empty air. Is this creature truly so troublesome? Shooty questioned, observing as the shadow mage transformed into a swarm of shadow bats encircling them. Once more, Shooty activated the shining shell and charged toward Moria's true form. What technique is that? Swordsmanship? Moria reached out to block. A hand block? Shooty was taken aback, even utilizing an appraisal. Ding. Moria, age 42. Faction level. Captain of the terrifying three-masted pirate ship. Body strength, 4690, warlord. Speed, 1275, supernova. Power, 3145, warlord. Stamina, 3484, warlord. Armament hockey, 299, somewhat developed. Observation hockey, 15, optional. Conqueror's hockey, 0, no hope in this lifetime. Devil fruit, 684, on the verge of awakening. His Durandal clashed with Moria's claws, but the latter easily deflected the blow. Even if his armament hockey was only marginally superior to Cavendish's, it might have been influenced by the shadows that clung to him. Watch out, Cavendish! Yixiao shouted, alerting him. Immediately, Cavendish became acutely aware of his surroundings. Yet, there was no movement. At that moment, Moria swung his arm, unleashing a powerful force that sent Cavendish crashing against the wall. Ah, so this is what we needed to be cautious of. And can we avoid mentioning my name? Cavendish's shoulder began to throb again. However, Yixiao's concerns extended beyond this. Gravity suppression. Though invisible, an odd sense of crisis enveloped him. He gripped his staff sword downwards, feeling an immense gravitational force weigh down around him. Moria stumbled and fell to the ground. Just then, Yixiao's expression suddenly shifted to one of despair as he knelt halfway to the ground. This is truly a failure. I, who cannot even enforce a mere semblance of justice, am left to watch as pirates wreak havoc. What right do I have to speak of the ideals of the Navy? If only I could transform into ramen. Cavendish then noticed a transparent ghost lunging toward him. Humph. It is widely known that those with devil fruit powers fear hockey the most. Cavendish immediately infused his sword with full force armament hockey and deftly severed the ghost. Did you think I hadn't used my abilities earlier? Zing. Pop. Honestly, as a traveler, I have utterly failed. After all this time, I remain a mere novice, enamored with a character who is still just a child. The idea of eliminating a few warlords to accumulate fame and create a dark identity is utterly foolish. How frustrating it is that, despite having traversed worlds, I am still so inept. Do I truly deserve this powerful system? If only I could become a sycophant. Hey, what nonsense is this guy babbling? He who knows. Truly a peculiar individual. Nonetheless, he is indeed a formidable foe. In that case, their shadows become significantly more valuable. Moria promptly severed Ishia's shadow, rendering him unconscious in an instant. After all, he had sensed the pressure that Ishio had exerted earlier. Following this, it was Cavendish's shadow that was taken. After some contemplation, Moria summoned Hogback and used his stock of sea prism stone handcuffs to bind Ishio. If Crocodile could possess a sea prism stone cage, it was only reasonable for the illustrious Moria to have a pair of handcuffs, or rather, two. Although Cavendish had not demonstrated any abilities, for the sake of caution, he too was shackled. Ha ha ha, how prudent, Lord Moria. One of the most overpowered devil fruit users, Perona, is here. After all, this is the material for the strongest zombie. Moria, after careful measurement, inserted Ishia's shadow into the body of the dragon horse and Cavendish's shadow into the giant, treasured demon as he had found. And thus, the two captives. At this moment, he lay on the ground, utterly disregarded. He. With this, my influence shall ascend to new heights. Moria displayed an exceptionally arrogant expression. Then, a shell struck him squarely in the face. Crack. Another shell, serving as a projectile, activated the repulsion shell switch. Boom. Moria's face was thoroughly struck by the repulsion shell. However, the luminous shell that acted as the launcher was shattered by the recoil of the repulsion shell, releasing its final shimmering pulse in the twilight of its existence. Unexpectedly, he fell for this trick. How could I not sense the disturbance that disrupted my emotions? With a grin, he rose to his feet. Although the sea stone handcuffs remained unbroken, he still possessed the power of hockey at his disposal. Shooty, with great effort, managed to extract a few shells from his pocket using only one hand. Moria, with his poor habits, failed to disarm his opponents first. While he could not utilize his devil fruit abilities and his physical strength was significantly diminished, Shooty launched a repulsion shell towards Perona. Meanwhile, with his cane sword as a makeshift baseball bat, he struck a fragment of shattered debris from the battle lying on the ground. Perona appeared bewildered, completely caught off guard. Whoosh. Bang. The repulsion shell pierced through Perona, creating a large hole in the wall, revealing the scenery outside. Do you always exit in your soul form? Shooty remarked defiantly. Here it comes. Negative spirit. Perona snapped back to reality, her expression turning furious as she unleashed her spirits to penetrate them once more. The two who had just risen were brought to their knees again. What a miscalculation. Why did I think I could withstand the power of negativity? Perhaps I was never sufficiently negative. How frustrating. I apologize for my inadequacy. I am truly foolish. After decades of honing my swordsmanship, I still underestimated the younger generation, failing to compare with the might of the sea and the astonishing powers of the devil fruit. A grin crept upon his face as he fell to the ground, beginning to mutter. Sigh, what on earth is wrong with these two? Their words are quite peculiar, yet it seems they have indeed succumbed to negativity. Perona, somewhat astonished by their complaints, noted they were not entirely wallowing in self-pity. To be cautious, I shall keep an eye on them, she thought. Turning to see Moria sprawled on the ground, his eyes rolled back from the impact of the repulsion shell. His face had become grotesquely distorted. Chapter 28. A regal indulgence. He. These two, even when bound, can unleash such power? Truly, they are the shadows I have chosen. No, their ability to counterattack just now was due to Perona's glance at the shell that had fallen to the ground. Then there was silence. Subsequently, the commanding zombie bound the two of them together. Without keeping a watchful eye on them, they might go on a rampage again. This shell is also quite perilous. Haha. Perona ordered the animal zombies to strip them of all their weapons, including Shooty's mask. This appearance is truly mundane. Well, there are indeed many of these shells. If I were to use one, it would likely be quite dangerous. Perona glanced at a particular animal zombie beside her. Eh? Lady Perona, this seems rather inappropriate. Enough chatter. It would be wise for you to follow my orders. Little girl, I advise you not to be so ungrateful. At this moment, Shooty regained consciousness and calmly remarked, the shell of mine possesses immense power. It is equipped with a switch that, when activated, could obliterate this entire castle. Who do you think you're fooling? Perona was utterly unconvinced and commanded the animal zombies to use the first one against the ground. Boom. The tremendous effect clearly indicated the power of the shell. Perona's soul had returned to her body, and she gazed in astonishment at the shell that lay undamaged on the ground, while the animal zombie that activated it had been reduced to mere fragments of cotton. Oh, that was the weakest setting. This shell has 3 levels. The first setting has this much power, the second would demolish your room, and the third would obliterate this ancient castle. He began to laugh cruelly. Although Perona trembled slightly, visibly concerned about the shell's power, she managed to steady her emotions. Who are you trying to deceive? Such a thing could never harm me. Why don't you enlighten me on the usage and effects of these shells? Perona said, a scheming smile on her face. Damn it, I've truly been tricked by you. However, could you first help me bandage my wound? A zombie has bitten my shoulder. I might soon transform into a zombie myself, and then, humph, who are you trying to scare? Perona dismissed his concern. Nevertheless, she instructed the animal zombies to fetch some medical supplies. It seems we really are trapped, he thought, finding it somewhat amusing. A once great warrior, ensnared by an ordinary devil fruit ability. I truly cannot fathom why even the strong cannot resist this power. Ha ha ha, fool. Without an unwavering conviction, it is impossible to overcome my negative spirit. Perona laughed heartily, her tonsils almost visible. Damn it, what kind of gentleman ties us up? Just be a bit more honest. After all, I still need to tend to your wounds. If you die, your shadow will vanish too. Perona waved her hand and said, Hiaro, what splendid news. After all, we have temporarily preserved our lives. Humph, there is nothing inherently wrong with being alive. In any case, your deaths are of no consequence. Your corpses could still give rise to zombies, and they would likely be quite formidable. Zombies, after all, do not possess the capacity for rational thought or conversation. Shooty interjected with a hint of sarcasm, glancing around in search of an opportunity. Truly, he had never anticipated that the powers of the ghost fruit could influence Ishiel. He had approached the situation with an unwavering sense of victory. It seems that without a resolute belief, Ishiel, prior to joining the Navy, had yet to fully comprehend the global situation and the essence of the dichotomy between good and evil. Thus, he could not become a true Admiral Fujitora. But why should he be made an admiral? This could very well be an opportunity. Oh, your little bear is quite adorable, Shooty said insincerely, gesturing towards the mast. Oddly charming bear beside her. Well, this is my Kumasi, an absolute pet servant. Oh, how I wish I had one too. May I touch it? Shooty extended his hand, which was not bound, allowing for some movement. You rascal, are you harboring ulterior motives? Perona replied with disdain. How could that be? TSK, such a flawed lie. To be honest, even I can tell something is amiss. This conversation is rather forced, Ishiao chimed in. Brother Ishiao, with your thick brows and big eyes. Do you really believe this nonsense? Shooty expressed his disdain. In truth, I am a prince from a certain nation. If you spare me, you could receive an exceedingly generous reward, ransom. Oh, is that all? Your thinking is rather naive. Who isn't a member of royalty these days? Perona scoffed. Her crown askew. Alas, it seems I have failed, Shooty said helplessly as he approached the bed and lay down with his hands behind his head. Hey, this is clearly not a place for you to sleep. Isn't a bed meant for sleeping? He retorted, not feeling particularly anxious. After all, Moria would never allow those whose shadows had been taken to perish. Doing so would render his efforts futile. Boom. A tremendous tremor emanated from outside, causing Perona to feel a twinge of suspicion. Once she stepped out to verify, she felt reassured. It turns out they are merely testing a new zombie. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the fearsome 3-masted ship, a gigantic giant lay by the shore, cradling a jug of liquor. So small? If the neighboring Yonko sees this, they might think Oz, cannot afford to drink. After finishing, he hurled the barrel directly at a small zombie, smashing it into the ground. I can endure this. The little zombie has no rights. From this moment forth, this place shall be known as Oz Plaza. Yes, that shall be the name. Surely, no one will disagree? Those who do may step forward. The giant is zombie. With an air of calmness, he shouted loudly. The surrounding zombie generals were reluctant to approach this most formidable of undead creatures, perhaps overly confident in their own abilities. I sensed an aura of malevolence emanating from you. At that moment, a swordsman adorned with a warrior's topknot stepped forward, speaking indifferently. I longed to shut my eyes, yet found them unable to close completely. It dawned on me that I lacked eye sockets, but that was of little consequence. Surely you must have noticed that we are all zombies here. How could a zombie possibly be devoid of darkness? Have you ever heard a zombie proclaim, "Oh, how magnificent the sunlight is. I adore the sun"? No. You should be able to hear me, for this shall be your final utterance. If you seek an explanation, he fell silent. Young one, there is much for you yet to learn. Longma indifferently drew a small segment of his blade. What now? Moral coercion? Apologies, but I am devoid of morals. How should I respond to that? Oz casually swatted at him, only to have his hand intercepted by Longma's blade. My sincerest apologies. It seems that without exerting my full strength, I cannot hope to overcome you. To combat a decrepit undead like you, merely having hands suffices. Oz stood up earnestly, then hurled a boulder, which, given his stature, was merely a pebble. Longma effortlessly severed the boulder with a few precise strikes, creating a smooth finish. With a stance of readiness, Oz assumed a preparatory pose. That should suffice. Hee, your prowess truly astounds me. Fortunately, you remain under my control. Although Moria had previously been rendered nearly unconscious, he had not yet succumbed to oblivion, still possessing the strength to manage these two zombies. How amusing. Gaining a few extra pounds does not entitle you to act as you wish. It merely serves as an excuse for your quest for superiority. Old bat. Heed my advice. This era belongs to us. You would do well to accept your obsolescence. Oh, and you over there, do not think I am speaking past you. Us pointedly gestured towards Longma, exclaiming loudly. Truly, there is no dignity left. The distant zombies murmured amongst themselves. Indeed, it appears that Lord Moria struggles against these two zombies. Yes, indeed. If that is the case, would they not risk destroying the entire ship? How terrifying. Hey, you scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting? Ah, I was too presumptuous. Thinking that Lord Moria would be unable to maintain control. We are on a ship, after all, a fearsome three-masted vessel, not some island. A zombie with a navi expression remarked. What are they babbling about? Sudi pondered, somewhat perplexed. Yet he soon felt a wave of fatigue, after all. He was lying in bed. Breathing in this atmosphere, it was evident there was no hint of a maiden's fragrance. What on earth am I thinking? The girl is but a mere child. Sudi furrowed his brow and rose, glancing at Perona, who was seated and engrossed in a book. My dear. How old are you? He inquired. 17. Is there a problem? She was utterly perplexed by the relevance of the question. Alas, the ruthless pirates have indeed abducted such a young child to serve as a subordinate. The exploitation of child labor is truly atrocious. You do not appear to be particularly old yourself. Sudi remarked candidly, to be honest, I am already 18. That's merely a year older than me. Perona retorted, stamping her foot in indignation. Ah, but that 1 year difference means I am of age now. I can be sentenced to death. At that moment, the gloomy specter had already followed Sudi closely. After binding them both with an abundance of ropes, Perona discerned that the most perilous individual was indeed this old man. Perhaps if his speed were truly sufficient, he could evade a portion of the sea prism stone's power. Yet, upon hearing her age, he seemed to have chosen to remain silent. This fellow is quite something. Perona glanced over at Sudi, who had already succumbed to sleep, although his wounds had been roughly bandaged by the animal zombies. Exhaustion and discomfort soon led him into a deep slumber. Chapter 29, The Weasel on the Three-Masted Ship. Honestly, those ruffians are still causing a ruckus. Perona had moved her chair to the doorway, ensuring she maintained a safe distance to release her specter while also keeping an eye on their movements. However, the distance was too great, rendering her unable to discern their incessant chatter. Let the specter take a look, she decided, dispatching a small ghost to investigate. The specter's vision, to some extent, granted Perona a feeble sense of awareness. However, if it were her own soul's specter detached from her body, it would enjoy an unobstructed view. Yet, the soul had entered a completely incorporeal state. Of course, a specter remains a specter. In her current form, the soul specter remained incapable of interacting with the physical realm. Sudi was soundly asleep. This fellow displayed no sense of crisis despite being kidnapped. Perona pondered for a moment before seizing the opportunity to have the animal zombies experiment with the shell. Sudi's previous violent outburst had left a lasting impression on her. Although Moria remained oblivious to the cause, she, as an observer, had seen everything clearly. If she could master this power, might she not acquire some means of self-defense? Ha 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 ha, this could work splendidly. One punch, one sword style, fierce tiger. Two elite zombies collided with one another. Moria, intending to mediate, was instead sent flying by their respective attacks. Ah, Moria-sama, this is truly embarrassing. Keep your voice down. I do not wish to accompany you as the island's janitor for half a year. These two wouldn't end up fighting each other to the death, would they? It is widely acknowledged that zombies ultimately become obedient. However, these two may not conform to that expectation. Ah, the old swordsman possesses something albeit just a tiny fragment. Oz glanced at the scars on his hands and remarked, merely a sign of age. In confronting your malevolence, as a person of righteousness, I shall show no mercy. With his sword poised, Ryoma ready to stance. One sword style. Wait a moment. Allow me to prepare my techniques first. Let us engage in a fair duel shortly. Shall we? That seems agreeable. Oz stretched lazily, glanced around, and picked up a massive chain originally intended to bear the weight of the castle's bridge. Now, this makes the duel considerably more equitable. Moria, battered and bruised, retreated to the side, perhaps in need of some respite. Letting these two zombies battle it out seems prudent. These two zombies are indeed terrifyingly powerful. If I manage to control them, could I not stage a counteroffensive in the new world? He entertained delightful fantasies of the future. He. Meanwhile, in Perona's chamber, an individual was restlessly tossing and turning. Hey, it's about time to quiet down. Really? It's impossible to read in peace like this, Perona complained. Yet, in the next moment, the chains binding Cavendish abruptly snapped. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared beside Perona. She looked on in shock and promptly unleashed her negative ghost. However, it did not find its mark. Cavendish's target was not her, but the Durandal lying on the ground. Though his hands were bound, he managed to grasp the long sword with some effort. In another flicker, he swung it towards Perona. Woo. The Kuma teddy bear zombie, ever by Perona's side, intercepted the strike and honorably fell, sacrificing itself in the process. With successive slashes, the sword struck Kuma, who proved to be remarkably resilient, qualifying as the strongest animal zombie. Woo XX yet, even this resilient creature could not withstand the blows, collapsing and pinning Perona beneath it. What on earth is going on? Perona, taken aback, once more commanded her negative ghost to pursue him. Yet, it could not match Cavendish's speed. Swish. Ding. The next target was locked on to the immobile Isaac. Fortunately, Isaac could still wield his hockey. Cavendish, what has happened to you? You seem entirely transformed. Isaac was equally perplexed. No need for further disguise. He exerted all his strength, breaking free from the ropes. But the sea prism stone remained an insurmountable barrier. This is the nemesis of the capable. It is not merely the formidable power of the armament hockey that can break free from such shackles. Otherwise, how could so many formidable beings in the depths of Impel Down be mere fools? Yet, just as he contemplated shedding his facade, Cavendish suddenly descended into madness. At this moment, Ishao finally noticed his opponent's face, which had become grotesquely contorted, resembling a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. Subsequently, a swift strike from Cavendish's sword landed upon Ishao's neck. Thanks to the protection of his armament hockey, the damage was minimal. However, soon after, Cavendish's blade began to imbue itself with the fierce aura of armament hockey, and the frequency of his attacks escalated dramatically. In a weakened state, Ishao found himself unable to keep pace with his enemy's speed. What manner of monster is this? Perona, hiding beneath Kuma, was utterly petrified, even forgetting that her soul state could render her immune to physical assaults. After numerous offensives, Cavendish's armament hockey and speed reached their zenith. Naturally, Ishao was still capable of parrying his blows, but he was determined to retrieve his weapon first. Where is my staff sword? Ishao remarked with a troubled expression, feeling quite disheveled. Recalling the location where Cavendish had previously retrieved his weapon, he staggered over to reclaim his staff sword. As he grasped it with both hands and drew it from its sheath, he realized, I've drawn it incorrectly. Swish. Cavendish, perhaps deeming the strike futile, leapt away as Ishao unsheathed his weapon. Hey, old man, you're still alive, right? Perona exclaimed, tears streaming down her face from fright. I can manage. Albeit I have never witnessed him in such a state. His speed has increased exponentially, he thought, comparing him only to the Cavendish he had trained alongside. Cavendish, age 18. Camp level, nameless pirate minion. Physical strength, 2484, supernova. Speed, 8451, Emperor's Vice. Power, 3484, Warlord. Stamina, 844, supernova. Armament hockey, 549, Major. Observation hockey, 487, Emperor level. Conqueror's hockey, 0, hopeless in this lifetime. Devil fruit, 0, financially challenged. World map preview. Identification function activated for living beings. How do you like that? It seems you are out of options. Oz laughed heartily, observing the attention drawn by his chains, while firmly grasping Longma. A miscalculation indeed. Who would have thought your size would grant you such an advantage? Longma was utterly incapable of harnessing his strength to break free from the restraints. You are quite formidable. Albeit somewhat lacking, as remarked as he hurled Longma towards the sea. As is well known, zombies are repelled by salt, and Oz had planned this in advance. These two are truly full of vigor, Moria lamented. This manor will likely require substantial renovations soon. Fortunately, he considered himself fortunate to have the opportunity to exert control over them, for as time passed, they ceased their fighting and began to stabilize, engaging in some subtle maneuvers. Oz contemplated how to liberate the zombies from the clutches of the fruit users. He lay quietly by the lakeside, using a branch as a quill to inscribe his thoughts upon the shore. Naturally, no zombie dared approach or take notice. Thus, he titled his work, The Plan for the Liberation of the Handsome and Charming Oz, the Dashing and Alluring, a Paragon of Elegance. In the midst of his contemplation, he perceived a fleeting shadow racing towards him. What could it be? The flash? No, the velocity suggested some form of editing technique. Whoosh! As the shadow drew near, it revealed its form, swiftly executing a strike. Oz felt an unsettling shift in his body. What? Where are my feet? He pondered, bewildered. Yet, he soon sensed a tremendous commotion beneath him. A blade, moving with astonishing speed, danced upon his body, rending flesh without a drop of blood to spill, an act both brutal and terrifying. Oz reached out to grasp his assailant, but his hand found only emptiness. Why? Because his hand had been severed. Even a demon like Oz, a formidable being among giants, could not escape the fate dealt by Cavendish and his Durandal. Faced with such swiftness, Oz realized he must employ a wide-area technique. He instinctively began to sway erratically, spinning in circles. However, Cavendish was faster still, with an accuracy that was unerringly precise. At that moment, Longma emerged from the lake and noticed Cavendish, unsheathing his sword to unleash a wave of sword energy. It was effortlessly deflected, and the air grew thick with malevolence. As a champion of justice, he could not remain idle. He charged towards Cavendish, causing the latter to pause briefly, revealing his unmasked visage, albeit one twisted in an extreme expression. One sword style, fierce tiger, Longma proclaimed, but Cavendish, silent as ever, darted towards him. The clash of their weapons rang out in a brief but fierce encounter before they separated. Cavendish halted momentarily, but swiftly resumed his pursuit of Moria, who was rushing towards the scene. Meanwhile, Longma staggered and collapsed to the ground. Is this all I amount to? He lamented, as his prized sword, Autumn Water, fell to the earth. In his final moments, he struggled to turn his head, only to see his shadow escape his form, returning to its master. What is happening? Moria was utterly baffled. How could a youth who merely showcased speed suddenly exhibit such formidable strength? He had transformed into a mere shadow. He commanded the shadow mage to swap positions, narrowly evading the impending attack. Yet, Cavendish's speed was relentless, once more launching towards his corporeal form. Unperturbed by the influence of the Shadow Master, Chapter 30, I am the cockroach. How infuriating. Do not underestimate me. I am, after all, one of the 7 warlords. Moria bellowed loudly, attempting to mask his own shock and disarray. However, he could only utilize his shadow teleportation ability, gradually creating distance from Cavendish. Suddenly, an event beyond his imagination transpired. The fleeting shadow had anticipated his exchange technique. The blade struck with precision, landing squarely on his corporeal chest. Cough. What is happening? Why so swiftly? Is this fellow truly human? A deep gash marred his chest, inflicted by the sword. Were it not for his tough exterior, he might have succumbed to a fatal blow. At this moment, Cavendish also appeared utterly spent, pausing to steady himself before collapsing onto the ground. Moria was vanquished by a single strike, losing consciousness. Oz's shadow could no longer sustain itself and fell entirely, leaving the entire island's zombies bereft of their shadows. Upon arriving at this scene, only Cavendish remained sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep. It seemed a battle had transpired here, yet now only Cavendish was present. The surroundings had grown eerily quiet, the sounds of the zombies' movements having vanished. Taking a few more steps, a smile discovered a fine sword. This was indeed an exquisite blade. Could it be a black sword? True warriors possess an innate sensitivity to the aura of a sword. Shooty slowly regained consciousness. How did I end up here? You are awake? The smile inquired calmly. I suppose I am awake, he replied, still shackled, noticing a fresh wound that had torn through his clothing. Though shallow, it was painful. Yet, the greater agony emanated from his shoulder, where the wound had ripped open. What is the meaning of this? Why have I suddenly found myself here? Injured? You seem quite oblivious. After you lost consciousness, you suddenly awoke, moving with remarkable speed. breaking free from your restraints and dashing out to retrieve your sword. Moreover, it appears you could not discern friend from foe. Ah, no need to elaborate. It seems apparent. You did strike me several times, though I managed to block them. The smile remarked, noting the several cuts that marred his clothing. Ah, my apologies. I am as clueless as you. Perhaps it is a case of somnambulism or some alter ego. By the way, what has become of Moria and his crew? I do not know their whereabouts. Though my observation skills are keen, they do not reach the level of a mind's web. The systems are different. Very well, let us retrieve our weapons. Enough pretense. We shall overturn this place in vengeance. Indeed, I have gained some understanding of that fruit's abilities. As long as we maintain a resolute heart, we can break free. That is certainly the case. As they returned to the castle, they encountered Perona, who had just finished packing and was slipping into the body of Kamasi, now devoid of its shadow. Ah, this is all a misunderstanding. I had no intention of fleeing. Perona exclaimed. What is going on with this fellow? Shudi queried in confusion. Perhaps he was frightened by your earlier attack when you lost consciousness. After all, that speed surpassed even my own, Yixiao stated with a serious expression. Heh, if that's the case, Shudi muttered, his voice dwindling. Suddenly, his countenance contorted, breaking into a grin. Hey, hand over the key to the sea prison stone, or else I'll take you down. To emphasize his point, Shudi brandished the newly acquired autumn water sword. Yixiao, unable to discern the nature of the weapon, naturally decided to relinquish it to Shudi, who insisted, Please, I beg you, do not resort to violence. Perona cried, tears streaming down her face. For beside the Kamasi doll lay a fresh gash, a testament to the sword's might. With a swift motion, a corner of the doll was severed cleanly. This brought her once again to recall the unmasked aura of lethal intent, a speed so unfathomable that even her most despondent specter could not catch up. To slay her would be a matter of mere moments. Lead the way. Though Su Di bore the seafloor stone, it did not significantly impair his swordplay. After all, he possessed no true swordsmanship, merely wielding his blade in a haphazard manner. His thrusts, however, were more precise than those of an inexperienced novice. He was utterly incomparable to a master swordsman, such as Yixiao, who might very well be of the legendary sword grandmaster caliber. He. It seems that this time, we are in for a bountiful harvest. After freeing his hands from the cuffs, Su Di promptly removed them and secured them onto Perona. Rest assured, the people's officer will not be swayed by your fanciful tales. Now, the sensation of constraint has vanished. Excellent. Yet, an oddity presented itself. All the zombies along the way had collapsed. Could it be that Moria had been slain after our previous encounter? Even the shadows have been liberated. But why is there not a soul in sight? Did his subordinates whisk him away to safety? This indeed offers a plausible explanation. Su Di donned his mask and contacted his ship via a transponder snail. Brew, ahem, is everything all right on your end? No, Captain. I fear it is far from ordinary. The voice on the other end belonged to Sis. What is amiss? To be frank, we have encountered a ghost ship. It is merely a derelict vessel adrift at sea. There are no ghost ships here. No, it is not a genuine ghost ship. If you must know. The spectral denizens aboard have already infiltrated our ship. Let me address this upon my return. Su Di tucked the sea-floor stone key into his pocket and rearmed himself. It would not do to neglect his wounds. By the way, how much time has elapsed? It should be around 3 hours since we landed on the island. Su Di, who never wore a watch, decided to depart the terrifying 3-masted ship and row his small boat to the previously marked location on the map. It was then he discovered that the topography of the Devil's Triangle had shifted entirely. Fortunately, while the seas may change, the coordinates on his world map remained constant. Upon returning to the original coordinates, he found himself near his grand ship. Indeed, there was a vessel here. Su Di leapt aboard with agility. Ahoy, good sir. Are you the captain? Ah, indeed. Baron of Corpses, greetings. Actually, I am known as Brooke. Oh, Bone Baron. A pleasure to meet you. Although I am but bones now, I remain very much human. Indeed, I can see that, Su Di acknowledged with a nod. Hey, how am I supposed to climb aboard while being shackled? Your ship is quite elevated. Perona shouted from the small boat below, still ensnared in the embrace of her plush teddy bear. The sight of her was undeniably comical. Wait a moment, Baron of the Undead, she exclaimed as Shudi leaped from the vessel, instructing the sailors above to hoist the entire boat upwards. This, after all, is the lifeboat of their ship, and it cannot be carelessly discarded. Who might this be? Your Highness? Sith appeared utterly bewildered. I also wish to inquire. Who is this individual? Ah, we have been enjoying a delightful conversation with Mr. Sea Phantom. Ho ho ho, Then allow me to introduce myself. Brooke smiled broadly, though his skeletal grin was hardly discernible, merely the motion of his jaw opening and closing. I am Brooke, once a pirate. I delight in singing. And I have many crew members. I have never committed any wrongdoing, drifting across the vast ocean. One day, we encountered an enemy ship, fell into a trap, and suffered from poison. Our ship's doctor had perished, and the entire crew lamented our fate. Fortunately, I obtained the Yomi Yomi no Mi, returning to life after death. Alas, my ship went missing, and I have not returned for many years. At last, I found you all, a serendipitous encounter indeed. Allow me to sing a tune for your enjoyment. Sudi, winky face. He did not comprehend, yet was profoundly astonished. Ho ho ho, ho, ho. Sudi momentarily permitted Brooke to harbor hopes of departing from this place. A smile graced his face as he scrutinized Brooke's pirate identity. He could not ascertain the truth of Brooke's claims that they had never committed any misdeeds. Not all pirates are villains, yet the proportion of any ne'er-do-wells is exceedingly high. Well, as representatives of justice, we must verify your claims. May I ask, what were the reasons behind your past bounties? Oh, that? It was because our pirate crew once attended a music concert in the West Sea. The court music festival there was woefully amateurish. We took out our own equipment and performed a piece from the audience. Subsequently, we were wanted by their royal family. Ho ho ho. Prior to that, we were a band of musical sailors, Brooke chuckled. Oh, I see. It does indeed seem like something a person of your ilk would do, Sudi replied calmly. As for your background, no issues there. Those who recognized his identity, apart from the whales, have likely perished. As for his strength, there are only 43 men in this world capable of defeating an emperor. However, his intelligence leaves much to be desired. Ultimately, their ship chose to dock within the formidable three-masted vessel. Upon landing, the sailors proceeded to transport Moria's accumulated wealth over the years. If the amount does not meet my satisfaction, I shall ensure you spend the night sharing quarters with cockroaches, Sudi threatened the young Perona. Please refrain from commenting. I am the cockroach. A girl of her age truly falls for such tactics. I will strive to convey what I know. Please, do not do this. Oh, you need not be so harsh. By the way, do you have a relative namely? Perona was completely baffled. Or perhaps someone named Rock. There is no such person. Then whom did you inherit those eyebrows from? Rock Perona. They are my own. Thank you very much. Is that unacceptable? Perona yearned to protest vehemently, yet she refrained from doing so completely. After all, the fear of cockroaches was quite palpable. Moria did not possess the same operational mindset as Crocodile. His wealth was meticulously accumulated. Thus, despite both being warlords of the sea, he was far more affluent. The quantity of gold and treasures was beyond mention, but he possessed a staggering sum of 500 million berries. After thorough calculations, Sisyphus exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 31. The new warlord of the CO, is that all? Should the neighboring warlords see this, they might think we are incapable of seizing anything. Ahem, your highness. The true value of those treasures far exceeds mere currency. Oh, is that so? Bring them to my quarters. What do you mean? I was referring to roses. Also, please summon the ship's doctor for me. I have sustained a minor injury. Sudi lightly patted his shoulder, which was wrapped in a thick bandage. For a moment, one could not discern whether it was an injury or merely a stylistic choice in attire. I have indicated all the treasures to you. Could you release me now? Perona pleaded. Is this how one begs? Sudi completely disregarded Perona beside him, thinking that if it weren't for her, he would not have suffered this humiliation. Ho ho ho, miss, may I kindly request a glimpse of your undergarments? Brooke, the gentleman, removed his hat and bowed politely. Why would I show you that? Perona retaliated with a swift punch, sending Brooke flying. Why are there so many oddballs on your ship? She lamented, nearly in tears, looking at Sudi, the skeletal figure, the robust Urki, and the nondescript individual who had once blocked Cavendish's blade and scathe. She felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It seems you lack the standing to make such remarks, Sudi retorted, then proceeded to tend to his wounds. It was best not to linger in the territory of the warlords of the sea. They followed Sudi's guidance, departing from the fog-laden waters. The mist no longer trailed their vessel. The Devil's Triangle returned to its former state. On the tranquil surface of the sea, the fog slowly dissipated. At that moment, the three were crammed into a small boat, while one stood at the bow, Moria, the warlord of the sea. It appears you have just undergone a defeat. Ahem. Who has suffered defeat? I merely underestimated my opponent slightly. Moria, despite his freshly bandaged wounds, adamantly refused to concede. Regardless, this does not concern me. The world government has initiated a summons for the warlords of the sea to convene in order to select the next warlord. Although I do not expect you to attend. I am here as an envoy of the world government to inquire, stated Admiral Pallisolino, his demeanor indifferent. Originally on leave, he had been compelled to work overtime due to the proximity of Moria's location, ultimately encountering the severely injured warlord just before entering the Devil's Triangle. However, this injury was not fatal for Moria. After all, no vital organs were harmed. Wait, I must attend this meeting, Moria declared fiercely. Humph. After becoming one of the 7 warlords, it is rare for the world government to issue a summons. I shall reluctantly see what the situation is. Oh, you are indeed preparing to go? How troublesome, Pallisolino remarked as he produced a transponder snail. Moshi, oh, Admiral Sengoku, yes, indeed. My task has been completed. Moria has agreed to attend. Yes, that is settled. Very well. I shall continue my vacation. After hanging up the phone, he transformed into a beam of light and departed from the scene. This fellow has completely disregarded the invitation to the world government. Moria felt a twinge of annoyance, but had no choice but to endure it. He sensed that he could not return to the terrifying 3-masted ship just yet. After all, that lunatic who had wounded him was simply no match. Even after absorbing an excess of shadows, he remained outmatched. He had escaped from Perona. But perhaps she had already met her demise. How infuriating. Why must such a wretched individual trouble me? In his extreme fury, Moria's wounds began to split open. Ah, please, Lord Moria, do not move. Your wounds have worsened. Dr. Hogback shouted in alarm. Absalom lay quietly on the ship, his injuries also severe. For now, retreat was the only option. Although Cavendish appeared vulnerable lying there, the instant he approached, it seemed the man had regained consciousness. Otherwise, he would not have been frightened enough to carry Moria away without daring to look back. Meanwhile, in Mariewa, several prominent figures were engaged in a private discussion. If only this 7 warlord could be eliminated without a trace. It would be more convenient to replace him in the ranks of the 7 warlords, after all. Judging by his demeanor, he clearly harbored a deep-seated aversion to evil. Such individuals are generally quite easy to manipulate. As long as it is done in the name of justice. Your thoughts are utterly absurd. Currently, there are infamous pirates on the Grand Line. What about Shanks? Red-haired Shanks? That pirate? It might not be a bad idea to reach out to him. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, a day has already slipped away. Yudi remains reclined, unable to train due to his injuries. Indeed, this situation has resulted in an undeniable loss. Not only is he injured, but he was also captured. However, these sea prism stone handcuffs are quite a valuable asset. All I possess are mere bullets. Perona has been detained as a captive, as her ghostly abilities are indeed quite formidable. As for eliminating this fellow, it seems there is no bounty on his head, and he is rather obscure. Perhaps very few know that the Moria pirates have such a lethal character among them. After all, he is merely the weakest of the 7 warlords. Though it appears he is not currently the weakest, he still has the ability to wield haki. The White Horse has gone berserk. At the moment he lost consciousness. What concerned him was the uncontrollable nature of this rampage. This means that friend and foe are indistinguishable, or perhaps the distinction is entirely irrelevant. As long as he can strike. Initially thinking that this second persona was vanquished, he was surprised by its ferocity. Fortunately, it does not seize control during sleep. And its stamina is exceedingly limited. After only a brief exertion, it collapsed. This White Horse is rather lacking. Its stamina has likely been significantly depleted due to its excessive speed. Moreover, this creature can utilize haki? I wonder if it can utilize observation haki. But even if it cannot, it likely won't be able to strike anyone. Captain, our log pointer's magnetic force has resumed recording. Goldweek remarked. Oh, then I suppose I won't need to guide you any longer. Indeed, that is correct. By the way, that captive claims she needs to use the restroom. Should we let her go? No. Can't she use the restroom with handcuffs on? No, that has nothing to do with the handcuffs. It's that enormous costume she is wearing. It looks rather comical. Then you should go and free her. Yudi tossed a key. Remember to apply the restraint powder on her first, to prevent her devil fruit abilities from causing harm. Your naming conventions are rather peculiar. So, what kind of devil fruit does she possess? The ghost fruit. Huh? Does such a thing exist? Yes, the ghost fruit, a mythical zoan type. It seems that only zoan types possess mythical forms, does it not? Is a person not an animal? Aren't ghosts what remain after a person dies? So, aren't ghost animals? Ghosts lack even a physical form. Forget it, I'll go help her get free. Meanwhile, Perona is desperately struggling with the enormous animal costume. Curse it. Why can't I unzip this thing? My hands are handcuffed, and I can't open the zipper at all. I should have known better than to wear this to disguise myself. Stupid Kuma. The next destination has arrived without a hint of suspense. For the distance could not be closer. Here lies the archipelago of Sabaody. Shudi basks in the sunlight, finally able to conclude his life of restraint. Though his injuries have not fully healed, they no longer impede his basic movements. Oh, bubbles abound everywhere. Golden Week picked up a brush to capture this moment. The others aboard the ship seemed unfazed, preparing to disembark for shopping. Allow me to clarify. Any actions taken here without proper reconnaissance should be approached with caution. After all, this place is home to the most troublesome individuals in the world, the celestial dragons. Shudi glanced at those around him and remarked, Your Highness, we are merely procuring supplies. What could possibly go wrong? Besides, isn't there a naval presence here? Zeiss chuckled. This is no jest. The celestial dragons possess the authority to execute any unprivileged civilian they encounter at will. If you seek to court danger, by all means, proceed. That said, monitoring the movements of the celestial dragons is a matter we must consider. In other words, we need only be wary of their affairs. Pirates seldom stir trouble at this final station of the Grand Line. Though this is my first time here, it seems the captain is quite knowledgeable. Miss Valentine's Day remarked with a smile. The sunlight here is rather blinding. Perona expressed her dissatisfaction with her current state. She preferred to be immersed in a gloomy castle, attended to by servants. If you could be a bit more compliant, I might be inclined to unlock one of your handcuffs, Shudi casually suggested, donning a nondescript outfit, black cloak, Germa 66 mask, and red sunglasses. Ah, with this attire, I feel significantly safer, Shudi proclaimed confidently, leaping off the ship and landing on the port floor. Could you assist me in locating the naval headquarters? Ishiao asked, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Well, that is certainly not an issue for me. However, there is no naval headquarters here, Shudi sighed. Brother Ishiao, this is the terminus of the first half of the Grand Line. The pirates who reach this point are those aspiring to venture into the New World. And those pirates must confront the formidable obstacle of the Four Emperors. In the New World, if one cannot directly contend with the Four Emperors, they must align themselves with them. Ah, but there are only 3 emperors in the New World. Aren't he there? Miss Valentine's Day questioned, perplexed. What? Who are those 3 emperors? Well, there's Big Mom, Kaido of the Beasts, and Whitebeard. Is there anyone who knows Shanks? Shanks? Oh, I know him, Zeiss interjected. He is red-haired Shanks, isn't he? He seems to be a newcomer in the New World and was once one of the supernovas. Indeed, during that period, Shanks had yet to ascend to the ranks of the 4 emperors. In Chapter 32, Kumadi, what prompted the increase in their bounties? If memory serves, it seems they intervened in the conflicts of a certain nation. Ah, yes, precisely. Thus, pirates venturing into the New World must contend with the firmly established 3 emperors. Sudi stated earnestly, although none could discern the seriousness on his face, yet they all believed him, reflected in their expressions. As the ship, the White Horse of Dream Forest, docked, the gang prepared to mobilize together. Milk, milk, Sabe, Sabe. Golden Week strolled joyfully through the streets, with a smile trailing behind as her protector. Sudi ventured alone, while the others accompanied Brook, a skilled fighter of considerable strength. Naturally, Sudi provided him with a mask, lest it incite panic. Of course, there were also those who kept watch. Urki remarked that he was accustomed to it. Could you lend me some money? Perona asked, extending her hand. What money? What are you talking about? Aren't you supposed to behave as a captive on the ship, rather than negotiating with the enemy? Humph. I have many items I need to procure. After all, I am a girl, Perona replied with a tone of pride. Sudi pondered for a moment and outfitted her in a set of inconspicuous attire. In any case, were this outfit to find Golden Week? Hey, we've already split up, Perona protested. Excuse me, sir, could you tell me which islands the celestial dragons frequent? Sudi casually inquired of a passerby. Oh, are you newcomers to the island? Remember, Island 129 is an absolute no-go zone. It is teeming with pirates and rife with black market dealings, the old man cautioned. Then added, the celestial dragons often make appearances there as well. As for other places, feel free to wander. The distinctions aren't too significant. The old man briefly shared his knowledge before resuming his sunbathing. Is the black market area of Sabaody Archipelago over there? How intriguing, Sudi mused, glancing at the enormous red tree which was visible throughout the island, marked as number 47. Hey, you aren't actually thinking of going there, are you? Perona exclaimed, startled. Weren't those inquiries merely a pretext for heading there? Well, you chose to follow me. If I am to act alone, it is only fitting I venture to the most perilous locations, Sudi replied calmly. The world map indeed reveals a comprehensive view of the Sabaody archipelago. Yet it does not specify the purpose of each region. Clearly, a map remains essential. Since you wish to be my attendant, ensure you are well equipped. Sudi tossed her a bundle. How heavy? What is this? She inquired. A small portion of funds. What? I find myself ensnared by the sea stone, utterly devoid of strength. And yet you expect me to carry so many items? Indeed. It is a well-known fact that human potential is unveiled only when one endures the pressures of physical limits, exerting every ounce of strength, only to discover there exists so much more. I believe in you. You shall undoubtedly become one of the 4 emperors in the future. Thus, it is time for you to commence specialized training. Sudi, while engaging her in conversation, has already reached the next island, fortuitously discovering a place that sells maps. Zone 129, the Lawless District. Zones 30 to 39 are amusement parks. 40 to 49 are sightseeing areas, offering local specialties. 50 to 59 comprise shipyards with skilled craftsmen. Zones 60 to 69 belong to the Navy, the government's access area, and zones 70 to 79 are lined with streets of inns. Having gathered a rough understanding of the situation, Perona gasps, "Can we take a moment to rest? We have traversed 10 islands already." Moreover, she is clad in a rather stifling outfit. Young ones must not always speak of treatment and hardship. You are striving for your own tomorrow. You are working for yourself. Am I forcing you? I am not your boatman, Perona exclaimed in frustration. At that moment, she suddenly noticed a quaint little shop by the roadside. Her expression shifting instantly as she hoisted her bundle. "Ah, I have arrived at the shop where I intend to make my purchases. Let me go shopping first." "Very well. Then let us take a break. But do not choose anything overly extravagant." Sudi observed the map and realized they had reached Island 36, a tailor's shop. What business could one have here? Her clothing hardly seemed in tatters. Surely, a clothing store would be more appropriate for such purchases. Yes. The style I wish to create is just like this, Perona exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she conversed with the shopkeeper. It has been ages since I have seen garments designed with such exquisite intricacy. You must surely be a princess from some distant land. Those are but distant memories to me. In any case, Kumadi must replicate this design exactly and swiftly. Very, very quickly. Oh, perfect. I have some leisure time. I shall assist you in crafting this doll. No, this is far more than merely a doll. Sudi re-entered the shop, now holding a cup of bubbly fruit juice. Welcome, dear customer, the owner greeted habitually. Is it not ready yet? My time is limited. Honestly, you have no sense of timing, Perona exclaimed, pointing at Sudi with both hands. Ah, so are you two a couple? Not at all. Absolutely not. Owner, could you design a set of clothing for me? Sudi removed his cloak and mask, intrigued by the quaint little shop that Perona had so casually chosen. The sewing style here aligns perfectly with his aesthetic. Observe the design, Sudi remarked with a calm smile. Yet, his appearance alone had already captivated the shop owner. Excellent. Allow me to take your measurements. The finished product will be ready within 3 days, the enthusiastic female proprietor exclaimed. However, we should prioritize my order first. Perona expressed unease at the owner's demeanor. Oh, young lady, perhaps you should wait a few days before discussing that. For now, I am set to design the most exquisite garments in the world. Sudi merely smiled in response, picking up a design sketch from the table. This resembles Kamasi's design. Was it your intended order? However, one might question your artistic talent. So, who is the true artist behind this? Humph. It must be during the Golden Week. She is the easiest to deceive on the ship, after all. She is still just a child. After settling the deposit, Sudi departed with Perona. There was no time to linger here. He came across an intriguing piece of news. Circulating among every island, the auction of a mythical zoan-type devil fruit. Such a headline was sufficient to pique the interest of the affluent. Nonetheless, the demand for devil fruits wasn't as pressing as the need for a great sword. Yes, that was the true essential resource. Sudi was already prepared with the funds to procure a great sword. After all, even Zaro primarily wielded a great sword in his early adventures at sea. He already possessed one. Acquiring another would enable him to execute the three-sword style. His Durandal was no ordinary sword either. A famed blade represents a man's romantic ideal, not merely a possession. Above all, it was valuable and undeniably stylish. Perona, serving as a human cash transport, was growing increasingly dissatisfied. Yet, they had reached their destination, Island 13 primarily engaged in auction activities. The advertisement for the devil fruit he had seen was promoting an auction event taking place there that very evening. Timing could not be more fortuitous. However, mobilizing funds posed a minor challenge. Sudi made a call to Sis, instructing him to bring several hundred million, as he was determined not to let the coveted items slip through his fingers. As for the devil fruit, apologies, he had little interest. Hey, my friend, are you selling your slave? A man in sunglasses and a suit approached Sudi, whispering. He gestured towards Perona, who, despite being cloaked in an inconspicuous outfit, could not fully conceal her form. Moreover, with a white fox mask adorning her face, she appeared worth a few coins. You might as well give up on that thought. Sudi dismissed his proposition entirely. Is she not your slave? Not at all. Merely a tool. Sudi observed the surroundings, confirming no one was paying attention, then brusquely pushed past the man. Without any followers nearby, he felt rather diminished. Perona squinted at Sudi. Unshackle my handcuffs. I won't run away. You cannot escape, can you? After all, you are a pirate, Sudi remarked indifferently. Having strolled around the island, he decided to take a respite at a tavern with an inviting name. Welcome. What can I get for you? The amiable proprietor inquired. I would like a glass of sweetened rose wine. Make it abundant with roses. I also want milk. Ah, the rose wine might take a moment. Your taste is quite rare. Dear guest. Nonetheless, it can certainly be prepared. By the way, I don't have much money on me, just 1,000 berries. Is that acceptable? Sudi placed a 1,000-berry note on the table. To be frank, that is indeed the lowest expenditure we allow here. Surely, you do not intend to venture into the New World next? It is the most perilous place in existence, Perona inquired, cradling her glass of milk. Indeed. But how could a man's adventure be hindered by mere danger? That said, I am not quite prepared to go yet. Huh? So, all those words you spoke were merely improvised? I have heard that Fishman Island is quite intriguing. Perhaps a visit there first would suffice. And when might I be released? It is quite inconvenient to be shackled daily. Moreover, there has been no word from Lord Moria. His disappearance suggests he is exceedingly safe. Yes, very secure. After all, he is still alive and a warlord of the sea. Sudi leaned back in his chair, stating matter-of-factly, as long as he is not dead. It is unlikely Moria will face the same fate as in the original tale. Old Sand was eliminated directly by him. Chapter 33. Dear guest, your drink is ready. The proprietor cheerfully placed a glass of red wine adorned with numerous rose petals before him. At present, Moria is not in a state of becoming utterly ineffective. He remains a formidable warlord of the sea. The world government is unlikely to eliminate this so-called failure directly. Of course, Sudi was unaware of why such a small amount of hockey could depreciate so rapidly. Did the state of hockey relate to one's mindset? It seemed to manifest as a form of spiritual strength, he pondered. Just then, a group of pirates burst through the door. Hee, boss, bring me the finest beer. And make it quick. The pirates bellowed with laughter. Splendid. Before heading to the New World, we conducted a final raid, and that village was truly affluent. Haha. Who would have thought that the naval squad there was a bunch of fools? We merely fired a few cannons towards the shore, and they surrendered. Naval surrender is indeed a rare spectacle. Haha. It's a shame they still had plenty of weapons but dared not use them. Now they all belong to us. Boss. I reckon your bounty of 50 million will soon rise again. Once we reach the New World, a bounty of 100 million will surely not be an issue. Honestly, what are you raucous fools shouting about? Such strength is indeed to be expected, is it not? Their captain, adorned with a distinctive black captain's hat, bore a resemblance to the infamous Roger, particularly evident in his beard. At least for Sudi, who was unfamiliar with Roger's appearance, there was a hint of cosplay about him. Hey, you fool, hurry and serve us some drinks. The boss, with a cordial demeanor, brought forth a crate of beer. It was quite an unsavory feeling, murmured Perona. What are you saying, little girl? The pirate captain turned coldly to regard her. Perona pretended not to see, shifting her chair closer to Sudi. Upon closer inspection, the slaves present appeared somewhat alluring. Did they truly deserve to sit here and drink? Haha, my friend, you are far too kind to your slave. At this rate, she might forget her own identity. Why not sell her to me? Just 10,000 berries, how about that? Haha, I'll help you out. Sudi rose calmly, unperturbed. As he spat out a mouthful of wine, its red hue mingled with the bitterness of rose petals, utterly distasteful. People, too, were the same. There was no need for pretense. He intended to slay the pirates directly. In an instant, he drew Durandal and swung his sword with remarkable speed. Before anyone could react, he stood firm. his blade untainted by blood. The pirate who had spoken suddenly fell silent, collapsing to the ground. In that fleeting moment, Shudi had severed the carotid artery of the pirate. Blood gushed forth from the fallen foe, eliciting shock and fear among the remaining crew. As one of them reacted, drawing a pistol to aim at Shudi, he swiftly severed the weapon with another stroke. Then he charged into the throng, unstoppable. A few swift strikes rendered his enemies lifeless, devoid of any suspense. Had he been tall enough to reach Moria's head, he would have aimed for a fatal strike without hesitation. My apologies, dear boss. I hope I'm not disrupting your business. Shudi sheathed his sword and returned to his seat. Not at all. However, they haven't yet settled the tab for the drinks. My friend, you're making this quite difficult for me. Isn't your captain worth a bounty of 50 million? I've heard there is a chance for an increase. Perhaps I should procure a cooler to store his corpse and sell it to the Navy once the price goes up. Is this not a form of profit? Moreover, it undoubtedly surpasses the value of a refrigerated cabinet. Sudi calmly remarked. Ah, indeed, that is not incorrect. This could very well be a viable approach. The shopkeeper nodded in agreement. Therefore, I shall settle my wine bill with this 50 million berries. Sudi retrieved the stack of 10,000 berries he had previously set aside. You possess quite a sense of justice, don't you? Perona squinted at him, saying, as a person with a rational mindset, it is indeed improbable to harbor an affinity for pirates, nor would one utter the words, I aspire to become the pirate king, merely to attract attention. Disliking pirates is not shameful. Rather, it is entirely reasonable. Indeed, there lies no issue with that. The proprietor, Shaki, concurred. In this grand era, it is not the individual who suffers, but the world itself. How lamentable it is that pirates have emerged as the architects of the global landscape. My dear fellow, you speak quite intriguingly. TCH, yet it is merely a twisted rationale. The greatest peril posed by pirates is their propensity to obliterate the true elements that generate wealth, namely ordinary individuals. All resources require human endeavor to be processed. By annihilating those who provide them with resources, such existence is undeniably discordant. It contravenes the collective will of the world. Regrettably, the world government still clings to the notion of the 7 warlords, attempting to intimidate numerous pirates. Individuals like you are a rarity in my establishment, Shaki smiled. However, tidying up the shop poses a considerable challenge, given that this place is littered with the corpses of pirates. Hoo. Sudi gestured towards Perona. Oh, wait, are you implying that I should clean this up? Perona exclaimed in astonishment. How rude. I am not your servant. Perona gritted her teeth in frustration. It must be Kuma, the name of the doll you commissioned. Ah. Perona seemed to be caught off guard, falling silent. I suppose I shall find someone else to handle this. Are you a devil fruit user? Being shackled by sea-stone handcuffs? Humph, indeed. Cavendish, you fear my abilities, do you not? After all, your fragile convictions cannot withstand the test of negativity. Indeed. Wait, you do not deny it at all? How could I deny it? Sudi waved his hand dismissively. Shaki did not press them further, as they were still quite young and somewhat agreeable to behold. After a half-hour wait, Sis arrived at the location. Your Highness, we have prepared the funds for tonight's auction. Acquiring that famed sword will undoubtedly pose no problem. Of course, we can also strive for the devil fruit. I understand. However, I hold little interest in those items. In any case, I leave all arrangements to you. I will attend the auction to observe, although only the famed sword and the fruit are being advertised. However, it cannot be guaranteed that there are no other splendid treasures. I shall capture them at my discretion. Perona observes nearby, her visage etched with melancholy, while casually sipping a cup of warm milk. Are you using our funds to procure items for yourselves? Kindly maintain your silence. That is not your money, but rather mine. You have utterly failed. Do not entertain thoughts of struggle. Shudi awaited here until evening, impeccably attired, as he accepted the auction tickets purchased for him by Shisi. The pathways between the islands of the Huxiangbo archipelago, indeed, are convoluted and treacherous. The locals, however, do not construct bridges for the sake of convenience to connect the surrounding islands. This has resulted in the majority of the bridges here being formed by the intertwining roots of trees. Brooke, impeccably dressed, bid farewell to Shudi. My apologies. As I have not encountered living beings for quite some time, I must admit to being somewhat overwhelmed. Shudi chuckled. That is utterly inconsequential. However, do take care not to reveal your appearance, for you are indeed exceedingly conspicuous. Brooke nodded, as he had no intention of participating in this auction. Given his lack of funds, Shudi and Perona entered the auction house, his curiosity piqued by the proceedings, having never witnessed such an event before. The receptionist bowed slightly and inquired, "Good evening, sir. Is this your slave?" "Well, one could say so," he replied. After inspecting Shudi's auction ticket, the receptionist stepped aside. "Please, enter." The environment was indeed quite pleasant. Inside the auction hall, the floors were adorned with black tiles, and soft ambient lighting decorated the surroundings, ensuring that many guests could not easily discern one another's appearances. "What? Is there only a seat for you and none for me?" Shudi remarked. "Keep your voice down." Unfazed, he took his seat and received an auction list from the receptionist. At that moment, the auctioneer ascended the stage and bowed to the assembly. "Good evening, esteemed guests. This auction is generously sponsored by the Osoria family, making today's event more extravagant than ever." Shudi sat in his seat, rather bored, glancing around and indeed spotting a few individuals, notably those adorned with enormous bubble helmets. Their haughty expressions seemed ingrained in their very essence, provoking an instinctual desire to deliver a few well-placed punches. "Celestial dragons? Umph. I hope they do not seek to disturb me, or at the very least, refrain from competing for the items I desire." The auction featured a devil fruit and a formidable sword, concepts that initially held little significance for Shudi. However, with the presence of celestial dragons at this auction, it was clear that the stakes were considerably higher. Shudi could not help but shake his head. Nearby, Perona sat on the floor, visibly displeased. "Could you not secure me a better seat?" Shudi shook his head. "What a bother." He then tapped the shoulder of a fellow seated next to him. "My friend, might I purchase your seat?" The individual's expression clearly indicated discontent. "No. That is against the rules. 100,000 berries. I mean, that seems rather inappropriate. 300,000. Forget it. The seat does not affect my bidding rights." He decisively vacated the seat. "Certainly, upon arrival, I simply stood by to observe the auction. A ticket to the auction merely costs 50,000 berries. It is not that Shudi does not regard money as valuable. Rather, it is the rapid influx of wealth that has rendered it somewhat numbing. 500 million. Then 10 billion. Sigh. Who else can match my pace in amassing such wealth? After all, it has been less than a month." On stage, a small cart was pushed forward behind the host, who did not linger in suspense, but promptly unveiled the prize. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold Chapter 34, the grand finale item, the pink rose diamond." The host carefully lifted it with a handkerchief, ensuring its delicate hold. This exquisite gem, sourced from the mineral-rich nation of Ufa, radiates an ethereal pink hue, shimmering brilliantly. Should it be fashioned into a ring, its worth would be incalculable. Truly, akin to the gaze of a beautiful maiden, it is an impeccable choice for a romantic gift. The opening bid is set at 5 million berries, with increments not less than 100,000. Is it merely a flawed diamond? Why all the superfluous pleasantries? Shudi scoffed. "I bid 7,800,000 berries. I bid 8 million berries. How infuriating. Just one Baki berry. One alone berry." Ultimately, the buyer who placed a bid of one alone, 20 million berries, successfully acquired the ostentatious pink diamond. Has he not fallen into the trap of the auction? It is likely that among the bidders, there are indeed shills, and quite conspicuously so. Shudi expressed no interest in these auction items, choosing instead to engage in conversation. The pink diamond captivated Perona, her eyes sparkling with desire. Yet, she understood all too well that it was improbable for Shudi to purchase such a trinket for her, considering she was still an enemy pirate in captivity. The next item showcased was a sword, inscribed with the ancient inscriptions of a bygone kingdom, a testament to a kingdom's history and of considerable collectible value. Interested parties may consider it as an item for their collections. The opening bid is set at 1 million berries. Shudi began to critique from the audience, a sword lacking in substance. Yet, it does possess a hint of the Western knightly style, doesn't it? "Hey, Cavendish, may I join your pirate crew?" Shudi, taken aback, turned his head to respond. "Huh?" Perona's cheeks flushed slightly. "The reason I am asking is that I no longer wish to carry this sea prism stone. I feel utterly drained. Even walking feels burdensome. I would prefer to join you as an ordinary member." Shudi sighed helplessly. "As I have mentioned, we are no longer a pirate crew, you know? We are merely a regular ship, understand? Do not impose your notions upon our actions. Otherwise, you would not have been captured. Furthermore, I am quite apprehensive about having someone like you as a companion. I won't misuse my abilities. You currently have no abilities to utilize." 10 million. Suddenly, the person next to Sudi called out a bid. At that moment, Perona also noticed and glanced at the auction item. "Oh?" Sudi couldn't help but chuckle. "What? Do you not recognize it? This Can we speak plainly without any hesitation? This is something I encountered in my childhood. You saw it as a child. Does that make it particularly significant? Is this sword capable of turning the tides? This should be a treasure of my homeland, capable of unlocking a map to a grand treasure, along with its key. Do you know the specifics? It requires careful examination to confirm. 15 million. Su Di raised his paddle, having also noted the shape of the sword's hilt, which resembled a wave-cross design. Although Perona was not wearing her crown at the moment due to her mundane attire, it indeed shared the same shape. There are many cross ornaments. And even in his irretrievable kingdom, numerous places bore such decorations. However, the wave-cross design was unique to her. Were you a princess? Su Di inquired. Of course. Well, that makes sense. Otherwise, only a lunatic would wear a crown every day, even while being held captive. Your head must be quite sturdy. 16 million. Someone timidly raised their paddle. Su Di immediately discerned this was a ruse, and a rather well-executed one at that. The sense of hesitation they portrayed was truly remarkable. Of course, if they were not acting, he would disregard their bid. Su Di, unfazed, waited until the host almost announced the bid before raising his paddle again. 16,200,000. This price can already be considered quite reasonable for a fine blade, which initially commenced bidding at merely 1 million Bailey. No one else was willing to raise their offer. Su Di successfully acquired the item, yet remained unfazed. If it proves worthless, you shall reimburse me. Understood, Cabbage. Speaking of which, where did you learn all these nicknames? Perona turned to gaze at the wall. Golden Week. Once we conclude our participation in the auction, we should revisit Fishman Island. Then return to the Grand Line. So will you release me now? That seems rather unwise. After all, how can your abilities ensure that you won't ambush me? Your speed is something my Spectre cannot hope to keep pace with. However, your Spectre remains entirely undetectable to us. Such phenomena, discernible only through sight, are exceedingly perilous. I have already expressed that I cannot possibly catch up to you. Moreover, I have a hunch that even if your state were struck by the Spectre, it would bear no consequence. Perona's expression turned earnest. Su Di chose to place his trust in her. For the time being, it was impossible to relinquish the sea prism stone. Thus, you are indeed preparing to utilize the Spectre against me once you have made your escape. Now, let us welcome our exquisite auction item to the stage. Presenting one of the illustrious great blades of the 21 crafts, the White Blade, Ming Hong. This is a legendary sword wielded by the renowned swordsman Yun Ke from a century ago. Its forging technique is truly unique. Crafted from the molten lava within a volcano that has seared the blade into existence. This blade possesses not only historical significance but also serves as an exceptionally suitable weapon for a swordsman. The starting bid is set at 10 million berries. Due to the rarity of the auction item, the auctioneer's tone began to brim with excitement. 20 million. Soon, someone raised their paddle. This rare and exquisite sword, a grand masterpiece, requires no artificial inflation of its price. Its value is inherently elevated. Here I come with 30 million berries. Yudi exclaimed loudly, startling Perona beside him. Isn't it just a sword? Is it really that significant? She questioned. Indeed, it is of utmost importance. It evokes the same desire as a coveted pink gemstone. Which girl would ever resent having an excess of cosmetics? Perona conceded with understanding, falling silent as she began to reminisce about her childhood. From a young age, it seemed she had already been wandering. Then, she was discovered by Moria and taken aboard his ship, initially treated as an ordinary child. However, one fateful day, after demonstrating her abilities with the ghost fruit, Moria appointed her as an officer. At that time, he had only her as his subordinate. Subsequently, the pirate crew welcomed Absalom Hogback and gained numerous zombies. Perona always felt different from the others, not merely because she was a girl. It was because Moria regarded her as family. The memories of the palace, the king, and others had faded into obscurity. Now, she was simply Perona, the only kin of Moria. 31. 5 million berries. The auction price has surged to 31. 5 million berries. The host announced with fervor, visibly astonished. For the wealthy, money was merely a figure, devoid of allure. Their aspirations had ascended to the realm of power. No amount of wealth could rival the seduction of authority. What a pity. It seems my bid is the highest. Yudi remarked calmly. Over 30 million berries is just a trifle. Auctioning such a valuable item necessitated great caution from the attendees. Typically, arrangements would be made for a designated individual to deliver the item to the buyer's residence. However, for those who left no information, transactions would occur in a discreet manner. The host had already showcased the blade's exquisite craftsmanship, which Yudi had scrutinized closely. It was indeed beautiful, yet he could not fully appreciate its quality. If authenticity were to be assessed, it would be wise to have a professional like a swordsman accompany him. The expertise of a swordsman could discern the blade's worth through intuition, or perhaps one could attain such abilities through mastery of observation hockey. The next auction item promised to be monumental, its value undoubtedly peaking among collectibles. Ladies and gentlemen, behold our grand finale auction item, a female mermaid. Ah, there is no devil fruit? Yudi pondered, glancing at the auction display where this mermaid was absent. A mermaid? Perona straightened up, eager to see the stage. Soon, someone brought forth a 3-meter-tall aquarium, within which resided a stunningly beautiful mermaid. She gazed at the crowd at the auction with a face full of terror. Surely, this must be the mermaid. Indeed, it was worth the wait after sifting through so much detritus. At that moment, a celestial dragon spoke up. Ahem. This mermaid is an exceedingly rare specimen. It is essential to understand that capturing such a prime mermaid requires enough of the rambling. The celestial dragon shouted, silencing the host instantly. Words of haste held no significance. Survival was the true meaning. The starting bid was set at 100 million. I bid 300 million. Quickly, bring me this mermaid. The celestial dragon proclaimed arrogantly. Sudi had no intention of wading into murky waters. Spontaneity hinged upon the circumstances. The celestial dragon was not someone he could contend with for the time being. Perona appeared somewhat moved, observing that mermaid looks so pitiful. There are many who are far worse off, Sudi replied, steadfast in his convictions. Though he harbored considerable disdain for the celestial dragon, he recognized the caliber of their bodyguards. Geru, age 41. Faction level, CP0 Executioner. Physical strength, 4215, Elite Vice Admiral. Speed, 2454, Elite Rear Admiral. Power, 3897, Vice Admiral. Stamina, 2555, Elite Rear Admiral. Armament Hockey, 1576, Vice Admiral. Observation Hockey, 1117, Vice Admiral. Conqueror's Hockey, 0, a hopeless endeavor. Devil Fruit, 101, a novice. Is it not extravagant to have a mid-ranking officer with a devil fruit as a bodyguard? CP0 is indeed formidable. Thus, Sudi refrained from any bidding thoughts to avoid drawing attention, and no one dared contest the celestial dragon's claim to the mermaid at the auction. The mermaid was effortlessly seized by the celestial dragons. Regrettably, what I seek is a more illustrious identity. Otherwise, capturing a mere mermaid is of little consequence. Sudi felt a twinge of discontent within. Chapter 35. Whose devil fruit will fall? Thud, thud, thud. Although the sound of the mermaid tapping against the glass was quite loud, no one paid any attention. The celestial dragons successfully acquired their prize. Next came the much-anticipated auction items. Though its abilities were not explicitly documented, it had been confirmed to possess formidable potential. The devil fruit. The cat fruit, mythical zoan type. In its sea cat form. What? Sudi displayed an unmistakable look of bewilderment. Why could this absurdity even be considered a fruit? It is said that this fruit, during its last appearance, birthed a formidable figure of the Grand Line. Alito. Oh, that fellow. No wonder. So it is he. I never expected it to be him. Indeed. A former legend. People around him were earnestly exchanging nonsensical remarks. Sudi's expression grew stiff. So, who exactly is this person? Perona, with a skeptical look, remarked, You don't know Alito? He was once a notoriously vicious pirate. It is said he could devour an entire ship in one bite. Devour a ship? What kind of hunger is that? No. That is merely a manifestation of his fruit ability. Moreover, his strength is extraordinary. He can hurl cannonballs with his bare hands. So, is he akin to carp? Huh? This time, the cart arrived later than usual. However, the fruits, resting upon a golden platter, emitted an extraordinarily peculiar glow. But why do these fruits retain their distinct shapes? Are these truly genuine mythical creatures? Perona rested her head upon her hands. Have you never heard the tale of the sea cat? During the Golden Week, they consistently spoke of this mascot while in Alabasta. Ah, by the way, isn't the sea cat of Alabasta merely meant for cuteness? So, why has this entity transformed into fruit? Physiologically speaking, it should be classified as a fish, should it not? This is precisely where Sudi finds himself perplexed. Is the sea cat not a cat? Despite Perona's serious demeanor as she gazes at Sudi, it is evident that the distinctive fishtail design of the sea cat accentuates its uniqueness. This devil fruit holds immense value. Hence, the starting bid is set at 500 million. 600 million. 630 million. Do you possess any further knowledge about this item? No, I am equally in the dark. Truly, you are entirely unaware? Not at all. Then refrain from feigning understanding here. Sudi delivers a swift chop to Perona's head. If it is indeed a mythical beast type, and possesses considerable strength, then the price is far from straightforward. Within mere moments, the bidding escalates to 700 million. The celestial dragons harbor little interest in such an item that cannot swim. Sudi feels the same. He never contemplated consuming the fruit, as its abilities do not significantly enhance his attributes. If any of his companions desire it, he might bid for it on their behalf. Otherwise, its exorbitant cost would consume half of his funds. How could he possibly agree to that? Even if they have profited in Skypea, such extravagance is unacceptable. Ultimately, the final transaction price reaches 1.2 billion berries. Sudi remains unaware of how long the promotional efforts for this auction have been underway, but the items on offer are undeniably expensive. They have arrived at the designated small room arranged by the auction organizers to collect their acquired items. Sudi accepts 2 swords. Tossing the ancient sword with the wave cross design to Perona. Isn't this precisely what you have long desired? You may keep it. Thank you, she replies. But let us not dwell on gratitude. Sudi draws forth the large knife, Ming Hong. The blade is entirely translucent, sharp and imposing at its tip. Its design markedly deviates from that of a typical katana, featuring a longer hilt that allows for comfortable two-handed wielding. Was this intentional? One wonders. It is intriguing, though. For one such as myself who lacks swordsmanship, it makes little difference. Sudi swings it a few times in his grasp, finding it exceedingly comfortable. This has once again been a flawless shopping experience. Perona has already begun to scrutinize the ancient sword closely. Do not study it just yet. We shall discuss it outside. Sudi advises as he stows away the Ming Hong sword. All right, I understand. Perona does not ponder much further. After they exit the auction, the celestial dragons, who had been prepared to verify their purchase, suddenly discover that the mermaid has vanished. How can this be? Cough, cough. Francois Saint, please hold on. We will locate that mermaid shortly. So, do you take me for a fool? HM? I have spent a considerable sum. If I do not acquire that mermaid, then you shall all meet your demise. The CP0 agents nearby exude a palpable aura of menace, causing the host to tremble violently. Please, rest assured. We will definitely find her. The auction house was equally astonished, for the disappearance of this mermaid was undeniably perplexing, especially considering her considerable size in the presence of guards. How remarkable it is to whisk away a mermaid from a tank without leaving a trace. Brew, this is the Navy G1 branch. Has an auction item mysteriously vanished? What? The celestial dragon's possession has gone missing? It seems this falls within the purview of your CP0. We, the Navy, are not particularly adept at locating lost items. However, we shall make an earnest effort. The Navy chooses to feign ignorance. How outrageous. This is an urgent matter concerning the celestial dragons. If you fail to resolve it properly, you shall face consequences should they direct their ire at you. Ah, thank you for the reminder. The Navy has terminated the call. What a jest. They're the Navy. Should the celestial dragons encounter peril, it is only natural for them to intervene. Yet, for the mere loss of an item, to expect them to act to rectify the situation? Absurd. On the expansive shores of the Sabaody archipelago, a mermaid waves farewell gratefully to a person. You need not thank me. This is merely a fault of our kind. Alas, I never anticipated that the Navy would indeed tolerate such occurrences. So, is my desire to join the Navy truly feasible? Even before the world government, such corruption can manifest. Sai Yishao, have you truly sought out trouble? Sudi approached him, watching as the mermaid submerged into the sea. My apologies for the impulsiveness. No, this matter is inconsequential. As long as those celestial dragons are not directly harmed, all is well. Should such an event transpire, it would summon the might of both the Navy and the world government, leading to grave consequences. Why is it that the world is governed by such individuals? No, they are not truly the rulers. Each celestial dragon is more foolish than the last. If they were to govern the world, the military would have triumphed long ago. They are merely privileged puppets, serving as scapegoats for the true rulers. Though I am reluctant to admit it, the reality is indeed as such. Sudi produced the magnificent knife Ming Hong for Yi Xiao's inspection. What do you think? It is a fine blade, indeed. Yi Xiao accepted the knife. Haha, indeed. This blade embodies a potent spirit. When wielded as a weapon, it could greatly influence its user. Each has their own interpretation of this knife. Of course, it is of little consequence. Sudi did not purchase it for personal use. After all, he has no remarkable techniques even with his own sword, let alone with 3 knives. Consider it a weapon for collection, Perhaps in the future, should he recruit a skilled swordsman, he might present it as a gift. By the way, Cavendish, where shall our course take us next? I wish to visit Fishman Island. However, that lies deep beneath the ocean, at a depth of 10,000 meters. There will undoubtedly be numerous colossal sea kings present. This, however, is not a significant issue. I can assist with that. Your assurance is most welcome. Su Di patted Yi Zhao's shoulder. Subsequently, on the enchanting Shambadi archipelago, the crew gathered ample supplies, relishing a rare day of respite on the picturesque island. The scenery here is indeed splendid, as the ship required a coating before it could set sail. They found themselves in a state of waiting. "Ah, it has been quite some time since I last laid eyes on this bubble wrap," Brooke exclaimed aboard the vessel, breaking into song and performance at the slightest provocation. His talents garnered him considerable admiration from the crew. Despite his unusual appearance, his amiable disposition made him quite approachable. While training, Su Di remarked, "Mr. Brooke, though I harbor no objections to your desire to remain aboard my ship, I kindly ask that you refrain from overly flaunting your identity. After all, you are an ancient fugitive. Although the bounty on your head has been rescinded, rest assured, I will not bring you any trouble." "Ah, troubles abound already," he chuckled. "The new commodity is rather delightful," Perona said, joyfully clutching the custom-made teddy bear. Yet, Su Di held a strong aversion toward the ensemble crafted by the shopkeeper, which was said to be her magnum opus. It lacked any sense of aesthetic appeal. The proprietor had never even changed out of that purple gown. Not everyone possesses the charisma of Don Quixote da Flamingo to carry off flamingos, nor the flamboyance of Frankie to strut down the street in outlandish attire. Su Di had no intention of donning gaudy garments for a stroll. His mastery of armament hockey had significantly improved. He had likely reached the level of a Marine rear admiral. Possessing hockey does not inherently signify superiority over those devoid of it. After all, it is merely an enchantment. However, should one face an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, the efficacy of hockey can be diminished. Strength must be cultivated from within. Su Di had come to understand this truth. Therefore, he diligently worked on enhancing his physical attributes. While he might not experience instantaneous gains, he could certainly increase his physical strength by at least 3 points daily. He was still quite young, with ample time for training. The relentless pursuit of improvement would continue until the end. What an odd fellow he is, Perona mused, having become acquainted with Golden Week and Valentine's Day over the past few days. In truth, she seldom interacted with peers her own age. Chapter 36. A Nation in Chaos. Gurgle, gurgle. Fresh air flowed into the bubble wrap from the inflation port. The crew boarded the ship, collectively savoring the moment as the bubble expanded. Today's news. Oh, a pirate attack has occurred in Utica. The Navy headquarters dispatched a rear admiral to lead the assault, only to suffer a devastating defeat. Indeed, this is quite a rare occurrence, Your Highness. Is it true that the Navy has never confronted pirates head-on? Is this news from the earlier part of the day? Su Di took the newspaper and examined it closely. Although he was unfamiliar with that nation, the leading pirate mentioned, with a bounty of 350 million berries, was Silver Fong Bella, a pirate who returned from the New World. While he had not heard of this name before, it seemed to be a captain under the infamous Yonko Kaido. Zeiss provided a more detailed explanation. "A captain, you say?" Yi Zhao mused as he stepped forward, pondering the distance to the Sabaody archipelago. "It's quite far. Moreover, the Navy should swiftly dispatch forces to address this matter." "Mr. Yi Zhao, there is no need for concern." Zeiss, realizing the gravity of the situation, spoke softly. After all, only Zeiss truly understood Yi Zhao's strength and the deeds he had accomplished alongside Cavendish. They had directly defeated 2 warlords of the sea. Should the world government become aware of this, the bounty would undoubtedly soar beyond 100 million. Without Yi Zhao holding the fort, he felt uneasy. "Alas, I too have a penchant for stirring trouble, haha." This was a remark made by Cavendish during their earlier confrontation. "Is it fear that holds you back?" "That is understandable, considering the significant conflict between pirates and a nation, especially with a formidable New World pirate involved. Surely, that nation would struggle to withstand a notorious pirate." Golden Week displayed his dissatisfaction openly. "We have no reason to refrain from action," Su Di remarked indifferently. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao fell into a contemplative silence. The ship gradually sank, bubbles diving beneath the waves. Just as it was about to be fully submerged, Su Di unleashed a slash that severed the bubbles. The ship, buoyed by the force of the water, floated back to the surface. However, justice does not require justification. This time, I am not making a request. Yi Zhao, do you wish to join me as a member of my adventure crew to rescue the citizens, or will you remain a mere wandering samurai? mulling over the mundane concepts of justice as you sink into despair? I do not seek your fleeting enthusiasm, but rather your genuine willingness to act alongside me. Su Di proclaimed loudly from the bow of the ship. Yi Shao paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded in agreement. I, the old man, am willing to serve as your swordsman and venture there with you. Mu Farilu expressed his approval. In truth, without the blind swordsman aboard, he would not reach that destination. Elutica, an ordinary summer island nation, is in no way comparable to a grand nation like Alabasta. The royal army consists of only 50,000 troops. Yet, this time, the pirates are far from simple. This place is not one of the member states of the world government. Its interests are not safeguarded by the laws of the world government, as it cannot afford the exorbitant fee of the heavenly gold. Most small nations at sea share a similar plight. While poverty may not be as dire as it seems, the burden of the heavenly gold membership fee is indeed overwhelming. Unsurprisingly, such small nations often fall prey to pirate raids. Though these incursions may not undermine the very foundation of the state, they nevertheless cause great suffering and financial loss to the populace. The nation can only muster some armed forces to fend off the pirates. However, this time, the group of pirates is different. Each pirate crew consists of 2,000 men, equipped with sophisticated weaponry. The pirates do not adhere to any notions of honorable combat. They rely solely on ambushes and plundering. In a mere 5 months, the entire nation has plunged into despair. Although the royal army can eliminate a portion of the pirates, complete eradication is impossible. The lives of the common people have crumbled. They are on the brink of survival. Yet another warlord has been defeated by that mysterious individual who has never even revealed his face. If I were to encounter him, perhaps I could persuade him to join our alliance. Indeed, he could prove to be a valuable asset. Silver-toothed Bella exclaimed with a loud laugh as he read the newspaper. A few others aboard his pirate ship wore sly grins. Of course, Brother Bella, your strength would easily allow you to take the place of that warlord. How could the world government fail to extend you an invitation? They are utterly blind. Yes, you are absolutely right. Bella relished the flattery of such lowly sycophants. Today's voyage remains quite harmonious. Golden Week grasped Shudi's shoulder, enjoying the scenery as he carried her. Little one, it would be best not to ponder too deeply on frivolous matters. As an artist, you should understand that art springs from life, normal life. Oh, is embarking on a life of piracy with you considered normal? Golden Week remarked coolly, playfully nudging Shudi with her paintbrush. Nonsense. The Navy, despite its flaws, is the bare minimum safeguard for world peace. Of course, one must evaluate how effective that safeguard truly is. At the very least, the issues reported in Elutica have not improved with the Navy's arrival. They are merely here to apprehend pirates. And conflicts between the Navy and pirates often erupt in civilian neighborhoods. Civilians frequently suffer from collateral damage, where it seems there is little regard for their feelings. The two factions within the Navy have reached a consensus at this juncture. Focus on the eradication of pirates. To fully consider the welfare of civilians is impractical. Rather, it would be more beneficial to eliminate pirates swiftly, thereby allowing the nation to restore its former glory. The arrival of the Dreaming Forest also attracted the scrutiny of the Navy. Is it a vessel exclusive to the royal family of the Kingdom of Berjoya? Among the Navy, a commanding officer clad in naval attire conducted a thorough interrogation of them. Naturally, aside from the most villainous-looking Urki, the others were overlooked. It was only after comparing numerous bounty notices and confirming the absence of this particular pirate that they released their ship. Meanwhile, Brooke had already concealed himself within a crate. For his appearance is indeed quite difficult to comprehend. After all, this is merely the first half of the grand route. The impact of the skeleton remains formidable. Commander, we are here to conduct business. I wonder how the battle is faring? Su Di inquired with a subtle smile. His eyes, ever perceptive, offered a distinguished naval officer a premium cigar and personally lit it. Well then, allow me to divulge a morsel of insider information. This must remain confidential. Do heed my words. Of course. Humph. Those pirates are nearing their breaking point. Under the relentless bombardment from our Navy's numerous warships, they have sustained severe losses. However, the vice admirals seem to have lost their minds, insisting on stalling here, claiming it is to wear down the pirates' morale. Of course, this might be secondary, as those despicable pirates are holding some civilians in the urban area as hostages. If you are here for business, you must be operating within this vicinity. The Navy has already established control over the situation here. Therefore, as long as you refrain from venturing into other areas, you should be fine. Thank you for your guidance. The vessel docked at the shore, and aside from a few individuals remaining as guards, the others followed Su Di ashore. Erky, I trust you, Sudi remarked approvingly. Yet, Erky declined, stating, this time, I wish to witness the strength of the Qinghai. The strength of Qinghai, you say? What about Brook? Ah, but I too wish to see the land. Brook, even as a skeleton, shed tears, his hollow eye sockets brimming with a plea. After some deliberation, Machida was appointed as the vessel's guard. At the very least, we need someone capable of combat. Listen well, our mission is to strike directly at the heart, eradicating all pirates there. Avoid any conflict with the Navy. Furthermore, to prevent our identities from being exposed and to avert any unwanted trouble. Each of us must don a mask. You may choose the style yourself. Sudi produced a stack of masks originally intended for his own use. Even the Golden Week received a white fox mask. This mask is quite attractive, as long as you are pleased. Though others found Sudi's caution peculiar, they remained silent and obediently donned their masks, except for Erky, whose head was simply too large for any mask to fit. Forget it, just wear it as a token. Sudi also adorned himself with a jester's mask, not the Gotham nightmare type, but one with a large, red nose, exuding pure joviality. Ah, to punish the wicked and uphold virtue, truly a commendable goal. Brooke not only wore a mask, but also wrapped himself in a scarf and gloves to conceal his overly exposed form. They traveled onward in a rented carriage. The carriage was indeed destined to transport supplies to the battlefield, so hitching a ride posed no issue. It merely required payment. He chuckled, sensing their desire to profit from the chaos of war as pirates. The coachman wore an expression of understanding, yet everyone around him looked upon him with disdain. Do I truly resemble a pirate? Sudi calmly tapped his mask. You certainly do. Within the war zone. Captain Bella of the Silver-Tooth Pirates stood atop a hill 2 kilometers from the town, observing the Navy's search efforts with contempt. The Navy was indeed rife with scoundrels. With a little manipulation, one could easily acquire their operational intelligence. However, it was worth noting that many minor pirate factions had already been vanquished. I have grown weary of this game with the Navy. It would be wise to prepare for an early departure. Haha. In the town, a squad of Navy soldiers was diligently searching for the whereabouts of the pirates. Yet, these pirates were cunning and ruthless. Even if they were cornered, they could prove troublesome. Take, for instance, the current predicament. Chapter 37. The Forgiving King. 2 minor pirates had taken a child hostage. Though surrounded by Navy officers and in a state of panic, they stubbornly held a small knife to the child's throat. Get away from us. If you come any closer, I'll slice this little brat. The pirates, reckless and unyielding, were prepared to face death. However, the inexperienced Navy soldiers hesitated at the sight of the child. They found themselves in a dilemma, momentarily refraining from opening fire. If they did not relinquish the child, the pirates might indeed use him as leverage to escape. Yet, surrendering the child was an agonizing decision. The task at hand is exceedingly challenging. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet hole appeared in the head of the pirate who had been holding a knife to the child's throat. In a moment of panic, another pirate rushed to seize the child, but another gunshot echoed. The 2 pirates met their untimely demise, their expressions etched with disbelief. The naval soldiers stood frozen, each equipped with firearms, yet none possessed the courage to fire. What are you all waiting for? There are so many pirates still roaming free. The marksman bellowed. Indeed. Colonel Bassa. The others seemed to relax, hastily retreating from the scene. Alas, these young ones are still too inexperienced. Thrusting them into such dire choices is rather daunting. Colonel Bassa lit a cigarette, observing the pirates being hunted down, lost in memories of yore. The Navy, composed entirely of regular troops, should never falter against a band of disorganized pirates. Yet, he sensed something amiss. The foes they encountered were not genuine pirates with bounties, merely ragtag miscreants. The G2 division had dispatched a significant number of personnel to address this incident, perhaps squandering valuable resources. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to most, a certain naval Colonel Mole was reveling with the pirates. Ah, it seems I have put you in quite the predicament. After all, providing us with intelligence carries considerable risk. He remarked, this isn't merely a concern for the division. Even the investigators sent from headquarters require my utmost attention. Considerable effort was expended merely to assure them that this was not a grave matter. Bella instructed her subordinates to present a box to the Mole. A small token of goodwill. Oh dear, what does this signify? Colonel Mole grinned widely. Naturally, he accepted it without hesitation. However, what Colonel Mole was oblivious to was that Bella's intentions extended beyond simply plundering this nation's wealth. It was merely a small country that had not aligned itself with the world government. Even the Navy's assistance stemmed from a semblance of justice. For had this been a coup, it is unlikely anyone would have intervened. Such nations abound across the globe. Upon reaching the next town, Shuti and his companions encountered the royal army, whose morale seemed exceedingly diminished. Despite having secured a victory, it felt as though they had suffered a defeat. Basu. The supplies must have arrived by now, Shuti remarked, but the royal soldiers paid them no heed, seemingly dismissing their presence entirely. Indeed, their military provisions were in a state of disarray. Warfare involving thousands is no mere affair of charges, defeats, and victories. It is far more complex. Moreover, pirates are not inclined to confront one directly. Fortunately, the battlefront has gained a significant advantage, with the majority of pirates having been vanquished. Soon, they would likely return to the royal city to inform the king. Shuti raised his hands in resignation, indicating that there was little for them to do here. Since we're here, let us take down a few pirates, he said with a chuckle. Even if they are mere common pirates, I find myself quite eager, Ulki responded, his mask precariously covering half of his face. After determining the center of the battlefield, Shuti, accompanied by Huazhou and Perona, who was restrained by only one hand, set off. The others dispersed to eliminate pirates in various locations. Not long into their journey, they encountered a pirate. Shall we simply break into their lair? Huangzhou inquired, pointing to the wall that had been smashed open. The pirate responsible for the destruction had met a gruesome end, his insides crushed and lifeless on the ground. However, there were no civilians left. Those who could flee had abandoned their homes and most of their possessions. Please forgive me. I'll confess everything. A trembling pirate beside the deceased cried out, utterly outmatched and of a wholly inferior caliber. Let me pose a question. Why are there only a horde of lowly pirates here? How could such ordinary pirates hope to contend with the navy? Shuti, having researched the matter prior to arriving, noted that typically the demise of a bounty-hunting pirate would be reported in the papers to stabilize public sentiment. Yet, there had been no mention of the notorious pirate captain in the news. Could it be a ruse? Or perhaps a diversion? Shuti pondered, while the ordinary pirate before him appeared bewildered. Are we the only ones here? Did the captain and the others not come? He exclaimed in shock. Well, given your intellect, it is no wonder. I must have overestimated you, Shuti said, drawing his blade and swiftly dispatching the pirate. Ha! It seems both the navy and this nation have been outwitted by the pirates, Perona mocked from the sidelines. What makes you say that? Shuti inquired. It is evident that the great pirates have amassed sufficient wealth before their departure, leaving the navy to mop up a few straggling pirates as a formality, she replied. To prevent the navy from embarking on a journey only to return empty-handed is indeed a predicament. Your understanding is commendable, as expected of a pirate, Sudi remarked. Your tone clearly does not suggest flattery, does it? It is a rare occasion to encounter such a formidable pirate. I must admit, I find it rather displeasing. Sudi replied with calmness. However, he could not possibly ascertain the target's location, thus they must alter their course. What is the nearest island to this one? It should be the Little Thousand Islands. Then we ought to see if we can intercept them. Surely, you cannot think it is that simple. Although it is the closest. If I were part of that pirate crew, I would have vanished without a trace long ago, Perona scoffed. Subsequently, she began to peruse a detailed map of the Grand Line. Such is the detestable nature of pirates. Though they may not be able to confront you directly, they can certainly flee. As long as they are not pursued head-on, they can evade capture, and the difficulty of apprehension becomes almost unfathomable. After slaying numerous insignificant foes, Sudi has lost his patience and ceased his wandering search, for even such efforts yield incomplete captures. Put down your weapon, and I assure your safety. Sudi negotiated amicably with the adversary. Do you wish to meddle? This imp, should you dare lay a hand on him, I shall end your life. The pirate pressed his gun against the head of a child, nearly the same age as Golden Week. The child, whether stunned by fear or otherwise, displayed a vacant expression. Unresponsive, Sudi rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He found himself in a troublesome predicament. Do not fire. Should you pull that trigger, your fate is sealed. You scoundrel. Don't come any closer. The pirate's expression betrayed his fear. Logically, he should not have been intimidated by an armed foe. Yet moments prior, he had encountered an individual clad in peculiar attire, of ordinary appearance, wielding a massive 2-meter blade. That person had dispatched his comrade with a single stroke, while he himself had narrowly escaped detection by scavenging within a building. That blow, speedier than any gunshot, had instilled in him a profound dread of swords. Even though this individual bore no resemblance to the one he had previously encountered. It seems you possess exceptional observation haki, Sudi remarked with a hint of resignation. Suddenly, he focused intently, and with a swift motion, he countered the pirate's unexpected gunfire. In an instant, he appeared before the pirate, delivering a lethal strike. Had you not aimed at me, I might have hesitated to say I could deflect a bullet aimed at my head. But with your shot, did you possess sufficient speed? He glanced at the child, who, though wishing to express her gratitude, found the words stuck in her throat, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Greetings, I am Uchiha Sasuke. I am Vidal Sumerian, she responded softly. Most civilians should have evacuated by now. Why are you still here? Where are your family? Rest assured, we are certainly not villains. Sudi gently patted the child's head, while Golden Week pondered thoughtfully. This surname seemed to belong to the royal lineage of this nation. Oh, has the Qing dynasty fallen? In the royal city, if there are changes, may I request you to take me to the navy? I hope to appeal for the eradication of pirates under the identity of Princess Yelutica. That request is unnecessary, as the navy is already engaged in extermination. Sudi flicked his hair nonchalantly. No, these are not mere common pirates. Within the royal city, there are far more dangerous elements. My father has already fallen under the control of the pirates. A side quest has been triggered, it seems. Please elaborate further. Pirates, under the guise of plunder, have infiltrated the royal city. Ostensibly, their plan is to create chaos in several towns before departing. However, their true intention is to seize control of the entire nation. As we are not a member of the world government, we cannot expect assistance from them. As for the navy, their support is not guaranteed either. After all, if the royal family is involved, even the most cunning disguises of the pirates may not suffice. This situation transcends mere robbery, it is a treasonous act. Sudi finds it astonishing that these pirates aspire to such lofty ambitions. The schemes of the 7 warlords have all failed. How can these individuals dare to attempt the same? Nevertheless, if they wait for the navy to eliminate the pirates before executing their plan, the likelihood of success certainly increases. How many of them are there? Approximately 500, thus I must first formally declare my identity. I am Uchiha Sasuke, the justice envoy who once vanquished the 7 warlords' crocodile. It is indeed known that the 7 warlords were eradicated, but was it you who accomplished this? Marianne is utterly astonished. Although their understanding of the 7 warlords is vague, as they have never encountered them, this does not diminish their formidable strength. Please, I implore you to assist our nation, Marianne pleads, almost kneeling. Yet, Sudi catches her by the collar. You are but a child, such gestures are unnecessary. True justice requires no reward. Chapter 38. The ghost doctor and the horse. The older brother and the little girl were on the verge of tears. Though she was panicked moments ago, she maintained her composure. Perhaps this is the poise of a princess. However, she exhibits no trace of nobility, likely due to her humble attire. The captain has accepted yet another peculiar commission, one that bears no apparent benefit. Golden Week sighed, adjusting her mask, which Sudi had provided her but was somewhat ill-fitting. Who says there are no benefits? At the very least, it offers you a profound spiritual elevation. At your age, you must cultivate an awareness of others' suffering to comprehend the challenges faced by adults. It is time to mature. That matters little, does it? At last, Sudi has found a purpose for his journey. He contacted the others, instructing them to follow him out of the city. In a sense, it has already become a deserted place. The streets are marred by stains of blood and the corpses of pirates, revealing the cruelty and misery inherent in their existence. Few individuals of sound mind would willingly choose the life of a pirate, for it is hardly a prudent decision. Even as a merchant, one could earn a living and lead a carefree life. However, pirates are incessantly beset by threats from bounty hunters, the navy, and rival pirates. There is even the peril of encountering fatal dangers while in pursuit of treasure. The risks of shipwrecks and other calamities need not be elaborated upon. Sudi feels no pity for those who voluntarily embrace piracy. After all, within the ranks of pirates, there are unfortunate souls like Kabi, who are thrust into this life against their will. Those compelled to become pirates may have justifiable reasons, but those who choose to pursue piracy willingly are certainly not individuals one can tolerate. At least, Sudi cannot. Upon the vast ocean, a myriad of pirates has emerged as a profession. The infamous pirate crew, which suffered the wrath of Kaido, is merely one among many. Indeed, it is astonishing how much of this world is adorned with European-style architecture. The construction of these towns took considerable time, yet their destruction occurred in a mere month. Sudi rested his hand upon his sword, deep in contemplation. Captain, we have arrived. Upon raising his gaze once more, he beheld the imposing city gates. Who are you? Merely ordinary folk. The appellation of those who endeavor to rescue this nation is of little consequence. What is your intent? Sudi inquired, observing the individuals atop the walls. Crossbows at the ready, aimed directly at him. These individuals must be pirates. If they are not pirates, why do they conceal their faces? Doubt lingered among them. Yet it appeared that 2 children accompanied this pirate. One of them, a princess? Everyone, please remain calm. This individual is a bounty hunter, Uchiha Sasuke. They are not foes. They rescued me from the clutches of the pirates, Marianne proclaimed loudly. At this moment, the soldiers atop the city walls relaxed their vigilance slightly. Have the pirates been vanquished? Indeed, the Navy has rendered us invaluable assistance. Princess, please enter. Previously, Marianne had exited the city gates under a veil of secrecy, but now, her entrance into the royal city is made with utmost transparency. Shudi remained composed in the face of the many gazes of the citizens within the royal city. Now, with the pirates dwindling in number, we have emerged victorious, Marianne proclaimed to all. The reason for this triumph? The Navy has retreated. In this battle, the Navy nearly eradicated over 1,700 pirates. The remainder have mostly scattered in various directions. The Navy continued to pursue and eliminate numerous pirates. Though many of these were not accounted for, it is certain that this pirate faction has not been entirely obliterated. However, the vast majority have met their just deserts. The Navy found no reason to remain, as this is, after all, not a territory of the world government. They entered the royal city, embraced by the adoration of the people as they made their way to the palace. Shudi remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings, for pirates may be lurking nearby. It is conceivable that they might harbor trepidation towards such a young child. Throughout this journey, there have been no significant issues, even within the royal palace. The atmosphere is quite amiable. This starkly contrasts with what you have described, Huang Jinsho remarked. Marianne, too, felt a sense of bewilderment. When she departed from the royal city, pirates had infiltrated the palace. Moreover, they were conversing amicably with the Navy. Marianne turned to the guard at the gate. But in the next moment, she recoiled in terror, retreating to Sudi's side. Ah, the princess has returned. The guard chuckled. I presume the operation to eliminate the pirates has gone exceedingly well. However, Marianne's fear intensified, for this individual was not part of the royal army she recognized. Sudi sensed something amiss without even looking. After all, these soldiers bore various menacing tattoos. Fool, which pirate crew do you belong to? Silver Fang's captain ordered me to bring this girl back. Get out of the way, you clueless fool. Sudi forcefully pushed past the guard and entered the palace. Although the guard was displeased, upon hearing the name Silver Fang, he suddenly fell silent, resuming his post at the entrance, blocking anyone who dared approach the palace seeking trouble. As the sun set, a solitary swordsman gazed at another solitary swordsman across from him. You are obstructing my path, he stated. I am aware of this. Yet I sense a tremendous malevolence emanating from you. Pray tell, can you enlighten me? His milky white eyes were now closed, and his cane sword was drawn halfway. Ah, how troublesome. I detest those who claim to be righteous. Of course, those who consider themselves evil are no exception. People often fall into the trap of their own illusions. What you perceive as justice may not necessarily be just, while what you deem as evil has a high likelihood of being true. Such philosophical musings were exchanged. Are you blind? Not merely in sight, but in heart as well, the other retorted, slightly adjusting the sea dog hat atop his head. The swordsman fell silent, refraining from unleashing gravity to suppress his opponent. Instead, he stepped forward, weapon in hand. A duel of swordsmanship? Just what I desire. His opponent brandished a colossal blade, 24 meters long and 0.3 meters wide. Clang. The two blades clashed, sending a powerful gust of air radiating outwards, causing the ground and even pebbles to disintegrate around them. Not too shabby, you hypocritical champion of justice. You are not lacking either, despicable villain, he said, swinging his blade again, both hands and the sword imbued with armed haki. The swordsman mirrored this action. Clang. The blades collided once more, unleashing a surge of gravity that scattered debris around them, causing the ground to crack and the air to rend with a piercing sound. It was evident that their swordsmanship was anything but that of mere novices. You are no different, the other responded. I am called Hima. Once, I wandered through the land of harmony. Although I did not stir up any trouble, your swordsmanship bears many influences from that region. Hey, it is merely a conventional style. I am known as Yi Shao, an ordinary blind man, now serving as a swordsman aboard a young man's ship. I presume your presence here is due to the disturbances caused by those pirates? Though I am not well versed in such matters, I have heard intriguing tidings. As he spoke, he sheathed his great blade. The pirate's true intention is not merely to plunder wealth, but rather to undermine the armed forces of this nation and ultimately usurp its existence. Although I find this uninteresting, as the identity of a nation's king holds little significance, merely a figurehead idling away time, this silver-toothed Bella does carry a bounty. So, are you a bounty hunter? Ishao also sheathed his staff sword. The notion of a duel was merely a pretext for testing the waters. Until a definitive adversarial relationship is established, they would not engage in earnest. This is merely a side endeavor. My true vocation is that of a physician, indeed. A doctor capable of curing all ailments. It appears I cannot converse with someone as hypocritical as you. I harbor the same sentiment towards you, a despicable villain. They turned and departed. Subsequently, Ishao found himself lost. While he could discern how many people surrounded him, he had no means to gauge the terrain. There was no way to ascertain direction by sound alone. He could only proceed toward areas where human voices could be heard. Your nation possesses such a peculiar mascot? Sudi gazed at the fish-shaped figure adorning the architecture beside the royal road, a creature with a cat's head. Is this not a specialty of Alabasta? How does such an ordinary, remote nation also possess it? Marianne could only explain, saying, it is said to be our royal totem, though it is not often made public. Oh, I see. What a cruel nation, to consider a sea cat as a dish. Sudi nodded. What? How could we ever harm a sea cat? Then, what of the green onion held by the sea cat? Is it not an indication of culinary intent? Whether for hot pot or stir fry, steaming or frying? It is all possible. It is merely a decorative item. Moreover, how could a statue convey such meaning? Please, assist me in dealing with that notorious pirate first. Marianne, showcasing her good temperament and noble upbringing, restrained herself from losing her temper. Sudi ceased to jest further. Speaking of which, there is not a soul in sight here. Oh, at this moment, Marianne also came to a realization. In the vast palace, there were guards only at the entrance, which felt exceedingly abnormal. My mother began to hurriedly run in a particular direction. Thus, regardless of whether one bears a son or a daughter, it is the mother who remains their foremost concern and closest companion. Has father been so devoid of affection? The one-sword style, moonlit dance. At this juncture, Sudi turned, intercepting a bullet that had been shot from the high-walled structure. Indeed, it was a near miss for his defense. Who is this divine figure? State your name. Chapter 39, The Pirate Schemes. However, a pirate is indeed a pirate. How could they confront him head-on in broad daylight? Therefore, there was no response to his voice. Never mind. During the Golden Week, you shall remain by my side. Completely understood. In other areas, one could be ambushed at any moment. Clearly, being near Sudi was the safest option. Sudi observed that the surroundings were quiet and paid little heed to it. These novice players of the Grand Line, still wielding ordinary firearms, appear to remain oblivious to the commanding power of dominance. Yet, they are merely insignificant pests. With Marianne having distanced herself, in order to ensure her safety, Sudi turned to follow her. Boss, that little princess has returned, seemingly accompanied by a few aides. Hee. Aides? In these waters, how could there possibly be threats to me, a pirate? Silver Fong remained unperturbed. His information was quite fresh. The naval warships had not even addressed the aftermath suffered by this nation before making a hasty retreat. After all, they were funded by the world government to assist a non-allied country, a venture devoid of profit. Moreover, pressure began to mount from the marshal's side, compelling an early withdrawal of troops. However, after this wave, it was likely his bounty would see a substantial increase. Yet, one cannot simply allow these insignificant nuisances to wreak havoc. They must be captured. The princess may live for now, but those accompanying her must perish. Understood, boss. The pirates erupted into laughter. What chaos could a defenseless child possibly conjure? It was rather strange that this young girl had been gone for merely a few hours. Given the Navy's withdrawal speed, she could not have possibly returned in time. It was improbable that she had contacted the Navy. After all, the nearest city she could reach had already lost signal from the transponder snails. My men are constantly monitoring. Any movement is promptly reported. Bella was quite confident in her intelligence capabilities. Sudi followed Marianne to her mother's chamber, only to find the door locked. Mother, she rushed over, pounding on the door with fervor. A response came swiftly from within. Is that you, Marianne? Marianne, are you safe? Yes, mother. I will rescue you soon. Marianne attempted to pry open the iron lock, but it was evidently a futile endeavor. She was merely a 10-year-old child, a pampered princess at that. How could she accomplish what even an ordinary adult could not? Sudi stepped forward and effortlessly severed the iron lock with a single stroke of his sword. Such trivial matters were child's play for him. If you wish to unlock the door, simply ask for my aid, just like this nation. There is no shame in seeking help as a weaker party. Sudi sheathed his sword, and the door swung open. Suddenly, a figure lunged at Shooty. Ah? The individual steadied themselves by grasping Shooty's shoulders and looked up at him. I apologize, but may I inquire, you are not a pirate, are you? Not at all. Shooty replied, his heart stirred as he regarded the individual. This king certainly was quite adept. Mother. Marion dashed over to embrace her mother, while Shooty took a few steps back. Thank you for your assistance. My name is Vayanifence. She is not only the mother of this child, but also the queen of this nation. Currently, the royal city is fraught with peril. I implore you to escort her to safety. Although you may not regard those pirates with much concern, they have indeed conspired with the navy, even going so far as to slander you as pirates. I see, it is fortunate that I have brought a mask. Shooty gently patted the head of Golden Week, his gaze fixed upon this lady. How exquisite she is. One would never discern the beauty of her mother from the unremarkable appearance of Marianne. How deplorable must the king's lineage be to completely overlook the beauty of this enchanting maiden. Even Shooty, having witnessed the allure of exquisite women, could not help but swallow hard. Yet, there is little cause for concern. After all, pirates are merely pirates. However, they have returned from the New World. Vaya exclaimed with enthusiasm. Little did she know the extent of Shooty's prowess. What is the New World, after all? A mere bounty of 500 million? Even 2 years hence, Luffy does not command my respect. How could I possibly be troubled by such an ordinary pirate? There are far too many insignificant fish in the New World. This one is but a triviality. Fear not. My purpose here is solely to eradicate pirates. I shall depart before anyone intervenes. If I can slay a warlord of the sea, what is stopping me? What? You killed Lord Moria? Perona exclaimed in astonishment, rushing forward to seize his collar. It was not Moria. While I did defeat him, I did not take his life. I was referring to that sand crocodile. Shooty clarified, prying her fingers away. Phew, that's a relief, Perona muttered, continuing to maintain her unnoticed presence as she stepped aside. At that moment, a number of individuals clad in military attire rushed in. Warning, pirates have been sighted. The queen must immediately distance herself from those perilous marauders. We shall eliminate them, the soldiers shouted. Vaya's expression wavered. These were supposed to be their saviors, yet they were now threatened by pirates, an intolerable predicament. Your palace has likely been infiltrated. Perhaps even the current king has been usurped, imprisoned, or assassinated, she mused. Shooty observed the soldiers. Despite their formal garb, each bore a countenance more deranged than the last. An expression reminiscent of pirates, fearless, having transcended the mortal coil. I suppose I must first demonstrate my prowess, Shooty sighed. Bang. A soldier fired his weapon. In this world, most firearms were flintlocks, slow, and lacking in power. For an ordinary person, such weapons posed a significant threat. However, Shooty's speed far surpassed that of the bullet. He unsheathed his sword, severing it with a single stroke, then swiftly plunged into the throng of soldiers. One by one, he struck them down, each blow landing precisely on their necks, shattering their flintlocks into fragments. Those wielding such toys were, at their core, merely insignificant fish. Shooty then turned his gaze towards an unremarkable figure wielding a sword behind the soldiers. Oh, have you noticed me? No matter, you shall meet your end as well. The adversary replied indifferently. Interesting. Do you consider yourself formidable, mingling with such lowly company? Shooty retorted, fearlessly advancing with his sword drawn. Their blades clashed. Identification, Hulai. 37 years old. Faction level, vice captain of the Silver Fong pirate crew. Body strength, 1457, bounty, 110 million. Speed, 451, bounty, 30 million. Strength, 1175, bounty, 100 million. Stamina, 744, bounty, 50 million. Armament hockey, 94, barely noteworthy. Observation hockey, 44, barely noteworthy. Conqueror's hockey, 0, hopeless. Devil fruit, 0, economic hardship. Decent attributes, one might say. As expected of a New World pirate, Shooty's every move was matched by his opponent. You two hail from the New World? Odd. I have never encountered someone of your caliber, Hulai remarked, his ability to parry Shooty's strikes becoming increasingly deft. His foundational attributes paled in comparison to Shooty's. Yet his swordsmanship had reached the level of a typical swordsman, allowing him to hold his ground. Your swordplay leaves much to be desired. Huh? I'm not a swordsman, Shooty retorted, launching another decisive strike. Blocked in the same manner, his strength surpassed that of his opponent, wielded solely through his formidable aura. The adversary could only rely on borrowed force to barely maintain his ground. The pirates standing at a distance began to sense the anomaly and hurriedly prepared to seek their captain. Leisurely adorned in green, Golden Week picked up her brush, skillfully crafting designs on several pieces of cardstock before launching them as darts. They struck precisely upon the fleeing individuals. She was not without her own merits. The reason the opponent could contend with Sudi was that he had not exerted his full potential. A speed of 4,000, was he jesting? Sudi smiled slightly, abruptly accelerating. In an instant, he pierced the opponent's shoulder before they could react. Ah, my lord, there is truly no need for such conflict. This nation is vast, whatever you desire. We can collaborate. The injured foe retreated swiftly several meters. An intriguing proposition, Sudi responded with a smile, but I decline. Why should I collaborate with a pirate like you? Besides, your delay tactics are utterly futile, as your combined efforts are merely mediocre. He then surged toward his opponent, sword poised for a strike. However, at that moment, a pair of claws emerged from behind, barely matching his speed, reaching out to seize him. Sudi sensed the imminent danger and swiftly turned to parry the attack with his sword. Meanwhile, Hulai prepared for a surprise attack, hoping to catch him off guard. Bang! As he charged forward, he saw Sudi aiming at an ordinary yellow shell. Immediately after, a powerful shockwave enveloped him. The force of the attack slammed him onto his blade, shattering it instantly. He himself was propelled far away, crashing to the ground. Clang! The claws met Sudi's sword. But lacking the strength of his opponent, he was forced back, rolling to regain his footing. Haha, what on earth was that? Its power seems rather impressive. The adversary sneered. Consider it a farewell gift, Sudi replied, placing the now depleted shell into his back. I am genuinely curious how such a small weapon can unleash such immense power, the opponent remarked, glancing at Hulai, who lay incapacitated on the ground. Chapter 40. Wolf fruit or dog fruit? Are you the culprit behind this? Rather than being labeled a culprit, I prefer the moniker Silver Fang. Huh? What? Aren't you a dog? The enraged Silver Fang Bella's expression darkened, though not particularly fierce in appearance. The sharp claws on his fingers bore a resemblance to those of a saber-toothed tiger. A devil fruit user, I see, Sudi noted, observing the patches of fur sprouting from his opponent's body. As anticipated, it is indeed a Zoan-type devil fruit. Naturally, he remained entirely composed, signaling his crew to retreat promptly. Then, he swung his sword with determination. An inch longer, an inch stronger, an inch shorter, an inch more perilous. Behold, the one-sword style of Sudi commenced. A mere display of bravado. Yet, in this realm, invoking techniques before a battle had become routine, unless one was merely toying with weaker opponents. Simultaneously, he activated an identification spell. Marshal Bella, age 41. Faction rank, Captain of the Silver Fang Pirates. Physical strength, 4457. Bounty, 400 million. Speed, 3111. Bounty, 300 million. Power, 5175. Bounty, 500 million. Stamina, 4744. Bounty, 400 million. Armament Hockey, 499. Proficient. Observation Hockey, 144. Moderate proficiency. Conqueror's Hockey, 0. No hope in this lifetime. Devil Fruit, 293. Dog Fruit, Silver Wolf form. The attributes seem rather excessive, do they not? Sudi once more swung his sword towards his opponent, simultaneously delivering a kick. The strength is not particularly formidable, Bella scoffed, exerting greater force and effortlessly sending Sudi flying. It was indeed challenging, as the disparity in their speeds did not reach a crushing advantage. Most of the time, direct confrontations were necessary, yet his power appeared insufficient. A swordsman of great skill could typically turn the tide with their blade, but he, Cavendish, was no master swordsman. In the blink of an eye, their skirmish had unfolded several times. The opponent's transformation into an animal form was commendable, easily withstanding the onslaught of the armed Durandal. I pondered, what prompted their interference in our battle? Bella inquired amidst the fray. Driven by mere curiosity, Sudi replied, erratically brandishing his sword, relying on his superior speed. He managed to keep the opponent at bay, albeit precariously, as his stamina was waning. The young scallywags had already retreated quite a distance. Thus, there was no need for further entanglement. A multitude of pirate soldiers, disguised as regular troops, began to encircle them, though most wielded firearms. The presence of both the enemy and their captain rendered immediate attack impossible. Moreover, the first mate was within the range of their confrontation, easily susceptible to a few kicks or stomps. Of course, both combatants could attest that such actions were unintentional. This is futile. I cannot withstand this. It is time to retreat. Sudi maintained a clear understanding of his own limitations, as he frequently found himself being repelled by the opponent's sudden bursts of strength. The situation had become perilous. Crucially, the enemy also wielded observation and armament hockey, and the gap between their abilities was minimal. Are you contemplating an escape? Bella laughed heartily. Yet, with your strength inferior to mine, how could you possibly flee? He watched as Sudi scaled the wall with remarkable agility. Feudal, silver wolf form, he bellowed, his body swelling in size. Muscles rippling with power, the strength of a wolf is greatly enhanced in such advantageous terrain. Yet, he was swiftly knocked off the wall by a single blow. What are you trying to prove? Sudi scoffed, brandishing a purple slashing shell in his hand. This weapon is capable of delivering short-range slashes. Although it lacks the strength of the iron cloud and cannot extend freely, it possesses a certain potency. It proves remarkably effective against the unprepared Bella. The nature of this attack feels peculiar. Of course, Bella was not defeated by the slash. It merely tore his clothing, leaving his fur unscathed. Immediately afterward, he seemed poised to unleash his full potential, his body swiftly scaling the walls with remarkable agility. He runs exceptionally fast. Sudi acknowledged with a nod. He then activated the modified flying shell that perfectly suited his footwear. The train roared, and the aircraft whizzed by. Yet, here he was, still running on foot. Sudi decided to forego further engagement. Indeed, he took flight. Could it be that this fellow's abilities allow him to soar? Nevertheless, in terms of overall power, he still pales in comparison to me. Bella's expression darkened. Despite this, he did not perceive himself as inferior to his opponent. After all, he had not sustained any injuries thus far. For the moment, he chose to let the erratic insect be. After all, since he was not a member of the Navy, it was likely that he was merely a navie and board bounty hunter. The signals of the transponder snails in this city have been entirely monopolized by him through his cunning methods. Consequently, there will be no one left to assist him. Sudi finds himself in a predicament. What was once an effortlessly accessible means of contacting the crew has now inexplicably malfunctioned. How could such a well-maintained creature suddenly surrender? Could the residual shock from the recent battle have rendered it dazed? Sudi kindly patted the transponder snail's head, only to observe it drooping, its other eye also lacking vitality. Is there, perhaps, a device within the realm of One Piece that can obstruct transponder snail signals? Surely, such a contraption must exist. In any case, with the inability to reach the crew for the time being, he decided to proceed in search of them. Sudi first set off in the direction from which Golden Week and her companions had departed. Given Golden Week's capabilities, dealing with those minor adversaries would pose no challenge. It remains uncertain, however, how much they might impede progress. Indeed, a girl with sea-stone handcuffs, a 10-year-old with princess syndrome, and a beautiful lady are evidently less effective than Golden Week. Ah, found them. Having forsaken the skies to traverse the rooftops, Sudi moved swiftly, unimpeded by obstacles, thus avoiding any detours. Yes, Captain. Golden Week was currently exerting herself to run, while those accompanying her lagged behind. Finally, she could ease her pace. Just then, she witnessed Sudi leap from the rooftop, seizing her in his arms as if carrying a sack, and sprinting forth with her in tow. Naturally, his other hand grasped Marianne as well. Golden Week shook her head and inquired, Captain, have you vanquished the enemy? Yes, I have prevailed. However, the adversary's devil fruit is exceptionally adept at evasion, which allowed them to escape. Sudi replied with calm assurance. This posture is truly uncomfortable during the Golden Week. After all, she is a mature 10-year-old child. How could she possibly enjoy such a position, akin to that of carrying a heavy sack? Humph. So, where are we headed? It is indeed quite arduous for Perona to chase after Sudi. Sea Prism Stone, oh Sea Prism Stone, could you not release this burden entirely? However, such a notion appears to be rather improbable. Sudi would never allow an uncertain ability to go unchecked, for it could potentially lead to their complete annihilation. In a distant place, hey, can't you just speak plainly? Perona was exasperated. Yet, she truly had little desire to continue the journey. If victory were to be achieved, would there still be a need to hastily flee? This statement caught Sudi off guard, causing him to stagger and come to a halt. Meanwhile, Marian's mother, overwhelmed by fatigue, collided with Sudi's back. The immediate objective was to exit the city, simple as that. In this city, even the signal bugs were devoid of signals. There were certain situations that I could not handle alone. Thus, it was imperative to enlist the assistance of companions. Do you understand? Sudi finally returned to his serious demeanor. Yet, those around him would be hard-pressed to believe him. After all, he was a pirate from the New World, typically a formidable adversary. Thus, summoning Uncle Yixiao for assistance seemed a prudent choice, Miss Golden Week analytically suggested. Ha ha ha. So, it turns out you cannot defeat the opponent? Perona took a moment to catch her breath before continuing the chase. It was evident that physical endurance was not something a delicate young girl ought to cultivate. She was merely 17. What fault did she have? Some matters, indeed, were beyond clear explanation. Sudi shook his head. The disparity in data was all too tangible. In areas where his numbers fell short, he could not compete with others. Conversely, those with lower values might also surpass him. His attacks lacked structure, relying solely on the advantages of haki and speed. However, even that brief skirmish with the Silver Fang had significantly bolstered his combat prowess, perhaps due to the life and death stakes involved. Kawandashu, age 18. Faction level, nameless pirate minion. Physical strength, 1690, supernova. Speed, 4361, warlord of the sea. Power, 1331, supernova. Stamina, 1278, supernova. Armament haki, 577, proficient. Observation haki, 545, proficient. Conqueror's haki, 0, no hope in this lifetime. Devil fruit, 0, financial difficulties. World map preview. Identification function activated, biological target. Goodness. The growth rate of my haki seems excessively rapid, but I welcome it. Consequently, my armament haki has surpassed his haki strength. Perhaps, in our next confrontation, there might be a chance. Yet, who would dare to engage him head-on? What fairness is there to discuss with such rogues? Just have my elder brother come to deal with them. Sudi nodded, considering the suggestion to seek Fujitora's assistance as the primary option, while temporarily setting aside other alternatives. On the journey ahead, they encountered no obstacles. Perhaps the pirates understood well that, apart from their captain, none could match Sudi. The swordsman, too, possessed some skill. Though he had yet to fully harness it, I could take on 5 such opponents. Reflecting on the abilities of Silver Fang Bella, he felt a surge of excitement. This identification function now boasted new capabilities. Chapter 41. The Nico fruit and its respective human. Indeed, the disparity in numerical values was substantial, granting him the audacity to ridicule a novice in haki. Observing his own speed metrics reaching unprecedented heights, Sudi found himself yearning to ascend to an extraordinary level. Alas, such aspirations remained unattainable unless he could unlock the enigmatic White Horse mode. Upon reaching the city gate, Sudi attempted to contact via his communication snail once more. Yet the response remained lackluster. What on earth is wrong with this fellow? Surely, he is not considering purchasing a new one. Sudi couldn't help but grumble. Foolishness. This place is equipped with signal jamming devices, which explains the snail's dismal performance. For now, we are unable to reach anyone. Perona swiftly elucidated. Their only option was to determine whether they could exit the city. Their departure had not gone unnoticed, particularly by the soldiers. Your Highness, are you venturing out again? Indeed. I have pressing matters to attend to. Marian replied, her expression fraught with difficulty. Though she had secured this ally, who had managed to hold his own against the most formidable pirate, it seemed he could not ultimately vanquish him. Sending the ordinary soldiers to confront a pirate would surely result in catastrophic losses. For numbers to hold any significance, they must possess a certain caliber. How could a battalion of 400 combatants hope to triumph over an adversary with a combat power of 1,300? Does one fancy themselves a Superman? At that moment, Sudi suddenly became aware, turning to regard an individual leaning nonchalantly against the wall outside the city gate. The figure maintained an air of calm, wielding a colossal blade resting upon his shoulder. This individual was no ordinary person. Could he be a pirate as well? Perona also harbored doubts about the oddly attired person. Honestly, would someone truly don such a hideous sea dog hat? No. Coming from one who dabbles in the supernatural, you are in no position to critique, Sudi remarked, exercising caution as he decided to conduct an appraisal first. Name, Ma age, 31 faction level, captain of the Sea Cat Brigade. Physical strength, 4457, warlord. Speed, 6451, warlord. Power, 4175, warlord. Stamina, 3744, warlord. Armament haki, 2494, major general. Observation haki, 2554, major general. Conqueror's haki, 0, hope is futile. Devil fruit, 233, Nico fruit. Mythical beast type, sea cat form. Oh dear, it seems I have encountered an unusual character. The individual faced Sudi with an utterly serene demeanor, devoid of any apparent hostility. A sea cat? Sudi murmured in confusion. But what exactly is the Sea Cat Brigade? If it were a pirate crew, one would certainly remind him of which pirate crew it was. Yet, in the current circumstances, he found it quite difficult to ascertain whether they were friends or foes. Are they pirates again? Marion felt tears welling up. This nation is truly riddled with wounds. Pirates seem to be everywhere. I am not a pirate, dear child. Merely a wandering physician. How could a pirate possess my kindness? Are you a bounty hunter then? Marion's mother inquired from beside her. Is there a bounty hunter as trembling as I? I have gone many days without food just to acquire faith. Acquire faith? Perona questioned, puzzled. No, not the concept of faith, but faith itself, Hima replied weakly. His words only deepened their confusion. All right, let us not ask too many questions. You should focus on how to contact your companions, Sudi interjected. He had begun to grasp the essence of Hima's words. The sea cat fruit had indeed been auctioned off previously, and this individual belonged to the so-called sea cat crew. Coupled with the results from the appraisal, he had confirmed that this person was a user of the sea cat fruit's powers. Speaking of those with abilities, that fellow is one as well. Why hadn't he exploited this weakness earlier? If he had targeted it sooner, those numerous sea stone bullets he possessed would likely have brought him to ruin, considering few adversaries wield sea stone as a weapon. Naturally, that smoker was an exception. Oh, I sense your demeanor is not as tense, Hima remarked, focusing his attention on Sudi. Indeed, it has always been so. After all, I believe you are not a villain. How could someone fond of sea cats be a bad person? Ha ha, indeed, indeed. Would you care to join my sea cat crew? Although it is just me at the moment, the potential is already quite grand. Perhaps another time, I have pressing matters to attend to in this nation. Though he had confirmed that this person was not a pirate, Sudi would not hastily label him as a good person. It is often challenging to distinguish between the good and the bad within piracy. For instance, is Kaido a good person for brutally beating Momonosuke? Is it right to consider Yamato a good person simply because she became a crew member of Luffy? Even if Brook has reached such terrifying heights, can he be deemed a villain? Is Crocodile a villain merely because he employed Gold Week? One cannot discern right from wrong with mere sight. It requires the heart to perceive. By the way, I suppose I haven't introduced myself. Hima stepped away from the wall and approached Sudi. Those beside Sudi instinctively took a few steps back. No one perceived this individual to be normal. I am Hima, a physician. I am Cavendish, an adventurer, an opportunist, and a meddler. A most satisfying introduction indeed. While I may not be a good person, I cannot help but feel a sense of admiration for you. Maintain a low profile, refrain from excessive words, for I fear the envy of others. However, I find myself intrigued. You are indeed a formidable individual. Akin to the 7 warlords of the sea, what brings you here? If I am not mistaken, it appears that you have recently consumed your devil fruit, resulting in your inability to fully harness its powers. Sudi gestured toward the cat ears that had unwittingly sprouted from Hima's head. My sincerest apologies. Yet I harbor no remorse. Strength does not necessitate full manifestation to be effective. In this era of piracy, individuals like myself are scarcely noteworthy. Much like a certain faux justice warrior I encountered previously, possessing immense power, even surpassing my own, yet, plagued by uncertainty regarding his abilities, he too hesitated. Pray tell, what is the name of this individual you encountered? A smile graced Hima's lips. He appears to be from Wano. How fortuitous, he is one of my crew members. My personal swordsman. His prowess ought to exceed yours. Your crew member? Hima regarded him with a quizzical expression. It is remarkable that he has not deemed you a malevolent individual. We share a common goal. What might that be? To transform this era of piracy. Upon their departure from the city gates, Sudi borrowed Hima's snail phone to relay a message to Brook and the others, successfully guiding them to the vicinity of the royal city for their rendezvous. I believe I now understand why you were able to recruit that swordsman, Hima suddenly remarked, his expression turning serious. Pray, enlighten me. It is your potential, not solely in terms of power, but also the conviction rooted in your sense of justice. For the hypocrites, this belief is more precious than strength itself. They yearn for genuine righteousness, thus choosing to follow you, to witness your future unfold. Clearly, a smooth journey lies ahead. Sudi casually remarked. Yet, the future remains uncertain. Hypocrites once aspired to be true exemplars of virtue, yet they have utterly failed. You are different. You are youthful, endowed with talent, and once you possess strength and insight, it is possible that he shall soon witness your deeds. In that case, he shall become your protector, safeguarding your path. I hope my lengthy discourse does not trouble you. Not in the slightest. I would prefer you to express this in his presence. It was, in fact, the swordsman's suggestion to visit this country. Initially, I had not resolved to come. The actions of hypocrites to satisfy their own pretentiousness. No. That is entirely a different matter. Sudi scratched his head. If you are unconcerned, then it is of no consequence. Hima responded calmly, resembling a certain philosophical master. Yet, among pirates, what semblance of a philosopher can one truly maintain? Captain, shall we proceed to capture that pirate? Ulki exclaimed, brimming with excitement. It has been far too long since I engaged in a proper battle. In the training match with Fujitora, he could only perceive the disparity in strength. However, his improvement has indeed been rather sluggish. Fear not. Soon, you shall be able to contend. The opponent is but a minor pirate under one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Though he may not surpass me, it does not significantly alter the situation. Shudi, maintaining a semblance of dignity, refrained from elaborating further. Only Brooke remained bewildered, realizing that they were up against a formidable adversary. Allow me to assist you in vanquishing him, he implored. This individual's ambitions extend far beyond mere plunder of riches. He seeks to seize an entire nation, one devoid of naval protection. Should he truly come to dominate this country, the Navy would be unable to act against a king openly. Even if he is not a member of the world government, such an action would incite hostility from all nations, which the Navy could ill afford, as they rely on the support of these nations for their military funding. Therefore, both in sentiment and reason, I cannot stand idly by while this nation is pillaged by pirates. Shudi's expression was grave, and his crew trusted that he genuinely cared for the well-being of this country. At that moment, he truly resembled a captain. Goldweek produced the last bag of snacks. The crispy rice crackers. Children should consume less of such puffed snacks. They might gain weight, Shudi remarked, reaching into the bag for a generous handful. I take back my previous words. Can this fellow not maintain a facade for even 3 seconds? Miss Goldweek exclaimed. How amusing. Count me in, she added. If you wish to oppose that pirate, Haruma said indifferently. Of course, I would welcome your assistance. After all, you are not an ill-natured person, Shudi replied with a smile. Yet, whether it was a genuine smile or a facade remained uncertain. Chapter 42. The news of the ancient weapons after a brief exchange. Shudi and Haruma established a friendly partnership. So, you didn't even deliberate before finalizing this collaboration? Perona remarked, exasperated. Ho ho ho. What can I say? This is the romance of men. Brooke laughed heartily, despite lacking a chin. Haruma temporarily joined their ranks, of course, with Shudi's consent. After all, Silver Fong Bella is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million, Shudi suddenly interjected. Oh, what are your thoughts then? Haruma inquired. At that time, the bounty should be split 50-50. Agreed, and I could not ask for more. Haruma extended a hand, palm facing upward. Shudi took a moment to respond before placing his hand atop Haruma's. Then, let us strive together. Marianne glanced around at them before placing her small hand on top as well. After all, this alliance was initiated for the sake of her country, and she could not remain an outsider. I too shall do my utmost, she declared. I wish to contribute my share. The princess was infected, her face alight with excitement as she extended her hand. I felt as if we were forming an alliance akin to that of pirates. If possible, I too would gladly offer my strength. Brooke presented his skeletal hand. The sudden appearance of the bony arm startled them all. Do not panic. It is merely a congenital disability, explained Sudi casually. For some reason, his explanation only deepened my sorrow, Brooke lamented, tears streaming down his face. Despite the absence of eyes, under the watchful gaze of the guards, our group re-entered the city. We traversed back and forth several times throughout the day. It appears the city is indeed your home, so there is nothing to worry about, since these ordinary people remain oblivious to the affairs of pirates. Let us keep it that way. We shall strike at the heart of the matter and eradicate the pirates once and for all, Sudi stated indifferently. With a slight smirk, Ma added, that suits my intentions perfectly. This time, no stratagems are required. His lineup can easily confront Silver Fong Bella head-on. Hey, Bella, come out and face your defeat, Sudi proclaimed, effortlessly dispatching the palace guards at the entrance with a single punch. Previously, they had been temporarily vanquished by Golden Week's paint, but now, they were swiftly eliminated as mere fodder. Such insignificant foes abound among pirates, and Sudi certainly would not hesitate to eradicate them one by one. The palace was devoid of further commotion, however. Sudi, possessing the ability to sense minor threats through his observation hockey, detected danger lurking nearby. Suddenly, from atop a high building, a shot rang out, aimed directly at him. Yet, in an instant, he severed the bullet with his sword. Handling firearms is perilous. With precision, he targeted the very building from which the shot was fired, casually picking up a bullet casing from the ground and hurling it. The projectile shattered the weapon of the sniper, obliterating not only the gun but also the head of its wielder. A headshot. This is hardly a challenging task for him. Bella, with a serious expression, pushed against the stone door. Even with the immense power granted by his transformation into a Zoan-type devil fruit user, he could only manage to move it with great effort. Inscribed upon the door were ancient scripts that spoke of history. I am the god of the old world, watching over the newborn. Bella, of course, lacked the skill to decipher these characters. Yet, he did not forget the mission entrusted to him by Kaido, to seek a weapon here. One that predates the ancient arms of a millennium ago. It is said that such a weapon is a power only a true deity can wield. However, whether it can indeed be found remains uncertain, as the legend's authenticity is questionable due to the passage of time. Nevertheless, he had arrived at this location. Was it merely a bygone tale? What significance does strength hold if it is not rooted in one's own prowess? Kaido's relentless pursuit of ethereal power is rather misguided. The land of Wano and the ancient weapons, no matter how formidable, they are unlikely to stand out. After Bella fully pushed open the stone door, he cautiously stepped inside. The door did not shut behind him. Not all places employ methods of confinement and torment. Beyond the door lay a vast passageway, its entirety shrouded in darkness, as there were no lights illuminating the space. He had learned of this place only after interrogating the king of this nation, suggesting that, to some extent, the nation had always been aware of its existence. Were the inscriptions upon it ancient characters? If so, seeking the weapon would be utterly perplexing. He lit a lamp, casting a glow across a limited area, and then slowly advanced deeper into the passage. It appeared the king had met a complete demise, lying lifeless and drenched in blood. Sudi observed the fallen monarch, the bearer of the crown, making a decisive judgment. His father, Marion, slumped against his mother, paralyzed by fear and helplessness. Sudi scrutinized the surroundings. Apart from a few pirate guards, there was no one else present. All the palace attendants and guards had been slaughtered by the pirates and left in a heap. The king had been among the last to perish. These pirates truly did not disappoint, Sudi mused, shaking his head as he examined the underground passage. Accessible only through a mechanism located within the national treasury. Should they venture inside? If silver-toothed Bella had not departed, he must still be here. This is indeed the case. However, for safety's sake, let us conduct a test first, Sudi responded, producing a fire shell. Upon activation, he cast it into the passage. The flames flickered and danced as the shell descended, gradually illuminating the conditions below. Then why not use a lamp shell? Miss Golden Week inquired at that moment. Child, you are far too knowledgeable, came the reply as they began their descent. However, the formidable longsword of the horse and the imposing stature of Ulki indeed posed certain challenges to mobility. In contrast, Brook merely needed to bend down. Ulki, I regret to inform you that this time, we must rely on you to guard the most crucial retreat passage. Shudi saluted. Alas, it is unfortunate that I cannot compete with the formidable warriors of Qinghai. Ulki lamented with a visage of regret and helplessness. His large physique was innate and unchangeable. This passage was designed solely for individuals of average stature. Even if the pirates were vanquished, it would likely prove arduous for their royal family. Shudi glanced at the mother and child who remained on the ground, deep in contemplation. After all, even the palace had suffered significant losses at the hands of the pirates. Consequently, the governance of this nation may increasingly fall upon the remaining members of the royal lineage. These two unfortunate souls are likely marginalized individuals. The transition of power is invariably brutal and starkly real, yet it bears no relevance to him. His sole responsibility is to deal with the pirates first. Hey, old dog. Come out. I've brought you your favorite, the Grand Bone Feast. Sudi shouted from a distance, much to Perona's dismay, who found his lack of decorum appalling. Meanwhile, Hima perked up his cat-like ears. Though he had only recently acquired the cat fruit, he had already begun to tap into its nascent abilities. So that's where it is? In this shrouded darkness, it's truly difficult to discern. Upon reaching the stone gate, Hima had already indicated the direction from which the sound emanated. Hima, you are indeed a splendid companion to humanity, Sudi remarked, giving a thumbs up. Let's keep it low-key. This is the sacred ability of the sea cat. Hey, that doesn't sound like a compliment, Perona retorted. Though she dared not say much as she noticed Sudi's gaze turn menacing. Upon illuminating a luminescent shell, they fumbled through the darkness until they discovered the stairs to the next level. How can there be a passageway? Is this royal tomb truly that intricate? Sudi couldn't help but comment. What royal tomb? The surrounding individuals looked at him with curiosity. It's a local expression, meaning secret chamber. Stop joking. How could such an absurd local term exist? Young man, as a reclusive girl, you have no right to voice your opinions. With so many magnificent landscapes. How many have you truly seen? Sudi could no longer contain himself and flicked Perona on the forehead. I understand now. I want to interrupt your nonsensical chatter again. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from below the staircase, akin to an explosion. Out of caution, Sudi tossed a fire shell to illuminate the path. However, this time, the fire shell quickly diminished in intensity before extinguishing altogether. Is there no remaining fuel? Sudi cautiously descended a few steps, suddenly sensing something amiss. After retrieving the fire shell, he retraced his steps. The air down here is thin. While its impact on me is minimal, it certainly constrains movement within. However, one could reasonably assume that the entity inside faces the same predicament. You few with lower combat abilities, step back. Ima, Brook, and I will proceed. Sudi spoke with conviction. The thin air significantly affects human mobility, but the strong are naturally more adept at conserving their breath than ordinary individuals. As for Brook, being a skeleton, his lack of need for oxygen is entirely normal. Amidst their deliberations, an unusual sound suddenly echoed from below. Sudi tossed out a light shell, and in the flickering illumination, they beheld a figure wielding a long sword. Is that Silverfang Bella? She appears to be quite formidable, Hima remarked, furrowing his brow. He sensed the aura emanating from Bella. It must be so. Perhaps that is why he suddenly exhibited a surge of strength. Could it be attributed to the new weapon that had appeared in his grasp? Previously, he had fought me unarmed. Sudi drew his treasured sword, preparing to confront his adversary. Oh, is that overly benevolent individual daring to show up here? However, in this realm, the speed you take pride in shall not manifest. No matter, my true strength lies within. Besides, I was merely in a hurry before. Otherwise, I would have dealt with you sooner. Sudi spoke without a hint of embarrassment or trepidation. He chuckled softly. I hope your fortune can sustain you long enough to utter a few more words. Even if you summon your companions, escape is not an option. My boy, I wish to seize this opportunity to inquire, what is your name? After all, I have never heard of a newcomer such as yourself in the vastness of the sea. Chapter 43. Unable to overcome Sudi could only smile as he waved his longsword. Uchiha Sasuke, an adventurer driven by curiosity. Is that so? Then allow me to grant you a glimpse of the power of this ancient weapon before you meet your demise. Consider it a token of goodwill. Bella remarked with a cold sneer, stepping halfway out from the underground passage. An ancient weapon? I have never heard of such a thing. Is it a specialty of this nation? Sudi furrowed his brow in contemplation, all the while maintaining his stance, wary of his opponent's attacks. Be cautious. This fellow exudes a rather unsettling aura. In the depths, Ma cannot unleash the full might of his colossal blade, thus rendering his words less imposing. No matter. Regardless of the formidable foes that may arise, I shall confront them head-on. Sudi charged forward with unwavering confidence. Hee. Bella parried with that dark sword. The power just acquired is indeed not something an ordinary person can wield, for it demands immense strength as a prerequisite. Even he requires the transformation granted by the animal fruit to utilize it. Behold, the ancient abyss slash, Bella shouted, brandishing the dark sword that emitted a purple glow. Such a display of flamboyance. Sudi swiftly retreated to evade the strike and hurled a sea stone bullet, striking the unsuspecting left leg of his adversary. The times have changed. He then accelerated, lowering his body to dodge the enemy's sword swing, and managed to stab one of his hands with his blade. Clang. Yet, that strike met only the enemy's claw. You clever fiend. To think of employing sea stone as a tactic, Bella scoffed. However, for a user of a devil fruit with Conqueror's Haki, even bullets of ordinary might can be fended off, let alone this particular substance. The sea stone bullet was thwarted by the defensive Haki. Although it rendered Bella momentarily fatigued upon contact, the Haki was only difficult to maintain after successfully blocking the attack. At that moment, the bullet fell to the ground. Sudi had evaded one strike, but he found it arduous to escape the subsequent onslaught. Clang, clang. At this juncture, Hima wielded his massive blade, bracing himself against Bella's next strike. In that instant, Hima comprehended why Bella seemed to have grown significantly stronger. It was indeed due to that sword, which had the ability to absorb the strength of others. In the next moment, Hima staggered back a few steps, nearly losing grip on his gigantic blade. This ancient weapon was certainly not something to be trifled with. Are you all right? Sudi inquired. Durandal had already pierced Bella's wrist and then retreated to safety. Avoid excessive contact with that sword. Its power-draining ability can even bypass Haki, Hima cautioned. Upon hearing this, Sudi was not inclined to recklessly test the weapon's might. Meanwhile, Brook swung his sword staff, executing a multitude of intricate sword techniques that momentarily halted Bella's assault. However, Brook's innate strength still fell short of the level of the 7 warlords, and after a brief defense, he withdrew. Brook, did you not sense that power-absorbing ability? Not at all. Perhaps it is because I lack a physical form, he replied, speculating that this might be a contributing factor. Sudi, suddenly enlightened, realized that this influencing factor likely extended beyond mere physical strength. Ancient weapons are often imbued with a sense of grandeur, exuding formidable power at first glance. Yet, if this sword were to be categorized as an ancient weapon, it clearly lacked the requisite virtue. Moreover, did it only absorb the strength of the living? Sudi then focused on evading attacks with swiftness, resorting to his blade only when evasion was impossible. Yet, due to the immense power behind the opponent's sword, he found it increasingly challenging to defend himself. He had been repelled many times, and the advantage in speed was not particularly evident. To avoid causing further chaos, Perona and Golden Week remained at a considerable distance. I chop, chop, chop. Yet even with the application of Haki, Durandal found it exceedingly difficult to pierce Bella's Haki-infused defenses. The masters of the New World had already refined their use of Haki to a remarkable degree, especially those who were the backbone of such a formidable faction. Characters like you, who remained utterly silent thereafter, stand no chance against me, Sudi silently declared in his heart. He was also accompanied by Hima, who occasionally helped him fend off lethal attacks. The opponent's devil fruit was not particularly formidable, it was merely a standard Zoan type. However, one must understand that the power of a sea cat is far from simple. Hima calmed himself, and his eyes suddenly transformed into vertical cat-like pupils, intently scrutinizing Bella's attack rhythm. Subsequently, he identified the most vulnerable point and swiftly thrust his blade. Despite wielding a massive sword, his strike was remarkably precise. Bella hurriedly attempted to defend himself, but only managed to slightly deflect the trajectory of the colossal sword, resulting in a gaping wound across his abdomen. You bastard! He was enraged. The overwhelming sensation of newfound strength had rendered him impatient. Next, a devastating downward slash descended upon Sudi's Durandal. Sudi was utterly incapable of contending with such force, nor could he evade it, and was directly flung away by the tremendous power. Crashing against the wall of the chamber, Bella intended to eliminate the swift Cavendish first before dealing with Hima, especially since Hima was clearly restrained by his sword. Do you think you know who I am? I am Bella, the Silver Fawn, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million. He shouted in anger just before making his move. Then, he stepped on a golden shell lying on the ground. Just as doubt flickered in his mind, a tremendous force erupted, sending him flying and leaving him with a severely injured leg. Ouch, my arm hurts. Sudi clutched his shoulder. He wasn't struck directly by a weapon. Rather, he had sustained his injury from colliding with the wall. To attempt to use the shelling technique directly before the observation of Haki was a foolish endeavor. However, if discarded on the ground, few would perceive it as a threat. In the absence of knowledge about the shell's true function, who would consider an unremarkable shell a danger? Without the foresight provided by observation Haki, no one could evade this ambush. Bella collapsed to the ground, barely managing to prop himself up with his sword to block the ensuing attacks from Hima and Brook. Cough, cough, I truly didn't expect to be forced to this extent by you. This shell is indeed a remarkable weapon. It must have been the one that defeated my vice-captain, right? If one is unaware, they could easily fall victim to an ambush. Bella sneered. Then, the sword in his hand suddenly exhibited some changes, significantly enhancing its ability to absorb the strength of enemies. Retreat. With a shout from Hima, Brook instinctively retreated. Almost immediately, the black sword began to transform. The blade split apart in the middle, revealing a sudden surge of purple electric energy that coalesced into a technologically styled broadsword. What kind of ability is this? Hima had never encountered such a weapon before, his face a mask of astonishment. Yet, Sudi felt it resembled a certain style of weapon from online games, a cyberpunk aesthetic. It seemed that the ancient era held quite a fascination. Following Bella's lead, streams of purple electric energy began to envelop her entire being. The injuries on her legs, inflicted by the shockwave, were rapidly healing. Are we absorbing our strength to mend her wounds? Hima mused with a furrowed brow. But Sudi quickly grasped the situation and rushed forward to intervene. What are we waiting for? Seize the moment while he is vulnerable. There are plenty who have survived a blow from the shockwave. Even Enel managed to withstand a lethal strike with his physical form. albeit with the subsequent ordeal of using lightning to restart his heart. However, the shockwave could only catch one off guard. The true moment of its power lies in direct contact, in close proximity to the shockwave itself. At this moment, Sudi could not afford to unleash another shockwave. Furthermore, wielding the shockwave would incur roughly 10% of the recoil damage, akin to receiving a blow from the shockwave. Sudi had no intention of using it personally. Please, let the island cloud be effective. With determination, Hima began to employ genuine swordsmanship, fully aware that he was here to assist, but not to meet his demise. This time, the sword effortlessly deflected the attack, even possessing formidable strength that forced the horse to retreat several paces. This incited Bella to burst into a maniacal laugh. However, he remained oblivious to the peculiar stuttering that had begun to manifest at the point of the sword's electric current. The swordsmanship employed by Hima was not merely a typical close-quarters slash. It was infused with sword energy. True masters of the blade are capable, to varying extents, of wielding this ethereal energy in their attacks, yet not all can fully unleash the might of their sword techniques. Nevertheless, Hima's swordsmanship was crafted to embody the very essence of sword energy. Aha! Pirates should never underestimate the sanctity of the sea cat, Hima shouted, his speed escalating to unprecedented levels, even reaching the point of creating afterimages. As a mythical Zoan-type fruit, the sea cat fruit undoubtedly possessed capabilities far beyond mere enhancements of strength, speed, or physical resilience. It was a rare specimen, a true mythical beast existing in this world. Endowed with a unique ability, mind reading. This power was far more effective than observation hockey in discerning the enemy's attack methods. He had already anticipated Bella's strike and was prepared to counter it personally, for only he could withstand the force without being directly repelled. Then, it was Sudi's turn. Should I also shout out one sword style for effect? Perhaps not. Sudi unleashed a swift slash, feeling as if the strike had surpassed his own speed limits. Channeling all his body's hockey into the attack. This move was extraordinary. Clang. The strike was blocked. Nonetheless, Bella managed to parry it with his black sword. Ha ha ha. The power of ancient weaponry is truly intoxicating. Yet, Sudi found himself disarmed. The rebound force causing Durandal to slip from his grasp and clatter to the ground, forcing him to retreat. Ancient technology was far more advanced than the present. How is this even scientifically plausible? He felt an urge to express his incredulity. Chapter 44, Unleash. The phantom this entity is indeed a formidable threat. Observing Bella, who had become increasingly agitated, Perona took a few cautious steps back. Indeed, she contemplated an escape. However, Golden Week grasped her hand. Hey, Golden Week. You must realize that these individuals stand no chance against this inhuman foe. But I shall not abandon my comrades, Miss Golden Week declared with unwavering determination. But please, do not drag me into this. I am not your ally. Are you not? Golden Week replied, her expression calm. Of course not. Absolutely not. This fellow treats me as a captive. Then join our crew, and I can help liberate you. Golden Week proposed serenely. Hima discarded his massive blade, knowing that forcing its use would yield no fruitful results. Instead, he opted to utilize the cat claw transformation bestowed by the sea cat fruit with his bare hands. Truly, do not underestimate a man favored by the sea cat. Hima mustered his resolve and shouted, then surged forward, pushing his speed to its limits. Foolhardy. Armed as he was, yet a mere hit would result in severe injury. You could hardly inflict sufficient damage upon him. In contrast, Sudi remained remarkably composed. Although he had lost his sword, he had firmly secured 2 shells in his grasp. The only course of action was to inflict damage. The flying shell activated. Despite the inability to soar in this place, it provided an illusory acceleration, significantly enhancing his speed. Do you still harbor any hope? Your observation hockey is not vastly superior to mine. Thus I can effortlessly anticipate your assault. Bella swung his sword in a whirl. Before the immense wave of slashing energy, Sudi, who had just surged forward, was compelled to halt abruptly. What a trick, you sly one. The meaning of sly one went unnoticed at that moment. Sudi prepared to launch his strike the instant Bella came to a stop. Meanwhile, Hima and Brooke could hardly contain their eagerness. Both wielded usable weapons, claws and a cane sword. The clashing sounds echoed continuously, yet they seemed unfazed by this aspect. Hima truly was a talent, audacious enough to take such risks. However, with the strength of a warlord and the backing of a mythical Zoan, he indeed had the capacity to withstand the onslaught. Certainly, those who can endure do so at all times, while those who cannot even struggle to maintain their footing in the initial seconds. Ding! The arena of the duel. the combat ninjas. As for the pirates, the latest ones had yet to appear. Nevertheless, this invincible NPC remained. Whoosh. This time, Hima's claws faltered, nearly severed by a single slash, while Brook was flung away by the immense force of the weapon. Sudi's assault, however, failed to reach his adversary. You think to ambush me with those shells? Kid, I've been keeping my eye on you, Bella shouted, then began to exploit his speed advantage, closing the distance to Sudi with remarkable swiftness. A sword swung down. Boom. At that moment, one of the shells in Sudi's hand suddenly activated, unleashing a powerful gust directed towards the ground. The flying shell harnessed this thrust, propelling him upward, successfully evading the subsequent attack from his foe. Oh no. Bella's eyes widened as his sword descended upon the defenseless Sudi. Yet, at that instant, Sudi raised his other hand. As the bandages unraveled, his golden shell body was revealed. He was not alone in this battle. Unbeknownst to him, Hima had also seized his great sword. Following that, a strike imbued with colossal power descended upon Bella. Panic ensued. He had only one sword and could only choose to be struck by one attack. But it was a dilemma. Being struck by the great sword could lead to severe injury, yet being knocked down by that mysterious shell was also a distinct possibility. Sudi could care less about such considerations. Crumble for me. Boom. Bella chose to withstand the onslaught of the great sword, enduring the true damage of the rebound shell. The blow struck him with a tremendous force, overwhelming his entire being in an instant. It nearly caused his heart to cease its rhythmic beating. Yet, through the formidable power of his fruit abilities, he managed to cling to life. However, the sheer impact seemed to have affected even the ancient weapon. A distinct crack manifested on the surface of the black longsword, and the electric current coursing through its blade became chaotic, ceasing to function. Taking advantage of the moment, Hema unleashed another strike, targeting the most vulnerable part of the fracture in the ancient weapon, the one-sword style, seeking plumb slash. This precise strike magnificently triggered a resonance within the ancient weapon once more. Subsequently, the crack widened, and in the blink of an eye, crack, the sword shattered into several pieces. Meanwhile, Bella, injured by the purple electric currents, experienced a surge of vitality. The frequency of the devil fruit began to waver. What has caused this creature to become so agitated? Although Bella had maintained a state of unrest, at this moment, even his fur began to swell at an alarming rate. We must leave this chamber, Hema shouted, retreating a few steps to make his escape. His form began to expand rapidly, and had he not retained his consciousness, Sudi might have questioned whether this was still the Silver Wolf. Nevertheless, at this precise moment and location, Sudi calmly produced several bullets made of sea stone. In such a state, Bella found herself unable to fully command her own body, making it impossible for her to evade the oncoming assault. Consequently, the sea stone pierced through her thigh, embedding itself within her flesh and significantly diminishing the strength of her opponent. May I borrow those handcuffs? Sudi swiftly retreated to Perona's side, retrieving the key from his pocket, ready to unlock them. However, he was taken aback to discover that Perona's sea stone handcuffs had already been undone. He cast a suspicious glance at Miss Golden Week. Do not blame me. This situation seems perilous, and I believed her assistance was necessary. Never mind. Sudi accepted the handcuffs from Golden Week, then dashed toward Bella. In that case, hasten to utilize your abilities. Although he faced Bella, Perona understood his intention. With a slight pout, she could only summon her ghostly powers. Alas, it appears I must take matters into my own hands. A rare surge of strength coursed through Sudi. It was a liberating sensation. He managed to secure one of Bella's hands in the cuffs. However, Bella quickly regained control of her body and lunged at Sudi, raking her claws across his abdomen, leaving a grievous gash. What a predicament! In a short span, Bella's form had expanded to the point of pressing against the ceiling of the chamber. If she grew any larger, it could lead to the collapse of this space. Yet, Sudi was determined to confront her head-on, unwilling to retreat, especially not with Ma nearby. He seized a massive blade and struck at the precise location of Bella's heart, his aim sharp, for he was, after all, a doctor. Damn it! Bella's form continued to swell, but she had reached the limits of her physical capacity. At this moment, her singular focus was to eliminate at least one of her adversaries, and the golden-haired youth appeared to be an opportune target. At that instant, a ghost glided past him, causing him to momentarily freeze. Ah, what a dismal life! I cannot even fulfill the role of Kaido's loyal hound. What right do I have to continue living? Sudi stumbled and fell to the ground, slowly rising with the support of those around him. Thank you, Brooke. Are you all right, Mr. Cavendish? It would be preferable if you could refrain from disclosing my name. Sudi's mind was too preoccupied to worry about concealing his identity at that moment. His speed, which ought to have been remarkable, was hindered by the confined space. Furthermore, the force absorbed from previous collisions with the enemy was tangible. Though his encounters had been limited, the sword was undeniably repulsive. Even mere contact between their weapons could yield effects. His speed was impressive, yet without strength to back it, he would be left vulnerable. Thanks a lot. When it comes to claiming victories, the professional critic certainly excels. Once, he was a master who could withstand the scorn of his teammates, retaliating while skillfully claiming kills. Hey, so please don't move too much. You're already gravely injured, Perona remarked, observing Sudi, who was bleeding profusely from an abdominal wound, with no means to dress it in sight. Yet, Sudi stubbornly rose and drove Durandal into the head of Silverfang Bella. Apologies, but this time, victory belongs to me. He sat down on the ground, relieved, sheathing his great sword. It seems, Lord Cavendish, your sense of justice indeed withstands scrutiny, he mused, taking a moment to rest before beckoning Brooke to bring Cavendish closer. From his person, he retrieved some simple bandages and a vial of medicine. First, he used a certain powder to staunch the bleeding, then proceeded to attend to the wound with basic care. Thank you, Sudi managed to speak, still conscious, albeit with difficulty. It's nothing, just a small effort on my part. After all, you are someone I greatly admire. After treating the wound, he realized the claw injury was not as severe as it seemed. The excessive bleeding merely made it appear more alarming. Speaking of which, we haven't explored down there yet. Sudi chuckled. Indeed, did this pirate ever mention what ancient weapon he used? I've never heard of it. It must be something remarkable. Sudi was certain that the ordinary version of himself would not have been able to endure such injuries. However, his current state reflected substantial growth in both spirit and resilience. Slaying villains no longer felt foreign, and assisting others became a matter of course. He believed he had transformed into a half-decent person. Chapter 45. Kindred spirits. The other half of himself remained a provocateur. Yet, he had no intention of altering his essence. If he changed merely to please others, who would advocate for his own transformation? Brooke ventured downstairs with the lantern shell but returned looking perplexed. Ahem, sir. There are many damaged weapons down there. I fear the only usable one is the sword that man retrieved. Brooke scratched his head. No matter. We do not require such items. I am far more intrigued by the history behind these weapons. Sudi observed that Hema had finished bandaging him and decided not to linger, preparing to descend and investigate personally. It seems there shouldn't be much danger below. The lack of oxygen is not a significant concern. He produced a flavor shell, which he certainly would not use in the same manner as Luffy. Yet, this flavor shell did possess a certain utility. It could store air, and its capacity was quite ample. Even underwater, it could likely form a bubble several meters in diameter. The lowest layer, though limited in area, features a solitary black stone monument standing prominently on the ground, directly aligned with the entrance. Flanking it are various weapon racks, most of which are entirely black, adorned with a singular purple gem. Based on Sudi's lack of analytical thought, it is evident that this entity is the source of their debilitating weakness, the very culprit behind the transformation of their once overpowering strength into a state of disarray. Sudi unsheathed his sword, tracing lines across these weapons and prying loose several purple gems, intending to study them later. Here, the paramount objective remains that stone tablet. At this moment, others have also entered this final chamber, gazing in wonder at the array of weapons before them. Many of these armaments are unfamiliar to them. For instance, an ordinary wooden staff adorned with a purple gem. What is this? A staff of crafting? This is in memory of the kingdom's greatest warrior, Izardi Fuordo, who, with a mortal frame, resisted the might of the divine, wielding mundane implements against the instruments of destruction wielded by the gods. He led the kingdom to triumph over the most malevolent of demons, his spirit inspiring admiration, and his strategies unmatched. The divine arms present here are all crafted for the annihilation of foes, capable of subduing evil and cleaving the heavens. The D family, upon encountering them, must surely meet their demise. Though these divine weapons are formidable, their misuse will inevitably lead to ruin. However, the inscriptions upon this tablet are indeed both novel and intriguing. Sudi meticulously translated the text and ultimately confirmed that it reflects the stylistic essence of historical prose. The translation of such text is exceedingly cumbersome and without special methods. Even a century of effort would scarcely yield a single punctuation mark, for there exists none within. Moreover, this does not constitute the essence of historical documentation. Sudi stepped forward to touch the stone tablet, perceiving it to be merely an ordinary rock. Additionally, in terms of appearance, it diverged even more from that cube. Nonetheless, Sudi remained quite curious about this aspect of history. The kingdom's most illustrious warriors bore names containing the lettered, yet ultimately, they left behind a legacy of destruction, slaying all who encountered them. What does this mean? Or is it a form of irony, suggesting that the so-called gods, pierced by the great hero Izar, are slain upon encountering the D clan? Have they been reduced to mere dogs by one of the D? This is what Perona approached. Pointing at a colossal cross mark beneath the inscription, her expression one of astonishment. The wave cross? When compared to the crown upon Perona's head, it indeed bears a striking resemblance. It seems this crown is connected to that ancient kingdom. Could it possibly be a fragment of it? Shuti began to entertain such thoughts. In truth, there was no need for conjecture. The connection between the two must be substantial, otherwise, such a thing would not have suddenly appeared to intimidate. Was it originally a single nation, or a symbol passed down after a national division? It appears our intelligence remains quite insufficient, Shuti remarked with a smile. They eventually departed from the hidden chamber. Marian and her daughter expressed their profound gratitude, stating they would celebrate their achievements. But what achievements were there? Merely a fleeting impulse of righteousness. Rather, I am more intrigued by the history of your nation. I may linger here for a couple of days. Please provide me with some historical information, even if it is merely tales of legend. Shuti indeed required a few days of rest. He waved goodbye to Ma, who was not a bad person, yet, as he claimed, not a good one either. It is the ambiguous individuals who often assume the most suitable roles. Although Shuti frequently extended invitations, this captain of the Sea Cap Brigade had no intention of joining. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future, in the New World. Ma departed, still wearing that sea dog hat and carrying a large sword. Meanwhile, Shuti resided in the palace to recuperate. During this time, the royal succession was inevitable. However, at least there would be no political upheavals, as the royal family was sparse, and competition was virtually non-existent. Ordinary royals could indulge in hedonism. But to become a king meant governing the entire nation. Marian's age rendered her incapable of becoming the ruler. She was far too young. Ultimately, the choice for the new king was confirmed to be the younger brother of the former king. He was considered intelligent and grateful. And upon realizing that it was Shuti and his companions who had eliminated the pirates, he promptly hosted a small banquet in the palace. Meanwhile, the news had not spread widely. It was merely communicated that the former king had been assassinated by pirates, and an announcement was made to the outside world. Even to the press, the notorious pirate, Silver Fong Bella, was slain by a mysterious figure named Roy. For the name Uchiha Sasuke was far too embarrassing. Should the true identity of this alias be revealed one day, it would indeed be a source of great embarrassment. He contentedly recuperated in a comfortable environment. Having arrived only about a month ago, he had already sustained such grievous injuries. Sudi sighed and casually picked a grape from the fruit platter to eat. The most unfortunate among them was undoubtedly Olki, who yearned to engage in combat with the strong yet found himself unable to enter the secret chamber, relegated to merely guarding the entrance. This sensation was undeniably disheartening. Sudi had no intention of obstructing his desire to battle. My apologies. I shall ensure it does not happen again. At this moment, Sudi lay on the bed, facing Perona. So, now that I have freed you from the sea stone, what are your intentions? Is it not obvious? Until I receive word from Lord Moria, I must temporarily reside aboard your ship. Moria is unharmed. He possesses a resilient constitution. Generally, those with thick skin are quite tough, unless, of course, he were to face a direct beheading in a duel against a white horse. Your words have always been rather unreliable. Perona harbored no aversion to lingering aboard this vessel. However, her sentiments towards Sudi, the one who had harmed her captain, were perpetually tainted. After all, Moria held a paternal-like status in her life. By the way, the signal jamming bugs have been dismantled. So why am I still unable to make a call? Sudi inquired, tapping the now-functioning telephone bug. Foolish one. This indicates that the blind old fool has misplaced the telephone bug. That seems unlikely. His abilities are quite reassuring. He does not seem like the type to commit such a blunder, Sudi replied, somewhat resigned. Yet, the telephone bug continued to ring without any response. The rebels were advancing, drawing near to the royal city. The king is dead. A new monarch shall be appointed. What right does that fellow have to contest the throne against Lord Phil? Our Lord Phil has already secured the support of the world government. Soon, Elutica will gain the opportunity to join the ranks of world government nations. The Navy will stand by our side. This war, we shall surely win. Utica had inexplicably risen in rebellion. After all, they had just concluded a counter-offensive war, with the nation's economy in ruins, necessitating a prolonged recovery period. They could hardly endure another conflict. Yet, these rebels were brimming with enthusiasm, having received comprehensive financial backing from a certain faction. Most of the members were formerly impoverished refugees. After acquiring a substantial amount of resources and weaponry, they naturally began to harbor ambitions against the already beleaguered royal family. In the rebel stronghold, a man and a woman stood together. Ha ha ha, war is truly exhilarating. This will provide us with a wealth of research material. Caesar, have you not forgotten the task entrusted to you by the young master? Our objective is to seize control of this nation, remarked a green-haired woman with an expression of indifference. Hi-hi-hi, rest assured, the development of the artificial devil fruits has entered its final stage. Large-scale production is now feasible. We simply require sufficient funding from Don Quixote da Flamingo for this endeavor. However, I still need to conduct experiments regarding the poison gas aspect, which can be arranged. This nation appears to harbor certain coveted treasures sought after by the young masters. It would be most advantageous to acquire them. Are they weapons? Huh. You might just be correct. The insurgents are making rapid strides. With their superior weaponry, they swiftly overpowered the royal army and seized 30% of the nation's territory at an astonishing pace. Yet, they did not halt their expansion. Instead, they advanced directly towards the capital city. There is no issue with this. In the context of overwhelming power, capturing the king is undoubtedly the swiftest method of conquest. Su Di, recuperating in the palace, could hardly remain oblivious to the circumstances. How could such a significant figure simply vanish? Did he depart once he perceived the situation here was settled? It would have been courteous for him to inform me. As for the rebellion, although the new king sought his counsel, Su Di had no effective solutions to offer. This time, it is a matter of national discord, beyond intervention. Were it a case of pirates, assistance might have been rendered. Thus, his counsel was to surrender outright, merely to preserve his life. Alternatively, following the surrender, he could vanish into obscurity and depart the nation. After all, facing them head-on is futile. Why linger in this predicament? There was not a whisper of news from Ishiel. Chapter 46. The rebels and the fruits. After all his efforts to ascend to kingship, you now propose he surrender? Very well, surrender it shall be. Marion's uncle acquiesced with remarkable swiftness, casting his vote the very next day. Furthermore, he delivered a proclamation in the royal city. I acknowledge my inadequacy to lead this nation back to prosperity. I am a sinner. Therefore, from this day forth, I resign from the throne. I urge the new ruler to treat kindly those within the royal city and palace. All treasures of the palace shall be unconditionally offered. This nation cannot withstand further warfare. I solemnly swear, in the name of the royal family, that I shall not engage in further disputes with the new king. Upon the delivery of this speech, it was promptly recorded and reported by correspondents from news agencies. The rebels swiftly received the news as well. Being ordinary citizens in revolt, they refrained from plundering resources. After all, they were not lacking in provisions. The sensation of having support from behind is indeed exhilarating. It is commendable that this individual is fighting for his life. Su Di sighed within the palace, his wounds still not fully healed. However, it was certainly time to depart from this place. You all should hasten your preparations to leave. There may be some among the rebels who wish to annihilate the remnants of your royal lineage, he cautioned Marion and her companions. The world daily heralds the justice messenger of the Grand Line, the discontented pirate hunter opposing the 7 warlords. Gravity Sword Roy, with a bounty of 850,000 berries. In Utica, he triumphed over the infamous New World pirate, Silver Fong Bella. The bounty poster featured a modest youth adorned with a white fox mask, and astonishingly, Roy did not even display his signature sword in the notice. This new bounty signifies the impressive growth of this little rogue. Their forces had already vacated the palace, concealing their identities as they journeyed back. At present, there is no blockade by the rebels on the battlefield, for it is entirely unnecessary. The insurgents are but a disorganized mob, albeit equipped with astonishing weaponry, having fought their way to the royal city. There is no need for such a futile plan of blockade. Among the rebels, there exists no strategist versed in the art of warfare. At long last, Halera is set to depart from this place, where the atmosphere is far from tranquil. Perona has already entered a state of astral projection, soaring freely through the air. The reason for this is that her corporeal form remains on the carriage. Shudi has imparted a portion of history to the new king, and subsequently, he has taken the remaining amethyst from the secret chamber. These items are likely akin to the Sky Island pearls. Once lost, The opportunity to reclaim them is exceedingly rare. This place, however, is rather agreeable. At the very least, it is devoid of significant troubles, Sudi remarked with composure. A rebellion has already transpired. What greater calamity could possibly ensue? Even Golden Week is rendered speechless. Furthermore, this nation offers a scant selection of snacks, leaving her unable to find flavors that please her palate. Children must observe and learn extensively. Otherwise, they risk becoming like certain individuals who merely indulge in petulance and refuse to contribute, ultimately rendering themselves useless to others. Are you declaring war, you rascal? Perona conjured forth two phantoms with a flick of her wrist, glaring fiercely at Sudi. Considering his injuries, there is no need for a ghost bomb this time. Indeed. While the initial impression of the ghost fruit may be one of negativity, it possesses other remarkable abilities. For instance, the ability to materialize the soul, not in the manner of a spirit that can merely traverse the human form, but rather in a state that allows the soul to maintain a degree of substantial functionality. This state is a capability that only the enigmatic Perona of the New World can master. As for the little ghost bombs, they are merely an oft-repeated, futile skill akin to a superficial scraping treatment. Even Usopp cannot vanquish these insipid explosives. They serve only as a means of distraction, given that you have temporarily joined my crew. I must make it clear, you are to abide by the rules set forth by me, your captain. You must speak with respect and maintain a proper demeanor. You shall heed my words and execute my commands. I can no longer tolerate this. In a fit of rage, Perona unleashed a negative ghost attack on Shudy. TSK. Still resorting to such petty tactics? I am no longer the person I once was. My resolve now is as unyielding as a rock. Ah, my sincerest apologies. To exist as such a shameless soul is indeed a sin. I deeply regret having desecrated Lady Perona's name. Coughing slightly, Shudy proclaimed, "Forgive me. That was merely an act. I was hardly affected." As he spoke, a small ghost stealthily penetrated his body from behind. Oh, I truly apologize for being such a disappointing novice. What a failure. Hey, what nonsense are you thinking? Shudy exclaimed. If given a chance, I would certainly, at that moment. Perona noticed that the negative ghost was stuck to Cavendish and could not escape. Hey, why is my ghost clinging to you? It might be that I am simply too negative, Shudy replied weakly. The negative ghost began to struggle desperately, but to no avail, as it was a transparent entity without substance. Can a man who has never had a girlfriend truly find the legendary true love? Release me. Perona, in desperation, spread her arms wide, attempting to exert the power of her devil fruit. Yet, she found herself unable to control it. Oh, it seems Brother Cavendish has found a way to cope, Miss Golden Week remarked, reveling in the chaos. Brooke, observing Shudy's predicament, chose to remain silent. This negative ghost seems to possess somewhat peculiar abilities. Could it be a manifestation of a dark history fruit? He preferred to maintain his dignity as an 80-year-old skeleton. By the way, we still have not heard from Fujitora. We are about to leave this place. Let us give him a call. Shudy suddenly regained his composure. What? What just happened? Why are you immune to the negative ghost? Perona felt as though her advantageous ability had been rendered entirely ineffective. Oh, it's quite simple. One must merely convince oneself that they are the strongest person in the world, Shudy replied with a smile. Perona furrowed her brow in silence, but nevertheless sent forth several negative ghosts to swiftly pass through Shudy's body. It's truly unfortunate that you were unable to board the finest ship. I too desire the vessel of Adam the treasure tree. Haha. I once believed you could genuinely withstand the powers of the specters, yet it turns out to be nothing more than a futile resistance. Only now does Perona feel reassured. However, the negative specter is once again ensnared upon Shudy. Yet, Shudy manages to recalibrate his emotions once more. I, Cavendish, am invincible, the mightiest of the supernovas. With a resounding shout, I startled even the coachman. You lot, lower your voices. Chapter 47, The Confident and the Jester. The coachman barked angrily. Shudy fell silent, reclining against the straw of the carriage. Perona also ceased her antics, summoning back the negative specter. The spirit returned to its corporeal form. In broad daylight, her appearance was hardly frightful to others. Up ahead, it seems there is an army. Who among you has keen eyesight? Let us discern what transpires. Shudy cast a brief glance and then relinquished the effort. Perona gazed into the distance. Hey, there truly is an army yonder. Moreover, it belongs to the rebels. What is there to fret about? They are merely rebels. The king has already defected. Do they truly pose a threat to the common folk? Shudy remained remarkably unperturbed. Indeed. The rebels merely brushed past them, effectively circumventing any confrontation. After all, they were on the verge of seizing control of the entire kingdom. There was no necessity to engage with these suspiciously masked individuals. Of course, at that moment, Shudi had already removed his mask. Only Goldweek continued to wear a mask, wishing to avoid any bounty that might mar his nascent seafaring career. Look at Goldweek. How foolish. We are not afraid. Why should you be? The foolish adults. Of course, do not consider such intricate details. Should one be wanted, the esteemed reputation amassed previously would swiftly transform into infamy. Many individuals in this world are at odds with the world government and the navy. Conversely, the common folk harbor a profound disdain for pirates. Once a bounty is issued, regardless of the circumstances, they will deem you a villain, correct? Sudi reached out to stroke her head, only to find that the distance rendered it impossible. Alas, the ordinary people are often ensnared by the world's deceptions. They possess an excess of knowledge, yet it yields them no advantage. Only when they acquire strength, not merely physical, but also spiritual, will they liberate their minds and suddenly realize the vastness of the world. Only a frog that has glimpsed the sky can transform into a toad capable of savoring swan mate. Wait a moment, your analogy is rather peculiar. Perona quipped. Life is indeed filled with such oddities. I merely aim to be illustrative. Seizing a moment of leisure, Sudi opened his attributes panel. Cavendish, 18 years old. Faction level, nameless pirate minion. Physical strength, 1710, supernova. Speed, 4335, warlord. Power, 1241, supernova. Stamina, 1345, supernova. Armament hockey, 566, new world rookie. Observation hockey, 661, thief of nations. Conqueror's hockey, 0, no hope in this life. Devil fruit, 0, economic hardship. World map preview. Identification function activated for living beings. The numerical values have indeed seen considerable enhancement. This progress has been achieved through my relentless battles. Oh, really? By the way, what were you just mumbling about? Perona inquired as she settled beside him. Nothing much. Just a simple physical checkup. Your ghost, I recall, possesses many tricks. Can it conjure a ghost ship? You jest. Such a feat is impossible. Perona sat quietly, maintaining her silence. Once she engaged in conversation with Sudi, there was no chance for her to listen. The rebels soon passed by their carriage. Of course, it would not be long before they were no longer in the presence of the rebels. Rocking and swaying, Sudi hummed a little tune. Suddenly, the transponder snail rang. BRR. Is that you? Apologies, I was temporarily lost and traversed through a signal-less area. Fortunately, I can finally contact you. No worries, we had no signal either. But do you know where you are now? At the rebels' headquarters. Interestingly, I stumbled upon this place accidentally, as the voices here are much clearer and there are more people. Then hurry back. Honestly, without anyone keeping an eye on you, you simply can't be trusted. Not just yet. I've encountered some situations within this rebel group. The primary cause of this rebellion in the nation is the influence of pirates. The 7 warlords of the sea, under the command of Don Quixote da Flamingo, have been conducting some sort of experiment here. I entered a certain building and fortuitously encountered individuals who intended to attack me. I apprehended several key figures and clarified the situation. It appears my brother truly is the child of fate. Very well, provide me with a location, and we shall come to your aid at once. However, it must be understood that one should refrain from interfering in the affairs of this nation. In such internal strife, one cannot declare either side is right or wrong, for they are all in the wrong. Just because one faction errs less does not absolve them. I comprehend. At this moment, Ishiu sat in a chair, surrounded by a multitude of fallen adversaries, with more approaching. How vexing. What is the matter with this old man? His strength is overwhelming. Why has he disrupted our experiment? The progress was supposed to be at the final stage. Lord Monet, please hurry and assist us. This individual possesses a power beyond that of mere mortals. Yixiao remained relatively calm, casually producing a dry bun. He did not carry many snacks. This bun was merely kept in his small bundle of sustenance. Speaking of which, I haven't had lunch today. You lot, do you dare disregard the young master's orders? You destroyers? Have you not made it clear to this individual that this is the territory of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo? This nation no longer belongs to the original royal family. Monet arrived, wings unfurled, gazing at Ishiu with an expression of indifference. Nonetheless, should the situation be led by pirates, I shall not spare them. To eat the bun, Ishiu had to lift the lower part of his mask to consume it steadily. Unfortunately, his line of sight was also obstructed. Shiueding. With a flap of her wings, a colossal wall of snow arose, sealing off all of Ishiu's escape routes. She is characterized by her wavy, grass-green hair. In the animated version in certain works, it appears light green, golden eyes, and her left eye occasionally obscured by bangs. A stunning woman with a gentle disposition, her unique laughter is woo-hee-hee-hee. Apart from executing missions, she typically presents herself wearing thick-bottomed, milk bottle glasses. Woo-hee-hee-hee. Are you ready to embrace your demise, stranger? The old man Ishio, though merely an ordinary swordsman, could not tolerate the chaos wrought by pirates upon this nation. Despite having no ties to it, he uttered coldly, suddenly swinging his sword. Gravity Slash. Chapter 48. Have you been crushed by the earth? Accompanied by the tremors of the ground, rocks shattered and burst forth from the surface. Monet had yet to grasp the severity of the situation. As the snow wall obstructed her view, the massive rocks crumbled within the confines of the snow wall. Die. Snow coffin. The surrounding walls of snow converged, colliding with one another. Within this frosty enclosure, a single smile emerged, untouched by the ensuing chaos. The colossal boulders, propelled by the force of the snow walls, were launched outward. In a moment of astonishment, Monet was struck by one of these immense stones, sent crashing to the ground. The tremendous force inflicted internal injuries upon her. What was happening? Who was this individual? She had anticipated that this person would possess considerable strength, yet the magnitude of their power exceeded her wildest imagination. She attempted to transform her body into a snowy form, but suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon her, forcing her to the ground. Despite her desperate struggles, escape proved impossible. What on earth was this? Such strength was beyond the capabilities of any human. In shock, Monet cried out. Caesar, who had just arrived on the scene, initially appeared unconcerned, even preparing to vent his frustrations on his subordinates. However, upon witnessing the fallen snow woman, he was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Monet, what has transpired here? Are you a pirate too? At that moment, a smile manipulated gravity to clear the obstruction, stepping forth from the remnants of the snow wall. His demeanor calm and voice steady. Who are you? Caesar stammered, instinctively preparing to flee. Though he was a half-natural type ability user and possessed a devil fruit power devoid of physical form, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. His strength was minimal, relying solely on the toxic attributes of his gas fruit for any semblance of power. Before a true powerhouse, he was utterly insignificant. Please, do not kill me. My value is immense. I can create usable devil fruits and have extensive experience in developing various abilities. I can accomplish numerous scientific endeavors, including experiments on human gigantism, swiftly. If you seek to become the king of the world, I am your greatest ally. Caesar's sudden display of sycophancy was entirely understandable, after all. Could one maintain composure in conversation when faced with someone capable of ending their life at a whim? Moreover, he sensed an aura of lethal intent so formidable that he dared not maintain his elemental form. This individual had undoubtedly taken many lives. Is that so? You are the biologist who condones pirates conducting human experiments. Monet managed to turn her neck with great effort, regarding Caesar, who had already collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely. You scoundrel, Caesar! How dare you divulge the master's plans? To betray the master is to invite the wrath of the family upon you, Monet exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. Enough with your nonsense, you foolish woman. What right do you have to speak? If it weren't for your reckless meddling, we wouldn't have lost our stronghold. Caesar retorted defiantly, engaging in a heated exchange with Monet. Naturally, the smile had no interest in their petty quarrels. He exerted gravitational force, pressing them both to the ground. Then, attuned to the movements of other pirates, they found themselves amidst a base for biological experimentation, the stronghold of the rebels. Naturally, the pirates could not afford to take lightly the few individuals they encountered now, for many more pirates lurked throughout the base. However, due to the significant achievements of the rebel faction S insurrection, their vigilance had somewhat waned, particularly concerning the scrutiny of outsiders. Excuse me. May I inquire if this is the military base? Sudi inquired with a smile. His words were not aimed at the group led by Long, but rather served as a cordial reference to the rebels. After all, a successful rebellion heralds triumph, while a failed one still bears the mark of insurrection. Sudi and his companions did not intend to disrupt the rebels. Their primary goal was to locate their comrades. The war is nearing its end. We are on the verge of overthrowing the monarchy and establishing a new nation. Soon, everyone will enjoy a life of abundance. The gatekeeper of the rebels maintained a rather optimistic demeanor. They were not concerned that Sudi and his companions were spies, for there were no spies who failed to disguise their identities. For instance, Sudi presented himself in plain attire, claiming to be an ordinary merchant who had come to conduct business only to find himself amidst the chaos of war. No one raised a doubt. After gathering information via the transponder snail, Sudi later discovered a quaint town by the sea within the city that served as the stronghold of the rebels. Here lies a clandestine laboratory, entirely under the dominion of pirate forces, where various experiments are fervently underway. However, today is different. A singular force has laid siege to this place. Beneath the overwhelming gravitational field, not a soul has managed to escape. As Sudi approached the outskirts of this town, he too felt the intense gravity at the periphery, approximately 15 times that of normal. One can only imagine the gravitational pull within the heart of this gravitational nexus. While Li Xiao was methodically eliminating the pirates, Qin Yu had instructed Erqi to procure some treasures. After all, these brigands must possess valuables. Perona and her companions could only wait outside the town, for not everyone can withstand the effects of such gravity. Are we about to dismantle yet another hideout? One might casually remark. Yet, let it be known that we advance in the name of justice. These are merely rewards that justice rightfully deserves. There exists no justice without reason, only reckless fervor. Of course, should there be profit to be gained, a moment of recklessness may be tolerated, Sudi remarked calmly. Perona wore an expression of perplexity. Before encountering Li Xiao, Sudi had already vanquished numerous pirates within the town, simultaneously discovering many individuals adorned with the distinctive pirate flags. Don Quixote da Flamingo, does he still meddle in the affairs of the Grand Line? Wait, Silvertooth is a subordinate of Kaido. Does this imply some connection to Doflamingo? The title of 7 warlords is both a privilege and a shackle. Doflamingo, at the very least, can no longer operate openly. It is highly probable that they are exploiting Kaido's subordinates to seize control of this nation. However, Kaido's men have faltered. For the moment, they find themselves at a loss and must begin to organize independently. Sudi is somewhat perplexed. How is it that their supply transport is so remarkably efficient? It has only been 2 days. He currently lacks extensive intelligence. Don Quixote da Flamingo has a weapon trading outpost on a nearby island, which conveniently supplies a batch of war materials to the insurgents. Naturally, they still dare not take direct action to conquer this kingdom. Instead, they are leveraging the indigenous people's yearning for freedom or perhaps their desire for prosperity. This country is exceedingly small and impoverished. Chapter 49, The Confession of a Pirate. Ahem. Since you have met with failure, there is no need for further words. Do as you wish. A seemingly defiant pirate had already knelt before Sudi, bowing his head in submission. Very well, I appreciate your straightforwardness. May I inquire as to who oversees your factory? Or perhaps, has there been any recent turmoil? Humph. The factory is under the control of Lord Monet, accompanied by a scientist. All experiments are conducted there. His face displayed stubbornness, and his hand pointed towards the center of the town, fully embodying his tenacity, loyalty, and honesty. I must thank you for illuminating our path. I have decided not to take your life. Sudi smiled as he turned towards the direction of the factory. The pirate suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, his eyes were filled with shock. A skull-headed figure drew a ceremonial sword from his waist and cleaved open his chest. You are not keeping your word. How could I? Have I struck you? Open your unblinking eyes and see clearly. I have not killed you. Sudi did not look back, but merely waved his hand. Brooke also sheathed his sword. Hoo. I simply cannot condone such a pirate who uses children as subjects for experimentation. Though his tone remained humorous, the gravity of his words had considerably intensified. The entire town serves as a testing ground. They had witnessed various experiments regarding the gigantification of human bodies. Most of the participants in these experiments were children, as their bodies had not yet fully developed. Their vitality and capacity for transformation were significantly stronger, making them more likely to endure the modifications. This abominable experiment elicited no sympathy from Sudi whatsoever. As for Doflamingo, he can wait. Just you wait until I reach the New World to settle the score. In the meantime, it would be prudent to find a reliable navigator. They finally arrived at the very heart of the factory, the frontline research center for the devil fruits. The legendary Smile Factory. It is said to be capable of miraculous inventions, capable of mass production, albeit with a slight risk to survival. Failure in acquiring abilities may result in becoming a fool who can only chuckle mindlessly. Of course, the artificial fruits have yet to evolve to a point where their side effects are minimal. At this juncture, should the fruits of our labor fail, it would spell doom. Of course, before succumbing, one would lose the ability to swim. Ha. Did you not anticipate this? I carry with me a pistol forged from sea stone. You too possess abilities, do you not? Henceforth, you shall find yourself bereft of options. How dare you thwart our plans? You wretched fool! From a distance, Caesar's roar echoed. Su Di furrowed his brow, hastening to the scene. The factory walls lay in ruins, ravaged by the forces of gravity, a mere shadow of their former selves. Meanwhile, Caesar, initially exhilarated, now wore a mask of terror. What? How could this be? How could a mere human withstand bullets? Ishao deftly deflected the projectile with the sheath of his sword. Without direct contact with the sea stone, his haki remained unperturbed. Caesar was utterly oblivious to this fact. He merely knew that true power could easily strike at his core. Yet, to catch a sea stone bullet? That seemed exceedingly peculiar. It appears your calculations have gone awry. Ishao remarked calmly, suddenly turning to Su Di and his companions. I did not foresee that you would handle this first. These individuals must surely be subordinates of Don Quixote da Flamingo. I observed the pirates outside bearing their insignia. Indeed, it is surprising how deeply the pirates have infiltrated this nation. Alas, this country has been left in tatters due to the onslaught of rebels and pirates. Fear not. The development or restoration of a nation necessitates a considerable amount of time for adaptation. Take, for instance, the rebellion of that insurgent. If he succeeds, it signifies progress, an advancement of the times. When a nation faces invasion, it is the fault of the aggressors. However, if the people of that nation rise in revolt, it reflects poorly on their king. Evidently, he has faltered in his political duties. The transition of dynasties may eventually rectify these issues, provided their leaders grow increasingly sagacious. Indeed, that holds true. So, Captain, how shall we deal with these two? Ishao entrusted the fate of Monet and Caesar to Su Di. Su Di did not hesitate. He swiftly delivered a kick to Caesar. Such scum must certainly be eradicated. Naturally, that warlord, Da Flamingo, shall not escape either. Should I don a mask whilst uttering such words? After all, no one else shall witness it. Your base has been thoroughly dismantled. Perona crossed her arms and remarked, have you freed her from her shackles? Indeed. There is no need to concern ourselves with her any longer. You may wonder why. I have discovered a method to counter her devil fruit's influence. Of course, Ishao. You must also strive diligently. As a swordsman, lacking a resolute will in the face of such trifles will render you susceptible. I shall be vigilant. A smile at this moment ignited a spark of competitive spirit within me. You shall not escape. Your Caesar's visage is already contorted under the weight of a smile's gravity. Don Quixote da Flamingo will exact vengeance for me. My research has been utterly obliterated by your hands. Thus, your demise is inevitable. Oh, the wrath of the 7 warlords, you say? Ahem, it is not merely that. There is also the beast, Kaido. Those are formidable figures you cannot contend with. I hope you possess such influence. Yet, you cannot make them aware, can you? Su Di chuckled. Just wait, for the intelligence network of Joker is beyond your imagination. Are you the bounty hunter who vanquished Crocodile? One might say so, Su Di replied, then delivered several kicks to his face before dispatching him with a single stroke. Turning to Monet, she had succumbed to unconsciousness under the pressure of gravity. Nevertheless, her alluring figure was difficult to conceal, and her beauty was commendable. What a pity. Su Di sighed in regret. What a pity, asked Golden Week, perplexed. It is regrettable that this fellow must perish. Otherwise, having a beautiful secretary as my assistant would not be amiss, Su Di remarked, showing no reluctance to harm her, piercing her neck with his sword. A fatal blow is the best form of treatment. The rebels had taken over the royal city. They dispatched personnel to investigate the changes that had befallen their original base. But the culprit remained elusive, forcing them to abandon their inquiry. Upon hearing of the previous pirate infiltration incident in the royal city, along with the enigmatic masked figure, Roy's true identity was unveiled. Consequently, they attributed the matters at the factory to Roy. Cavendish successfully took the blame for himself. Chapter 50, the Admiral's performance that could not linger in this country, which would soon become troublesome. The pirates had been entirely dealt with, their objectives completely fulfilled. What? Pray tell, is this purple gemstone? Who knows? Upon returning to the ship, Su Di toyed with the 2 purple gems and suddenly laughed. A hero of some kingdom, perhaps? Izar. I wonder if his trace will ever be found again. They truly stumbled upon these ruins by coincidence. Their initial objective was simply for the cause of justice. Do not let minor evils restrain your actions, Ishio. We are destined for greatness. The future is long. Therefore, for dinner, I plan to feast on grilled fish. It is unacceptable that fish is the least consumed food at sea. Must you leave your statements unfinished? Perona tapped the table. Her ability to reuse her powers sparked her mischievous spirit. Unable to resist, she discreetly unleashed another small ghost upon Xiao. Hey, this isn't quite right, is it? This time, everyone can see the ghost. Although this passive spirit was indeed imperceptible to them all, there was no way to perceive even the hues of the surroundings. However, he could discern its location. With a mere smile, he realized he was utterly constrained by the phantom fruit. Alas, my swordsmanship remains at the level of a great swordsman, unable to challenge for the title of the world's strongest. What a pity. Unbeknownst to him, a smile inadvertently triggered a state of negativity. Indeed, this is the effect my ability ought to possess. Perona, witnessing the gloom of others, found joy in it. One wonders if she possesses some peculiar trait. Nevertheless, her own nature is quite strange enough. What do you think? Golden Week, shall we experiment with the power of negativity? No, absolutely not. Golden Week offered a straightforward refusal. Pointing to Farilu, who was sipping tea. Moo? Farilu appeared perplexed. I must clarify, if you end up getting beaten up for using your ability, that is not my concern. Yudi succinctly explained. Subsequently, he sealed away the purple gemstones and placed them in a certain box. Regrettably, this time was truly an act of goodwill. Aside from the 30 million berries pilfered from the pirate base, there were no substantial gains. This likely constitutes their entire operational budget. Speaking of which, in a world so tumultuous, it is indeed a marvel that currency can retain its value in such a manner. Furthermore, the currency has largely maintained its uniformity. At the very least, all nations recognize the berry as a form of currency. The Four Seas and the Grand Line both utilize the berry as their monetary standard. The reason their nations do not issue alternative currencies must surely be under the control of the world government. Thus, to presume that merely vanquishing the celestial dragons would lead to world peace is rather naive. The military's pyramid scheme theory is utterly unreliable. The world government's roots run deep. To shake their foundations, one must garner the support of a significant majority of nations. Naturally, should I aspire to overthrow the world government, it would require me to possess the strength equivalent to that of the four emperors. Shudi is quite aware of his own capabilities. When confronted with even slightly stronger individuals from the New World, he finds himself at a loss. He can only flee, which is hardly in line with his character. However, this inadequacy is further compounded by his limited understanding of combat techniques. As for swordsmanship, there is no need to elaborate. It has been utterly obliterated along with the original Cavendish. He harbors no desire to learn. After all, such techniques are honed from a young age, practiced over decades without application. Mihawk is indeed a formidable man, capable of wielding his sword for decades uninterrupted. The only avenue left for enhancement is through the mastery of Haki, as the various methods of cultivating Haki are not rigid. I still possess considerable opportunity. When it comes to unarmed combat, he would rather avoid it altogether. Given the choice, he would never engage without a weapon. It is worth noting that one of his impact berries was destroyed during the battle with Silverfang Bella. A more reliable account would suggest that it was dismantled by the opponent. After all, Shudi primarily controls the deflection berries. However, he often employs the impact berries as projectiles. Even against a pirate with a bounty of 500 million, such an impact berry can serve as a tool to disrupt their actions. The damage may not be substantial. But does it truly matter? Much like how the gravity of a smile is primarily used to suppress joints, the potency of an attack is inconsequential. What matters is its application. Although the deflection berries are vastly superior to the impact berries, the adversaries are well prepared against them. Most would simply evade. Moreover, the sword can no longer serve as an extension of the berry's power. After all, while there may be no immediate consequences, continually utilizing the impact berry to rebound against the blade may eventually lead to a fracture. That would undoubtedly result in a significant loss for me. Regardless, the number of impact berries he currently possesses could be employed as grenades. Upon contemplating this, Shudi felt a surge of joy and plucked a rose. My lord, where shall we sail next? To the usual place. The Sabaody archipelago? There is no rush. I wish to return to the East Blue. Oh, do you have any insightful thoughts on that? The East Blue? Why does my lord wish to venture to such a place? Because there are navigators 1,000 times more skilled than you. At least she can ensure that I will not be inexplicably engulfed by a storm at sea. I cherish that ocean. It should be the most tranquil of waters. Indeed, I have heard that pirates are quite rare in the East Sea. Most large pirate crews have been eradicated by the Navy. I have also heard whispers of a Vice Admiral Carp, whose home lies in the East Sea. This matter will likely necessitate crossing the Red Land. We cannot continue our journey by ship. The navigator seems troubled. Then we shall forego the ship. I will gather a few companions to accompany me. After all, the East Sea poses no danger to us. Sudi calmly examined the map and pointed in a direction. We shall proceed in this direction. But, Your Highness, ahead lies a stormy climate. We must detour. Then we shall take a detour. First, we will navigate around the storm, and then advance in the direction I indicated. In the vast ocean, my sense of direction is quite commendable, Sudi stated calmly. Beside him, Golden Week, no longer selfish, placed a bag of snacks before Sudi. Eat your own, do not take mine. Am I that kind of person? You perceive others too narrowly. No, quite the opposite. Golden Week retorted, his eyes filled with hostility as he even applied white paint to his bag of snacks. Oh, it seems some individuals have completely lost their credibility. Perona mockingly interjected. Sudi paid little heed to this. The atmosphere aboard the ship became somewhat more relaxed, which made him feel warm and comfortable. After dinner, a knock sounded at Sudi's door. Excuse me, Captain, I have a request to make. Come in, he replied. The one knocking was Brooke. What is it? Feel free to speak. Sudi smiled. He held no animosity towards this former bounty pirate, finding him rather likable. After all, could a person who fights for children subjected to experiments truly be a villain? The definition of a pirate has always been rather ambiguous. This can all be attributed to them, the scoundrels among pirates. Chapter 51. A Conversation with Akiji. In truth, I regret that we may have to part ways here at the starting point of the Grand Line, Brooke remarked solemnly. Though he is but a skeleton, one can still discern his expression. It's nothing, he responded. In life, who is free from farewells? You are nearing immortality. In the future, you shall experience even more. Brooke smiled Vane. Is that so? We can indeed be considered companions, can we not? Indeed, comrades who have fought side by side. My journey leads me there because I have a promise yet unfulfilled. This is my greatest regret at the time of my demise. Moreover, the years lost in the fog have made it difficult to seek it. Its name is Laboon, a whale. As we sailed here, we faced the perilous challenges of the Grand Line and chose to leave it behind. After our promised voyage around the world, we intended to return. But now, it may no longer exist. Who knows? In the ocean, some whales have lifespans that rival giants. Living for hundreds of years is no challenge. If they possess the lineage of sea kings, they may endure for millennia. Thank you for your concern. I am just about to accompany you. After all, we will soon cross the red line. Does it matter which side we take? Wouldn't it be more convenient to take the route leading to your entrance? As they conversed, they remained oblivious to the changes in the air temperature. However, Ishao, who had been lounging on the ship, quickly noticed these subtle shifts. This time, it wouldn't be another sudden storm, would it? Though he could handle such situations, he sincerely hoped not to encounter them again. Yet, the temperature began to plummet rapidly. Sudi also sensed the change and immediately rose to survey the surroundings. At the bow, a man on a bicycle slowly approached. In the sea around him had formed strips of ice. Ahoy! Greetings. I am an ordinary Navy officer. Our Navy has received intelligence regarding pirates hidden amidst the rebellion in this country. I wonder if your fleet has encountered any pirates in Eureka? No, certainly not. Sudi replied with righteous indignation. I have no dealings with pirates. Is that so? Akiji calmly leaped onto the deck, his entrance more flamboyant than Sudi's. However, sir, your bicycle has fallen into the sea, Brooke pointed out, suddenly realizing how improbable it was for someone to ride a bicycle on the ocean. Oh. This fellow is the legendary Navy Admiral. Perona stared at Akiji in fear, even taking a few steps back. It seems I have been rather abrupt, Akiji said, his expression indifferent. Suddenly boarding is hardly a courteous act, is it? However, in conjunction with his gradually revealing icy demeanor, an eerie atmosphere began to envelop the surroundings. Pray tell, Admiral, do you have matters to attend to? Sudi inquired with a smile, sensing that the man was approaching him with intent. He had not anticipated encountering such formidable obstacles at the onset of his entrepreneurial journey. Had there not been a formidable force aboard the ship, he might have contemplated retreating to the city for assistance. Engaging in verbal sparring? What folly, in the face of a firmly resolute admiral. The motives that drive their ascension to such ranks are multifaceted, yet they invariably stem from a profound sense of unwavering justice within their hearts. Even the so-called languid justice of Kizaru is not easily dismissed. Unbeknownst to Sudi, Kizaru had already taken note of him earlier, choosing to overlook him merely to avoid extending his duties. It is of little consequence. I have merely heard whispers of a significant wanted criminal within the Navy. Kazan remarked coolly, his gaze fixated solely on Sudi. An aura radiated from him, pressing heavily upon Su Di. Ah, so we are already resorting to this tactic? It seems you have fallen from grace, Fujitora, Su Di responded, shaking his head. His prowess was not such that he could muster the courage to confront an admiral in battle. There is no need for futile probing. Let us speak plainly. Meanwhile, Brooke, standing behind him, had turned as pale as a ghost. This is it. He must have discovered my past as a bounty hunter, he thought. Feeling the urge to shout yet utterly terrified of attracting attention, Perona, too, took several steps back, cowering in fear behind the diminutive figure of Golden Week. Please do not reveal my identity as a pirate. In truth, the world government was entirely oblivious to Perona's existence, as there had never been a bounty placed upon her. Who would pay heed to one who does not engage in the nefarious deeds of the Seven Warlords? Moreover, even if Perona were to disclose her identity, it would bear little consequence, for she was still ostensibly a member of the Warlords' pirate group. The world government would not pursue her for performance metrics, as they would still require some form of communication with the Seven Warlords. Ah, what a bother. Kazan suddenly relaxed, his imposing presence dissipating into a casual demeanor. I have merely come to inquire about certain information. If you are unwilling to offer me a meal, I shall take my leave. Ah, no need for farewells. You can find your way back alone, Roy interjected. The Navy has placed a bounty of 800 million on your head. I must admit, I did not foresee your rapid growth, nor your audacity. To dare confront the Seven Warlords and undertake actions that the Navy would shy away from sabotaging Doflamingo's experiments. Slaying Kaido's subordinates, many may possess the capability, but only you have the courage to act. Kazan's expression softened this time. He was not a villain and bore no ill will towards someone like Su Di. Yet, duty called. I am aware of certain intelligence regarding you. You have shown little discretion in concealing your movements. To abandon the meticulously prepared journey to the New World simply for the sake of venturing into a war-torn nation is a decision I have come to terms with. I have discerned your sense of justice. I did not anticipate being discovered by you. In truth, I am Uchiha Sasuke. Hee. Perhaps it is more fitting to address you as Cavendish? Call it as you wish, but do refrain from broadcasting it. I prefer to maintain a low profile. Fame implies the inability to stealthily strike against malevolence. This is indeed a commendable path of justice, one that remains untrodden by others. Kazan surveyed his companions aboard the ship. Some had quietly drawn their weapons, poised for confrontation. How amusing, for he is, after all, a vice admiral of the Navy. Surely, he cannot be vanquished by a mere pencil. Your companions are formidable as well. Thank you for the compliment, Admiral Akiji. You recognize me? I am acquainted with Akiji, but not the Admiral. I hope that suffices. Kazan comprehended the implication and smiled. Of course, it does. Chapter 52, The New Seven Warlords. You should have realized this point before I arrived without a warship. Kazan remarked with calm composure. Indeed, it was precisely because I saw you alone that I refrained from deploying my million-strong army. Su Di nodded in agreement. A million-strong army? Hee, I look forward to witnessing it someday. This is no jest, for I am a prince of a nation. Since Admiral Akiji is already aware of my true identity, he has undoubtedly studied his homeland, the Kingdom of Brajoya, a nation of formidable power with a population nearing 100 million and an army exceeding 1 million. However, it is worth noting that the nation does not primarily develop through warfare. After all, its core system is a constitutional monarchy, not one threatened into constitutionality by external forces, but rather a capitalist awakening initiated by the monarchy itself. The constitution serves merely as a facade. The true essence cannot leapfrog to a more advanced harmonious society, especially since the king of this realm has yet to pass away. In tumultuous times, absolute equality is often unsuitable. Sometimes, the presence of a sagacious king can bestow prestige upon the nation, which is quite acceptable. Su Di found this notion entirely agreeable, for he recognized the strength of his country. His departure to the sea was merely an endeavor to atone for the bloodshed he had wrought in his homeland. He was among the beneficiaries of the previous regime. Reforms could wait until the world had regained a semblance of peace. Yet, such matters bore no relevance to him. Could the second personality truly have any connection to the one who traversed here? So, what is your next objective? Quite simple. Our target is this Flower City, reputed to be a nation upon the Red Earth continent. Once we traverse this path, we can directly reach the Four Seas, correct? You intend to journey to the Four Seas? Hee, no longer aspiring to be your beacon of justice? Kazan teased, gazing into the distance at the warships, preparing to depart. Justice cannot be achieved through a mere handful of deeds. It requires enduring perseverance. By the way, are you certain that my information is securely safeguarded, with no one else privy to it? Yes, I can assure you of that, except for my deputy. After all, he was the one who initially uncovered the news. Sudi. Oh. It's as if you said nothing. Your deputy isn't named Virgo, is he? Virgo? Indeed, he seems to be quite a promising junior. Do you know him? He is technically one of my subordinates, albeit in a vastly different capacity. If he remains unaware, then it poses no issue. Well, in any case, thank you very much. Sudi patted the cold shoulder of Akiji with a friendly demeanor. So what exactly is the matter with Virgo? Are you genuinely concerned about him? Would you like to hear the truth? As a gesture of friendship, I would require a devil fruit in return. This information is worth the price. Sudi's smile became even more amiable. Quite unexpected. Why do you presume I would possess such a reward? Never mind. Just help me conceal my identity. Not even Akainu. Akiji, Kizaru, Sengoku, or Garb should be informed. Understood, but why do you mention my name among those? In any case, Virgo is an undercover agent cultivated by a certain faction within the Navy, and he is undoubtedly a tool loyal to that faction. I sense he even has the potential to become a vice admiral or a candidate for admiral. A candidate for admiral? We three are still in our prime. We hardly need a substitute. Akiji furrowed his brow in inquiry. It's merely a matter of semantics. I believe he qualifies to compete for the position of admiral. In truth, I do not truly believe that. The only one who could endure being toyed with by law as shameful antics would be this fellow. In terms of strength, he likely is just a muddled fish among vice admirals. Rather, it would be more accurate to say he embodies the shame of hockey. Most abilities of the devil fruits can be resisted by hockey. Otherwise, how could law effortlessly slice through anyone? If such power truly existed, Doflamingo would have been eliminated long ago. Law, I bid you farewell. The rest is for you to discover. Hiki, I shall indeed intensify my scrutiny of him. Rest assured about your affairs, but I require you to agree to one request. Fear not, I fight solely for the justice that resides in my heart. Sudi radiated a sunny disposition, declaring, justice will prevail. Do not provoke the 7 warlords again. Otherwise, it will be exceedingly difficult for the world government to ignore you. The situation upon the seas is undergoing significant changes. New emperors have emerged. The New World will soon be swept by a wave of power reformation. Our Navy will also find itself in a precarious position. Regarding the first half, should any gaps arise due to the absence of the 7 warlords, we shall have no choice but to dispatch admirals to swiftly resolve the root of the issue. I am not jesting. Akiji left a note before him and then leapt from the ship. To him, the sea was merely a solid entity. Thus, walking upon the surface of the sea is a leisurely endeavor. How fortunate he is to be a Grand Admiral, always paying heed to my side. Almost leading me to believe he would come to apprehend me. However, my elusive specter has yet to make a move. The outcome remains uncertain. After the adversary departed, Perona emerged, vociferously expressing her sentiments. The others relaxed slightly, yet one individual wore a countenance of hesitation. What troubles him? He has sensed my restrained aura. Alas, it is truly regrettable. I am merely at the threshold of mastery, a mere novice in the realm of swordsmanship. Concealing my blade's intent entirely proves to be a formidable challenge. Nonetheless, it is of little consequence. I perceive this Grand Admiral not as a villain, but rather as a wholly earnest individual. As for how to engage with honest folk, you understand. We merely need to lead him astray to glean intelligence from the Navy. Sudi picked up a note from the table, an encoded number belonging to Akiji himself. Moreover, the version employed by the Admiral is entirely impervious to eavesdropping. What kinds of adventures shall this new era unveil? I am ignited with excitement. Sudi, in a rather flamboyant manner, stood at the bow of the ship, proclaiming loudly. In that moment, the crew found themselves enveloped in bewilderment and confusion. It is not as simple as it appears to traverse the seemingly placid seas. The doldrums, though not a solid barrier, are far more daunting than a mere wall. A sailing vessel, lacking robust propulsion and burdened by its vast size, cannot hope to traverse expanses of water devoid of wind. As for the myriad of sea kings, apologies, but they need not approach for a buffet. Crossing the initial segment of the Grand Line is not inherently difficult. It merely requires a fortnight's time. However, this is contingent upon navigating under the guidance of the log posts. Sudi, fortuitously, need not contend with the complexities of the sea. He only requires a fundamental understanding of the direction toward the Grand Line's starting point. Steering towards Reverse Mountain will suffice. Of course, throughout these days of sailing, Sudi has discerned numerous patterns, such as the waters devoid of islands are invariably fraught with peril. The cartographic formations of islands appear quite peculiar. suggesting they are challenging to confront. It is best to avoid such islands altogether. Should I reserve my blade for those in need? Sudi pondered as he handled the formidable autumn water blade. The blade bears little resemblance to the legendary dragon slayer. However, the intricate patterns adorning its surface, coupled with the subtly darkened edge, attest to its formidable strength. It slices through stone with effortless ease, as if the black blade itself could enhance the power of the armament. Yet, how could that be? Unless, perhaps, he had attempted such a feat. Though the captain often indulges in peculiar musings, he is, in truth, not entirely unpleasant. Looking at Shudi wielding the sword with deft precision, Golden Week found herself inspired and began to sketch. A smile crossed her face as she realized the significant progress made in training Uruki. After all, Uruki was of considerable age, making advancement increasingly challenging. Yet, obstacles can ultimately be surmounted through diligent effort. What cannot be overcome is termed despair. Chapter 53. The enigmatic flower island. The sea breeze tousled Shudi's golden locks. Had they arrived at their destination? He adjusted his hair slightly, though it did little to detract from his handsome visage. Ah, has the captain begun again? This was a daily occurrence. Miss Golden Week had just risen and was preparing to refresh herself on the deck. Mariano, you are no longer a child. It is time to embrace the habits of adulthood rather than engage in malicious criticism. Shudi, on this rare occasion, addressed Golden Week by her true name. Is that so? Like this? Mariana replied, arranging her chestnut hair and giving it a playful toss before neatly securing it with a hairpin, maintaining her classic twin braid. After all, other hairstyles would render her rather foolish, unlike Shudi, who exuded confidence in any style. Shall I assist you with your hair? Absolutely not. Upon hearing this, Golden Week promptly retreated to her morning routine, firmly believing that Shudi, an adult, would not treat her hair with the care it deserved. The new list of the 7 warlords had quietly emerged, featuring a pirate named Hisoka. His previous bounty seemed to be 200 million berries, a substantial sum in the first half of the Grand Line. After all, those supernova pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries were already enough to astonish the world. As for these pirates, there was little more to say. Shudi could confirm that he had no acquaintance with this individual. However, becoming a warlord typically necessitated maintaining a compliant relationship with the world government for some time. After all, one would not choose to create mischief during an internship. Shudi had even taken the time to investigate the news. Regrettably, he found that this pirate was not of the most nefarious sort. Perhaps the world government, to some extent, harbored concerns about excessively malevolent pirates ascending to the rank of warlord, given the rapid pace of regime change. This Hisoka is merely a war criminal from a certain nation. His notable deeds consist solely of causing chaos within a member state of the world government, nearly succeeding in a coup, and being a misfortunate soul. The substantial bounty on his head likely stems from the pressure exerted by member nations on the world government. Undoubtedly, his personal strength is sufficient to meet the minimum standards of the 7 warlords. If he did not meet such criteria, how could he hold such a title? The world government is probably reluctant to accept a rotation system for the 7 warlords, as that would render the position rather ill-fated. Hence, the mysterious figure who eliminated a warlord has now been formally named Pirate Hunter Roy. The world government has re-evaluated him as a villain threatening the equilibrium of the global order. To them, any powerful individual who has not allied with the Navy or the world government is deemed a rogue. Taking down a warlord is merely a trivial matter. Yet the world government does not regard Roy as a significant figure since he primarily battles pirates and has not assisted the insurgents, has he? Is it truly conceivable that someone would dine alone in their room? Upon hearing that Captain Cavendish typically eats by himself, Perona's curiosity piqued. She wondered what it would be like for Yudi to dine alone. Would he transform into a gigantic, grotesque creature? Would he appear utterly unappealing? Would he have a minuscule appetite, rendering him ridiculous? Upon entering Yudi's exclusive dining chamber, she discovered him quietly enjoying breakfast while perusing an adventure storybook. Oh, ghostly woman? What brings you here? Yudi inquired with a bemused smile. Nothing much, just came to see. So, why are you dining alone? Naturally, as a young master. It is only normal for me to eat by myself. After all, this dining room was designed solely for my personal use. It would be a waste not to utilize it, Yudi nonchalantly responded. Humph, how pretentious, she retorted, visibly displeased, before floating away. After all, she had entered in her spirit form. But this left Brooke, who had been eavesdropping at the entrance, in a predicament. Hey, did you notice us? This is not good. Yudi sighed in exasperation. You lot, it is merely a meal. What is there to be so secretive about? Is it really necessary? However, since you have violated the rules, logically, I should punish you by forbidding dinner. That seems rather cruel. I'm only 10. Not eating isn't a big deal. Haha, after all, I still need to maintain my figure, Valentine smiled. Then, she noticed the hostile expressions of the two watching her. How cunning, even though I am a skeleton. Not eating is of no consequence. What despicable women. Yudi calmly remarked before seizing a massive meat shank from the table and beginning to gnaw on it. Utterly devoid of decorum. Oh, so this is your reason for dining alone? During the Golden Week, a sudden realization dawned upon me. Ah. It is because I desire to indulge in solitary pleasures. Moreover, the roses, too, are a delight solely for my enjoyment. After finishing breakfast, they confirmed their arrival at the first island on their return journey. Surprisingly, without adhering to the navigational markers, they managed to reach one island after another. Indeed, the sea is transformed. The navigator wore a dejected expression, which prompted a smile from Su Di. The sea has not changed, yet upon reaching the East China Sea, the navigator aboard the vessel is destined to undergo a transformation. The vastness of the ocean makes it entirely plausible to encounter islands sharing the same name. At the very least, their translations remain identical. This place is referred to as Flower Island, renowned for its abundant blooms. However, Shidi's maritime vessel has not ventured here merely for the purpose of purchasing flowers, but rather to replenish various supplies on board. Oh, is it true, sis, that such a wine exists here? The genuine nectar wine must be exquisite. That being said, Your Highness, should you wish to sample this, there is no need to seek my counsel. Sis appeared rather helpless. Why does it still resemble a child? In that case, I shall not hold back. Su Di, with an expression of eager anticipation, purchased several barrels to bring aboard. Naturally, the crew, intrigued by the offerings, would also use their wages to acquire some. Su Di would not hinder their interests as long as the basic rules were observed. Indeed, this rose wine is quite delectable. Perona gestured with an approving sign towards Miss Golden Week, who was peeking from a distance. I had no intention of drinking, of course. Her primary focus remained on the assortment of snacks. It is only natural to occasionally purchase beverages needed while snacking. There is simply no helping it. The roses have become the most challenging plant to sustain aboard Su Di's ship. After all, they are exceedingly delicious. The main crew members have developed a fondness for the enchanting fragrance of the roses, particularly the flavor released during consumption. This place is known as Flower Island, which naturally harbors the renowned rose, a flower of great repute. In fact, on one of the peaks of the island, a vast field of roses flourishes. Chapter 54, The Era of Cowardly Pirates. Report to the Admiral, we have apprehended the traitors within the Navy. In total, 3 captains and 1 lieutenant have been captured. Reported a Navy soldier with a salute. Well done. It is truly unexpected that during the incident in Utica, there were indeed scoundrels among our ranks aiding the enemy. Such individuals must be subjected to severe punishment, with a direct execution order. Akiji stated expressionlessly. His presence here was solely to address this matter. He held little interest in the royal succession of Utica, despite the likelihood of a new internal conflict arising in a nation that had just undergone transformation. They could no longer intervene at will, as they were not the guardians of this country. Such actions could entangle them in trouble. Indeed. Being part of the Navy is no easy task. Speaking of which, the individual they encountered aboard Roy's ship might very well be an idealist whose aspirations remain unfulfilled. How unfortunate it is that differing positions necessitate some individuals to bear the burdens of justice. Akiji's musings went unchallenged by his first mate, who dared not speak a word. Nonetheless, Akiji's charisma was undeniably potent. His demeanor, which prioritized the welfare of the populace, captivated all. Truly, he is the esteemed Admiral Akiji. What reliability he embodies. By the way, do you think you can finish all these snacks you've purchased? Su Di inquired with curiosity. Considering that each of them was holding an average of 50 pounds of provisions. Naturally, during the Golden Week, even the children merely dragged aboard a hefty bag of 10 pounds of snacks. Our voyage must continue, so let us not be disheartened, Su Di encouraged. Casually nibbling on a petal of a rose. Sweet and fragrant, the flower delighted his senses. Let us decisively set our next destination as Hilia. Yes, the distance is indeed convenient. Su Di had already mapped a route leading directly to Sunshine Avenue in his quarters. The reason they had been able to sail so swiftly was due to their rather peculiar course, gliding through the cloud sea above. The greatest advantage of this was that no weather could impede their journey. However, on the Grand Line, one could occasionally encounter whirlpools. Most of the time, these phenomena were detectable by the naked eye, and even slight signs prompted the fleet to alter their course. No matter how skilled one is, the threat of a tsunami remains ever present. Pirates are approaching. The Bellin pirate crew has landed. Just as Su Di and the others prepared to set sail, they heard exclamations from the shore. Typically, these pirates would not directly raid a commercially prosperous area, as such places often fell within the dominion of powerful factions. Weaker pirates might find themselves vanquished by the wrath of others. However, the Bellin pirate crew, who had not initially intended to act, merely displayed their flag and fortuitously crossed paths with their ship. In a sense, their luck was quite remarkable. Ha ha ha, we nearly missed our voyage. Perona chuckled. Enough chatter. Who will take on the task of dealing with them? The sign-up begins. Su Di had never heard of this individual. Yet he indeed bore a skull pirate flag. He was prepared to delegate the authority to engage to his subordinates, as his own intervention would conclude the encounter far too swiftly. Allow me to take the lead. Although these individuals are merely ordinary pirates, they are unlikely to be virtuous. Hiki, allow me to handle them. Amitba. With a resonant chant, Alki descended from the ship towards their landing point. No need to rush. Let the bullets fly for a moment. Su Di calmly observed the rough sketch he had drawn. He had annotated essential maritime considerations between various short-range routes and recorded specific islands, striving to pursue the most direct course to the destination, the inverted mountain. To locate the legendary physician of the Pirate King and simply inviting him without delivering a beating would be a feat in itself. Were it not for the multitude behind him, Su Di would undoubtedly have given a sound thrashing to one of the initiators of this pirate era. The title of Pirate King has never been an accolade, yet pirates have always relished the pejorative connotations. Boom. Shortly thereafter, commotion arose from the pirate ship nearby, and it sank entirely. Numerous pirates were cast into the sea, while some were directly eliminated. The voyage continued. The pirates that encountered their ship were indeed unfortunate. They had no chance of escape, even upon the water. A mere smile could manipulate gravity, rendering their vessel agonizingly slow. Pursuing them required little effort, and confronting them was effortless. After all, this was the first half of the Grand Line, where most pirates were mere fodder. Those who were not could easily be disowned. Are you also studying nautical charts? Perona approached, gazing curiously at Su Di's chaotic vortex-like route map. Of course, it was straightforward. First, we visit this island. Then that one, essentially following this pattern. Anyone could decipher it. Hey, no one can possibly comprehend such a chart. The Grand Line is already challenging enough to navigate, requiring a recorded compass for direction. How could you ever hope to clarify the island routes designed in this manner? Moreover, many of the island routes are not even on a single Grand Line. How could one possibly find clarity? Hiki, if I can find it, and you cannot. Spare us your sardonic remarks. Su Di playfully flicked her forehead. Insolent wretch. If you navigate with such reckless routes, we may all perish from starvation upon the ocean. Perona retorted, though now she hesitated to unleash her negative spirits, as their efficacy against Su Di seemed to diminish. In truth, Su Di's method of resistance was not overly complex. Before the negative energy could envelop him entirely, he would affirm himself with repetitive affirmations. I am undoubtedly the most handsome. I am certainly the most capable. I am absolutely the best. This was essentially it. The continuous repetition of self-affirmation, though initially false, soon felt almost genuine. Typically, one would encounter the next island within 3 days. Thus, if our journey exceeds this time frame, we may change our course. After all, the lives of my crew are my utmost priority. Su Di nodded and remarked, well, it's evident that you would say such things only because you were on the ship yourself. Perona picked up the candied rose petals from his desk and sampled them. They were quite sweet, yet she had no genuine fondness for them. Rather, she relished the sense of accomplishment that came from pilfering someone else's belongings. Do not use your sugar-coated hands to touch the bear. No matter how pristine the toy bear, it cannot withstand your relentless degradation, Su Di calmly admonished. Perona's expression shifted to one of embarrassment and displeasure. Mind your own business. After returning to her room, she proceeded to give Kamadi a thorough wash. Chapter 55. Who says novices can only speak one language? An unexpected incident occurred during the voyage. Specifically, it was the navigator's fault, as he could not accurately foresee the impending storm. Consequently, the entire ship was swept into its clutches. While a smile could ensure the vessel did not capsize, it could do little more than that. He could not exert himself fully, for doing so would only hasten the ship's demise. Starboard rudder. Lower the sails. Navigating through a storm with sails unfurled was akin to courting death. The likelihood of being engulfed by the relentless waves was exceedingly high. In such dire circumstances, even formidable combat prowess was rendered futile, serving only to ensure survival against the odds. Sudi was drenched to the skin. It must be said that their ship's fortune was quite remarkable. Not every vessel encounters 2 storms within a month. After all, even the Grand Line is merely the initial segment of a nurturing expanse. While the natural climate could be fearsome, it was not wholly terrifying. They could still evade the majority of peril. This, of course, was also attributable to the course that Sudi had charted. Most of the time, they sailed in a straight line, occasionally skirting the edges of several natural storm zones. Yet, within these vast storm-prone areas, they had not encountered any tempest. How curious that they should find themselves in peril in this tranquil maritime region. This is unfortunate. Our hull has sustained significant damage. We shall need repairs at the next island, reported Zeiss. At this moment, they had yet to completely extricate themselves from the storm's domain. The voyage is so terrifying. Perona exclaimed, nearly in tears as she clutched the support beam within the cabin. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the seas of the Grand Line are not so simple. Yet she mused, I recall sailing on a small vessel before, and I did not encounter such a formidable storm. Miss Valentine's Day smiled. Quit your rambling. The waters you are in are supposed to be quite peaceful. Alabasta is not even part of the storm zone, Perona retorted. Meanwhile, Miss Golden Week quietly indulged in snacks while perusing a book. After all, if the storm was mild, they would emerge unscathed. If it was truly fierce, there was no need for them to struggle. An entirely harmonious and positively escapist outlook, an absolute philosophy of going with the flow. Phew, we have finally navigated through this dilemma. The power of the currents is beginning to wane. A smile adorned Sudi's sweat-drenched brow. After all, what he seeks to stabilize is an entire vessel. Sudi is also responsible for the navigation of several ships. To prevent the crew from being swept away by the waves, they are all tethered to a vital safety line. Speaking of which, after the second handling, he has gained considerable experience, Sudi remarked with a frown. He had sensed the change in humidity even before the storm, but when he consulted the navigator, he was assured that no storm would occur here. And now, navigator? I implore you to provide me with a reasonable explanation. Your Highness, the weather on the Grand Line is inherently unpredictable, even for the most skilled navigators. It is impossible to foresee every storm's precise location. But for ordinary vessels, perhaps they would have already met their demise beneath the waves. Sudi responded coldly, his disdain for the navigator now quite evident. As they drew closer to the starting point of the Grand Line, the weather appeared increasingly harmonious, a consensus among all. Their ship had initially been set to sail halfway through the first segment of the route. Now, however, they must turn back to find a nearby island for repairs. Otherwise, this vessel may struggle to continue its voyage. It is even worse than Luffy's ship, yet not as tragic, for at least the mast remains intact, and the sails are furled securely. Sudi roamed the deck, observing the situation. Yet, water had seeped in everywhere, soaking the cherished paper berries once more. Fortunately, this time the loss was considerably less, as he had converted a significant amount of berries following the previous catastrophic loss of 10 million. Additionally, due to adjustments in the ship's dietary provisions, their food supplies were well protected, ensuring they need not subsist solely on hardtack during these days. Aside from the forthcoming voyage being somewhat slower, there were no other concerns. Alas, they could have reached Reverse Mountain swiftly. A half-day of turning back should have brought them to the destination Sudi meticulously examined on the world map. This place looks promising. Here it is. The location he had chosen bears a resemblance, in a certain sense, to Luffy's route, the legendary Water 7, a must-visit destination for the deities of the sea each year. The shipbuilding techniques here essentially represent a certain pinnacle. Although the boasting is rather grandiose, Sudi does not find it particularly exaggerated. After all, this is only the first half. The New World evidently possesses many remarkable and dazzling skills. Here, they are likely just more renowned. When Tom was still around, perhaps it could have been different. But now, it is better to rely on Chopper's swimming abilities, of course, not in the cooking pot. Modifying my ship is also a possibility. After all, its current appearance is far too classical. Moreover, this emblem of the white horse must undoubtedly be altered. Sudi banged on the enormous white horse graphic at the bow of the ship, expressing his disdain. Next to him, Faraluma's expression fell, looking quite aggrieved. Why dismantle such a lovely white horse? Who would have thought you were such an unfortunate ship? Perona remarked. To encounter 2 storms within a month, each more ferocious than the last. Truly pitiful. She was quite frightened, for the terrifying 3-masted ship, with its substantial hull area, should not be easily overturned by the waves. which made her not particularly fearful of sailing. However, Sudi's vessel, though also a large sailing ship, appeared exceedingly fragile against such storms, swaying amid the tumultuous waves. Inside the cabin, it rocked left and right, as if it might capsize at any moment. Don't worry, you'll get used to it in time. The ship isn't swaying now. The sky is clear and the sea is vast, looking quite pleasant. Yet, this was merely the aftermath of their recent tempest. I must admit. The previous rocking made me feel a bit nauseous, Miss Valentine's Day whispered. The others fell silent upon hearing this. Many of them were seasoned sailors, having encountered numerous scenarios. Yet they had never experienced the phenomenon of facing two major storms within a month. Moses? Sudi made a call to the news department. It was not to publish anything regarding how a fleet should respond to consecutive large storms, but rather, this is the World News Department. How may I assist you? Oh, nothing much, just a collaboration I wish to discuss. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the fallen prince of the Brukoa Kingdom. Alas, after being exiled from the royal family, I find myself in the Grand Line, yearning yet unable to reclaim my former status. Now, I urgently need some significant news to highlight my existence. Brukoa? Are you Prince Cavendish? Ahem, please do not say that. I am merely a fallen prince who desires the headlines to once again shine upon me. To be precise, I have already been stripped of my princely title. Although I am no longer a prince, leveraging my looks and former identity for some positive publicity to improve the world's perception of me is indeed a necessary strategy. It is imperative to showcase the distinction between myself, this noble scion, and the notorious pirate hunter Roy, who champions justice. This is indeed the correct choice for achieving a perfect division of identity. Of course, it is hardly remarkable. What is division, after all? What he must accomplish is a mutual utilization. Lord Cavendish, I wonder what kind of image you wish to cultivate? Let us first feature a headline about the Great Sea Route. It shall announce the arrival of Prince Cavendish in the city of Seven Waters, solely for the purpose of repairing ships and attending to her. Naturally, I would appreciate it if my photograph could be prominently displayed in the largest section of the headline. But the previous news, we are not quite ready to conclude that yet. However, since you are the prince of the bourgeoisie, it would be rather inappropriate to release news without your consent. Not to worry, using my photograph is absolutely fine, Sudi replied without hesitation. After all, exceptional individuals are remarkable wherever they may be. His talents cannot be concealed, much like his appearance. Well then, thank you. I trust your newspaper will sell exceedingly well. May I inquire how much you require for the news endorsement? I will liaise with our editorial chief. As for expectations, let us set that aside. Consider it a favor. Just refrain from publishing too much of my unfavorable information for now. This is a crucial moment for shaping my image. Rest assured, we shall pay close attention to this matter. The representatives from the news agency quickly clarified the image-building project with Sudi. Naturally, they were eager for sensational headlines. And Sudi was pleased to expand his influence without much hassle. At the very least, it is essential to attain some level of global recognition. Chapter 56. The astute have already understood after a half-day of relatively tranquil sailing. Sudi and his companions finally arrived at their destination, the city of Seven Waters. This city truly embodies a sense of beauty, with its layered buildings resembling mountains, bestowing a distinct sense of antiquity upon the entire urban landscape. It is indeed delightful here during the Golden Week. Would you be so kind as to create a painting for me? Miss Valentine's cheekily approached Golden Week with her inquiries, leaving the child somewhat unsettled. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have captured every navigational location on canvas. However, Captain, might I procure a waterproof case? The art supplies cannot be safeguarded in such weather. They are prone to being drenched by seawater at any moment. These items are undeniably essential. Understood. Are you planning to purchase them yourself, or would you prefer company? Sudi rose and gazed at the city of Seven Waters, inquiring languidly. He had been preoccupied, primarily due to exhaustion. Even after a brief respite, he struggled to muster energy. Prince Cavendish, our reporters are awaiting your interview at the entrance of the city of Seven Waters, relayed to headquarters of the newspaper. There was little to argue. The request was entirely reasonable. However, the duration of the interview would necessitate significant reduction. Otherwise, excessive dialogue would hinder the establishment of a persona. Naturally, the crew aboard his vessel could not appear too prominently. It would be more fitting for the child, Golden Week, to serve as a mere backdrop, devoid of any past indiscretions. As for identity, let us consider her as his sister. After all, that aligns closely with the intended narrative. Greetings, I am Mata Brown. Mr. Cavendish. Sudi and his companions encountered the newspaper correspondent upon approaching the checkpoint. The individual appeared unremarkable, yet their eyes sparkled with an insatiable yearning for headlines. Is there something you require? Or perhaps you wish to conduct an interview? Cavendish maintained a smile, with Miss Goldenweek quietly munching on potato chips by his side. Oh, indeed, we have numerous questions, should you be available. My time is limited. I can entertain 5 inquiries, he replied. Very well. May I ask what brings you to the city of 7 waters? It has come to light that you have been wandering the seas following your exile from the kingdom. This was indeed accurate, and Sudi found no reason to evade the truth. He brushed his hair back slightly. My arrival in the city of 7 waters is primarily due to repairs needed for my vessels, as my fleet recently encountered a minor storm and managed to escape. Many parts of the ship sustained damage. Then, may I inquire about your thoughts on the sea or pirates? After all, you were once a prince. As for the sea, I hold a considerable fondness for it. It serves as a haven of freedom for people, a stage upon which adventures and dreams are pursued. Regarding pirates, those nefarious ruffians who only bring destruction are individuals I have always abhorred. Alas, were it not for my sensitive position, I would have aspired to join the Navy. After all, justice resides in the hearts of all individuals, save for those who perpetrate violence. Sudi's remarks prompted a journalist to exclaim in admiration of his professionalism. Nearby, an onlooker, the renowned Granny Coco, displayed great interest in the interview, attentively listening from the dock beside the ship, a bottle of wine in hand. Granny, why would this dashing young man agree to an interview? A child, no older than 6, inquired from behind her. Does Timmy fancy such young fellows? Granny Coco chuckled. Indeed, I quite like him. However, I have a greater fondness for rice crackers. She tossed one into her mouth, savoring the crispness. Unbeknownst to them, Prince Cavendish was being queried about any prior engagements with noble families, a matter of great curiosity for many. The journalist began with direct questions. How does a handsome man capture the headlines? Naturally, it is through their gossip. Men merely skim through newspapers for trending topics, while women delve deeper into intriguing tidbits. In the world of pirates, the social status of women is not low in most nations. They too have opportunities to become formidable. However, such aspirations require rigorous training. Regarding this issue, Sudi calmly responded that there were currently no engagements. He found these questions unremarkable, as he treated all standard news inquiries with earnestness. I never expected someone as exceptional as you to still be single. The journalist adjusted the camera buck. May I inquire about your ideal type of girl? Oh, this question? May I choose to decline answering? Sudi expressed a hint of hesitation. However, the journalist quickly offered him the microphone. Ahem, I actually prefer girls who are gentle. Of course, while a king might have multiple wives, I would choose but one partner, for that is what I seek in love. I yearn for meaningful affection. Respecting one's partner purifies and beautifies love, Sudi expressed modestly. Gentle girls? Isn't that rather obvious? Who would prefer a tempestuous girlfriend, save for a masochist? One can be silly, humorous, or even absent-minded, but gentleness, alongside beauty, is essential. His hopes were refreshingly simple. The term gentle is, however, exceedingly broad. Suddenly, laughter and song echoed from within the ship's cabin. Sudi glanced back as Goldenweek hurried over to close the cabin door, ensuring no noise would disrupt the interview. Of course, Mr. Cavendish, we have one final question for you. May we proceed? Sudi raised his hands with a smile, inquiring. Might I ask whether your expulsion from the kingdom of Burjua is permanent or temporary? Upon hearing this, Sudi furrowed his brow slightly. This question necessitated a careful response. If he claimed it to be permanent, he risked losing his identity should an opportunity for return arise in the future. Conversely, asserting it to be temporary at this juncture posed its own challenges, especially if someone were to press for an explanation. He was uncertain whether there were other princes competing for the throne back in his homeland. Well, it is indeed temporary, he replied. The reason for my unpopularity within the kingdom stems from my lack of a family. If I were to find a partner, I believe my nation might be more inclined to accept someone bearing such a stigma. Chapter 57. Frankie and the Blueprint. I sincerely appreciate your willingness to participate in our interview. The journalist smiled as he took his leave. Sudi and his companions felt a measure of relief. They turned to the elderly Coco Luo, who was at the checkpoint. Greetings, dear lady. Might I inquire if this waterway leads to the city of 7 waters? Ah, no, that is not possible, Coco Luo replied with a smile. Why is that? Because only small sailing vessels can navigate this route. You see, the water level at the harbor is simply too shallow to accommodate larger ships. They would run aground there. Is that so? However, I have heard that the waters here are quite deep. Unfortunately, that is not the case, for the shoreline is cluttered with remnants of ancient structures. Each year, the unique water deities of the City of Seven Waters cause the entire city to sink deeper into the ocean, despite her rustic manner of speaking. Coco Luo provided a comprehensive explanation. Sudi listened attentively, absorbing her wisdom. "Oh, is this little one your granddaughter?" Sudi asked, glancing at the young girl beside her. "Indeed, brother. My name is Timney. I am an excellent swimmer." Though she was not yet 10 years old, her earnest expression was both serious and adorably naive. "Ah, I believe you. If this kind lady is a merfolk, then your swimming prowess as her descendant is indeed impressive," Sudi remarked, gently ruffling her braid. She beamed with delight at his gesture. Hey, hurry up. Let us go, Cabbage." Perona called impatiently from the boat. Meanwhile, Golden Week sat glumly to the side, watching Sudi. "Understood." Honestly, Sudi sighed. "Well then, I shall take my leave." With a wave, he hopped onto the boat and made his way to an area designated for larger vessels. In this direction, numerous vessels abound, yet a considerable distance separates them from the City of Seven Waters. Nevertheless, they are still capable of locating the indigenous inhabitants of that realm. A portion of the crew remained behind to tend to the ship, while Sudi, accompanied by several others, chartered a seahorse vessel, which might also be referred to as a blue ship. The crew members journeying to the City of Seven Waters do so in an orderly fashion, adhering to the sequence of their departure. Typically, after a certain interval, the crew is afforded time to rest aboard the ship. This time, Yixiao, serving as the watchman, took a moment to rest aboard the ship. Among those disembarking, including Urki and other high-ranking officials whose names could be recalled, there was a collective desire to witness the splendor of the Seven Water City, the largest shipyard along the first half of the Grand Line. "Let it be stated clearly that the shipwrights we require must appear to be trustworthy," Sudi remarked to his companion, Shisi. "Understood, Your Highness. I shall assist you in analysis from the sidelines." "No, it is not assistance in analysis that I seek, but rather a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. Although, aside from the few agents of CP9, it is indeed challenging to identify any other issues within the Seven Water City. Here, there exists no king. Only a newly appointed mayor, an individual named Iceberg, who is perhaps even more renowned than Tom. Ah, the streets here are lined with water. Is it seawater or river water?" Miss Valentine's curious gaze turned towards the flowing waters of the city. "Why not venture down and discover?" Sudi suggested, prompting an immediate silence from Valentine. "Is this how one engages in conversation?" With an effortless remark, he rendered the atmosphere suddenly subdued. They did not squander much time wandering the streets. Upon renting a boat, the locals bestowed upon them a map. Following the marked locations of various establishments, Sudi managed to locate the shipyard. Naturally, a place capable of constructing vessels would also find repairing them a trivial task. He intended to seek out a few seemingly honest shipwrights. He observed a shipwright with a scarf tied around his forehead, indulging in drink during work hours, and another with a square, elongated nose, who appeared quite earnest, albeit still unfit for the task. "Greetings. Are you gentlemen here to purchase a ship?" Someone noticed them and approached to converse. Sudi remained silent, while his companion, Shisi, took the initiative to respond. "We are in search of individuals capable of repairing vessels. Is this a service you provide?" "Ah, indeed, that is our specialty." "May I inquire as to where your ship is currently docked?" "It is temporarily stationed at the reception station outside the City of Seven Waters, as it is a large sailing vessel and cannot enter here." "Ah, should you wish to leave the city, there may be an additional charge. That is not an issue. We shall not skimp on payment, as long as we are satisfied. Please hold on. We must first dispatch a few shipwrights to inspect the vessel." The man called out, "Hey, who among you is unoccupied? Come here and assist with the inspection of a large sailing ship." "I'll do it," exclaimed a rather flamboyant individual. "Honestly, jobs leaving the city surely pay well. I have been busy and am now out of funds. It is time to get to work." The blond fellow swaggered over. "Greetings. Wealthy gentlemen, let us proceed to your ship. Rest assured, I am the finest shipwright. My skills surpass those of 10 men. Barley, cease your boasting. Aren't you merely involved in gambling and usury? How absurd. Do you genuinely believe your skills are exceptional?" The majority of shipwrights responded with derision, though it was all in good humor, lacking malice. "It seems your reputation is rather poor," Sudi remarked with an unchanged expression. "Let us find another shipwright. I have little patience for those who appear disinclined to adhere to rules." "Hey now, that sort of talk is rather unamusing," Barley protested. "My time is valuable." You owe me for the minutes you have wasted. Sudi completely disregarded him. Never mind, my apologies, esteemed guest. This fellow is rather audacious. Nonetheless, his skills are commendable. Of course, if you find yourself dissatisfied, our Carrera company can certainly dispatch another shipwright. Furthermore, for larger vessels, substantial damage may necessitate a more extensive repair endeavor. The receptionist spoke with utmost politeness, as they were certainly not a seaside eatery in the East China Sea that treats patrons with disdain. Profit, after all, is paramount. Provided you make the necessary arrangements, I am willing to offer this sum. At this point, Sudi began to speak earnestly, extending 2 fingers. What? 2 million? The shipwright. Barley frowned in disbelief. No, it is 200 million, Sudi replied calmly. Naturally, should you fail to meet my expectations, the deductions could be considerable. Rest assured. I will make the necessary arrangements for you. Chapter 58. The expertise of ship repair is inferior to direct purchase. I must admit, I harbor some reservations about someone like you. Therefore, please expedite the process of finding me another individual, Sudi stated before turning to leave. He certainly had no intention of genuinely offering 200 million. It was merely an exaggerated embellishment, and satisfying him would not be a simple task. We've struck gold here. Just by observing their attire, it's evident they belong to the aristocracy. They must be quite affluent. In due course, if we invest a little more in materials, extracting a few tens of millions should be a breeze, Barley exclaimed, excited as he watched Sudi and the others wait outside. Barley, they certainly haven't prepared for you to be a shipwright. Even if you were given several hundred million, it wouldn't prevent you from indulging in food and gambling, someone remarked. Just wait and see. Barley pretended to change into a different coat and donned a hat, pulling the brim low, truly resembling a respectable individual. Esteemed guest, your shipwright is that fellow from earlier. A shipwright deliberately raised his voice, startling Barley. If you aren't making money, don't obstruct my path. It wouldn't be proper for me to go alone. How about this, Kaku? Since you're also learning shipbuilding techniques, accompany me on board for a first-hand experience. Kaku felt a bit awkward, for some reason. He sensed that the young master had glanced his way just moments ago, whether it was due to his prominent nose or some other reason. He didn't dismiss the invitation, as he was still in the learning phase. Gaining more knowledge about ship repair could only be beneficial for concealing his undercover identity. Sudi, overhearing their conversation from a distance, chose not to interject further and led the shipwrights to the harbor. Goodness, what kind of storm has your ship endured? Barley began to examine it meticulously, knocking and probing here and there. He even submerged himself to inspect the condition of the keel beneath the water. The prognosis was grim. So what do you think? How much do you believe it would cost to repair? With a mischievous grin, Barry turned to Kaku and inquired, perhaps around 10 million. Give or take. No, it should be 100 million. He chuckled. Such a grand sailing vessel cannot be merely assessed by a simplistic price. Is that so? However, if the premium is excessive, the other party will surely notice, Kaku sighed resignedly. I advise you not to meddle too much. Spare me the chatter and follow my lead. Barry said, adopting a serious demeanor as he approached Sudi. Boss, I sincerely apologize, but your ship, well, it will likely require about 100 million for repairs. Is that acceptable? Yes, indeed. Sudi responded. I can't hear you quite clearly at this proximity. However, I have no time to argue. Just stabilize the repairs and avoid causing further damage. I might offer a small tip. Of course, you do not deserve that 200 million price tag. That is indeed a valid point, Barry replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. Bargaining is not daunting. What is truly frightening is when the other party hears your bottom line, making it nearly impossible to earn any extra profit. Nevertheless, business must go on. The White Horse of Dreaming Forest had a slightly damaged bow, while the right rear side of the vessel bore a significant dent caused by the crashing waves. It is worth noting that this ship was constructed of wood. The force of the waves had clearly been formidable. Alas, this is not an enviable task. While there are no major structural issues at hand, every strike could inflict severe damage, Barry candidly admitted. Yet, Sudi remained somewhat skeptical of him. Beside him, Cece inquired of the seemingly honest Kaku. Indeed, the estimated repair costs are around 20 million berries. That is a price worth contemplating. Of course. It depends on how you proceed with the repairs, Sudi calmly stated. Since repairs were necessary, most of the crew would need to disembark for a few days of rest. Kaku mentioned the estimated time frame for repairs would be at least 3 days, up to a week at most. They could afford to wait. as most would remain on the ship during this period. The reason? His hearing was exceptionally acute, allowing him to safeguard the ship's supplies, primarily its valuables. Most others had the opportunity to leisurely explore the island for a few days. Chinyu was enjoying his time in Water City, even inviting the ship's chef to purchase a bag of the legendary salt produced by the deities of water. This sea salt is inherently edible, suitable for culinary use without any further refinement. The chef is utterly astonished by the exquisite flavor of this fresh sea salt. However, for reasons unknown, this particular salt seems to lack recognition elsewhere, perhaps due to its annual production being exceedingly limited. Moreover, it is primarily gathered by locals for their own household use. What a hassle. Today, I crave fried rice. Sudi smiled at the chef. Of course, that's no problem. However, I implore you to have confidence in your culinary skills. After all, the ability to create dishes that bring joy is a commendable achievement in itself, regardless of one's status or the nature of the food being savored. The essence of the food will never betray one's expectations. Your Highness speaks wisely. Please hold on. I shall attend to it immediately. The chef hurriedly departed, as if enlightened by Sudi's words. Yet, Sudi merely found himself weary of Western cuisine and yearned for the simplicity of fried rice to savor its taste. Surely, a fried rice dish favored even by someone of Sanji's caliber would not disappoint. Slurping, if it weren't for having seen it in an anime. I wouldn't have specifically requested fried rice. The other crew members, of course, sought out various eateries for their meals. Sudi assured them that their meals for the coming days would be reimbursed, which undoubtedly lifted their spirits. While there was no limit on their spending, no one deliberately sought out high-end dining establishments. That would simply be inviting trouble with the owner. Ah, how fragrant. Some individuals, drawn by the aroma, drifted over. Hey, why are you indulging alone? Do I need to notify you when I eat? Sudi inquired with a furrowed brow. He had yet to touch his bowl of fried rice. How selfish this fried rice is. Why does it smell so delightful? Perona descended and reached out to touch the bowl. In her ghostly form, Shudi had not taken her seriously. However, the bowl was snatched away as she truly floated over. Shudi barely registered it. Can you fly now? Or is it your ghostly form? But Perona had already begun to eat from the bowl. Sorry, I brought my own chopsticks. What are you talking about, you fool? Of course, I came in my true form. She was momentarily bewildered. But the true form is corporeal. It cannot transform into a state immune to physicality like a ghost. Although ghosts can possess some tangible contact, it is evident that they cannot consume food. Oh no, this could be bad. No, this may not be a bad thing, Shudi remarked calmly as he held his chopsticks. Chapter 59. How does the fried rice taste? Shudi inquired nonchalantly, serving himself another bowl. After all, one does not simply have a single bowl when cooking. Hence, this was why he did not fuss with Perona. It's delicious. How did you make it? How could I possibly cook myself? This was made by my chef, but who prepared it is not important. What matters is the essence of this fried rice. Is it the eggs? Wait, could it be ostrich eggs? Seagull eggs? Perona's eyes widened in astonishment. Not at all. It's merely due to a particularly delectable sea salt. We can't procure much, so this is your last meal with it. From now on, the sea salt is my exclusive supply, Shudi chuckled, mixing in a piece of beef into his fried rice. How selfish. Why does your bowl have meat? Perona leaned in, only to be ruthlessly pushed away by Shudi. That's because I was idle. Well, I simply instructed the chef to specially sear a steak for me. It's quite normal to have it mixed with rice. Shudi smiled. Despicable. I shall have the chef assist me as well, as long as I don't agree. He won't help you. Impertinent. Perona called out again, glancing at the pieces of beef in Shudi's bowl, suddenly realizing something. She swiftly departed, only to return after a while. I found all the remaining beef. Didn't you say you didn't like meat? Moreover, as a lady, consuming too much meat will lead to being mercilessly overtaken by protein. That will envelop your entire body, becoming one of the new world's 4 emperors. 4 emperors? What does that mean? I'm complimenting you. You are the future Big Mom. How could eating a few pieces of meat possibly make one gain weight? I've never gained weight despite my eating habits since childhood. The aroma of fried rice wafted through the air, captivating the attention of numerous laborers at work. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our meal, Barry called out from the back of the crowd. He promptly shifted his position and exclaimed, Oh dear. I haven't eaten all day. I've been toiling from dawn until dusk. Given the magnitude of the shipbuilding project, it was clear that Barry could not shoulder the entire workload alone. Thus, approximately 7 shipyard workers were busily engaged in their tasks. Fear not. For this feast was prepared especially for you. Su Di smiled. I even instructed the chef to simmer a large pot filled to the brim. Now that we have reached our break, let us all gather to enjoy our meal. His calm demeanor stemmed from the fact that he had anticipated this moment. One could hardly expect him to dine alone while overseeing the work. If the shipbuilders became discontented, it might lead to unforeseen complications and a lack of diligence in their labor. However, Su Di did not fully grasp the mindset of the common folk in the realm of piracy. They were unlikely to impose upon their employer, who tended to their needs. Instead, they would simply consume their own provisions during breaks. It was quite customary for construction sites not to provide meals. This is precisely what Shudi has prepared. Conversely, it will render their labor quite comfortable, significantly enhancing the overall enthusiasm. The delectable amu. As Perona joyfully indulged, she noticed the Golden Week also boarding the ship. Hiki, the boss is generous, Barry exclaimed, only to be beckoned aside by Shudi. As I previously mentioned, is there any issue with assisting in the transformation of a larger cabin? Absolutely no problem. However, it cannot be situated in the lower cabins. It must be positioned a bit higher, as the layout of the lower space is quite challenging to alter. That's not an issue, came the reply. Golden Week sat on a small chair by the ship's edge, enjoying his meal while admiring the distant scenery of the Seven Water City. Planning to sketch after finishing his meal. Hey, Cavendish, shouldn't we be departing soon? We've been repairing for 3 days. Perona approached with her inquiry. Regrettably, if further modifications are required, it will extend to 5 days, meaning we need an additional 2 days. This was all prearranged based on our estimations, Barry responded casually. Foolish shipwright, it has already been repaired excellently. There are no issues at all. Perona pointed at the now tidy deck. Hiki, dear child. I have no time to converse with you. The ghost casually floated past Barry. Apologies, but if possible, I would rather transform into seaweed and be consumed by fish. The appearance is intact, yet a waterproof coating is currently being laid. Our vessel is indeed prone to storms, necessitating waterproofing measures. Fortunately, the mast is sturdy and will not collapse easily. Of course, it is prudent to remove the ship's bow decoration and affix a permanent decommissioning label. Shudi calmly reiterated. Haha. I find it rather attractive, Barry remarked, glancing at the bow shaped like a white horse, unable to restrain his laughter. Perona, Shudi waved indifferently. Haha. I am only worthy of being an eel, served as eel rice on people's tables. Woman, what peculiar ability do you possess? It is too wicked, too vile. Humph. This is merely my ordinary method. It has no effect on those with strong willpower, Perona scoffed. I do not believe it. Just the thought of such negative energy is terrifying. This captain is ineffective against it. Perona waved dismissively, allowing the negative spirit to pass through Shudi. I am the world's #1, the most just individual. I shall strike down the 4 emperors and trample the 7 warlords. I am the pinnacle of the world. The king of duels. Su Di, filled with excitement, exclaimed. Undoubtedly, it was his formidable willpower that rendered him immune to the effects of the specter. Not merely the result of mindlessly repeating affirmations of righteousness. No ordinary person would habitually suggest to themselves that they are virtuous, would they? Truly impressive, Cavendish remarked. Giving a thumbs up. Modesty, merely a fundamental operation, Su Di replied with a light cough. The ship would be repaired in 2 days. As there was nothing particularly noteworthy about them, nor was it related to their mission. Therefore, Kaku, involved in the ship repair, did not delve into Su Di and his companions' backgrounds, treating these days as a mere acclimatization to undercover work. However, Su Di, seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, sought out Frankie at the derelict shipyard. He had now opened a repair shop, though the earnings were scarcely sufficient for his extravagant indulgences. Chapter 60. Is the king of the underworld serious? Repairing at our shipyard is no trivial expense, my dear customer, Frankie boisterously declared. Su Di paid no heed to his demeanor. I have, to some extent, resolved the issue of ship repairs, though not entirely. Standing on the grounds of his shipyard, Su Di felt an undeniable sense of wonder. The entire island resembled a ship, yet it was not, for it was formed from the accumulation of shipwreck debris. Despite the assorted remnants piled upon one another, it appeared remarkably stable. What brings you here? If you've sought out a repairman from Water 7, Frankie inquired with curiosity. I harbor no ill intentions. I once befriended an elder who shared many tales with me. One such tale was of the pirate king's ship, and another, the world's taboos. The stories he told ignited my desire to navigate the seas as I matured. However, recently, I have heard that elder. Wait, you know Master Tom. Frankie suddenly stood from his chair, gripping Cavendish's shoulder. Indeed. We had quite the engaging conversations in my youth. Alas, I had hoped to enlist his help in constructing a vessel capable of sailing to the New World. The world government is truly a laughable organization. Humph. The Navy and the world government are merely two sides of the same coin. Frankie seethed in agreement. Reminiscing about the past. The king of the underworld is now under the care of his esteemed apprentice, right? Of course, I refer to that false blueprint. Sudi calmly inquired. I am indeed Master Tom's apprentice. Wait, what did you say? What false blueprint? Ah. It is quite evident that the blueprint of the king of the underworld is a forgery. Sudi maintained his composure, weaving a tale. Tom once confided in me that there exist 3 great weapons in the world, the most formidable of armaments known to mankind. It is said that annihilating an island or a body of water poses no challenge. However, these legendary weapons have suddenly dwindled to mere folklore. Is it truly only a remnant of legend, or do they still exist? I remain indifferent and uninterested. Yet, in a certain country, I encountered a woman named Nico Robin, who possesses profound knowledge of history, including ancient accounts that remain unrecorded. I sought her insight regarding ancient weaponry, and she provided me with an answer. What an answer! Ahem. Nico Robin? Frankie appeared somewhat bewildered. Let us find a quieter place to converse, although it seems we are momentarily alone here. I understand. Follow me. Frankie led Sudi into a room within the derelict shipyard, firmly closing the door behind them. I recall meeting Teacher Tom 2 decades ago. Wait, how old were you then? 10. Sudi maintained his composure while jesting. I simply do not appear old. Many people look youthful, such as the Yonko Big Mom. At that time, we had yet to become disciples of Teacher Tom, for it was the era when the Pirate King was gaining notoriety. Sudi sighed softly. The legendary Pirate King. I sense he too possessed some understanding of these ancient weapons. But let us first discuss Nico Robin. From her, I learned that ancient weapons require unique awakening methods, each entirely distinct from one another. She only knows the awakening method for the Pluton weapon, which is linked to the D lineage. Previously, I had not fully grasped its significance, but now I comprehend. Gold. Roger. His true name is Gold. Roger. He is indeed the bearer of the D lineage title. How astonishing. But where is the real Pluton? Frankie felt a surge of anxiety. Nico Robin did not disclose the precise location of the records. Yet she affirmed that the weapon truly exists and possesses knowledge regarding the blueprints of Pluton. These blueprints are forgeries, as the ancient weapons are beyond the capabilities of contemporary individuals to create. It is said they incorporate the powers of immensely potent devil fruits. This implies that the weapon can harness the abilities of a certain devil fruit. It is irreplaceable, provided it remains undestroyed. Clearly, I deduce that the Pluton truly exists. The false blueprints likely hold minimal value. Sudi sighed. Is that so? Then what is your purpose in seeking me? At that moment, Frankie adopted a more cautious demeanor. He was entirely unfamiliar with Cavendish, and such caution was warranted. However, due to his connection to his mentor and knowledge of the blueprints, his wariness was not excessively pronounced. Haha, do not misunderstand. I harbor no interest in the Pluton. Yet there are those who aspire to set sail in pursuit of their dreams. Master Tom has 2 apprentices. One is Iceberg, and the other is you, Frankie, or perhaps it is more fitting to refer to you as Frank. Why is it that, after such an extended separation from our teacher, you still recognize me? Frankie inquired with a furrowed brow. This brings me to the crux of my discourse. Your concealment has been rather superficial, and your vigilance against the world government alarmingly inadequate. During my 5 days of investigation here, I gleaned a multitude of information regarding Master Tom from various local residents, particularly the elders. Iceberg's identity is quite evident, but you, Frank, despite the rumors of your demise at the hands of the sea train, I have managed to procure some dubious intelligence regarding you with but a modicum of inquiry. Frank, these 2 names are exceedingly conspicuous. Should the world government truly harbor suspicions of your survival, they will swiftly ascertain your identity. Under their radar, I approached Iceberg under the pretext of ship repairs. He appears to be in fine form, now thriving as the owner of a shipyard. However, I have discerned a number of irregular individuals in his vicinity. Most likely, they are agents of the world government, for it is well known that powerful entities cultivate spies. The world government, in particular, undoubtedly boasts operatives of the highest caliber. I have surmised their capabilities, and they are already on par with pirates boasting bounties of 20 million. Of course, this is not a grave concern. It is merely intelligence gathering, not assassination. Yet, the distinction can shift in an instant. should they discover what I am investigating, the blueprints of Pluton? Upon hearing this, Frankie's expression turned distinctly grave. Chapter 61. The world is not so fragile. You must also be aware of the consequences should the world government acquire such information, right? Usopp queried. Indeed. It would spell the end of the world. Why do you think so? Although the world government is far from benevolent, they would not directly unleash Pluton to annihilate the entire world. So what do you suggest will transpire? In any case, it is unlikely to bode well. While the world government may not utilize it to obliterate the world, they would certainly harness such power to solidify their dominion over the globe. Conquering those nations that have yet to align with the world government is very plausible. The initiation of war has never required justification. Possessing power negates the need for one. I believe I understand now. In any event, we must exercise utmost caution regarding the world government's personnel, and I will absolutely not relinquish the blueprints to them, Frankie declared with a serious countenance. But returning to the point, are you suggesting that I should destroy those blueprints? This is absolutely unacceptable. Upon learning from you that a person named Nico Robin is still alive, I find it even more imperative not to destroy it. That woman has the ability to locate the king of the underworld. And without another king of the underworld to maintain a balance, it becomes exceedingly perilous. This statement holds merit. Therefore, I never intended for you to destroy it. I am wholeheartedly supportive of Tom's last wishes. Having seen him meticulously arrange everything brings me great peace. Sudi sighed. I am Cavendish, the king of Prachuya. I assumed my son's identity in order to venture into the seas. The allure of the ocean for a man is truly unparalleled. If you wish to sail, I can assist you in building a ship. I already possess my own vessel. Such matters are of little concern. I recall the tales of Uncle Tom. The ship's spirit, as a remarkable emblem of friendship aboard a ship, I have encountered during my voyages. Though it was a small boat, its companions cherished it dearly. Ship spirit? Is your ship not someone else's? I never expected, as an outsider, to have the fortune of witnessing the silhouette of that splendid vessel. Upon it, I seemed to glimpse all the souls aboard that small ship. It felt as though I beheld an entirely new and unique ideology. Indeed, it is only natural to believe that a ship cherished by all its crew would possess a ship's spirit. How infuriating. It is truly moving beyond measure. Be cautious of the agents surrounding the iceberg. They will show no mercy. Once news of the king of the underworld arises, they will undoubtedly take action. Furthermore, the iceberg cannot survive. After all, currently, the iceberg is not even the mayor, despite his meticulous inquiries. However, with the shipyard's flourishing development, he, as the head of the largest shipyard, has already qualified for election. Becoming a factory head is not a particularly difficult feat, and the iceberg's governance skills are quite competent. I understand. I will certainly treasure this item with utmost seriousness. I absolutely will not allow anyone to discover it. This blueprint, has the iceberg seen it? He has. For during that time, I was blinded by rage and severely injured, completely unaware of the blueprint's matters. The iceberg had accepted the master's commission prior to this and preserved the blueprint. Now, he has entrusted it to me. Do you believe that with your shipbuilding technology, you can create it? If we join forces, it can be achieved. Handle it with care. Mainly, you need to exercise caution and avoid excessive actions that might attract the attention of the world government. Their judgment is that you are already deceased. Sudi spoke no further and exited the room. Soon after, he saw a few of Frankie's subordinates surrounding him. Big brother, who is this guy? He is my friend. A truly remarkable friend. Frankie chuckled heartily while striking a signature pose. Greetings, I am here to inquire about the prices, Sudi remarked with a smile. However, a few female subordinates were instantly captivated by Sudi. Oh, what a handsome fellow. Please allow me to stay by your side. One exclaimed. No. It is I who deserves the privilege of conversing with this charming gentleman. Another retorted. The girls had already begun to bicker. This left Sudi feeling somewhat helpless. His charm seemingly misplaced among these ruffians. What are you lot saying to my friend? Fools. Frank rushed in with a fierce punch, sending them sprawling. Of course, he held back his true strength, so they merely felt a twinge of pain, harmless enough. Well then, I shall take my leave. Sudi waved a farewell gesture. The wreck island remained as tranquil as ever, swaying slightly with the waves yet maintaining its stability. Suddenly, a significant fissure appeared at a crucial junction of the island. What is happening to this island? Frank quickly reacted, grabbing a few of his underlings at his waist, preparing to flee by boat. Meanwhile, Sudi remained unperturbed, intrigued as he observed the condition of the island. Comparable to a colossal ship, or perhaps a terrifying three-masted vessel. Wreck Island served as a final resting place for many ships, now marred by 3 enormous cracks. There had been no prior whispers of this island's potential collapse. Nevertheless, it seemed manageable. After all, the island hardly appeared robust. Shooty felt no surprise. Avoiding such natural calamities posed little difficulty. The remnants of the ships littered the island, and with some planks and debris, one could easily find footing. Additionally, it provided an excellent vantage point to assess the severity of this cataclysm. Hey, hurry up and come aboard. We must leave this place swiftly. It's fine. I can manage to depart, Shooty smiled. At that moment, Wreck Island had split wide open. Yet he was still keen to approach and observe. Frank noticed that Shooty showed no intention of leaving, sensing he possessed some capability to handle the situation. However, his underlings, being mere mortals, likely lacked the strength to endure such a blow. One of the underlings exclaimed, "No, it is utterly impossible to withstand this impact." Wait, what is that beneath? Shooty suddenly noticed something deep within the fissure of Wreck Island, as if something lay hidden there. That object led straight down to the ocean floor. The thought of exploring such depths was perilously daunting, and there was a chance the island might collapse further, entombing them. But why had this island developed such significant cracks? It was clearly constructed from the remnants of wrecked ships. Is this scientific? Whether it is scientific or not remains uncertain, but it undoubtedly appears rather absurd. Sudi is already preparing to depart from this place. After all, it is merely a matter of novelty. Lingering here could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 62. I am acutely aware that this is no trivial matter. At this moment, a woman has collapsed onto me. What is a solitary individual to do? I await guidance. Feeling somewhat anxious, the situation unfolded as follows. Having completed my internship, the awakened ones were granted the freedom to leave the base. Therefore, I promptly returned home with my cat and added Chien Rilu as a friend for easier communication. After all, only those who engage in the whimsical world of novel writing can keep pace with his imaginative flights. Others tend to regard him with a sense of reverence and distance. I find him quite agreeable, for those afflicted with such youthful delusions are often sincere, possessing a resilient spirit. His aptitude for cultivation is also remarkable. Befriending him could prove beneficial. Well, it is time for an update. Let me first share what I previously wrote, and now I shall compose a new chapter. Yes, just like that. I sip my tea and casually hit send. Hey, brother, is that you outside? A figure suddenly appeared outside my window. I widened my eyes in astonishment. Bro, what are you thinking? Jumping from there? Do you believe yourself to be a superhero? Ha ha ha, it's nothing. It's only the 3rd floor. Chien Rinlu tapped on the window, signaling me to open it. I felt exasperated. This friend of mine seemed slightly dazed, having forgotten that we live in a civilized era. Can you please use the front door next time? I absolutely will not open the window again. I asserted my position. Come on, don't be like that. After gaining such power, how could I not experiment with it? ISNT power meant to be used? I must contest that notion. Power is not solely for utilization, otherwise. Some powers are not meant to be wielded at all. What do you mean? Well, it refers to the power that causes one's clothes to burst at the seams. Yes, that's sorrow-inducing power. You seem to have experienced this deeply. Not at all. I began to inquire about his reason for visiting me. He replied that he thought I might be bored at home and decided to take me out for a stroll and some shopping to lighten my mood. I chuckled. He is still too young and unaware that a fully equipped homebody would never find staying at home tiresome. Nevertheless, going out wasn't a bad idea. So I tidied up my place and left with him. I feel invigorated after awakening. My body feels remarkably strong in every aspect, and my senses are quite acute. Chien Rilu bounced along the way, relishing sensations that are foreign to the average person, while I remained composed. There was no need to lose my composure. Why? You may ask. Because I am indeed a homebody. Moreover, after so many days, shouldn't you have already adapted? The official stance of the Blue Star towards those of us who have awakened seems to be relatively lenient. After all, there have been no incidents regarding slice research. From the perspective of a novelist, they must be privy to some knowledge. Indeed, I find the emergence of these awakened beings to be quite intriguing. Perhaps there is a connection to meteorites, yet it is inextricably linked to the Earth itself. Coupled with the recent changes in flora and fauna, I increasingly sense that something is amiss. I believe you have a point. Nonetheless, this could also be a blessing. If the awakening were entirely aimless, it would be far more troubling. Well said, but let us observe how circumstances unfold. After all, we are merely newcomers, and our abilities are limited. As cultivators, we cannot afford to be understated in our attire any longer. Although it is in my nature to be so, enough of this. I am prepared to change my appearance. It is rather exasperating. Not only does he indulge in unconventional fashion for himself, but he has also procured a set for me. Gazing at the long-sleeved shirt adorned with the phrase "Tao follows nature," I find myself at a loss for words. Brother, we are not immortal cultivators. We are still merely ordinary individuals. Must we really be so ostentatious? No, no, no. It is only through such means that we can establish our aspirations and advance towards the realm of immortals. I have also made my utmost effort, after all. Qianren Lu was adamant about acquiring a traditional hanfu. Wearing that long robe would be utterly extravagant. To be fair, Qianren Lu possesses a visage that aligns with feminine aesthetics, and her unique style is quite pleasing to the eye. As for me, I resemble an average passerby. Even donning unconventional attire would merely render me an unusual passerby. In the distance, I noticed someone sprinting towards us. Sensing the impending situation, I chose to sidestep, shifting to the right. Cough. I felt a jolt against my back. Although my mutated physique has rendered me stronger and I did not fall, it still stung a bit. "Ah, I apologize," came a voice from behind. It was a woman. I turned to look, and lo and behold, she was a beauty. Well, I suppose I can forgive her. Truth be told, it was my retreat that caused the collision. This is not a double standard, it is merely gentlemanly decorum. I was running too fast. I did not expect you to walk this way. No worries. Just be cautious next time. The person who had been running also came to a halt. Hey, Tang Tang, why are you still colliding with people while dribbling a ball? You're giving us a good laugh. This one was also a beauty. Ahem, ladies, I observe that both of you are brimming with spiritual energy, moving with great agility. Could it be that you are fellow Taoists? Qianren Lu stepped forward. I suppose so. Haha, you too are an awakened one. No, I cannot claim such a title. I am merely an ordinary cultivator, still in the midst of my training. They both laughed. Taoist, may I inquire how many years you have been practicing? Alas, time is unforgiving. I have been cultivating for a century. You certainly have a way with words, the girl who was running remarked with a smile. I possess a wood root, and you? A thunder root, nothing of note. As an ordinary-looking man with a rather modest emotional quotient, I found myself relegated to the sidelines, devoid of any opportunity to engage in conversation. Qianren Lu truly possesses the art of dialogue, though I cannot fathom why he, with his rather juvenile demeanor, manages to converse so effortlessly while I stumble over my words. I cannot help but admire him. My apologies for colliding with your friend, I stammered. No worries. Just be more cautious next time, Qianren Lu replied with a smile, his innocent expression adding a certain charm to his words. My companion is indeed extraordinary. He is endowed with the ancient divine fire spiritual root, destined to reach at least the level of an immortal emperor in the future. Even I find myself relying on him. They engaged in conversations about topics that elude the understanding of a typical man, and astonishingly, they decided to dine together. Goodness. You are truly the elder brother here. However, it was rather awkward for me to be caught in the midst of it all, while they reveled in their lively discourse. I stood by, my expression rigid and my movements stiff. Once the conversation came to a close, Qianren Lu exhaled a sigh of relief. Ah. Women can indeed be quite bothersome. I am relieved to have some peace now. I sought his counsel on the art of conversation, but was met with a casual dismissal, as he seemed unprepared to teach me the nuances of flirting. Men, I have long seen through them, he remarked with a knowing air. It seemed that the two women were awakeners from another state, and I had even learned some significant news. Hey, brother. We are about to hold a competition here in our state, pitting our strength against other regions. At that time, we shall shine brightly and showcase our potential as immortal emperors. Enough boasting, our strength is merely average. We lack any real skills. Merely tossing around electricity and fireballs without any finesse. I scoffed. I don't even believe in your thunder spiritual root. My interest in such matters was minimal, after all. The world continues to turn regardless of anyone's presence. There was little to discuss. Violence and conflict do not align with my disposition. I am but a meek rider, incapable of even harming a chicken. The commander announced via the base's messaging system, in this interstate competition, the top 50 will receive a reward of 5 million. I earnestly patted Qianren Lu on the shoulder. Brother, we must secure a spot in the top 50 this time, not for any other reason, but to uphold our pride. Chapter 63. There is nothing more to say. Such a great rift is generally perilous, as one can readily perceive. However, Shuti is unafraid of danger. Rather, he finds it lacking in value, devoid of any worth that would compel him to take risks. I relish challenges, yet I hold no interest in those devoid of profit. he remarked casually before striding away. Yet, not far from his departure, the fissure swiftly closed, causing him to experience a brief tremor as he steadied himself. Of course, he had grown quite adept at controlling his own strength, so there was no fear of inexplicable loss of power. Was that all there was to it? Shooty pondered. Hey, are you all right? Frankie, who had resided on the derelict ship island, was utterly astonished to witness the island splitting and then rejoining. However, the immediate concern was to ensure Cavendish's safe departure from this treacherous place. Should one fall, the likelihood of being crushed to bits by the rift was exceedingly high. No rush. It's not an urgent matter, Shooty observed closely, suddenly noticing a segment of brown wood protruding from the ground. Its sheen was bright, and its texture was rich. Is this what emerged from the rift just now? Frankie, have you seen this before? Huh? Why on earth is such a large piece of wood extending from the island's fissure? Moreover, it is the finest material for shipbuilding. So, what is it? This is the legendary atom wood. It is my first encounter with it, though I have read countless descriptions. Frankie exclaimed, momentarily forgetting that he was preparing to depart with his subordinates, and instead swam back to the derelict ship island. Hey, Master Frankie. His subordinates were collectively astounded. They too began to row their boats towards the shore, for their bond remained strong. Frankie had long been their eternal elder brother. Incredible! Upon reaching the shore, Frankie approached Shooty. Atom wood. Can this material be used for shipbuilding? Absolutely. But can it be fashioned into that particular vessel? Frankie surmised Cavendish's intent. Indeed. It could be done, but the required materials were exceedingly abundant. I fear it would take years to gather enough. That is of no concern. If you find the time, please construct a ship for me. I cannot ascertain when I shall return for it, Shooty replied calmly. At this juncture, the merging of the derelict ship island was complete, and aside from the protruding atom wood at the center of the rift, no other dangers remained. It appears your shipyard has been quite judicious in its selection of location. After all, this site was discovered by Tom. Beneath it, there may well be many uncharted areas. I have come to realize that as well. Should the opportunity arise, I shall reach out to you. This is my phone snail number. What kind of ship do you wish to build? In the newly navigated world, a ship sails forth. Do not let me down, dear apprentice Tom. Sudi offered a faint smile, choosing not to linger for a meal, for after all, no one possesses such leisure. Gratitude to our generous proprietor. Wishing you swift prosperity and joy in life. Barry's proactive demeanor stemmed primarily from the impending distribution of wages. Well, an initial deposit of $5 million was paid earlier. Now, an additional $15 million. A total of $20 million. Is that agreeable? Sudi inquired of Kaku. Indeed, Mr. Cavendish, entirely agreeable, Kaku responded with a hearty grin. Furthermore, I did not anticipate you to be a figure worthy of newspaper headlines. Alas, there is no escape. Should I decline their interview, these reporters would go to any lengths, even resorting to clandestine photography to capture my likeness. Thus, I shall acquiesce to a portion of their inquiries to deter their relentless pursuit. Deceit. Who would wish to gaze upon your published visage? It would be far more fitting for them to behold your bounty notice. Perona interjected with a wry remark. Sudi remained silent, resting a hand atop her head, playfully ruffling her hair. The mysterious prince of the sea, driven into exile by royal decree? Mr. Cavendish's preferred women are those who grace the front pages, simply due to his striking countenance. Unquestionably, his appearance plays a significant role in his allure. The charming young pirate, especially one so impeccably handsome. I hereby declare that I have become a regular feature in the realm of world news. Men may not deliberately seek out such publications, yet women, indeed, the vast majority, tend to cherish the collection of such portraits. This is what one might refer to as the phenomenon of idolizing. Captain, it seems we can finally commence our voyage in earnest. Indeed, Sudi conducted a brief inspection of the vessel, noting that the repairs were executed with remarkable precision. After all, this shipyard claims to be the finest in the world. Lacking skill would certainly invite challenges. Wait a moment. Is that atom from the treasure tree the very one used by Luffy? It is quite plausible. I have perused some legends about the treasure tree atom. It is among the largest trees in existence. Any branch thereof serves as exceptional building material. However, its original trunk appears to reside in the land of giants. Alas, this complicates matters. As Sudi scanned the news, he suddenly detected a discrepancy. Several marine giant vice-admirals announced their retirement and jointly issued a bounty to apprehend the individual responsible for slaying their giant warriors. What is going on? Have these brutes concocted yet another scheme? However, I am utterly unprepared to respond. Sudi was bewildered, yet he could not afford to linger. He needed to devise a clever solution. The giants are not to be trifled with. Most of them stand at heights of 10 to 20 meters. Do not underestimate their stature. They are already comparable to our vessel. Moreover, their immense strength, when unleashed, requires no embellishment of hockey to be formidable. Their ultimate power fusion is their secret weapon. Regrettably, they were still ambushed and felled by the righteous Sudi. The Navy's secrecy measures are woefully inadequate. Nevertheless, I had indeed brazenly ventured there first. It is clear that one cannot be too ostentatious when it comes to bounties. Sudi gently pressed his forehead, lost in contemplation. Hey, what nefarious scheme are you concocting now? Perona inquired with curiosity. Nothing, just, Why should I share with you? And how did you know I might be plotting something mischievous? Rest assured, it is not a malicious idea, rather one that could benefit the entire world. Hey, it seems my casual question has indeed uncovered your dubious thoughts. You're not plotting against me, are you? Perona cautiously stepped back. Be quiet. You are hardly worth targeting. After all, you are still rather inept. You can't even wield hockey. Sudi casually picked a peanut from the snack bag on the table and flicked it at Perona's forehead. See, if that were a bullet, you would already be dead. Gaining strength is not so simple. Sudi calmly retrieved another peanut. Ouch, that hurt. But upon witnessing Kaku's movements, she quickly raised her hands to shield her face. Thud. This one struck her neck. Ouch, how despicable. Ha ha ha. Why the sudden lack of laughter? Sudi nonchalantly popped a third peanut into his mouth. Alas, I wonder when we will return. How is Lord Moria faring? Perona fell silent, forced to endure her discomfort alone. Do not worry, Moria is certainly unharmed. And why? You may ask. Simply because he has yet to make the headlines. The 7 warlords, those nefarious individuals. If they refrain from any grand actions and remain quietly in their development, will only find themselves replaced or eliminated when the time comes. Sudi calmly articulated these chilling words. Ah, that is well. Starting tomorrow, I too shall embark on my training and strive to surpass you, Perona replied, her gaze growing earnest. At that moment, Sudi turned and caught sight of her eyes, so pure, with vast pupils and an extraordinarily stubborn expression reminiscent of youngly. Infused with the essence of youth. Sudi could not help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Perona demanded, irritated. Oh, it's nothing. Just a happy memory that came to mind. Ha ha ha, your eyes are rather amusing, he replied. Are you mocking me? She retorted angrily. I apologize. My laughter is not directed at you, Sudi said, covering his face in mirth. Alas, one should refrain from having normal conversations with the captain. A person who would snatch a child's snacks is certainly no good character. Golden Week approached, visibly displeased as he picked up a platter of peanuts from the table. Children should not wear such expressions, otherwise, adults will grow to dislike them. He remarked. Please call me Marinuan, he added, the captain who does not use real names. Yet you still call me captain, do you not? A name is merely a designation. What value is there in such trivialities? I am called Cavendish. Yet that is not my entire identity. I can tolerate variations in how others address me. Then you may as well be called an idiot. Perona seized the opportunity to interject. Thud. A peanut struck her mouth. Cough, cough, cough. You dastardly fiend. Perona spluttered, having been caught off guard. Had you not opened your mouth or spoken, this would not have transpired, he chided. The other crew members aboard maintained a harmonious demeanor. Yet they harbored a keen vigilance towards the brewing storm. There's no denying it. Experiencing loss once or twice is sufficient. And truly, that is more than enough. Storms invariably forge unity among people, yes. However, perhaps this unity should be tempered. Just then, Sis walked over with a wry smile. Let us be optimistic. At the very least, we have not lost any crew members, aside from the meat products in the kitchen. Oh, but the marvelous sea salt from Water 7 we acquired can certainly make for a delightful meal. After all, such a delicacy is indeed rare and delicious. Your Highness, you are exceedingly generous. However, the quantity of salt is rather scant. No matter, it should suffice for one meal. Let us treat everyone to a good feast to bolster their spirits. By the way, let me clarify. We shall implement a shift system henceforth, sailing uninterrupted day and night. The sailors will alternate in 2 shifts, one for the day and one for the night. I will oversee the direction entirely. But in that case, Your Highness, would you not have too little time to rest? The absence of adequate rest is indeed concerning, sighed Zeiss. Hasn't this fellow always been full of vigor? Perona retorted with annoyance. It's nothing. When I take a break, it will simply be an unsuitable time for sailing, Zeiss reassured. Shooty, glancing at the map, exuded confidence. There was no way they could lose their way. This assertion proved accurate. After sailing uninterrupted for half a month, they encountered no unexpected events, smoothly arriving at the region of the Red Soil continent. Of course, it was not a windless zone. Is that the upside-down mountain ahead? Brooke exclaimed with unusual excitement. Well then, have a delightful reunion with your old friend. After all, it has been quite a while since you last met. Due to a change in their route, they had not passed through Alabasta this time, yet their course remained remarkably uneventful. At that moment, the ship was well stocked with supplies. Well, this is truly the upside-down mountain. Although they had already glimpsed the Red Soil continent and the immense river cascading from its peak, Brooke still felt a surge of emotion as he approached the land beneath the mountain. Laboon! He shouted from a distance, but his cries were in vain, as the gap was still too wide. Once they finally reached the shore, they docked at a nearby landing site. Ah, what a splendid vacation spot, Shudi remarked as he surveyed the duty shack. The pirates, chasing their dreams, had braved perilous obstacles to arrive here, merely to become a backdrop for the great sea pirates. The notion of an underdog pirate rising to prominence was non-existent. In this era, without some form of backing, one would be swiftly eliminated upon entry. Even those with sufficient strength dared not act recklessly. True pirates, it seemed, were exemplified by Luffy, who struck when he wished and created chaos at his leisure. The reason was clear. His family was formidable. Behind him stood military, navy, and pirate factions, among others. Presently, Ace appeared to be absent from the seas, leaving only two factions in play. After arranging for their docking, the sailors disembarked to stretch their legs. Recently, their captain had been steadfast in the pursuit of swift sailing, truly achieving remarkable speed. However, it came at a cost, as there was hardly any time for prolonged rest. Navigating the seas was no simple task. Maintaining the ship, inspecting various areas, patrolling the waters, and, additionally, observing the weather became paramount. Any sign of dark clouds prompted them to exercise caution. Even the slightest whirlpool necessitated thorough examination. They approached passing sailboats with a wary attitude. After all, they could very well be pirate vessels in disguise. As for the essential crew members, their schedules had not altered significantly. They still enjoyed the freedom to move about, primarily working in the mornings. Ah, at last, I can take a breather, Shudi smiled. And when asked why, he replied, because having crossed this mountain, we are soon to reach Rogue Town. Navigating through the East Sea, devoid of perilous challenges, was a venture deemed safe even for the likes of Zoro. However, I pondered, where could that fellow be? Such a colossal whale. Moreover, the old man guarding the shore had yet to make an appearance. Observing the structures atop this platform, it was evident that inhabitants resided here. Sudi reclined in a sun chair, succumbing to slumber, having endured a fortnight of relentless sailing with scant opportunities for rest. When he stirred once more, darkness enveloped the sky, and the sea breeze imparted a slight chill, though the warmth from the opposite side countered it. Turning his gaze, he beheld the crew of their vessel partaking in a festive gathering, a fire crackling to life. Old man, I never imagined you experienced such revelries in your youth. The sailors chuckled heartily. What jest? I was quite formidable in my prime. Kuroka's bellowed. Sudi, not rudely awakened, but rather feeling refreshed and a tad famished, remarked, Oh, the captain is awake. As Golden Week pointed him out, the others turned their attention towards him. Ah, I see you've already begun your feast, Sudi noted, eyeing the fish they were enjoying, which appeared somewhat familiar, certainly a creature of the sea. It must be quite sizable. Was this old man a member of Roger's crew? Yet, I held no interest in such matters. My sole purpose was to escort Brooke, allowing him to reminisce with his old friends. He picked up a piece to taste. By the way, what kind of meat is this? Sudi inquired of the nearby Yuruki. It's meat from a sea king, Yuruki replied. But why does it have legs? Sudi pointed towards the distinctly leg-like appendages. Though it resembled a fish, it bore a striking resemblance to a crocodile. Yuruki, unable to dive into the depths, was nonetheless well-versed in the aquatic realm. Ah, so you are their captain? Kuroka's laughed. Indeed. I have a rather unruly bunch under my command, which gives me quite the headache. Haha, they're not so bad, really. Additionally, thank you for bringing Brooke here. Suddenly, a gigantic whale had emerged from the depths, its belly facing upwards, yet its call resonated with joy. This whale is rather large. It could potentially obstruct the entire route through Reverse Mountain, Sudi mused. Oh, indeed, Labu's size could easily accomplish that, Kuroka's responded, handing Sudi a bottle of liquor. I prefer not to drink ordinary beer, Sudi declined, feeling a sense of ease at Brooke's cheerful skull visage. He began to contemplate his forthcoming endeavors. Old man, I intend to head towards the East Sea. Do you have any direct routes available? Sudi asked after taking a hearty bite of meat. I'm afraid not. Although this is Reverse Mountain, the starting point of the Grand Line. However, to reach the Four Seas, one must traverse the entire Redland continent. Kurokas expressed with an air of regret. If that is the case, wouldn't other places be similarly obstructed? I have read in certain texts that a city called Huadu must be crossed to reach the Four Seas. Is there some convenient passageway there? This is due to the presence of specialized maritime services that can ferry individuals to the Four Seas, albeit only for that purpose. Upon reaching the maritime expanse of the Four Seas, there will be vessels to assist further. That sounds quite agreeable. Yet, one must assume it is a monopoly. For only in such a manner can they unabashedly reap profits, Sudi inquired with calmness. Indeed, that is true. Nevertheless, there is no need for concern. The fee is not exorbitant, merely 1 million berries per person. Is that considered inexpensive? Perona questioned. Compared to the arduous task of crossing the Redland continent, such a sum is rather trivial. What challenges does the Redland continent present? Its elevation exceeds 2,000 meters, a feat unattainable by ordinary individuals, compounded by its steep inclines. Those who have aspired to construct roads there have invariably relinquished their efforts. The endeavor to carve a passage through such a continent is nigh an impossible task. Furthermore, the solidity of this land is quite formidable, Kuroka sighed upon concluding his explanation. Sudi stroked his chin thoughtfully. This place should be quite proximate to Huadu. Otherwise, how could one guarantee the availability of a ship at the nearest point to the Four Seas? Sudi conducted a brief yet precise analysis. Indeed, Huadu is in close proximity. Kuroka's pointed in that direction. Sudi perused the map, thoroughly confirming the location. Well then, let us all rest well today. Tomorrow, we shall set sail for Huadu, Sudi declared. The other crew members expressed no dissent. However, it is worth mentioning that Brooke shall remain here. The number of individuals traveling to the Four Seas will not be substantial. And as someone I trust, you will stay here for a time and help keep an eye on the ship. Thank you very much, Captain. Brooke felt deeply moved, understanding that Cavendish wished for him to spend more time reminiscing with Labu. Let us be frank, skeleton man. A sailor patted him on the shoulder. Indeed, the prince will soon return from the Four Seas. It is merely a matter of some trivial tasks. Moreover, in the realm of the Four Seas, what danger could possibly lurk? Exactly. The Four Seas region does not experience such storms. Yes. Everyone turned their attention towards the individual who enjoyed interjecting. When the following day arrived, Sudi awoke to find everyone already prepared. Well then, let us embark for Huadu. Although it is a journey that can be completed in less than half a day. Brooke, at the designated time, I shall anchor the ship at Twin Cape. And I entrust you with its watch. Should I return and you are still inclined, I hope you would accompany me on this adventure, Sudi remarked with a smile. I understand. Although the skull did not utter a word, he had already made a decision in his heart. Lab, of course, was exceedingly enthusiastic about Brooke's companions, even swimming a considerable distance to bid them farewell. By the way, for such a massive whale, what would be the most prudent way to divide the meals? A question suddenly arose in Sudi's mind as he departed. After an hour of sailing, they arrived at Flower City. This nation, or perhaps it could be referred to as a metropolis, is situated on an island that borders the Red Earth continent. The population here is substantial, and the foot traffic is quite significant, more than sufficient for their endeavors. Chapter 64. The oddities of Flower City. Upon entering the streets, they found no one present. Was it not said that the foot traffic was immense? After all, this is a shortcut to the Four Seas. It is inconceivable that the streets would be entirely deserted. Sudi glanced at his companions. It seems your purpose has been thwarted. After all, you are a nuisance wherever you go, Perona remarked, crossing her arms. Children, if you have nothing to say, it is best to remain silent. Sudi scrutinized his surroundings, noting that even the doors and windows were tightly shut, to the extent that they appeared sealed off. But in broad daylight, is such a precaution truly necessary? It seems something has transpired here, he stated with a meticulous and professional logic. Hey, there is no need to state the obvious. It is clear that this place has undergone a significant change, Perona complained. Speaking of which, you are one of the personnel who will accompany me to the East Sea. Let us not waste time bickering here. Use your ghost to investigate. Within the homes of the residents here, is there still anyone inside? Your ghost must be quite adept at such matters, given its lack of physical form. Sudi remarked calmly. A smile followed them, his expression equally composed. After all, he could discern numerous sounds imbued with danger. Yet, he could also faintly hear the voices of the living emanating from the surrounding houses. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. Sudi turned to look. It was a residence invaded by a ghost. It appeared that your malevolent ghostly puppet had frightened someone. Indeed. Clearly, you are not a benevolent entity, Sudi murmured. Why is that? Fool. Wasn't it you who insisted I use a ghost for reconnaissance? Perona retorted through clenched teeth. Naturally, she had begun to notice something amiss. Why were the people here hoarding such vast supplies within their homes? They must be preparing for something, given the desolate streets and sealed doors and windows. Perhaps there exists some peril outside. It was futile to speak further. Any danger that could be thwarted by mere doors and windows was something we could confront here. Sudi rapped on the door of that household. Indeed, he struck it with his fist against the doorknob. The door wobbled open, revealing a family of 3 huddled together, trembling. Are you from the kingdom? The lady of the house asked, fear evident in her voice. Ah, indeed. Sudi replied. Hey, why are you admitting that? Please spare us. We are already unable to pay our taxes, but we can earn money and soon settle our debts. Please don't take our child. Perona tapped Sudi's head, expressing her confusion. Can't you just tap your own head? Sudi, unable to contain his irritation, shoved her aside. All in all, are you dissatisfied with the king? Absolutely not. We have always been law-abiding citizens. The man of the house exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, is that so? Actually, I am not from this country. I am merely a traveler, Sudi said with a smile, directed towards the little girl who appeared to be merely 5 years old. Ah? The couple looked bewildered, while the little girl beamed at Sudi. Thus, the current state of affairs in this kingdom is as follows. The king has descended into madness. What a foolish king indeed. Why do you not overthrow his rule? Perona asked boldly, seated in a chair without a hint of reverence. Please, do not speak so. The lady's voice trembled as she glanced around anxiously. Despite being within the confines of her home, the king's army is exceedingly powerful, far superior to these unarmed, inexperienced civilians. Typically, ordinary citizens do not contemplate rebellion unless they are pushed to the brink, for they have yet to descend into despair. They still have food, drink, and the will to live. There remains hope for the future. Sudi calmly analyzed the situation. With a faint smile upon hearing this, he slightly nodded, only to gently shake his head thereafter. This nation was once undeniably a formidable power. After all, with its advantageous position in maritime trade, it would be challenging not to become a renowned city. However, the king, Raf, suffered a tragic loss with the untimely demise of one of his consorts. Grief-stricken, he became consumed by sorrow. In his despair, he encountered whispers of a secret remedy that promised to resurrect the deceased. Yet, this arcane formula required one crucial element, the heart of the most virtuous. The most virtuous? This definition is rather ambiguous. Anyone could be it, yet simultaneously, no one could. People often define positions in such a manner, but without a doubt, no one would consider that the paragon of virtue could be a noble or aristocrat. For they are all tainted by the corruption of wealth and power. How could one expect them to be paragons of virtue? People are more inclined to believe that such a paragon is someone who offers assistance to others selflessly, without expectation of reward or ulterior motives. Perhaps only this secret is truly effective. For those lacking compassion, the best remedy is to endow them with a heart. I have somewhat grasped the rationale of this king. To save a woman, he has gone to great lengths, even executing many renowned benevolent individuals within the realm over the past 6 months, utilizing their hearts. However, it has proven utterly futile. Now, it seems he has resorted to a method of randomly capturing individuals, has he not? Sudi remarked calmly. Indeed, that is the case. During this time, no one dares to venture outside, for the army conducts sporadic patrols. Even procuring daily necessities requires extreme caution, and if possible, people prefer to remain indoors. I am quite curious, though. Is Huadu not the shortcut across the Red Earth continent? What will happen to the tourists who arrive here? He posed a critical question. If the tourists are pirates, they may be allowed passage. However, ordinary tourists face the same fate as everyone else. How unfortunate. We are all but phantoms. Perona suddenly materialized beside the child, delivering a frightful remark. Ah, the couple was startled, yet the child showed no fear towards the floating figure. Instead, gazing at her with amusement, Perona, feeling somewhat bored, ceased her levitation. It seems that for those of us who are not pirates, navigating this ordeal is indeed quite challenging, Sudi stated with calmness. So, have pirates become the embodiment of justice? Fellow crew members, I believe the time has come to demonstrate a point here. Is there something you wish to convey, Captain? Huang Jinzhou inquired curiously while precariously rocking his chair. An innocent bystander, merely observing the spectacle. Yes, indeed. Our notion of justice is not confined to pirates, for pirates are to be eradicated upon encounter. However, it is quite difficult to discern the issues within national policies. This is also the reason I seldom engage in the specific issues of the nation. However, when the moment arrives to address the nation's problems, I shall strike decisively and vanquish the tyrant. Is there anyone who wishes to join me in this endeavor? Su Di glanced around. For one who is typically cautious, it is evident that he must have donned a mask before arriving here. Otherwise, how could he so effortlessly utter such words of terrorism in front of these common folk? Are we about to witness a grand spectacle? The captain, Miss Valentine's Day, chuckled heartily. Alas, there is little to be done, but who could deny the authority of the captain? I shall, for the time being, create a few illustrations for him. Miss Golden Week took her position and casually picked up her paintbrush. Chapter 65. The commoners offer no surprise the military has arrived. Su Di decided against waiting in the homes of the residents. There is no need to slaughter those who merely follow orders and have lost their independent thought. Incapacitating them will suffice. With this central thought in mind, Su Di approached the army. Who are you? Are you a pirate wielding a weapon? Questioned a captain, raising his sword. Fire. A group of soldiers before him drew their flintlock pistols, aiming at Su Di. There was no need for precise targeting. For my speed is beyond your imagination. In a mere instant, he appeared amidst the throng. Then, with a single swing of his sword, numerous gun barrels that had turned toward him were shattered instantaneously. Some even exploded due to the ignition of gunpowder. I must commend you for your relentless pursuit of pirates. However, I am not a pirate. Su Di's sword pressed against the captain's neck. Where is the palace? As a paragon of virtue, I shall not allow a king of this ilk to oppress the common people. Let me be the sacrificial lamb and offer my heart. What? The captain, initially filled with dread, prepared to defend himself against the attack, was taken aback by the nonchalance of his opponent's words, as if his punch had struck cotton. There is no need for astonishment. This is simply who I am, Su Di stated calmly, observing the types of weapons wielded by the army. It was not difficult to discern a distinctly traditional Western style. It seemed that most nations in this world adhered to such a design. Of course, places like the Land of Harmony were an entirely different matter. In a certain sense, many of the classical Western political systems appeared far more natural than the grandiose style of the Land of Harmony. The others approached the military front. They were rarely concerned about firearms. After all, ordinary guns were seldom wielded by the truly powerful. They were not of ordinary combat prowess. You are not pirates, are you? The army commander remarked softly. Such an appearance lacks any semblance of persuasion. Very well, then, lead the way. I wish to meet your king and see for myself the countenance of this tyrant. Su Di spoke calmly. The group followed the army to the palace. Yet it seemed as if they were holding the army hostage. Do your families and friends not include ordinary people? At that moment, Ishao suddenly inquired of a nearby soldier. He hesitated for a moment, then lowered his head and replied, Yes, but what does that matter? The king is the ruler of the nation. We cannot resist the might of this country. But you are the strength of the nation. That will never change. Su Di remarked, casting a glance at him. Speaking such matters to an ordinary soldier was futile. However, among so many soldiers, the expression in their eyes was filled with confusion. A certain ideology clashed with their worldview, as if it was unlocking the shackles of their thoughts. Why must they endure such oppression? Why is the king the absolute symbol of power? They could even tolerate the harm done to their loved ones, remaining indifferent. The fault lies not with you, but with this country, this world. Yet, it will take a long time for the wrongs to be rectified. However, if you all strive alongside me, this process will be expedited significantly. Su Di's words were not directed at the soldiers, but rather at his crew. Ishao smiled. Huang Jinzhou appeared to grasp some of the essence, yet she did not dislike Su Di's philosophical discourse. King Renji maintained her smile, having come to understand a bit more about this new boss. Upon reaching the palace, they encountered no obstacles. No one dared to impede their progress, as Su Di had efficiently dealt with any opposition. Let us go inside. I am curious about the background of this king. After all, it is a nation of the Grand Line. It would be within reason to find one or two hidden powers. Of course, no matter how strong. Could they truly rival a general-level figure? Who dares to intrude upon my inner sanctum? As Su Di pushed open the grandest door of the palace, he beheld a middle-aged man seated upon the throne. The man wore a crown and held a glass of red wine, seemingly savoring its flavor. So, you are the ruler of this flower city? Pray tell, What ritual do you perform with the hearts of the living to stage the resurrection of the dead? It must be you, am I correct? Hee. Are you from another place? Not a pirate? The fact that you could breach my palace signifies your considerable strength. Moreover, you seem quite confident in yourselves. So, what tricks do you have up your sleeve? You appear more composed than us, Sudi replied calmly. In this vicinity, are there any formidable individuals who remain oblivious? Is it not amusing that they are unaware? Indeed, my beloved consort's lifeless visage pierces my heart with sorrow. Yet, I have not succumbed to madness. The ability to resurrect the deceased is documented in numerous ancient texts. However, the cost is often exorbitant. The method of sacrificing a paragon is, in fact, relatively straightforward. The king rose from his seat and descended from the throne. His response was not aligned with the inquiry. The fact that you sought me out in the palace while grasping the state of this kingdom indicates that you are indeed a person of virtue. Perhaps even a soul befitting the ritual. If you refer to souls in such a manner, then it is utterly impossible, Su Di replied calmly, producing the black blade. Chiao Shui. Ah, you inquire about my contingencies, do you? In the face of someone like you, a somewhat capable junior, my confidence is embodied in whoosh, clang. The sword Su Di hurled pierced a metallic surface, or rather, a suit of armor. The armor bears a striking resemblance to that worn by a certain general, adorned with exquisite designs throughout its entirety. However, it appears not to be hollow within. Curious, a smile suddenly broke forth as a remark escaped. This fellow, faster than I? Su Di had initially perceived the armor as mere decoration resting against the wall, never anticipating that it housed a formidable being capable of launching a powerful assault. Do not be mistaken. This individual is one of my royal guards, vastly different from the expendable commoners outside. Their combat prowess is sufficient to contend with bounty pirates worth billions. The king suddenly chuckled. Oh, is that so? Su Di replied nonchalantly, scrutinizing the weapon in the opponent's grasp, a classic Western broadsword. With an infusion of armed color, he slashed with his black blade, yet the adversary remained unmoved, effortlessly deflecting the formidable strike. However, this time, the defense was not overwhelmingly powerful, merely a weapon's block. What is that? Su Di instinctively retreated, narrowly evading the knight's broadsword in the next moment. Faster than I anticipated. An appraisal is imperative. Yet, the appraisal failed to activate. For the first time, encountering such a predicament? An appraisal failure? Could this be something that transcends the system's level? Su Di proceeded with extreme caution, continuing to retreat until he found himself beside the smiling companion. Everyone, be careful, he called out. When someone is irreverent as he speaks in a serious tone, it signifies the presence of a formidable entity. The smile furrowed his brow in contemplation before drawing forth his staff blade. The king leisurely refilled his glass of red wine. Ah, to think it could withstand a blow from the Sky Knight. It seems you possess the caliber of those billion-strong pirates. Initially, I was merely intrigued by your soul. But now it is increasingly convincing that you are indeed a paragon of virtue. Perhaps, offering your life as a sacrifice could truly summon the Sky Knight? Su Di captured a pivotal piece of information. Gazing at the armor before him, a notion dawned. The design of this armor indeed resembles that of Ganfuer from the Sky Island, albeit with a more secure fit and protective features at various joints, qualifying it as an all-encompassing armor. Chapter 66. The Wisdom of Ancients. Clank, clank. The connections of the Sky Knight's armor emitted a metallic clash. Su Di felt a chill of unease wash over him, for this being had easily withstood his strike. Brother, what is your daily wage? I shall offer tenfold. A warrior of your caliber surely would not serve a scoundrel like this. Su Di addressed the Sky Knight amicably. At that moment, the smile interjected, Be cautious, Cavendish. They may not be human. I have not detected any heartbeat from them, and even my observation skills struggle to perceive their actions. The smile clearly possessed profound understanding of this matter. Good heavens, this creature is a bane to Fujitora. Su Di did not hesitate. He took several steps back and drew his true weapon, Durandal. There was no alternative. This sword was unique, and it deserved to be cherished. Humph, futile. The king chuckled softly, and at that moment, two Sky Knights emerged from behind him. Were they robots? Or perhaps, if the devil fruit could replicate, they were indeed machines. Moreover, reminiscent of the Sky Island, did this hint at lunar technology? After a brief skirmish, Su Di adeptly grasped their capabilities. Allow me to handle these two. With a smile, he stepped forward, his mixed white eyes fixed on the two Sky Knights beside the king. Remarkable strength indeed, these adventurers of the seas. Unfortunately, the true potential of these Sky Knights had yet to be unleashed. The king turned his gaze towards Su Di's other crew members. Suddenly, a white origami airplane drifted over, unnoticed. But in the next instant, the king swiftly dodged aside. In the following moment, a sky knight severed the paper airplane with a single stroke of his sword. Ah! It appears that even the slightest lapse in attention is untenable, the king remarked with a cold smirk. It seems we require more time, Su Di suddenly asserted. At the same time, Perona reacted by summoning a negative ghost to strike at the king. A devil fruit ability? Ha 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 ha. You think such a childish tactic could ensnare me? How absurd. The king had yet to move when one of the sky knights stepped forward, his palm radiating blue light. Buzz. Under the illumination of the blue glow, the ordinary negative ghost was tossed back as if caught in a tempest, retreating to Perona's side. What is happening? Perona gasped, her body staggering back a few steps, cold sweat pouring down her face. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming pressure, one emanating from the mental plane. It's all right, you all should step back. However, Su Di was already exerting himself to fend off this single swordsman. Why? He never anticipated encountering such a formidable foe here. Why, at the entrance of this grand line, was there someone powerful enough to withstand even a vice admiral's might? Su Di had observed that even Yi Shao struggled against the two robots. Something is off. These knights seem even stronger. Be cautious, Cavendish, Yi Shao warned. Su Di frowned slightly, noting that the two sky knights appeared identical in form. Or perhaps their core components differ. Let us hope it's not some trick of a partially activated switch. Su Di pondered anxiously. If he were to face a vice admiral level sky knight, his only option would be to consider surrender and prepare for retreat. Bang! A bullet struck the head of the sky knight facing Su Di, cracking its sealed helmet. A bullet wound was etched into the surface, startling Miss Valentine's Day. Upon turning around, she saw it was Miss Valentine. Valentine, when did you acquire this skill? The bullet was subjected to an extraordinarily immense weight, or perhaps it could be described as the enhancement of its own weight. The featherweight fruit, in this context, had acquired a newfound vitality, thanks to the captain's guidance, Miss Valentine's Day remarked with a smile. However, Golden Week was exceedingly dissatisfied. Why can't I be of assistance? These fellows possess formidable strength. Moreover, that individual can evade my attacks. Though small in stature, she possesses considerable wisdom. The previous paper airplane, with its color being white, blended seamlessly with the paper, making it seemingly impossible to detect upon scrutiny. Because, if your prowess and dominance reaches a certain level, one can sense when things are amiss. Shudi explained helplessly. Bang! Miss Valentine's Day had no other means of attack. If she were to use her own body as a weight-changing weapon against the Sky Knight, it would simply be a gift of experience. However, using the bullet as a medium proved to be remarkably effective. The Sky Knight was not capable of evading such an assault. The issue lay in its inclination to counter most attacks with its weapon rather than dodging, unless it was a truly close-range assault capable of breaching its weapon's defensive lock. With Shudi diverting its attention, the bullet inevitably struck true. Hey, aim a bit better. Hitting its head is pointless. It's a robot. Target the joints to immobilize it. Understood, Captain, she replied, yet Miss Valentine's Day's marksmanship left much to be desired. In the subsequent shots from her pistol, not a single bullet found its mark. You're utterly inept, Shudi exclaimed in exasperation. The rhythm of her attacks could be matched by this adversary. Just when they had a method capable of inflicting damage, it proved to be exceedingly unreliable. Then it shall depend on your own efforts, Captain, Miss Golden Week said with a frown, retreating to a considerable distance. After all, no one wished to endure a strike from this formidable opponent, which could easily be fatal for beings of their world's average combat prowess. The clash between Durandal and the Sky Knight's massive sword sparked blue flames. One sword style. Annihilation Blade. To ease her mind slightly, she could only shout a few slogans. Humph, are you not willing to concede? Yet, to be able to engage the Sky Knight in combat shows some skill. But such skill cannot be fully realized in such a manner. The king withdrew his own sword from the throne. By resolving matters on your end, I shall claim that heart first. An excessively kind stranger? Ha ha ha. To call me a benevolent person? Ignorant one, you shall pay for your misconceptions. Sudi suddenly burst into laughter, while in the distance, Miss Valentine's frown prompted her to inquire of the nearby Golden Week. The enemy remains undefeated. Why does the captain laugh? I laugh because you, a king devoid of strategy, and the Sky Knight, lacking in wisdom, are merely facing a lump of iron. How can you expect to fight effortlessly? Sudi chose to abandon the entanglement, retreating a few steps before fleeing. However, he did not flee entirely. He circled back within the palace and reappeared directly behind the king, having evaded him with remarkable speed. "Ah, you did not flee but chose instead to stand before me?" The king remarked with a dismissive smile, his expression replete with disdain. Suller, age 37. Faction level, world government, king of Flower City. Physical strength, 1710 supernova. Speed, 1835 supernova. Power, 1247 supernova. Stamina, 1145 supernova. Armament hockey, 6, barely adequate. Observation hockey, 51, novice. Conqueror's hockey, 0, no hope in this life. Devil fruit, 0, economic hardship. Oh, you are merely a weakling after all. I had thought you possessed formidable strength to command these knights. Yet, it seems you rely on some ancestral invention. Sudi scoffed. You insolent fool, do you know who I am? The king, enraged by Sudi's words, became volatile. Sudi, showing no respect, swung his sword towards him. The king, filled with fury, retaliated with his own sword. However, upon engaging, he realized that Sudi exerted little force, merely making contact before retreating. The king, having unleashed his strike, could not retract his power. Yet, behind Sudi and the king stood a Sky Knight. Although he followed the king's orders to attack, he exhibited no intent to spare his master. The knight's blade arced towards Sudi, simultaneously threatening the king. I shall slay you first. In the realm of martial arts, it is well known that the one who intervenes in a fight often meets a dire fate. As the king's realization dawned, he could not evade in time, and the Sky Knight's sword struck his shoulder. While it did not sever his arm, it left him on the brink of dismemberment. Ah, has the king been subdued? Yi Shao observed with curiosity. Yi Shao. Gravity. Sudi suddenly shouted. Seizing the moment of the Sky Knight's hesitation, he hurled a repulsion shell, using the hilt of his sword to press it against the king. Then, he unleashed the impact. Boom. The damage inflicted by the repulsion was substantial. Sudi staggered momentarily, only to regain his composure. His physique allowed him to withstand the recoil, though he did sustain some injury. Nevertheless, in light of his achievements, such minor sacrifices were negligible. Is that all? Sudi scoffed. The king, overwhelmed by the impact, has succumbed to unconsciousness. Sudi finds no interest in extracting useful information from him and directly swings his sword, prepared to strike. Clang. The massive sword once again clashes against his own. Sudi, feeling helpless, realizes that this hulking figure is evidently in a state of complete control. A fascinating invention indeed. He meticulously observes the myriad patterns adorning the Sky Knight, and upon closer inspection, he discerns certain elements. Are these the components of the lunar beings? They construct civilizations, create tools, disseminate technology, and manufacture robots for labor. Goodness, this wing group is quite extravagant in their endeavors. Beyond this, Sudi finds himself unable to decipher further patterns, as he has exhausted his guesses based solely on the 5 designs on the Sky Knight's armor. Clearly, his deductions have proven remarkably accurate. How intriguing. Now, he feels at ease, for with the king incapacitated, Sudi can confront this adversary without hesitation. The sounds of clashing weapons resonate around him. Sudi's blades show little wear, while the opponent's grand sword remains entirely unscathed. This weapon could indeed serve as a formidable cleaver. Its robustness is undeniable. Although not particularly sharp, the material is impressively resilient. Sudi is prepared to seize the treasure and eliminate his foe. After all, an enemy armed with weaponry poses a significant challenge. Despite his meticulous assaults, he struggles to ensure victory. Most of his strikes are flawlessly deflected. Yet, within 7 paces, bullets are swift and precise. Sudi exhales deeply, resolving to employ the shock shell. After all, high-frequency vibrational attacks might prove to be a potent weapon. Robots cannot be entirely mechanical, can they? His hands are already trembling from the impact. Nevertheless, he begins to understand why this adversary is difficult to assess. The criteria for distinguishing between robots and living beings differ significantly. While contemplating, he witnesses a smile from the opponent, who executes a gravity slash, cleaving through the armor of a Sky Knight. Inside, numerous circuits flicker with electric light. This contraption bears a resemblance to something associated with a certain peacekeeper. Sudi finds himself intrigued. Upon seeing the Sky Knight, he harbors serious doubts that the robot employs similar technological methods. However, the impact should be minimal. After all, they are all adversaries he can easily overpower. Although the battle remains evenly matched for now, the opponent has finished their engagement. It is time for Sudi to cease prolonging this confrontation. Armed, he exclaims with determination, as the aura of Durandal envelopes him with enhanced vigor. The sword thrust forth with precision, surpassing his previous velocity limitations, leaving his opponent unable to react in time. Crack! The head of the Sky Knight was pierced, and the helmet was shattered. In that fleeting moment, Su Di seemed to attain a profound clarity of thought. The long sword surged forward, decisively severing the helmet from its place. Typically, the core of mechanical components would not be situated in the head, as it is traditionally a primary target for attacks. However, this was no ordinary world. The diligent scientist had indeed placed the machine's core within the head. Thus, the Sky Knight was rendered utterly inoperative. The enhancement of the armed color has reached a significant new level. To my surprise, the iron-cutting robot proved not only devoid of danger, but also immensely beneficial. How delightful! Su Di cast a satisfied glance toward Ishio, who had swiftly dispatched the two knights with rapid assaults, reducing their armored forms to a state of ruin. Who would have thought that such foes still existed in the first half of the Grand Line? Phew, I have exerted considerable effort as well. Big brother, you should take a moment to rest. Once we reach the East Blue, we can enjoy a leisurely period. Could these robots be the hidden strength of their nation? Surely they would not be regarded as true national guardians by the world government. To maintain such protectors indeed speaks volumes about this nation's stature. All done. Perona cautiously floated over to assess the situation. Well, you need not be so frightened by this state of affairs, Su Di remarked with a hint of exasperation. After all, ensuring one's own safety is of paramount importance. By the way, have you deduced why your previous negative spirit failed to have any effect? Su Di began to dismantle the armor of a Sky Knight, meticulously examining the internal circuitry. It appeared as though something was obstructing it. How peculiar. That must be some sort of mental barrier, capable of repelling your esoteric attacks. Chapter 68. Crossing the Red Earth. The world will never know peace. Just as humanity will never relinquish its greed. When a self-righteous outsider eliminates a king, that individual will inevitably face the wrath of an entire nation. Yet, this was not the case. Firstly, the king had indeed recently incited public outrage by recklessly using ordinary people as sacrifices for malevolent rituals. No one could condone such acts. Human sacrifice? They possessed no such ludicrous tradition. Naturally, the matter would not simply be overlooked. So, how did Su Di extricate himself from this predicament? Quite simply. He took 3 days to address the situation at hand. Before the news of the king's demise spread, he convened all the nation's significant ministers under the king's name. They oversaw various aspects of governance. Whether they were diligent in their duties remained uncertain, but they were all seasoned individuals with decades of service. At the very least, there exists a semblance of reliability. My purpose in Huadu is to accomplish 3 tasks: to dismantle the monarchy, traverse the Red Earth, and establish a constitution. However, the latter is not as straightforward as it may seem. Verbal proclamations pale in comparison to the potency of actions. Su Di instructed the royal family to select another king. Regardless of who it may be, as long as their basic demeanor is acceptable, it is imperative to delineate the full extent of this king's executive and legislative powers. Retaining only 70% of the financial authority, he does not anticipate any significant achievements from this new monarch. Rather, he aims to prevent the nation from deteriorating further. The executive power, legislative authority, and the remaining fiscal control will be entrusted to a cabinet formed by the ministers, who will manage affairs collectively. The cabinet will convene for major decisions, while minor matters will be addressed by respective duties. The king shall become a mere emblem within this power structure. It is crucial to maintain clear records regarding the powers of both parties in the multitude of affairs, particularly concerning finances. Change often brings profound pain, nonetheless. Su Di feels a lingering sense of incompleteness. The institutional transformations he envisions are not achievable overnight. They require extensive time, perhaps even a complete change of dynasty, to be fully realized. Attempting to implement an egalitarian system in a chaotic world is not only absurd but perilous. Each nation's system possesses its unique allure. Albeit many are steeped in the blood of the oppressed, as Su Di articulates. At this moment, they traverse the path ascending the Red Earth, supported by their colossal camels. Effortlessly climbing towards the summit. How laughable the theory is. Not every system you wish to express carries such charm. Or else the state of this nation would not be what it is. Perona retorted defiantly. Well, that's quite all right. I comprehend your perspective, given your simplistic mindset. Su Di responded calmly. Even a truly tested and feasible system cannot be readily adapted by a nation in a short span. For the common populace, this translates to minimal changes. Only certain aspects have shifted: the minimum wage standard, maximum working hours, standards for resignation, and a more comprehensive household registration system. To alleviate troubles during the nation's recovery phase and stabilize the main business traversing the Red Earth, Sudi directed the new king to transform a village into a designated pirate street under his name. The goal was to provide a dedicated space for pirates, sparing the city dwellers from their disturbances. Previously, Huadu had similar locales, albeit hidden within the city's darker underground spots. Now, however, it has become more regulated. Many middle-tier capitalists grew restless, acutely aware of the potential threats to their interests. Indeed, capitalists, too, must engage in exploitation. After all, everyone possesses human rights. However, presently, these rights have been temporarily stripped away in accordance with vested interests. Anyone who openly opposes the new regime faces immediate execution. This will in no way impede the interests of the common people. Thus, they are unlikely to harbor any objections. Why would they? Their employers' salaries will remain unaffected. These matters, though extravagant in appearance, are, in fact, entirely peripheral to Sudi's concerns. They are merely mentioned in passing. In this nation, significant strides remain elusive, however. It is premature to regard the king merely as a symbol of good fortune. After all, only a few days have elapsed. It is implausible to expect the entire populace to adopt an open-minded perspective at once. They are, after all, merely ordinary individuals. Although the current aristocracy may appear greatly lacking, one must not overlook the exceptional qualities of their ancestors, who established such a formidable legacy. But what does it matter? The royal family remains fundamentally unchanged. Perona, feeling parched, retrieved a flask of water from her backpack to quench her thirst. Your insight is as limited as your mental capacity, she remarked. The transformation of a nation or its governance is far more complex than a mere pie chart suggests. The birth of a nation and the establishment of a royal lineage are often steeped in brutality and bloodshed. The princes and princesses who enjoy these seemingly glamorous titles do so solely because of their ancestors' remarkable capabilities. It is as simple as that. Are you not also a prince of a certain realm? Do you perceive yourself as utterly ineffectual? Perona retorted, seemingly eager to counter. Not at all. You have entirely misapprehended the matter. Princes and princesses enjoy their privileges because of their illustrious forebears. However, they are not incapable of becoming pioneers in their own right, pioneers of a new era. If everyone were to rest on the laurels of their ancestors, they would surely face extinction. I refer specifically to individuals like yourself, who, having achieved spiritual success solely through ancestral efforts, have consumed the devil fruit to gain even a modicum of utility, Sudi declared, pointing directly at her with fervor. Such harsh words. Miss Valentine lamented helplessly. Well, one gets accustomed to it. Nevertheless, it is precisely for this reason that we can gather around the captain, Sudi replied. By the way, Captain, may I become a supporter at your side as a pioneer? If you mean assistant, you are still too young for that, he responded. Miss Goldenweek appeared quite dissatisfied with this reply, her expression betraying her displeasure. But as my supporter, are you not already fulfilling that role? Sudi smiled. Of course. You cannot reach out to pat my head at present, as we are atop camels, each of us seated upon different creatures. On this journey, I have brought along 100 million belly, but I remain uncertain whether it will suffice. By the way, the final threat issued by Sudi to this nation is clear. Should any serious issues arise, those who profit from this incident shall not escape unscathed. They will face dire consequences. A simple yet effective method. Chapter 69. Are they truly the strong of mind? Are they moved? Certainly, they do not dare to act. The royal family's wealth is exceedingly abundant. However, this does not embolden them to utilize these resources lightly. Logically, they could mobilize 30% of it. Your Majesty, I apologize. We are merely adhering to the regulations, one minister humbly stated. The others remained silent. The new king has recently regained some composure, feeling less fear and anxiety. The pleasures afforded by the throne are unparalleled. Even the mere control over financial matters is more than sufficient. After all, the nebulous nature of administrative power only serves to rob him of time to indulge in the luxuries of life. Compared to the royal existence, his current lifestyle is indeed more opulent. Though the king has passed, his legacy endures. To be interred in the royal mausoleum is the final dignity bestowed upon him by the new king. Has the populace been sufficiently placated? After all, this is a crucial task. Yes, we have shifted the blame for the previous cholera outbreak onto no. Fool, do not proceed in such a manner. The new king bellowed. While he is the king, all that he has done, I am not referring to that. If you cast him as a villain beyond redemption, the people's sentiments will only become more tumultuous. It is better to downplay the matter. Time will heal all darkness. The new regime requires a transitional period. Instability must not arise. The new king thoughtfully articulated his perspective. The ministers bowed their heads, recognizing that this new king possesses a unique insight. However, with the advent of the new regime, the king's authority no longer commands such respect. Naturally, after enduring prolonged royal oppression, they cannot now openly challenge the king's strength. This new policy remains in its experimental phase. The nation requires time to demonstrate the validity of this path. At last, we have arrived at the East Sea. Chinyu remarked with a light chuckle. Crossing the rivers that traverse the Red Earth continent is no trivial endeavor. It is essential to recognize that this upstream route is forged from the convergence of 4 distinct waterways from all corners of the world. Indeed, their arrival at the East Sea was no simple feat. The vast ocean. Here I come. Su Di shouted joyfully into the sea breeze. How childish, Perona mumbled, pouting. A colossal camel could even traverse the currents that lie at the pinnacle of the continent. Naturally, it merely needs to wade through the confluence of the 4 seas at the mountaintop to embark on the descent toward the East Sea. As they journeyed along, the path became considerably easier. The East Sea, you say? I never expected to have the opportunity to visit this place in my lifetime, he remarked with a smile. Brother, have you been here before? No, I have never set foot here, which makes this experience all the more profound, came the reply. It's nothing. With us guiding you. You need not worry, Su Di reassured with a smile. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he took the lead, alighting from the camel and stepping onto the riverbank. Here lay a small port, where ships were docked, ready to transport passengers directly to Rog Town in the East Sea. The vessels were undeniably opulent, after all. Those wealthy enough to afford the fare were accustomed to enjoying superior services that enhanced their consumption experience. Greetings, sir. There are 5 of you, correct? Inquired the port staff respectfully. Indeed, here are our tickets. Please take us to Rog Town. Is it already evening? I would rather not spend the night here in the dark, Su Di replied coolly. Naturally, while traveling, Su Di maintained his good habit of wearing a mask. Following the issuance of the bounty notice, he astutely discarded his previous masks and purchased a new set. The design was markedly different, for instance. The mask he wore was a blue fish mask, which blended well into the environment of the East Sea. This new mask is rather amusing, Miss Valentine's Day laughed, pointing to the white fish mask adorning her face. Enough chatter. We must act discreetly. Otherwise, if trouble finds you, you will have to bear the consequences. Su Di admonished with a frown. The boat ride to Rog Town was seamless, and they arrived without incident. Su Di promptly reserved 3 rooms at an inn. Where shall we go tomorrow? During dinner, they casually dined at a roadside stall. Perona expressed her curiosity about their upcoming endeavors. To vacation, Su Di replied simply. Huh? After arriving at the East Sea, is that all you're thinking about? Perona scolded with a frown. Surely there must be many exciting things to see. I have yet to experience them, such as the eerie cursed dolls. Su Di countered. Apologies, but the East Sea lacks any dark-themed castles. However, there might be a cursed sword, he replied nonchalantly. Then I am no longer interested in this place. Not everything is meant to pique your interest. Next. Their focus shifted to a map Su Di had procured. Here, Cocoa West Village. I am quite intrigued by this location, he declared, slapping a newspaper onto the table. Bounty, 10 million berries. Fisherman Arlong. Though merely a small pirate, he seems to be quite a nuisance in certain waters due to his swimming abilities. I intend to eliminate this troublesome scoundrel. Agreed. Miss Golden Week nodded in agreement, and no one else refuted her. A smile crept onto her face, tinged with curiosity about this enigmatic figure. Along. If one were to inquire about it, the visage printed in the newspaper remained invisible to her. A merman. Could it possibly be edible? How about it? Does anyone among you wish to seize this opportunity for a taste? Su Di suddenly shifted the conversation to a more whimsical topic. How could one even consider consuming a merman? Such a notion feels utterly unacceptable. As it would surely be difficult for even fish to comprehend, Miss Golden Week remarked with a frown. Fret not. After all, fish are undeniably fresh. Each bite is filled with nourishment. As for the merman, indulging in such a delicacy might indeed lead to food poisoning, Su Di calmly assessed. Has no one ever sampled a merman before? This may not be significant, yet, indeed, few would find appeal in beings that resemble humans, save for those with peculiar thoughts. After dinner, the group returned to the inn. Cavendish and Yudi shared a room, while Perona and Miss Golden Week occupied another. And Miss Valentine's Day had a room to herself. Regrettably, Urki harbored no desire to visit a place like the East Sea, having heard it was deemed the weakest of all seas. One can only imagine the level of combat prowess present there. Chapter 70. The Sovereign of Rogue Town today marks the moment of departure from this locale. Yudi adjusted his hat slightly in preparation for their journey. Indeed, he possessed a distinctive black top hat, though it was rarely worn. The day was bright, yet it lacked the treacherous navigation challenges typical of the Grand Line. Here, the waters were so calm that even a makeshift raft would suffice for survival. The audacity of a notable figure like Buggy to attempt such a feat speaks volumes of the safety to be found here. Yudi and his companions need not subject themselves to undue hardship. First, they must seek a vessel. Upon reaching the dock, they inquired among the many fishermen present. "Apologies, sir, but there are no luxury cruises departing in the coming week." "Ah, that simply won't do," Yudi replied. "This month marks the fishing season's hiatus. We fishermen shall not venture out to sea. Even if you wish to pay handsomely for passage, the fisherman was about to elaborate, but was interrupted when Yudi produced a 1,000 yuan bill. "Honestly, I should have resolved this issue sooner," Yudi remarked with a shake of his head. "How about this? It surely exceeds your earnings from fishing. However, our boats are currently undergoing maintenance. Most of us fishermen find ourselves in a similar predicament. Please wait 2 days. If you would." 2 days? Forget it. The discrepancy in travel speed is insurmountable. If it comes to waiting 2 more days, I might as well bide my time for a cruise. Yudi declined the fisherman's suggestion. "Let us wait here for 5 days, then." Captain. Have we finally encountered an unforeseen circumstance?" Golden Week inquired. "No, every adventure at sea is beyond my calculations," he replied. "By the way, how do you discern the directions of various islands? During our time on the Grand Line, I never witnessed you employing any methods." "Not even the use of a recording pointer?" Perona asked, her curiosity piqued. Of course, she was merely inquiring, as she surmised that Cavendish would never divulge such secrets. "It's merely a talent," he replied nonchalantly. "However, I can only vaguely comprehend the names of the numerous countries on the map, but it is impossible to accurately predict the myriad natural weather changes within the maritime realm. The weather of the Grand Line is inherently unpredictable." Perona gazed at him, her expression one of incredulity. This individual has indeed taken the time to thoroughly elucidate how he is able to discover the shortest routes at sea, revealing the secret to guiding vessels swiftly across the waves. However, if this ability is merely a product of innate talent, then there truly seems to be little reason to conceal it. This ability, when applied to navigation, is undeniably practical. Yet, without a robust foundation of maritime knowledge or a comprehension of weather variations, it merely serves as a somewhat useful skill across the seas. "Is this truly your talent?" "It appears rather mediocre," remarked Perona. "And what about you, the inept ghost princess? Do you possess any talent worth mentioning? By the way, an affinity for cursed dolls hardly qualifies as a talent," Sudi remarked coolly. "You insolent wretch," Perona retorted, "I am proficient in navigation." Huh? Come now. Do not deceive me." Sudi was entirely skeptical of this claim. "You, who have remained cooped up in the castle, could possibly master the art of navigation? How did you not sense the storm we encountered earlier? Hey, do you expect humans to function as weather sensors? It is impossible for one to perceive weather changes, especially the critical shifts in wind direction, within a confined ship's cabin." "I was in the cabin the entire time," Perona shouted loudly, attracting the attention of many passers-by. "Enough of this ruckus. You are disturbing the peace. Furthermore, why should one not rely on their body to sense the environment? This world is vast, and I have encountered individuals who utilize the air as a means of weather prediction. Their navigational skills were remarkable, as they could foresee forthcoming weather changes. Truly impressive." "You must be fabricating tales. Such individuals cannot possibly exist," Perona dismissed. "Then, where did you acquire your navigational skills? Don't tell me you learned solely from books." "I acquired them during my time aboard your ship. After all, spending every day on the vessel left me with plenty of idle time. Thus, I perused some navigational texts that were available on board. Occasionally, I would ascend to the deck to observe the direction of air currents, humidity, and changes in sea flow, which provided me with insights. However, I cannot entirely predict the conditions of uncharted waters. Nevertheless, the severe storm you previously encountered could have been avoided with foresight. It must be said that the navigator aboard your ship is woefully inadequate. Since we've come this far, I shan't dwell on it any longer. Rest assured. Upon our return, I shall certainly dismiss him. The East Blue must have a plethora of talents. I am merely seeking to recruit a few." Sudi smiled. Lacking the ability to navigate, they prepared to rest for a while. Sudi also took a leisurely stroll through a nearby sword shop. Undoubtedly, he had to acquire the cursed blade. However, unlike Zaro, he did not possess a reckless spirit. He intended to ensure absolute control over the situation and certainly would not relinquish the sword to bond with it. Instead, he directly took possession of the cursed blade. Although he unveiled the sword's identity before the shopkeeper, eliciting surprise, Sudi truly appeared far from a conventional swordsman. The proprietor of the sword shop did not entrust his prized blade, Shuizhou, to him to fulfill his aspirations. Although it was indeed disheartening for Sudi, an enthusiastic collector of anime, to be short one sword, he, being a person of integrity, could not resort to outright theft. However, the presence of Yishao alongside Sudi exuded an aura that resonated with the shopkeeper, a distinct presence characteristic of a formidable swordsman. Yet, since the other party already possessed a sword, the owner was not inclined to part with his treasured weapon. The shopkeeper's readiness to bestow a sword upon Zaro could be attributed to Zaro's declaration of being a three-sword style practitioner. It would be quite the oversight to allow such a swordsman to settle for merely one sword and then select a subpar blade as a companion. What a profound regret that would be. "Thank you for your sword," Sudi exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Indeed, it is quite sharp. I believe it will appreciate its new master, who is imbued with a sense of justice." In this world, one must laugh heartily to truly relish the experience. Subsequently, they encountered the island's lieutenant at a bookstore in Rogue Town, the notorious Smoker. Although Sudi's overt identity was not that of a wanted criminal, he was donning a mask, which made him feel a tad uneasy. Smoker also took note of the duo. One bore 3 swords, while the other, seemingly blind, tapped the ground with a staff. The individual wielding a weapon and wearing a mask seemed vaguely familiar. Smoker found himself momentarily at a loss to place where he had seen such a visage. His thoughts muddled, he mused. Is he a naval officer? Of course. Yishao could not discern Smoker's uniform, but Sudi elucidated the identity of the man. Chapter 71. The Smoker and the Underworld. "Oh, Commander, is there something you require?" Sudi inquired with an air of calm. Although masked, Smoker was oblivious to his features. "Nothing of consequence. Are you travelers from afar?" "Well, one could say that," Sudi replied. "You seem somewhat familiar." If one could still appear familiar while masked, Sudi's words trailed off. Suddenly, Smoker had a revelation. Was he not the notorious bounty hunter, Roy, who had a staggering bounty of over 800 million? "Haha, Commander, you possess a discerning eye. I am indeed a fan of that hero." Sudi burst into laughter, audaciously patting Smoker on the shoulder. "Roy is our grand hero. He has vanquished a nefarious warlord and dealt with the notorious pirate, Silver Fong Bella, who threatened our homeland. I hold him in the highest regard. Yet, it is a tremendous pity that I could not witness his true visage." Sudi sighed. "Thus, my attire pays homage to that hero. The atrocities committed by the warlords are countless, and the villages and islands they have destroyed are immeasurable. However, that hero directly confronted the infamous warlords, utterly unafraid of the world government's authority. Surely, Commander, you must find him quite impressive." Sudi spoke earnestly. "Ah, is it the pirate hunter Roy?" Smoker extracted a cigar and ignited it. "This name resonates profoundly with me now. A man who has slain a warlord, he must indeed be a courageous individual. However, it is unfortunate that he is a wanted criminal. Should I encounter him, our navy would never let him escape." Smoker stated with gravity, then lit his cigar. "Is that so? Yet, I feel you do not strike me as that kind of person," Sudi remarked with a smile as he concluded his words, departing with a grin, neglecting to purchase even a book. After Cavendish's departure, Smoker furrowed his brow in contemplation. Did he just say I don't seem like a bad person? No, that can't be right. I am a Navy officer, inherently a representative of justice, an unequivocal good person. Smoker suddenly came to this realization. However, he refrained from elaborating further. As long as I do what I believe is right, isn't that sufficient? Speaking of which, it seemed his rank was still under discussion by headquarters regarding a potential promotion. Yet, regrettably, it was unlikely they would agree to elevate his status. After all, should he be promoted to colonel, that would signify a remarkably high rank within the East Blue, potentially allowing him to command a naval division. One should not underestimate this. After all, even the Axe-Emperor rose to become the highest commander of a remote outpost while merely holding the rank of colonel, often exercising a form of dictatorial rule. This situation bears no distinction from that of a local tyrant. Appointing someone as troublesome as Smoker to such a position is indeed a risk for all involved. Has this been brushed aside? Sudi glanced back at the figure of Smoker striding down the street. Is he concerned about his identity being exposed? Speaking of which, your acting skills are quite commendable, Cavendish, he remarked with a calm smile, having witnessed everything just moments ago. On a psychological level, this is hardly a matter of great significance. Shudy then turned to retrieve his portable snail phone, dialing one by one the individuals who were shopping in Lobetown. Moses, Captain. Please rest assured, I shall return the two of them shortly. No, there is no need for haste. Just be cautious and avoid stirring up trouble. Yes. This city is under the watchful eye of the Navy. Although we are not pirates and not their primary focus, we must remain vigilant. Understood, boss. However, Shudy soon encountered a predicament of his own. The circumstances unfolded such that they meandered through the streets and inadvertently stumbled upon a gathering of local gangsters. While they were not particularly interested in such affairs, Cavendish nonetheless felt compelled to intervene, incensed by the bullying of a mere child. It seems necessary for you to witness what true justice entails. Shudy smoothly received the information from behind, then turned to the youth encircled and assaulted by the gangsters. Suddenly taken aback. What an extraordinary coincidence, a green-crowned head. The young man who was beaten is none other than Bartolomeo, the wielder of the barrier fruit. Alternatively, one might refer to him as the complete form of Jaime, though he is not quite that yet. As for his background, I only know that he hails from Fusha village and has witnessed Luffy being harmed. However, it is perplexing why he is currently enduring such a beating. Naturally, one cannot expect the elderly to intervene, can they? He drew his black blade, Chiyoshue, and with a swift motion, dispatched each of the ruffians using the flat of his sword. It is worth noting that these thugs already bore numerous injuries. Bartolomeo slowly rose to his feet, surprisingly unscathed. Thank you for your assistance, he exclaimed. Oh, it was merely a trifling matter. No need for thanks, came the reply. Why were you alone against so many of them? Bartolomeo adjusted his hat and inquired. They dared to claim that as the child of an ordinary family, I was unworthy of being a leader. How could I possibly tolerate such insolence? Bartolomeo replied, his expression darkening. By the way, it seemed you had some sort of defensive technique earlier. What was it? The power of a devil fruit? Is that what you're referring to? Bartolomeo's demeanor shifted, his face losing its amiable quality. However, he lacked the peculiar lock rings on his body, perhaps because he had yet to fully embrace the life of a criminal. This should be called the barrier fruit, which I encountered previously by the seaside. However, its taste was rather unpleasant. I later discovered its ability to withstand all forms of physical harm. Impressive, isn't it? Bartolomeo laughed heartily. Although the power of the barrier had not yet been fully realized, he still bore several minor injuries. Shinyu merely nodded, opting not to dismantle his enthusiasm. Why aspire to be a leader in the underworld? He asked. Indeed, only then can I become a person worthy of respect. The path to honor is always fraught with challenges, Bartolomeo responded, displaying an optimistic outlook on this matter. That is a valid point, Shinyu acknowledged. However, have you considered that the respect you gain as a leader of the underworld stems not from admiration, but from fear? Not just from them, but also from ordinary people who live peacefully. Why should they become innocent victims due to your fleeting whims? Do you truly wish to be associated with a dark path that serves as a cautionary tale for generations to come? This notion had never crossed Bartolomeo's mind. He was momentarily struck dumb, cold sweat trickling down his brow. I believe you are someone who understands the gravity of the situation. Being a villain pales in comparison to being a good person, one who is respected. The Navy is certainly a commendable choice, admired and respected by all. Except for those underground old rats. Chapter 72, Justice of Fusha Village. But the Navy isn't as benevolent as one might think, is it? Bartolomeo appeared to have an epiphany and retorted, no, the crux of the matter lies not in the mere speck of dust within the broth, but rather in the broth itself. I do not assert that becoming a Navy officer is inherently commendable. After all, the Navy is bound by regulations and constrained by a limited sense of justice. What you must discern is the essence of the naval profession, driven by an aspiration for justice and a reverence for oneself. If you do not regard yourself as someone worthy of admiration, how can you hope to attain such lofty aspirations? I merely desire to command respect. Bartolomeo furrowed his brow. Perhaps you are disenchanted with the so-called theories of justice. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Yet, when everyone perceives you as a paragon of virtue, a capable individual able to alleviate the perils faced by the masses, you become an object of veneration for most. Naturally, there will be detractors, motivated purely by jealousy. Su Di concluded his convoluted reasoning, adjusting his hat. Oh, so this is the manner in which one garners admiration? Bartolomeo responded, intrigued. Indeed, and if you embody such a persona, You shall not undergo the trials typically associated with a crime lord. What trials? Bartolomeo inquired. Being scorned by the masses, not just the general populace. But even your own subordinates will chastise you. Sudi remarked. Of course, I perceive you more as a rogue, suited to the archetype of a fearsome exterior concealing a benevolent heart. Sudi waved goodbye. Nevertheless, I merely offered you a few insights. I am but an ordinary adventurer and do not wish to squander too much time on trivial matters. By the way, do not idolize villains. Avoid becoming a pirate. Otherwise, I might take on the role of a bounty hunter and apprehend you. Bartolomeo gazed at the unconscious gang members sprawled on the ground, his thoughts swirling. Ah, it must be time to return home for dinner. Surely, my grandmother has prepared a meal. With a sudden clap of his hands, Bartolomeo dashed towards his home. Has he already obtained the power of the barrier fruit? Yet, he is not entirely malevolent. Guidance is still necessary, Sudi mused to himself. Indeed, should he wield this power for good, he might become a remarkable figure. Merely a brat from the East Blue, Cavendish smiled. As evening descended, Perona arrived carrying 2 large bags of new outfits. Miss Golden Week bore an even larger sack of snacks, and Miss Valentine's Day brought an even grander collection of cosmetics. Hey, what on earth are you all doing? We are supposed to be traveling. Can you even manage all these items? Furthermore, some regions are notoriously difficult for ships to reach, and I cannot guarantee your safe arrival, Sudi remarked, visibly displeased. Hurrah! Are you dissatisfied because I did not bring you anything? Indeed, a heartless employer is just as you would expect. Perona fixed her gaze upon Cavendish and remarked, Hey, I am merely speaking the truth. Do you truly look like you are embarking on a journey? Furthermore, if the matters I need to attend to are merely regarded as your luggage, rest assured that no one will assist you in carrying them. And you must still accomplish the tasks I have assigned. Sudi furrowed his brow in response. Well, isn't it just as it appears? We will ensure that the work is completed. So, if there is nothing else, let us leave it at that, Miss Golden Week exclaimed. You certainly have an abundance of snacks, Sudi noted, rubbing his forehead. Boss, if it comes to that. I can let you make use of the items we purchased, she replied, holding out her cosmetics. Just leave quickly. I detest insincere women. Sudi declared with a look of disdain. Where is the insincerity? Miss Valentine's Day questioned with a puzzled expression. Makeup is the greatest deception one can inflict upon others. Indeed, the utmost deception, Sudi retorted vehemently. This sentiment may stem from the fact that many online influencers are adept at employing beauty filters. As for those who forego such enhancements, they undoubtedly possess formidable skills in the art of makeup. Even those who are already quite pleasing to the eye should not require such methods. But boss, you are encroaching upon our private lives. A week is not so difficult to endure. Once the cruise commences, our tickets are ready, and although we are not the ones steering the ship, Sudi's group prepared for their voyage. In his leisure, Sudi took a moment to review his attributes. Well, I must say, they are rather impressive. Cavendish, age 18. Faction level, nameless pirate underling. Physical strength, 1899, supernova. Speed, 4577, warlord. Power, 1311, supernova. Stamina, 1467, supernova. Armament hockey, 647, New World, 5th Emperor, Bat King. Observation hockey, 749, intermediate in Heart Network. Conqueror's hockey, 0, no hope in this lifetime. Devil fruit, 0, economic hardship. World map preview. Identification function activated for living beings. It seems my martial skills have notably improved. It appears that the influence of that Sky Knight has been quite significant. However, was it truly wise to transport the remnants of their parts onto the ship for safekeeping? Upon our return from the East Blue, I shall investigate whether these peculiar mechanical warriors are linked to the technology of the Moon People or perhaps the research of the world government. In any case, I feel confident that some form of results can be achieved. Regrettably, I lack specialized personnel among my ranks. Perhaps I could send them to Water 7 for Frankie to examine personally. This is indeed a fitting proposition. An unending voyage can be rather tedious. Instead, let us indulge in a game of chance, perhaps a card game. Sudi suddenly addressed the daydreaming Golden Week and Valentine's Day, who were engrossed in their books. Hey, Captain, what shall we play? Boss, I assure you we will accomplish our task. On the other side, Perona, feeling rather bored on the cruise ship, approached them. As she lacked companionship for mischief. What are you discussing? She inquired. I must admit, I am not particularly inclined to partake in this gambling while you are present. Sudi squinted. Xiao silently moved a chair closer, eager to hear what Su Di had to say. Then let us engage in something simple and enjoyable, known as ocean card draw kill. First, the cards are divided into several types. Chapter 73. After the pirate's goodness. How simplistic. You dare to accept this wager? Su Di exclaimed in astonishment. What is there to fear? After all, you have but this one opportunity. Should you lose, you must dutifully honor the bet. Thus, even if we prevail, you cannot refuse, can you? All right then, Su Di nodded. Now, let us commence the game. You may go first. We shall take it easy. Then I shall begin. Hey, Su Di, you needn't be so formal. Since we are playing, we ought to make it grand. If you were so stingy, it would lack excitement. Very well. I shall draw the first card. I bet on a big joker. I shall start. All right then, you go first. Let the game begin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 points. Little joker, you all lose. What? How could this be? I have won 3 consecutive times. This is impossible. If you are unsatisfied, you may challenge again. Very well. 4th card. Let the game begin. It ended so quickly again. How dull. I wish to wager with you to see who would triumph. Do not dampen my spirits, my friend. Very well, let us begin. I shall go first. 4th card. You aren't planning to play with me again, are you? Indeed, I intend to challenge you. In this gamble, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Perona emerged victorious. Well, boss, you must accept your fate. Our mission is accomplished, Perona remarked with a cheerful grin. Although Su Di feigned anger on the surface, everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to lose face before Perona and thus adopted an indignant demeanor. All right, I concede. Are you two really bullying me like this? Boss? You are indeed the boss. How could someone like you ever back down? Look at these mechanical beings. They're just like this. One should never judge a book by its cover, right? You aren't a fool, are you? Well then, since that's the case, I shall proceed. And this means I win, Su Di said, waving his hand. Yes, boss, you must uphold your promise. Perona nodded in agreement. Sure, no problem. It's just 10 gold coins. I don't even bat an eye at that. Bring it on. Hee. Thank you for your generosity, boss. Now, I shall reveal my cards. Perona chuckled. Reveal them. Su Di responded with a smile. However, when Perona glanced at the cards in her hand, she was momentarily stunned. There lay 4 red kings and an 8 of diamonds, along with 3 threes of diamonds. How is this even possible? Perona exclaimed in disbelief. What do you think? Am I not impressive? Su Di laughed heartily, clearly delighted. Our wager still stands, boss. Let us formalize an agreement. Huazhou approached Su Di and said. All right, what are the terms? Su Di inquired. We request to remain aboard the ship for 5 days and nights, during which you, boss, must cater to our needs diligently. No slacking off. Or you shall bear the consequences. Not a problem. Not a problem at all. Let us commence immediately. Su Di promptly took out a pen and inscribed his name on the paper, handing it to Huangzhou. Next, he wrote down his surname on a blank sheet and passed it to Perona. Boss, leave this to me, Perona said with a smile as she accepted the note. Very well, I shall take a rest for now. Boss, you may go to sleep. We will navigate the ship back to shore, Perona assured him. All right, just don't try to pull any tricks. We would never do such a thing. Su Di nodded in satisfaction and then walked toward his room. Wait for me, boss. Perona followed closely behind. Upon seeing Su Di enter the bedroom, Perona stepped inside as well. Hey, Perona, what are you doing? Su Di exclaimed, suddenly flustered at her presence in his room. Of course, I am here to sleep. What else would I be doing? What could you possibly do? I just feel it's a bit inappropriate for you to enter my room. Inappropriate? We are in the same room with 2 beds. What is the problem? Are you afraid we might harm you? Perona teased playfully. Well, Su Di found himself at a loss for words. All right, my dear boss. I understand that you are quite a reserved individual. However, rest assured, I shall not impose upon you. After all, you are merely striving to fulfill your duties. That sounds splendid, Su Di remarked. Well then, I shall not stand on ceremony. I am going to change my clothes. Would you care to join me? Well, there's no need for that. I shall take my leave to avoid disturbing you, Su Di said, shaking his head hurriedly. No, you must stay. What do you intend to do then? Su Di replied with a wry smile. It's quite simple. My intentions are clear. I wish to bathe with you and share a bed, Perona declared with unyielding confidence. You may call upon a maid or servant for assistance. That simply will not do. I must be hands-on. No, it cannot be. Yet it must. Very well. You cannot retract your words. Retract? Impossible. Why do you always resort to provocation? Fine, fine. I yield. I concede, said Su-di with resignation. All right, boss, I acknowledge my fault this time. However, I merely wish to assist you. Perona quickly clarified. Well, I recognize that you are a commendable person, and your help is indeed appreciated, yet your insistence places immense pressure upon me. How would you like me to assist you then? Perona inquired. How about a contest? Su-di proposed. What shall we wager? Perona asked with curiosity. Let us wager money. Su-di declared. Very well, how much shall we bet? Perona questioned. Well, I'm not quite certain about that. Let us compare sizes, Su-di suggested. Sizes? Boss, you can't be serious. You are aware of my capabilities. Are you attempting to swindle my money? Perona exclaimed, visibly agitated. What's the matter, Perona? Are you afraid to gamble with me? Are you hesitant to compete? Su-di chuckled. Of course, I am willing to compete. It's merely a matter of size. What is so remarkable about it? I refuse to believe I cannot surpass you, Perona retorted. Very well, let us commence, Su-di declared. Indeed, let the games begin. Perona replied with a smile. Excellent. I accept. I am eager to see if you possess the skill to defeat me, Perona stated. Prepare yourself for a feast. I shall astonish you, Su-di laughed. Humph. I refuse to believe you can truly outdo me. All right, I shall give it a try, Su-di said, moving to the cabinet to retrieve several boxes of lottery tickets. He rummaged through a drawer, pulling out a cardboard box, and placed the tickets inside before setting it on the bed. Let us begin the competition, Su-di proclaimed, picking up a dice cup from the table and starting to shake it. Perona watched as Su-di tossed the dice onto the table, unable to contain her curiosity. Boss, what are you doing? Why, I am shaking the dice, of course. How did you manage to throw all the dice onto the table at once? It's merely a special technique of mine. Now, let us commence, Su-di replied, tossing the remaining dice from the box onto the table. Boss, you are cheating. Perona protested, exasperated. And what if I am? Can you prove these dice are empty? Perona was at a loss for words. Su-di was correct. In this world, the existence of empty dice was indeed debatable. Noticing Perona's silence, Su-di shifted his gaze to the window and drew the curtains aside. The moon is exceptionally round and beautiful at this hour. Let us play for high stakes. I wager that one of these dice must be empty. So let us gamble on size. Boss, feel free to wager as you please. Perona replied. Very well. The challenge is on. Su-di pointed toward the moon outside. All right. Let the games begin. With that, Perona took her seat and began to toss the dice. Boss, do not throw recklessly. I must warn you, Perona cautioned, eyeing Su-di warily. Do not worry. I shall be cautious, Su-di reassured her. Upon hearing this, Perona felt more at ease and continued to roll the dice. Soon enough, Su-di's dice began to shake as well. Boss, you must not act carelessly. Perona warned again. All is well, fret not. There is no need for such tension, Su-di replied. Su-di smiled and said, No, I simply cannot trust you. Well, if you do not believe me, I shall have to make a guess. If I am correct, you must grant me a request, Su-di declared. Very well. If you can indeed guess correctly, I shall not refuse, came the reply. All right then, since you have said as much, let me take a guess and see how fortunate I am. Tell me, if I do guess you correctly, should you not agree to my request? Of course, was the affirmation. Well, it is quite simple. I hope you will no longer refer to me as boss, and I request that you refrain from using the powers of the ghost fruit against me in the future. Su-di insisted. Is that demand not rather excessive? Am I to interpret this as a threat? You have misunderstood my intent. I do not mean to threaten you, rather. I am offering you an opportunity. Do not squander it. If I guess correctly, I hope you will honor your promise and cease to use the ghost fruit's powers against me. Should you refuse to uphold your word, I shall not partake in this game any longer, for I have other matters to attend to, Su-di stated with seriousness. Boss, I promise you, I will no longer target you. However, if you lose, you must also not go back on your word. You must fulfill your commitment. Is that agreeable? Perona responded. I certainly will not go back on my word. Nonetheless, if you lose, you too must agree to one condition. I shall not waver. All right, speak your terms. And I shall agree to what I can fulfill, she replied. First, we must compete fairly. You cannot employ any privileges, and I will match you with my ordinary luck. You have no objections to this, I trust? How shall we compete? Second, if I guess you correctly, you must leave the city. If I lose, I shall not remain here any longer. I will return at once. Su-di stated. Boss, I believe this matter is utterly impossible. You cannot possibly guess correctly. What? Do you think it is impossible for me to guess? Very well. Then, please make your guess first. Perona hesitated momentarily before speaking. Boss, I believe this contest holds no significance. If you truly wish to triumph, you should cast all these dice aside. Should you lose, you must not resort to any tricks. Very well. I promise you. I would not deceive you. After all, what could I possibly gain by doing so? All right, I shall commence. As Perona spoke, she began to rummage through the box. Hurry and roll, don't dawdle. Hearing this, Sudi promptly tossed the dice in his hand. Bang, bang. The dice clashed incessantly against the empty ones. See, I told you so. Sudi chuckled. Humph. Impossible. You must merely be fortunate. You've surely guessed incorrectly, Perona retorted. Oh, since you say such, I shall await the outcome. Let us begin. With that, Perona commenced shaking the dice. Bang, bang. She continued to shake relentlessly. Although she was in constant motion, she dared not raise her gaze, fearing she might inadvertently glance in Sudi's direction. Instead, she kept her head lowered, fixated on her toes. Her hands never ceased their frenzied shaking, and soon, her fingers grew weary. I believe in you, Perona declared. Haha, your faith is appreciated. Sudi laughed heartily. All right, we can commence. Let us begin. Bang, bang. Soon, the dice from both hands fell onto the gambling table, producing a dull thud. You see, even with my luck as poor as it may be, I cannot possibly lose, Sudi proclaimed with pride. Perona gazed at the dice on the table, her expression betraying a sense of panic. I lost, she exclaimed. I told you so. How could you ever defeat me? How could you have won so swiftly, boss? Why did you lose so quickly? I didn't mean to, Perona stammered. All right, I understand. It's merely that your luck was too unfortunate. Let us wager anew, Sudi suggested. Perona quickly responded. Boss, I do not wish to gamble any longer. Why not? Because you've won so much money from me. I have lost everything. I am truly destitute. You are quite naive. Do you truly believe the money I won from you was ever mine? Otherwise, from where do you think I acquired such wealth? Perona questioned. Well, you can take a look at that box. It contains a full 1 million yuan in cash. I believe it is evident that you have lost this time, and my victory is assured. Wouldn't you agree? This is impossible. How can it be impossible? Do you think I'm speaking nonsense? No, that is not what I meant. No, not at all. Perona exclaimed anxiously. Then what do you mean? Do you think your boss is a great deceiver? Absolutely not. How could I ever think that of you, boss? Perona replied. Since you think this way, there is little I can do. I am merely a businessman, and a businessman does not deceive others lightly. Thus, do not blame me. I have acted out of necessity. Have I not? No, boss. That is truly not my intention. I simply, forget it. The boss understands. You have crushed dozens of casinos with money and won a fortune, correct? Indeed. Sudi nodded. You are quite astute. Thank you for the compliment, boss. However, I believe this matter is not as simple as it appears, Perona said, furrowing her brow. Indeed, this situation is quite complex, but rest assured, I will not harm you. I merely require you to procure a batch of arms for me. Once you do that, I guarantee you will not come to any harm. Arms. What do you need them for, boss? You will understand in due course. I will not conceal it from you. This pertains to our Black Dragon gang, to our very survival. If you are willing, I have no qualms about sharing this information. However, I must warn you, should you disclose this to anyone, the consequences for you will be dire, so think carefully. I understand. I will not tell anyone. You need not worry, boss. Good. Now, since you are unwilling, I shall not force you. After all, I do not wish to escalate matters unnecessarily, Sudi said calmly. Perona took a deep breath and declared. Then let us continue with the next round. Very well. You may begin. All right, let us start. Perona responded. Bang. Ouch. That hurts. Perona cried out in agony. Aha. Perona, you have lost again. It is time to concede gracefully, Sudi said triumphantly. Boss, you Perona trembled with rage. Miss Perona, do not be angry. I do not wish to hold anything against you, Sudi remarked. You scoundrel. What do you want from me? Perona shouted. I do not know. I just know you are a scoundrel. I despise you, Perona said as she turned to leave. Sigh. Miss Perona, if you say that, then I am truly wronged. Sudi shook his head and said, Please do not misunderstand me, nor should you misinterpret yourself. Otherwise, it could lead to unfortunate consequences. Boss, I will not misinterpret myself, but I shall never forgive you. Very well, do as you wish. In any case, I emerged victorious this time. You lost. Which means you shall henceforth serve as my attendant. There can be no turning back. Do you understand? Boss, rest assured, I will not waver. You have won. May I now be free to leave? Indeed, while I have triumphed in this matter, you have not been told that you cannot return to work. Therefore, you must remain in my company and continue your duties. I assure you, I shall not treat you poorly. A raise is in store for you. However, should you wish for an increase, substantial compensation will be required. Sudi smiled at Perona. A raise? You intend to give me a raise? Perona exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Sudi. Indeed, you shall receive at least $500 million in commission each year. Do you believe I can afford such a sum? I understand. Do you have any further questions? No, thank you. Very well. You may depart now. Remember my words. Do not renege, or I shall not be lenient. Do you grasp the meaning of my statement? I comprehend. Thank you for your guidance and encouragement, boss. Enough. Be on your way. Sudi waved his hand. Oh, all right. Boss, I shall take my leave. Very well. Travel safely and enjoy yourself. Sudi nodded. Perona turned to leave. After she departed, Sudi smiled and murmured to himself, Miss Perona, do remain by my side. Your companionship shall not go unrewarded. And I will ensure your happiness, though ultimately it must be earned by your own efforts. After leaving the hotel, Perona returned and informed her father about the wager she had lost to Sudi, saying, Father, I lost. What? You lost? How could this happen? Did you not claim this man was formidable? His prowess is indeed impressive, but alas, he is a despicable individual, using this wager to coerce my submission. A despicable individual? Indeed, you are correct. How dare he employ such insidious tactics to force your compliance? Perona's father exclaimed with indignation. Father, what shall we do now? Perona asked anxiously. What can be done? This matter is beyond my control. It is up to you to navigate your own course. Father, I, Perona, could not help but lower my head. Unable to meet my father's gaze, fearing he might see through the tumult of emotions within me at that moment. Perona, you need not worry. He is not as dreadful as you think. I firmly believe he will not divulge this matter, for should it come to light, it would only bring him considerable distress. Moreover, this incident will not tarnish his reputation, so I assure you, there is no cause for concern, her father said. Well then, all right. Father, I shall heed your words. I trust you. Please do not fret. I shall manage this situation well and ensure you incur no losses. Father, I am at a loss for words. Perona replied. Dear child, you need not say anything. I understand everything. Rest assured, this matter can be resolved. Yes, father, I comprehend. Perona nodded. Now, do not overexert yourself. Retire early. I understand. Father, you should also rest. Perona nodded once more. Indeed, I shall step out now. I feel quite fatigued and need to rest. Very well, take care of yourself. Understood. Good night, father. After uttering these words, Perona rose and departed. Observing his daughter's demeanor, Perona's father sighed helplessly and murmured to himself, I hope you find a suitable partner so that I may rest easy. Only then will I be free of regrets. Otherwise, I fear I shall never find peace in this life. Upon returning to her room, Perona lay down to sleep. But shortly after, she felt an unsettling surge of energy coursing through her veins, accompanied by a thunderous roar emanating from within her. Alarmed, she sat up abruptly. Her complexion pale as she exclaimed, What on earth is happening? Why is my body behaving this way? Could it be that wretched man has done something to me? How infuriating! Her face grew increasingly grim, her anger palpable, yet beneath it lay a profound fear of what might transpire. After a moment of contemplation, Perona sprang up and dialed her mother's number. Hello, mother. Darling, why are you calling at this hour? Where have you been? Her mother's concerned voice came through the line. Mother, I haven't been anywhere. I merely attended a gathering. Perona stammered. A gathering? Indeed, it is merely a gathering, a business soiree, however. This particular event is exceptionally grand, boasting the presence of numerous distinguished individuals from abroad. I believe our group will undoubtedly attract many aristocrats and luminaries from the commercial realm, and thus, the Perona group shall find success. In Chapter 75, I also encountered several affluent individuals and some political dignitaries at this banquet. Is that so? This gathering is being held in the United States. Will our Perona group be attending? Perona's mother inquired. Certainly. Our Perona group is the host. So we will undoubtedly be present. Very well, then I can rest easy. When will you return? You should be able to come back quite soon, correct? Oh, indeed. When you return, remember to bring Perona home with you. It would be wonderful for our family to gather together. Yes, of course, mother. I shall ensure that Perona accompanies me upon my return, Perona affirmed. Now, do take some rest. I still have a few matters to attend to. All right, mother. You two should rest early. Good night. Good night. After hanging up the phone, a faint smile of cold amusement appeared on Perona's face. Sudi, this time. We shall see who the ultimate victor is. I, Perona, am destined to become the world's richest individual, while you remain merely an ordinary person. The Perona group will not be bested by you. The following morning, Perona awoke early, and after refreshing herself, she made her way to the dining room. Upon entering, she spotted Sudi dining and approached him, saying, Sudi, good morning. Sudi raised his gaze to meet hers and replied, Good morning. Thank you for escorting me home yesterday. Will you be coming back tonight? Sudi asked, glancing at Perona. Of course, I shall accompany you home again this evening. Well then, thank you. You're welcome. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye. With that, Perona turned and exited the dining room. Once Perona had left, Sudi stared blankly at his utensils, lost in thought. After a while, he set down his dishes and stood up, making his way toward the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed the two bodyguards standing outside. Why are you standing out here? Aren't you following me anymore? Sudi inquired. No, sir. We must ensure your safety. If we were to accompany you, even if we were not harmed by others, we might meet our demise there. In that case, it would be better not to follow you at all. One of the bodyguards spoke up. After hearing his words, Sudi smiled and replied, Rest assured. Since you have accompanied me back this time, I shall ensure your safety. I will take good care of your well-being. Thank you, young master. No need for such formality. Let us proceed together, Sudi said with a smile. After this exchange, the three of them departed from the location. Upon arriving at the garage and settling into the vehicle, Sudi started the engine and drove forward, heading towards the city. As she navigated the streets, Sudi felt an overwhelming sense of apprehension, her heart racing with anxiety. She was uncertain about how she would explain herself when she encountered her mother. Thoughts plagued her mind about how to face her mother. Should she discover that Sudi had attended a social gathering, she would undoubtedly be filled with concern. Moreover, once her mother learned of the man whom Sudi had encountered at the event, her disappointment would surely be profound. The prospect of her mother's reaction haunted Sudi, and she dared not imagine the turmoil that would ensue upon the revelation. Before long, Sudi's vehicle arrived in the city. After disembarking, she made her way home. Upon reaching the doorstep, she took a deep breath, then knocked on the door, calling out, Mother, I'm back. Oh, it's you, Didi. Why are you returning so late? I was beginning to worry that something unfortunate had happened to you. Sudi's mother hurried to the door upon hearing her voice, opening it to gaze at her daughter. Mother, what could possibly happen to me? Sudi replied. No, I was merely expressing my thoughts, her mother said. All right. I wanted to keep you. I need to take a shower. Sudi glanced at her mother, smiling. Okay, hurry along. Sudi smiled back, then headed towards her bedroom. Once in her room, Sudi shed her clothes and made her way to the bathroom, preparing to indulge in a shower. She turned on the faucet, allowing the warm water to cascade over her body, and she closed her eyes in bliss. Ah, this feels exquisite. It seems the temperature has risen considerably today. Sudi reclined in the bathtub, releasing a contented sigh. After soaking for a while, she began to feel somewhat fatigued, so she stood up, donned her clothes, and made her way to the bedside, where she then crawled in and settled down. Thus, she indulged in a leisurely slumber until noon, when she finally stirred awake. With a gentle blink, she stretched languidly. Glancing at her phone, she noted the time was 12 o'clock. After checking the hour, she promptly picked up her clothes, changed, and proceeded downstairs. Just as she reached the staircase, the phone rang. Hello. Sudi answered, connecting the call. Hello. Sudi, it's Xiao Qian. Oh, Xiao Qian. Do you need something? Yes. Sudi, do you have some time? I'd like to take you out shopping. Are you free? Oh, that sounds great. Let us make it a plan. I'll call you when I'm ready. All right. Okay, I'll hang up now. After concluding the call, Sudi walked towards the entrance. Upon entering the living room, she grabbed her bag and, after changing her shoes at the foyer, prepared to head out. Didi, let us go shopping together, her mother suggested. Sure. Mom, let us hurry. All right. Sudi and her mother walked to the door, opened it, and stepped outside. They exited the villa and made their way to the parking lot. Once in the car, Sudi drove swiftly towards the nearby shopping street. Her driving was notably brisk, and soon enough, she reached the street's entrance, where she parked the car. After getting out, Su Di led her mother to a clothing store at the shopping street. Su Di's mother was utterly captivated by the garments displayed in the window. Mom, just let me know which style you like, and I'll buy it for you. Su Di offered. Okay. Please help me choose an outfit. Sure. Mom, how about this one? Su Di inquired, pointing at an ensemble in the window. That outfit is beautiful. I really like it, her mother replied with satisfaction. Then it's settled. I'll go pay for it now. With that, Su Di walked towards the cash register. A short while later, she purchased the garment. After completing the transaction, she took her mother's hand, and together they approached the car. Once inside, Su Di started the engine and drove towards their next destination. Upon arrival, she turned to her mother and said, Mom, let us go inside and take a look. Upon arriving at the shop, Su Di led her mother inside, meticulously observing their surroundings. After her mother had taken a stroll around, they found themselves in front of a shoe store. Mom, shall we go in and take a look? Certainly. Once inside, Su Di was greeted by rows of shoes displayed elegantly on the counter, overwhelming her mother with their splendid variety. Su Di, do you fancy any of these shoes? Her mother inquired. Yes, I quite like these. What do you think of this pair? Su Di pointed to a pair of white leather shoes. Excellent choice. Let us go with this pair. Could you please wrap it up for me? Of course, just a moment, please. Shortly thereafter, Su Di purchased the shoes. And the two set off in their vehicle. Su Di then took her mother to the house where she had once resided. Looking at her daughter, her mother asked, Dee, where was your old place? Oh, it's just over here. With that, Su Di produced a key and unlocked the door to her former room. And they stepped inside. Upon entering, her mother noticed a photograph on the table, depicting a girl who was none other than her daughter, Su Di. Oh, isn't that you, Su Di? Her mother exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Mom, that girl is my classmate and dear friend, Li Yuding. Su Di replied. Do you know her? Her mother asked. Indeed. Since you are so familiar with each other, why don't you introduce her to me? All right, Mom. Upon hearing this, Su Di began to tell her mother about Li Yuding. Mom, you might still remember her, right? Of course. How could I forget? She is the belle of our school. Incredibly beautiful, her mother said with a smile. Su Di, upon hearing her mother's words, smiled back at her. After chatting for a while, Su Di's mother noticed that it was getting dark outside and turned to Su Di, saying, It's getting late. Let us hurry and grab a bite to eat. All right. Su Di heeded her mother's words and responded affirmatively. Together, they stepped out of the house and made their way to a restaurant. After ordering several dishes, they began to savor their meal slowly. Once they finished dining, the two returned to the villa. Su Di's mother settled onto the sofa while Su Di busied herself in the kitchen. Watching her daughter diligently work, Su Di's mother felt an overwhelming joy. For Su Di's health had significantly improved. Before long, Su Di completed her culinary tasks and brought the food to the table. They dined together, and after finishing their meal, Su Di's mother departed the villa, driving away in her car. Dee, how's your health now? What did the doctor say? Her mother inquired. The doctor mentioned that I have nearly recovered, Su Di replied. Then you should rest a few more days, all right? I can't. I have work today. I must head to the office. All right, be safe on your way, her mother cautioned. Yes, I will. With that, Su Di drove towards her workplace. Upon arriving at the office, she entered her former workspace and locked the door behind her. Su Di's father, waiting at home for half an hour without seeing his daughter, decided to call her. However, Su Di's phone remained powered off. With no other option, he continued his wait. Thus, he endured an entire night of anticipation. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, he resolved to contact Su Di's mother to inform her that their daughter might be in trouble. With that thought, he dialed his wife's number. Beep beep. We apologize. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Beep beep. Hello, Mom. It's me. Yes. What is it? Dee, please come back quickly. She may be in danger. What? Dee is in danger? Yes. Hurry back. We are currently at your apartment. What are you doing at my apartment? You'll find out when you return. Just tell me the address, and I'll come over. All right. I will send you our address immediately. Okay. After speaking, Su Di's father promptly relayed his address to Su Di's mother. Once Su Di's mother ended the call with him, she immediately dialed her sister, Su Chin, urging her to come and pick her up. As soon as the call connected, Su Di's mother exclaimed, Chin, hurry over. I'm at the hotel near Su Di's company. Dee might be in danger. With that, she hung up the phone. Upon hearing her mother's words, Su Chin sprang into action. After dressing quickly, she hurried to freshen up. With a swift touch of makeup, she dashed out the door. Upon arriving at Su Di's company, Su Qingqing approached the receptionist. The receptionist stood up immediately upon seeing her. Hello, how may I assist you? Is Su Di here? Are you a classmate of Su Di? Yes, she is currently in the president's office. Thank you. Su Qingqing responded, then proceeded towards the president's office. Once at the president's office, Su Qingqing knocked on the door. Come in. Good day, sir. May I ask who you are? Oh, I am Su Qingqing, a friend of Su Di. I came to visit after hearing her father was here. Ah, so you are her friend. Please, have a seat. Thank you. Su Qingqing replied courteously. Upon noticing Su Qingqing, Su Di's father quickly rose to his feet. Are you Su Di's friend? Yes, uncle. I am Su Qingqing. It's a pleasure to meet you. Su Di's mother. Having overheard, Su Di's father politely greeted him. Hello, I am Su Di's father. Nice to meet you. Greetings. Su Di, I have nearly completed your treatment. You can return home for recovery tomorrow. How does that sound? That sounds fine. I will go home tomorrow. Good. Then you should rest early tonight. You can go home tomorrow. Su Di's father said, looking at her. All right. I will leave you both to chat. I shall take my leave now. After Su Di's mother courteously bid farewell to Su Di's father, she turned to depart. Just as she was about to leave, Su Di suddenly recalled something and said to her father, Dad, there's something I would like to discuss with you. All right, go ahead. I wish to talk to you about my marriage with Chen Haoyu. What do you think? What? You are getting married? Su Di's father asked, astonished by her words. Yes. What kind of person is Chen Haoyu? He is indeed a scion of wealth, yet he is also a notorious philanderer. I do not wish for our lives after marriage to mirror our past, and I hope that our relationship remains untainted by such matters. I desire for our interactions to continue in the same harmonious manner. Very well, I promise to support you in your relationship with Chen Haoyu, regardless of the circumstances. Thank you. I too wish for your happiness. I feel reassured knowing you are with him. When the two of you are together, my worries dissipate. Our communication has been sparse, and I hope to facilitate more frequent exchanges between you and him. Understood. You can return home to recuperate tomorrow. Focus on your recovery. And do not concern yourself with anything else. All right. I shall take my leave now. Take care. Goodbye, Dad. After Su Di finished speaking, she walked towards the exit. Upon returning to her desk, Su Di picked up her computer, ready to commence her work. Just then, her computer chimed. Su Di answered the phone and glanced at the screen, discovering it was her sister calling. Hello, my dear sister. What brings you to call me? Su Di smiled. Sister, I heard today that you were getting married. Indeed. Who told you this? A boy informed me. Chapter 76. The Navy, stationed at 33 N latitude, 37 S latitude. In 41E, Tokyo, the headquarters is home to an aircraft carrier, a frigate, for patrol vessels, and 12 destroyers, culminating in an impressive total of 265 ships. And this is merely the force stationed on home soil. The Navy's large combat vessels in the Marine Corps also number in the tens of thousands. Such a formidable fleet naturally attracted the attention of countless pirates and naval forces. However, upon the vast expanse of the ocean, the number of pirates paled in comparison to that of the Navy. Thus, despite the considerable presence of pirates, they posed no real threat to the naval forces. Moreover, the tempests of the sea are not easily subdued. Under these circumstances, it is customary for the Navy to disregard these pirates. Consequently, the Navy has been sailing serenely across the waters. Occasionally, when confronted with pirate assaults, the Navy merely issues warnings or dispatches troops to repel the marauders. Yet, beneath this veneer of tranquility lies a tempestuous undercurrent. On an island known as Sedanai Lake, approximately 3,000 armed personnel are presently gathered. These individuals are predominantly ruffians and core members of various factions. The Seto Inland Sea lies at the deepest recesses of the ocean, characterized by an exceptionally lengthy coastline. Numerous cargo ships and merchant vessels are anchored along its shores. However, today, the vessels upon the Seto Inland Sea appear remarkably sparse. For today marks one of its most bustling days. In the heart of the Seto Inland Sea stands a towering edifice, the naval station. Look. There's a ship docked over there, exclaimed a pirate in astonishment. Let us investigate. A group of pirates eagerly approached. Hey, brother, what brings you to anchor there? Queried a Japanese pirate. Ah, you see, we are acquainted with the owner of that vessel. Oh, who might that be? It is none other than the illustrious Shudi. Renowned across these waters. He is my employer, and we can consider ourselves friends. Oh, how splendid. Then please summon your captain. Captain? You mean Shudi? He is right beside me. Feel free to seek him out. Thank you. Soon, a man clad in a kimono approached. Captain Shooty, greetings. He bowed respectfully. Shooty nodded. This is my first mate, Perona. Perona, please meet Captain Shooty. Greetings, Captain. Perona bowed with deference. Well, I shan't say much more. You may proceed with them. I will not accompany. Shooty waved his hand dismissively. Very well, I shall lead them. Captain, is this indeed the esteemed Captain Shooty you mentioned? Indeed, he is Shooty. Well, he is the king of the seas. Will I ever be able to navigate as splendidly as he does? The Japanese man expressed his excitement. Do not be overly optimistic. Captain Shooty is indeed remarkable, yet do not underestimate your own potential. Understood, Captain. Under Shooty's guidance, Perona successfully entered the ship's cabin. Shortly thereafter, she gathered the scattered crew members. Captain Shooty's directive is for each of you to accomplish the tasks assigned within 3 days. Should you fail to meet the deadline, not only will the ship be lost, but all possessions aboard must be surrendered to Captain Shooty, Perona stated coldly. Nanny, is that truly the case? Such a dire situation, is it not? We shall certainly strive to accomplish this. Indeed, the crowd echoed in agreement, affirming that they would succeed. Very well. In light of this, I shall clearly outline the tasks for the next 3 days, and you may all proceed with your duties. Farewell, Captain. With that, the group dispersed in a flurry. Perona turned to leave the scene. Captain Shooty, we meet again, she said with a smile. Miss Perona, it has indeed been a long time. However, I find myself rather occupied at the moment. There are numerous matters demanding my attention. Is that so? I had hoped the captain might spend more time with me. It would allow us to become better acquainted. I apologize, but I possess little interest in such matters. You would do well to seek companionship elsewhere. Oh, is that so? No, what I meant to convey is that I am not particularly taken by your physique. Captain Shooty, we can cultivate our relationship gradually. Look, I can offer you any assistance you require, including weapons. No need. I am adequately equipped and my armaments suffice. Spare yourself the effort. I appreciate your goodwill, nonetheless. I must decline, Shooty responded without hesitation. Captain Shooty, should you continue to refuse me, I might begin to suspect you have ulterior motives. Ulterior motives? Do I? Shooty shrugged. Humph. Captain Shooty, do not deny it, for such denials only serve to heighten my suspicions. Very well. Regardless of your intentions, I expect you to adhere to my commands. Now, Miss Perona, tend to your own affairs. As for the rest, I trust you will manage. Humph. Perona shot Shooty a fierce glare before turning away in anger. Captain, will we truly succeed in this mission? A somewhat anxious pirate inquired. Of course, we are the mightiest crew upon the seas, an indomitable force. This time, we shall surely emerge victorious. Shooty declared confidently. Yes, indeed. Meanwhile, on a distant island, a quarrel was unfolding. What do you mean by that? I have made it clear. We cannot accept your plan. If you wish to go, then go alone. Do not involve us. A middle-aged man in a kimono exclaimed with fury. I have stated that your only option for survival is to accept, replied a coldly composed man clad in white. You. The middle-aged man was momentarily speechless, rendered without retort. Very well. In that case, we accept. Now you are being agreeable. You. Are you dissatisfied? If so, then leave. The middle-aged man retorted icily. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, but ultimately could only storm away in anger. Humph, a bunch of worthless fools, he muttered in frustration. What did you say? A young man clad in a black suit glared intensely at the middle-aged figure before him. Enough of your words. Now, we must adhere strictly to Captain Shooty's directives. All else shall be entrusted to me, the middle-aged man intoned solemnly. Understood, replied the young man. Now, you may proceed with your preparations. Remember, do not provoke any trouble. Otherwise, be prepared to face the consequences, the middle-aged man warned coldly. Yes, the young men responded in unison and promptly exited the chamber of their superior. At that moment, on the island, what is the matter? In the headquarters of the Yamaguchi-gumi, a middle-aged man dressed in black, with a grim expression, questioned. Hi. A middle-aged ninja knelt on the ground. That Shooty dares to defy our orders is truly audacious, the middle-aged man in black declared indignantly. My lord, please remain calm. Although Captain Shooty may be arrogant, his defiance of your commands is not without reason, and moreover, he is the captain of our most significant pirate crew. The middle-aged ninja replied. Humph. What of being the captain of an important pirate crew? In the realm of piracy, strength dictates everything. Without power, what is a captain? He has no right to occupy that chair and indulge in wealth and luxury. Indeed, your lessons are most enlightening, my lord. The middle-aged ninja responded hastily. Very well, rise. Continue to monitor Sudi's movements. I shall devise a method to bring him under my banner. Yes, sir. Hello, my Yamaguchi group. May I inquire which pirate crew you lead? Could you kindly share your surname? The leader of the Yamaguchi group asked. I am Sudi. What is it that you need? Oh, nothing much, merely wishing to invite you to visit the Yamaguchi group. Would you be inclined to accept? Ah, the Yamaguchi group? I apologize, but I have been quite occupied lately and fear I cannot attend. I see. Then let it be. On behalf of the Yamaguchi group, I extend my welcome to you. Haha, thank you. Farewell. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you. Very well, goodbye. After hanging up, the middle-aged man let out a few cold laughs. Humph, I truly did not expect Sudi to possess such audacity, rejecting the invitation of the Yamaguchi group. He is indeed arrogant. Brother, what is happening? A short yet remarkably capable young man inquired. Humph, I am uncertain. However, there is undoubtedly something amiss. I must send someone to investigate. Yes, I shall lead a team to uncover the truth, the young man replied, bowing. Go then. Yes. The young man departed with his subordinates. Ah, this Sudi is becoming increasingly intolerable. I truly grow more foolish with age. Having placed our future in the hands of that scoundrel Sudi, that damned rascal, the middle-aged man cursed vehemently. Brother, please temper your anger. This situation may not be as dire as you perceive. Perhaps Sudi has his own reasons for declining your invitation? Reasons? Humph. If he has reasons, why would he defy the orders of the organization? Brother, I do not comprehend your words, the young man said. Very well, allow me to enlighten you. The middle-aged man replied with a sardonic smile. The objective of our organization is to vanquish Longma and ascend to become the second Dragon King. Our strength is not to be underestimated. Why is it that Longma can defeat the Dragon King? What gives him that right? We refuse to accept this. Hence, I have devised a plan to elevate you to this position to eliminate him. But, brother, I have never undertaken such a task, the diminutive youth stammered, visibly anxious. There is no need for fear. I have faith that you shall accomplish this mission. The middle-aged man reassured him. You are capable of it. Why, yes, brother. The young man replied, on the verge of tears. Do not be afraid. I understand your trepidation. You must believe in yourself. I am confident you can succeed. Understood, brother. The young man said, gathering his resolve. I shall take my leave now. He hastily exited the headquarters of the Yamaguchi-gumi. In another grand city, within a luxurious villa, the Yamaguchi-gumi's leader seethed in his study. This Sudi is utterly unacceptable, he bellowed, slamming his hand on the table. Brother, Captain Sudi has indeed acted inappropriately. But perhaps he has his reasons, another voice suggested. After all, his prowess is formidable. Humph, I would prefer him to be extraordinarily powerful. That would make him easier to handle. However, his strength is lamentably weak. I truly question how such a person can dominate our nation's pirate realm. His abilities are simply subpar. The middle-aged man sighed. Perhaps we should consider replacing him with a more competent pirate leader. That way, Captain Sudi's threat would diminish, the young man proposed. Agreed. The Yamaguchi-gumi leader nodded. Let us proceed with that plan. I will contact other prominent pirate captains and relay the news about Sudi to see if they will support you or not. Very well, the young man replied. Then it shall be settled for now. Indeed, the young man affirmed. Brother, I shall take my leave. Go ahead. Yes. Please exit now. The leader gestured dismissively. Yes, brother. The young man bowed deeply and slowly departed the study. Humph. This fool believes he is someone of consequence. The Yamaguchi-gumi leader exclaimed indignantly. He then retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, I am the leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi. I command you to swiftly mobilize the various pirate factions in our nation to investigate this Sudi. I intend to uncover what manner of individual dares to oppose me. Yes, understood. The leader concluded before discarding the phone into the trash bin. Brother, the diminutive young man respectfully called out. The leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi responded indifferently. Brother, I shall take my leave now. The leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi nodded and spoke. Sudi returned to the hotel, secluding himself in his bedroom, and soon began his closed-door training. Sudi had officially been recruited into the Yamaguchi-gumi. Within the organization, he was the sole pirate who possessed a private space. It appears the time has come to seek an opportune moment to challenge the Yamaguchi-gumi, Sudi mused inwardly. He understood that although he was a naval officer, he did not wish to be like the others. He aspired to be a true pirate. Thus, The tasks assigned by the Yamaguchi-gumi leader did not seem particularly arduous or daunting to him. However, until he received assistance from the organization, Sudi was not prepared to act recklessly. He was acutely aware that a hasty move could provoke the ire of the Yamaguchi-gumi leader, resulting in consequences far graver than merely losing his position. After all, the Yamaguchi-gumi was an immensely powerful organization. Captain Sudi, there are guests visiting. Sudi, who was engrossed in his meditation, abruptly opened his eyes. His reaction was swift. He darted to the window, peering down to discover 3 yachts moored in front of the hotel. 3 yachts? This indicates the presence of Yamaguchi-gumi members. What should I do? Sudi furrowed his brow. Captain Sudi, is there anything you require at this late hour? A sweet voice from the service staff called from outside. Sudi frowned and replied, No, I can manage on my own. Yes, Captain Sudi, then I shall take my leave, the attendant responded. Sudi acknowledged. The attendant smiled and departed. Once the attendant left, Sudi opened the window and leaped onto the deck of the yacht. Who goes out roaming at this hour? As soon as Sudi steadied himself, 2 vigilant security guards fixed their gaze upon him. Haha, it's just me. I merely stepped out for a stroll. Sudi said with an awkward smile. Oh, I see. Then I would advise this friend to rest early. Very well, thank you. With that, Sudi turned and walked back towards the hotel, soon vanishing into the darkness. Playing tricks and trying to deceive us? I suggest you come clean, or you may find yourself in a predicament, one guard sneered. Sudi chose to ignore them. No problem. We should also be off duty. Sudi nodded. The 2 guards, seeing this, nodded back before turning to leave. Such an uncouth brat. Once the guards had walked far enough away, Sudi disdainfully remarked. Ha! What a hilarious joke. Coco laughed nearby. Is this question amusing? Sudi glanced quizzically at his companion, Kikiluo. No, it's quite humorous, Kikiluo replied, shaking her head in jest, though she feigned laughter. Mr. Cavendish, you truly possess a remarkable sense of humor. Thank you for the compliment, Sudi responded with a smile, noticing the girl's delight in laughter, and thus refrained from further discussion on the topic. Well then, we shall not intrude any longer on this matter. Farewell, the reporter remarked with a chuckle. Goodbye. Goodbye, Sudi waved as he returned his focus to the newspaper in his hands. You insolent brat. How dare you toy with me? I shall ensure you understand the true meaning of regret. A man in a suit seethed behind him. Mr. Cavendish, have you given any thought to your choice of fiancé? The reporter inquired once more. Well, this is a kind of fate, Sudi remarked. Is that so? Then, could you describe what your fiancé is like? The reporter pressed. Her. Although she is a pirate, she possesses a kind heart, is quite adorable, gentle, and considerate. Moreover, she excels in the culinary arts. I truly relish her cooking, Sudi recalled fondly. Is that so? It appears that Mr. Cavendish has a deep affection for beautiful and virtuous women, the reporter replied, his expression tinged with envy. Haha, Sudi scoffed dismissively, choosing not to engage further. Hey, what is that scoundrel doing? A little girl observed as her mother served Sudi a cup of coffee, her annoyance evident. How can you speak of others so carelessly? He is a gentleman, Mariana interjected. A gentleman must be polite and should never insult a lady frivolously. Do you understand? He is no gentleman. I heard that just a moment ago he was mocking you on the ship, the little girl retorted, her displeasure palpable. Mom, why didn't you tell me? What good would that do? I cannot possibly confront him. You must realize he is a naval officer, not someone we can provoke in our little town. Remember that, Mariana insisted. Furthermore, his father is a notorious pirate, the Pirate King. He is indeed a formidable pirate if he wishes to take a life. It would be a trivial endeavor for him, Mariana added. Then shall you simply endure it? The little girl gazed furiously at her mother. Mom, why don't you fight back? Fight back? What can I do? I am no match for Cavendish, Mariana shook her head with a sigh. I know he will come to challenge me, but what can I do? As a weak woman, how could I possibly stand against him? Mom, let me help you, all right? Just wait. I will go find Cavendish right now and make him understand the consequences of provoking little Lola, the girl declared, turning to storm into her room. Oh. Mariana watched her daughter's departing figure, wishing she could intervene but feeling powerless to stop her. Hello, Mr. Cavendish. May I inquire if you have any particular thoughts regarding your fiancée? None. I do not have a fiancée, Sudi replied with a smile. This response left the journalists in a state of astonishment. They had initially anticipated that Cavendish would articulate his innermost feelings towards his fiancée. However, to their surprise, He declared otherwise. Mr. Cavendish, may I inquire if you have a girlfriend? One reporter pressed further. No, I do not, he replied. I have no interest in romance. This time, the reporters' mouths gaped wide open, unable to close in disbelief at the revelation. No girlfriend? Without a girlfriend, does that mean your fiancé is unwanted? The reporters pressed on with their inquiries. I have stated clearly that I possess neither a girlfriend nor a fiancé. Sudi explained with a hint of exasperation. What is your fiancé like? The only name that can be mentioned in comparison to your fiancé is Cavendish. Cavendish is hailed as the most beautiful woman in the world, a paragon of beauty with an unparalleled allure. Sudi shrugged his shoulders in resignation, responding, however, I might consider the possibility of us dating. After all, it could be deemed a serendipitous encounter. Is this a matter of fate? The reporter paused for a moment, then nodded. Very well, we shall first extend our congratulations to you. Like an angel, the reporter continued to inquire. Indeed, Sudi nodded. Do you have any affection for Miss Cavendish? Not at all. Do you believe that the two of you will eventually be together? The reporter pressed on. No. Sudi firmly rejected. Thank you. Sudi offered a slight smile. After exchanging a few words with the guest, the reporter took their leave. Sudi sat in his chair, gazing into the distance with a smile. Mr. Cavendish, may I ask if you are engaged? No. Sudi quickly waved his hand. Oh, then, Mr. Cavendish, would you be interested in participating in our program, which lasts for 6 months? You would have the opportunity to spend each day with Miss Cavendish and showcase your happiness to the world through the show, the reporter inquired. No. I have no interest in such programs. Sudi shook his head in refusal. After your engagement to Miss Cavendish, will you marry her? Certainly not, Sudi asserted resolutely. Very well. We wish you all the best, the reporter smiled. We shall take our leave now. Goodbye. Once the reporters departed, Sudi's expression grew somber. Why? The reporter asked. Because that is my duty. My responsibility is to protect the civilians, Sudi replied with a smile. Ah, yes. So, Mr. Cavendish, could you disclose why you feel compelled to do so? Does justice require justification? His retort momentarily stunned the reporters. Could you perhaps share your profession with us? Many people have the right to know about your vocation, the reporter queried. I'm afraid I prefer not to discuss it. Let us return to the program you mentioned. Sudi suggested. Mr. Cavendish, we understand, the reporter interjected. Your fiancée is indeed very lovely. But do you truly harbor feelings for her? If you do not, please speak candidly. We will not press you. Thank you, Sudi replied. Now, I wish to ask, Mr. Cavendish, is your relationship with your fiancée grounded in what you refer to as justice, or is it for other reasons? For instance, do you have any special sentiments toward her? None at all. I hold her in only respect, Sudi responded. And what of your thoughts regarding your fiancée? None, he reiterated. Mr. Cavendish, are your feelings for your fiancée genuine? The reporter continued to probe. Yes, Sudi nodded, answering with conviction. How profound is your love for Miss Cavendish? The reporter pressed further. I believe my love for Miss Cavendish is likely no less than yours, Sudi replied. Moreover, I believe that Miss Cavendish holds a fondness for me as well. Does Miss Cavendish have affection for you too? The reporter pressed further. Indeed. Miss Cavendish is an exceptionally remarkable individual. Furthermore, I am confident that I too harbor great admiration for her. We are, without a doubt, a perfectly matched pair. Sudi replied with a smile. So, when do you both plan to wed? It is still quite early, Sudi responded with a smile. Mr. Cavendish, what are your aspirations for your marriage with your fiancée? I hope to lead a life filled with happiness and joy alongside Miss Cavendish, and to share our lives together for eternity. I shall cherish her, always, Sudi steadfastly asserted. May I inquire if your feelings for Miss Cavendish are sincere? I am indeed sincere, and Miss Cavendish feels the same way, Sudi replied. Then, Mr. Cavendish, do you believe that Miss Cavendish will come to love you? Sudi hesitated, finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Pray tell, Mr. Cavendish, what is your impression of Miss Cavendish since your association began? Inquired the reporter. She is a kind-hearted individual. A remarkably beautiful young lady who possesses a profound capacity for caring for others. At times, she can be quite headstrong, yet there are moments when she displays great tenderness. I believe she embodies an exceptional kindness, he replied. Mr. Cavendish, during your interactions with Miss Cavendish, have there been any instances of friction? For example, has she ever expressed dissatisfaction with you or resisted your guidance? The reporter pressed. No, not at all, Sudi responded, shaking his head. Mr. Cavendish, do you harbor any special feelings for Miss Cavendish? The reporter continued. My affection for Miss Carabonis is genuine. My feelings for her are sincere and heartfelt. And what about Miss Carabonis' feelings towards you? The reporter inquired further. She is wonderful, a truly gentle and considerate young woman. I am quite fond of such qualities. And we are deeply in love, Yudi answered with a smile. Could you perhaps disclose when you and Miss Carabonis plan to marry? The reporter asked. That is impossible. Yudi answered candidly. The matter of marriage between him and Carabonis was not merely a familial agreement, but also a reflection of her wishes. How could he contravene her desires? Should he dare to do so, their union would be irrevocably jeopardized. Very well, Mr. Cavendish, we understand, the reporter concluded before disconnecting the call. After hanging up, Yudi felt a wave of relief wash over him. In this way, one can marry Carabonis. At that moment, Sudi suddenly had a revelation. He promptly dialed a number. Reaching Carabonis. Hello, came the voice from the other end. Miss Carabonis, I wish to discuss something with you. What is it? Sudi stated his intention. I would like to invite you to be my girlfriend. What? Carabonis was momentarily taken aback by Sudi's words. The truth is, I must confess that I once harbored feelings for a girl named Anna, who is, in fact, you, Miss Carabonis. What? Carabonis' expression shifted dramatically. You have feelings for Anna? You actually fancy that wretched girl? I warn you, if you dare to develop feelings for Anna, I will not let you off easily. I will not fall for Anna. Miss Carabonis, rest assured, Sudi responded immediately. Humph. Carabonis scoffed before hanging up the phone. As the dial tone echoed in his ear, Sudi forced a bitter smile. He understood that in his heart, Carabonis had always held a special place. In recent days, he has endured the torment and humiliation inflicted by Carabonis. A tempest of anger brewed within him, yet he dared not reveal it. He feared provoking Carabonis further. I must marry Carabonis. Yudi clenched his fists, silently professing to himself. At that moment, Sudi caught sight of Miss Carabonis. Miss Carabonis, he said, rising to greet her. Is there something you wish to discuss? Carabonis inquired coolly. Indeed. I believe we should have a conversation, Sudi replied. About what? She asked icily. About the wedding arrangements, he stated. We have already agreed upon a date 3 months hence. Are you now intending to change your mind? Carabonis mocked. Not at all. Miss Carabonis. May I inquire as to your father's, Mr. Calmanes, opinion on this matter? Sudi asked. Why do you wish to know that? Carabonis frowned. I seek to consult Mr. Calmanes' perspective, he answered. His perspective? He would never consent, Carabonis asserted. Miss Carabonis, I believe you are mistaken. Your father is your guardian. Not your grandfather. He possesses no authority to dictate your marriage, Sudi contended. You speak nonsense. My father is not my grandfather. My father is indeed my guardian. Not yours, Carabonis retorted. Miss Carabonis, I propose we find an opportune moment for your father and grandfather to meet. And then we can decide upon the marriage between our families. What do you think? Sudi suggested. My father has no desire to meet me, she replied. Miss Carabonis. There are always ways to persuade your father and grandfather. For instance, as you and Miss Anna are dear friends, you could ask her to speak with your grandfather. Sudi reminded her. Upon hearing Sudi mention Miss Anna, Carabonis fell silent, for indeed, Anna was very close to her, and their bond was quite intimate. Miss Carabonis. I believe our previous agreement still holds. Do you not agree? Sudi inquired again. What you say is mere nonsense, Carabonis said coldly. Please send me your phone number. I shall call Miss Anna immediately and ask her to speak with my father. Very well, Miss Carabonis, I will send you my number at once, Sudi responded. Providing his contact information to Carabonis, she promptly dialed Anna's number. Anna, how are you? This is Carabonis. I would like to request your assistance in arranging an engagement ceremony with my fiancé, she said. Your fiancé? Anna questioned, puzzled. Yes, my fiancé, Carabonis affirmed. All right, I understand. Anna replied before hanging up. As the dial tone echoed in her ear, Carabonis' expression darkened. This Sudi had the audacity to reach out to Anna once more. The wretched scoundrel, he is indeed too fickle. Carabonis stormed into the hotel. Hello, Miss Carabonis. Hi, Miss Carabonis, please take a seat. Thank you. Carabonis settled in the hotel lobby, retrieving her phone to activate the video function, navigating to the recording of her recent conversation with Sudi. She had resolved to confront Kalman tonight, urging him to annul his engagement to Sudi. She could no longer be entangled with that man. He was nothing but a calamity. Until he was removed from her life, she would find no peace. As Carabonis returned to her private room, prepared to dine, her phone rang. Hello, who is this? Carabonis inquired upon answering. It's me, Shooty replied. Shooty, what do you want? Carabonis frowned. I would like to meet you. There are a few things I wish to discuss. At that moment, a waiter entered the room. May I offer you some Western cuisine? The waiter asked. Yes. One order of Western cuisine, please, Carabonis responded. Certainly, please wait a moment. The waiter left, but Carabonis felt a tumult of emotions within her. I know your parents. Shooty continued. There is nothing for us to discuss. Please leave me alone. Carabonis rejected firmly. Miss Carabonis, I hope you will consider my suggestion, Shooty insisted. Do not persist in this. I will not marry you. She was certain her family wished for her to wed Shooty. Her grandfather and father undoubtedly desired the same. Despite their current arrangement being transactional, she harbored feelings for Shooty. Thus, when Carabonis learned of his intention to marry her, her heart simmered with rage. She despised Shooty. Miss Carabonis, I trust you can appreciate my sincere intentions. I genuinely hope you can assist me. I do not wish for the relationship between our families to deteriorate. Our families have a long-standing friendship. It would be disastrous if our engagement led to a rift. Shooty stated. I understand. Do not worry. I will speak with my grandfather and persuade him to agree to your conditions, Carabonis said through gritted teeth. Thank you. Shooty sighed with relief and ended the call. Silently praying that this time, Carabonis would successfully persuade Mr. Kalman. After hanging up on Shooty, Carabonis dialed her father's number. Hello, father. Father. Have you decided to cancel the engagement ceremony with Shooty? Carabonis directly inquired. Mr. Kalman, do you still have any connection with Shooty? I have not yet made my final decision, Carabonis, he replied. He is now my boyfriend, and I hope you will not create any discord between you and him. He means well and wishes to assist us, Carabonis stated. Mr. Kalman responded earnestly. I understand your perspective, but do not allow yourself to be blinded by his charm, Carabonis. He is a notorious philanderer. Can you truly expect him to offer sincere help? I am aware of his nature. I have weathered many storms myself. And I comprehend his character. He is not one to be frivolous with emotions. However, our situation is unique. If I do not acquiesce to him, it may adversely affect our relationship, Carabonis explained. Carabonis, if that is the case, you must clarify your position with Mr. Kalman. You cannot continue any interaction with him. He is a perilous individual, and you must not become ensnared in the web of lies he weaves. The Kalman family will not tolerate such scandals within our ranks, Mr. Kalman declared.